I'm in Hollywood chapter 464 to chapter 512. Firefly studio base was bigger than the Universal Studios and Warner Studios in Burbank combined. The base was also neatly divided. When it was close to 10 o'clock, a Chevrolet SUV and a red BMW sedan drove into the base one after another. They stopped in the parking lot of the Digital Domain office. The doors of the two cars opened, and 5 women got out of the 2 cars. Even though they were used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women in the studio base, the appearance of the 5 women still attracted the attention of many passing employees. Julia didn't like the looks of the passers-by around her. She got into the SUV and looked around. She asked, "Liz, where are my sunglasses?" Elizabeth took out a pair of Ray-Ban glasses hanging in her pocket and put them on. She said, "How would I know? I clearly remember I put them." Julia raised her head in distress. She saw Elizabeth's sunglasses and was stunned for a moment. Then, she pounced over. "Okay, give them back to me." Elizabeth dodged with a smile. "I'm not giving them back. Come and snatch them from me if you can." "How childish." Drew, who got out of the BMW behind, complained to Tina Fey and Claudia Schiff beside him. As soon as he finished, he saw Eric walk out of the Digital Domain office not far away. However, because the big Chevrolet SUV blocked their line of sight, Elizabeth and Julia, who were laughing and pestering each other, didn't see Eric's figure. Drew revealed a naughty smile. He reached out and poked the 2 women beside him. Then, he pointed at Julia and Elizabeth who were fooling around not far away. "Hey, I'll let you guys watch a good show." Tina Fey pursed her lips and smiled. Claudia Schiff curiously asked, "What show?" "Just watch carefully." Drew pointed in the direction of the 2 women again. At this time, Eric was already on the other side of Elizabeth and Julia's SUV. Tina Fey and Claudia Schiffer stared in that direction. Eric turned around from the front of the SUV and appeared in front of Elizabeth and Julia, saying something. Then, they saw the 2 women, who were entangled together, quickly separate. Elizabeth was still fine as she greeted Eric, but Julia, who had been fooling around with Elizabeth just a moment ago, seemed to have shrunk. She looked like a little mouse under a cat's paw. "How was it? Was it fun?" Drew laughed heartlessly. Claudia Heaver held back her smile and asked in confusion, "Why does Julia seem so afraid of Williams?" Drew shrugged. She had only discovered this by chance. When she asked Eric for the reason, she only got a knock on the head. "It shouldn't be fear, but I'm not too sure what it is. If you want to know, you can ask Eric." Claudia rolled her eyes at Drew. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Beside the SUV, Eric asked a few questions, grabbed Elizabeth, took off the sunglasses, and handed it to Julia. Only then did he wave over. "It's already 10 o'clock. Why are you only here now?" Eric asked casually after greeting them. He then led the girls to the studio in the Digital Domain. Drew ignored other people's gazes and hung on Eric's arm intimately. She said, "There was a traffic jam on the road. The streets are so lively today. Didn't you see?" Eric nodded and didn't say anything. The main office area for the Digital Domain's employees was 3 standard commercial lofts. They were divided into 2 floors. These tall factory-like buildings were 8 meters wide and over 30 meters long. Each building could accommodate up to 200 people working at the same time. Tina Fey followed Eric into these studios. She couldn't help but sigh softly as she looked at the exquisitely decorated open office area and the Digital Domain's employees shuttling back and forth. Hearing Tina Fey's voice, Eric turned his head with a smile and asked, "Are you a little envious of their working environment?" Tina Fey nodded with a smile. In the newspaper she used to work at, more than 10 employees were squeezed into a small office. Many of her colleagues dreamed of having a spacious office one day. "If you want, you can experience it here for a period of time in the future," Eric said casually. Tina Fey shook her head again. She pointed at a special effects artist who was working hard on a computer in a cubicle on her left. "I don't know how to do this." You can learn the Maya software used to develop special effects in the Digital Domain after a while. Also, don't you know how to draw? You have some foundation. As Eric was speaking, a slender hand reached over and pinched his arm gently. She whispered into his ear, how did you know she knows how to draw? Eric pushed Elizabeth's face away from his ear. There are so many people watching. Mind your image. Elizabeth snorted softly. She pulled Julia 1 meter away from Eric to show her dissatisfaction. Eric did not mind. He said, Jeffrey will be here later. Let's go take a look at the post-production of Disguised Stranger first. There were not many special effects scenes in Disguised Stranger. However, the style of the special effects was very cartoonish. To solve this problem, the digital domain borrowed 2 animators from Pixar to design the scenes together. After checking the progress of the special effects of Disguised Stranger, the women were very interested in the technology of combining special effects with real scenes. They all went over to the special effects artist and asked him all sorts of questions. Although Eric could not do it himself, he knew the principles of the technology like the back of his hand. He did not go over to watch the show. Instead, he walked to the staff cafe alone and ordered a cup of coffee. He took a movie magazine and started reading it. After Elizabeth finished watching the special effects artist demonstrate how to process a scene, she turned around and saw that Eric had disappeared. She followed him out and asked a few people. Then, she found Eric sitting alone in the cafe. Elizabeth ordered a cup of coffee from the waiter at the bar and walked over to Eric. She sat down across from Eric and stared at Eric with a smile that said, I know what you did. Eric continued reading the magazine in front of him without looking up. After a while, he saw a request that he was interested in. He said, go get me a pen. Elizabeth was a little discouraged when she realized that her posture was useless. She stood up angrily and walked to the work area. She borrowed a pen and paper from a staff member and threw it in front of Eric. Eric picked up the pen and quickly took down notes. At the same time, he said, look at your expectant face. If you have anything to say, just say it. Humph, I found out about you in Colombia, Elizabeth said in a tone that said, hurry up and please me, or I will tell others. Eric took a long time to react and said, oh. Elizabeth resisted the urge to splash the coffee in her hand. Aren't you nervous? Eric finished copying the information in the magazine, folded it and put it in his shirt pocket. He then said, do you think you are the only smart person in Hollywood? Then aren't you even more worried that others will tell others? Of course not. I have already gotten all the distribution resources of Colombia in South America. Next is the most important one, Europe. Even if someone wants to create trouble, without any evidence, Sony will receive the information and conduct an investigation. By the time they figure out the truth, Firefly will have gotten a part of Colombia's distribution resources in Europe. As for the remaining distribution channels in Southeast Asia, they will get it. At that time, Sony will be very clear that this matter has become a fact. If they fall out with Sony, it will not be good for either side. Even if they go to court, they will not win. So, they will have to swallow this loss. I can't help but want to praise you, Elizabeth said teasingly. Eric said, after all, the Japanese are just outsiders. If it is an American company, it will not be able to do this. Just wait and see. Sony and Panasonic, these 2 companies will not be in Hollywood for long. Even if they can barely adapt, they will not have much success. Because once they want to diversify like Warner, they will be restricted in various aspects. In the end, they can only hold on to the less profitable business of film production. News Corporation is also an outsider, Elizabeth retorted somewhat proudly. Eric glanced at the girl and said, how many times has your old man changed his nationality? Elizabeth suddenly choked, as if she had swallowed a big cooked duck egg. Jeffrey soon arrived at Praia Vista by car. Eric brought the girls and Jeffrey to the studio that designed the dinosaur models. The team here was led by Stan Winston. Among the dinosaur models, the most important was of course the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the sick Triceratops. Wow, come and take a look. This eye looks like a real one. Drew walked around the studio excitedly and was soon attracted by a mechanical eye the size of an orange. Under the control of the modeler, the mechanical eye could not only blink, but also expand and contract freely. It was exquisite. These are just small things. Miss Barrymore, come with me. Let's go take a look at the big guy. Stan Winston smiled proudly. The group walked into a large warehouse. A Tyrannosaurus Rex model that had already begun to take shape appeared in front of him. 5 or 6 modelers were busy setting up the scaffolding. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is 13 meters long and 5 meters tall. We plan to use 40 hydraulic transmission devices to control it. Stan Winston stood beside Eric and explained excitedly. Although he was the best model special effects artist, it was his first time creating such a huge monster. Even the alien queen from a few years ago was not as shocking as this Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, the alien queen was a fictional creature, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex had really existed in Earth's history. Eric looked at the white Tyrannosaurus Rex that had not yet been colored and asked, "Can it be completed before June?" Stan Winston knew that Eric planned to start production at the end of June. He nodded and said, "No problem." "What about the CG special effects?" "This is more complicated," Stan Winston said. "If we create a model out of thin air, in order to achieve a more realistic effect, we need to do a lot of calculations and rendering tests on the material of the dinosaur's skin. It's expensive and a waste of time. Therefore, they recently came up with an idea. They plan to use a laser scanner to scan the body of the dinosaur into the computer after the model is completed. This will reduce a lot of work." Eric was satisfied. "That's a good idea. You don't have to worry about the funding. As long as it's necessary, Firefly will definitely support you." It was soon noon. After having lunch in the base's cafeteria, Eric and Stan Winston discussed the design details of the dinosaur model for the entire afternoon. After an unknown amount of time, Eric and Stan Winston were standing under the Tyrannosaurus Rex model. They were talking about something to a design blueprint in Stan Winston's hand. A group of girls who had been in the base for the entire afternoon appeared in front of him again. When Stan Winston saw that Eric was surrounded by a group of girls, he shrugged and walked over to Jeffrey. "Eric, it's already past 4. We have to go home." He didn't expect a day to pass so quickly. Just as Eric was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the reason he was here today. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It was already 4:50. Rodney King's case should have been decided by now, but he didn't hear any news of a riot. From Playa Vista to Beverly Hills, they would definitely have to pass through downtown Los Angeles. The girls in front of him were all beautiful girls. If they were surrounded by thugs, the result would be, Eric couldn't help but shudder. Looking at the beautiful faces in front of him, he said, "Don't go back tonight. Come to my place together later." Hearing this, the 5 women instantly looked at each other. Drew had an indifferent expression, and even seemed a little excited. Julia shrunk her neck, and Elizabeth glared at him with dissatisfaction, thinking that he was becoming more and more of a bastard. Tina Fey and Claudia Schiffer's faces were a little flushed. Emma is still at home," Julia said weakly. "Isn't there a nanny looking after her?" "It's fine." Elizabeth couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Julia. "We're not going to play with you." "I'm going back with Julia." Eric also knew that the girls were a little perverted. However, no matter what, he couldn't let them go at this time. Seeing that Elizabeth was about to leave, Eric reached out and pulled Julia over. "If you want to go, you can go. Julia stays here." "You. How can you do this?" Elizabeth stomped her feet but didn't move anymore. "Then that's it. I'll call the Manor's helicopter to pick us up." Eric didn't look at Elizabeth's face anymore. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Not long after Eric ended the call, Stan Winston hurried in. "Eric, something's happened outside." Eric thought to himself, "It's finally here." He said to the women, "Stay here obediently. Don't run around." After saying that, Eric followed Stan Winston and left the studio quickly. The women looked at each other for a moment. Drew was the first to react. Without thinking, she hurriedly followed them out. Eric told us to wait here." Before Julia could finish her sentence, the other 3 women also followed without hesitation. Obviously, they didn't intend to listen to Eric, and no one paid attention to Julia. It was almost time to get off work, but the entire park was no longer as orderly as before. It was a mess. A large number of employees gathered in the outdoor area in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other while looking at the eastern sky. Not far away, there were some people standing on the rooftop of the three-story administrative building. They seemed to be looking into the distance. There was no need to go to a high place. Standing in the wide square outside the office area, one could see faint black smoke rising from the east of the park. Although there was no internet, such a big incident in downtown Los Angeles still spread throughout the greater Los Angeles area in a very short period of time. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the San Fernando City Court in Los Angeles officially announced that the police officers involved in the Rodney King case were acquitted and released on the spot. After the strong protests of the black community were ignored, they became more and more agitated. In the end, they began to attack the white residents passing by, and it quickly turned into a riot. Eric originally had the attitude that he didn't care as long as the people around him were fine. However, when he saw hundreds of employees from the digital domain and the filming base gathered in the park, Eric realized that he couldn't just leave without a care. Praia Vista was a district of Culver City. Compared to other districts in Los Angeles, the economy of this district was relatively backward. There were also a large number of black people living nearby, which meant that there was a strong element of instability. Through the loudspeakers in the park, Eric managed to unify the chaotic crowd and calm them down. Only then was he able to discuss countermeasures with the management of the base. Right now, things are mainly happening in the south, which is very close to us. Just now, someone tried to break into the park. I've already asked the security guard to close the gate, but the park is too big. It's hard to guarantee that no one will crawl in from somewhere. No one can guarantee this kind of thing, so we can only seal off the photography studio, post-production studio, and other areas. This way, even if someone sneaks in during the chaos, it's unlikely that they can break into these buildings. After all, we still have some security guards in the park. A manager in charge of the logistics of the park pointed to the map of Los Angeles on the table and said. Eric interrupted the park manager, "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's discuss how to get these hundreds of people to leave safely. Anyway, we have the insurance company. Even if something happens to the equipment in the park, we can get the insurance company to pay for it. However, there are hundreds of people in the park now. It's not easy. No matter what, the most important thing is to ensure that our employees are safe." After hearing what Eric said, everyone started to voice their opinions. I just called the Culver City police chief. He said that the rioters are mainly robbing stores and supermarkets now. Often, only lone white people are attacked. So, it's safest to let everyone leave together, especially the female employees. They must be escorted. They must not leave alone, even if they live in an area with good security. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents along the way. I think we should try to avoid the city as much as possible. Go north to Santa Monica, then pass through Beverly Hills. It's definitely safer there. Another person pointed to the map on the table and drew a detour route with his finger. The areas he mentioned were also the areas with the best security in the greater Los Angeles area. If it's the employees who live in the city center, they should stay here tonight. Anyway, we have staff dormitories here. Also, I think it's best for the female employees who live in the city center not to leave today. That's the most chaotic place. It's safer to stay in the studio than to go back. Maybe we can ask the Culver City Police Station for some manpower support. Firefly Cineplex was built here at the invitation of the Culver City government. I don't think they'll just ignore it. If they can send people over, with the help of our own people here, this place will be safer. Eric kept nodding as he listened. When everyone was done, he said, "That's all. Also, inform everyone that it's a holiday from tomorrow onwards. Wait for further notice when to come back to work." An executive hesitantly suggested, "Mr. Williams, I don't think it's necessary to take a holiday. Maybe tomorrow will be fine. Many projects are very tight. Do as I say." Eric waved his hand, too lazy to explain too much. As the situation escalated, it was inevitable that a large number of companies would stop working. It was better to inform them collectively now than to inform them one by one through the phone later. Seeing that Eric had made up his mind, the executives had to accept the decision and quickly dispersed to arrange their own matters. After they left, a few women came over. They already knew what had happened. Eric, you didn't have a premonition that something was going to happen, did you? Elizabeth couldn't help but ask, her eyes shining. Eric rolled up a map in front of him and placed it on top of the filing cabinet. He said, I'm not God. How would I know? Elizabeth obviously didn't believe Eric's words. She snorted and made a sound of doubt. Eric turned his head and patted the dust off his hands before saying, Where's your old man now? Can't you use a nicer name? Elizabeth complained discontentedly before saying, He's in New York, right? What's wrong? Eric pointed to the black smoke that could be vaguely seen outside the window. This is a good opportunity for Fox News Channel. If we seize it, Fox News Channel can avoid detours for several years. In the original spacetime, Fox News Channel seized the opportunity of the September 11th incident in 2001 and rose rapidly to become the second largest news channel in North America, side by side with CNN. Elizabeth thought. For a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed Murdoch's number. Eric stayed in Praia Vista until 7 in the evening. It wasn't until the Culver City Police Department, under Eric's insistence, sent 10 fully armed police officers to Firefly Cineplex to cooperate with the security of the park that Eric took the women back to Point Manor by helicopter. He originally wanted to bring Jeffrey along, but when Jeffrey saw the group of women around Eric, he immediately shook his head. In the end, the matter was resolved when Stan Winston invited Jeffrey to his place in Malibu. After such a big incident, although there were 5 more women in Point Manor, there wasn't much of a different atmosphere. Everyone was gathered in front of the TV, watching Fox's live broadcast of what happened in Los Angeles. As a media mogul, Murdoch was much more sensitive to such a big incident than ordinary people. After receiving Elizabeth's call, Murdoch quickly made arrangements. 2 Fox News Channel's interview helicopters soon hovered over the city where the incident happened, and several teams of reporters on the ground were also sent out. On the TV screen, the originally brightly lit downtown area, which could be seen from Beverly Hills, was now in chaos. There were sirens and fires everywhere. The chaos spread from parts of the southern part of Los Angeles to the whole of Los Angeles in just a few hours. Eric basically spent the whole night on the phone. First, he had to make sure that the employees of Digital Domain and the film studio had returned home safely. At around 9 in the evening, another group of thugs tried to climb over the wall and break into the studio, but they were dispersed by the police stationed at the studio. At the same time, there were also a lot of calls asking if they were safe. It wasn't until after 11 in the morning that the phone stopped ringing. Eric looked at the TV. Fox News Channel was still doing a special report on the incident. It seemed that after this incident, Fox News Channel would definitely be able to gain a foothold. Eric didn't feel much about this kind of thing that was similar to rising in a disaster. This was a capitalistic society, and Murdoch was a very typical capitalist. It was their instinct to turn all available opportunities into capital. It's too late. Go to sleep. If it really doesn't work out, we'll leave Los Angeles tomorrow, Eric said as he looked at his watch. Although Malibu was still very peaceful, no one could be sure what would happen. In addition, Eric didn't have any memories of the incident, so he could only plan for the best. When the worried women heard this, their expressions suddenly became strange. Eric, of course, knew what these women were thinking. He shrugged helplessly. I'm going to sleep first. Whoever wants to freeload can come over. If you don't want to, go find your own room. After saying that, he slowly got up and left amidst the women's soft whispers. Drew looked at Eric's back as he left. She wanted to stand up a few times, but in the end, she sat down. Elizabeth picked up an apple from the fruit plate in front of her and took a few bites. She said, If you want to go, then go. Who can stop you? I'm going to my own bedroom, Drew snorted softly and stood up a little proudly. Among all of Eric's women, only Drew had a fixed bedroom in the villa. Julia called Beverly Hills and made sure that the little guy over there was asleep. She also stood up and stretched before walking out of the living room. Elizabeth glanced at Tina Fey and Claudia Schiffer, said goodnight, and got up to follow them out. Tina Fey and Claudia Schiffer looked at each other awkwardly. They didn't treat themselves as outsiders like the other 3 women. Eric and Drew didn't arrange a bedroom for them. The 2 women didn't even know which room to go to. The 2 women stared at the TV screen blankly until midnight. Claudia thought for a while and said, "Why don't we go to sleep too?" "Okay," Tina Fey nodded but didn't move from her seat. Claudia had to stand up first and turn off the TV. Tina Fey then followed Claudia to the second floor. "I remember that I stayed in this room last time," Claudia pointed at a guest room on the second floor and said softly with a slightly red face. She couldn't help but think of the scene where she was tricked by Drew last time. Tina Fey also lowered her voice slightly. "Then can I sleep with you?" Claudia nodded. She knew that Tina Fey's situation was similar to hers. If she hadn't stayed here for a night, Claudia wouldn't know which room was the guest room. Thinking of this, Claudia grabbed the door handle and twisted it, only to find that the door was locked from the inside. Moreover, there was laughter coming from the room. At the same time, Elizabeth's voice sounded. "You bastard, go wherever you want. Don't disturb us." The two women instantly understood that this guest room was already occupied by Elizabeth and Julia. Moreover, they thought that they were some elegant thief on the night shift. After looking at each other for a moment, Claudia pointed at the end of the corridor where Eric's master bedroom was. "Why don't we go?" asked Mr. Williams. For some reason, Claudia didn't mention asking Drew. Perhaps she felt that Eric was the owner of this villa. Tina Fey didn't seem to think too much about it. She hummed softly and the two women walked towards Eric's bedroom together. When Eric woke up the next morning, he couldn't help but find it funny when he recalled last night. When he opened the door in the middle of the night and heard the two women asking in a timid tone, Eric stared at the two women's faces and closed the bedroom door with a bang, directly trapping the two little lambs that came to him. After putting on his clothes and getting up, Eric looked at the women who were pretending to be asleep and said, "It's still early now. You can sleep a little longer." Seeing that Eric closed the door, Claudia then said to Tina Fey, "All right, he knows that you're awake." Tina Fey couldn't pretend anymore. She pulled a pillow to cover her face and said in a muffled voice, oh my God, what have I done? Oh my God." Seeing Tina Fey's big reaction, Claudia, who was originally a little depressed, relaxed a little. Although she was born in a good family and didn't have to walk the path of many supermodels who relied on their bodies to fight for their positions, Claudia had seen all kinds of strange things in the circle during her few years as a model. Compared to Tina Fey, who was born in a conservative middle-class family, Claudia was obviously more open-minded. Seeing that Tina Fey was still using a pillow to cover her head after a while, Claudia couldn't help but laugh. "You didn't object last night, did you?" Tina Fey recalled the situation last night and felt even more depressed. "I think I should have. Oh my, he didn't even give me a chance to speak. No wonder Miss Murdoch said that he's a bastard." On the second day of the Los Angeles riot, although Claudia Schiffer and Tina Fey came out of Eric's bedroom one after another early in the morning, none of the women left as the incident was still fermenting in the city. Of course, Eric was bound to have a crusade against them, but they were basically ignored by Eric. After all, they couldn't poke a hole in his body. In the morning, the Manor's helicopter returned to Beverly Hills and picked up a certain little one. With Emma, who was running around the villa like a little mouse, as a buffer, the atmosphere in the villa also became gentle. In order to protect their privacy, Julia didn't bring the nanny along. Perhaps she wanted to show her maternal side in front of Eric. The five women took the initiative to take care of the little one, but it was obvious that none of them were good at taking care of children. Take Julia for example. Thinking about Emma Roberts, who had the same personality as Fei Fei in the original Spacetime, it was obvious what Julia's education level was. Although he had already planned to leave Los Angeles, the incident lasted for 3 days and didn't affect Malibu. Eric also gave up on the idea. Since he had nothing to do in the villa, he began to discuss the preparation of the 3 companies with Chris on the phone all day long. When the incident happened, Chris was recruiting staff for the 3 companies at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In the early 90s, the 2 most advanced universities in the United States in computer technology, one was Stanford University. The founders of famous internet companies such as Yahoo and Google came from Stanford University. The other one was Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The famous father of the internet, Tim Berners-Lee, was a professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chris told Eric that he had contacted Tim Berners-Lee himself. Tim Berners-Lee was the person who proposed and promoted the concept of the World Wide Web. The so-called World Wide Web was the predecessor of the International Internet. Later on, the websites that started with www on the Internet were all members of the World Wide Web Alliance. Chris said on the phone that Tim Berners-Lee was very interested in the graphical interface browser, but at the same time, Tim Berners-Lee was also full of concerns about this project. As early as a few years ago, Tim Berners-Lee and others developed a non-graphical interface web browser software. However, when he realized that once the web browser was used for commercial operations, it was likely to cause the Internet to be torn apart due to software standards and other issues, so he finally gave up the idea. Eric soon realized the importance of Tim Berners-Lee. Tim Berners-Lee was the chairman of the World Wide Web Alliance, and he had the power to set many technical standards for the early stages of the Internet. If he could get on good terms with this person, or even go one step further and pull this person under his wing, then it would be like adding wings to a tiger in the high-tech Internet industry. Through Chris's introduction, Eric contacted Tim Berners-Lee himself through the phone. In the face of an MIT professor, Eric's poor computer knowledge was completely useless. Fortunately, he could see the future and knew the development trend of the Internet industry like the back of his hand. Therefore, the two chatted very happily on the phone. Tim Berners-Lee praised Eric's many ideas about the development of the Internet. The two chatted for more than an hour. In the end, Eric took the opportunity to invite Tim Berners-Lee to Los Angeles as a guest. At the same time, he wanted to discuss his thoughts on the Internet Explorer, i.e., company in more detail. Eric didn't expect Tim Berners-Lee to be more straightforward than him. He directly agreed to come to Los Angeles this weekend. After all, Los Angeles was still in a riot. Since Tim Berners-Lee was so eager, Eric certainly wouldn't object. He even specially sent a private jet of Firefly Pictures to Massachusetts to pick him up. The Los Angeles incident was still ongoing. It was the election year of the United States. Eric estimated that George H.W. Bush must be the most upset. Because of the victory of the Gulf War, George H.W. Bush's voter support was much higher than his opponents, and he had a great chance of being re-elected. However, everyone knew that no matter what the outcome of the Los Angeles riot was, it was bound to affect George H.W. Bush's public support. Eric couldn't help but think that Bill Clinton's narrow victory in the United States election in the original spacetime might have something to do with this very timely riot. On the third day of the Los Angeles riot, sporadic riots occurred in major cities on the east and west coasts of the United States. Racial issues had always been the last thing that the United States rulers wanted to face. Therefore, George H.W. Bush could only say something like intolerable in a televised speech. He didn't mention racial conflicts at all. At the same time, it wasn't until the third day of the incident that a large number of people in Los Angeles took the initiative to take to the streets and asked the federal government to quell the riot as soon as possible. California Governor Peter Wilson also asked the federal government for help in the name of California. George H.W. Bush then ordered a large number of National Guards and Marines to go to Los Angeles. Although the federal government didn't send troops to quell the riot until the third day and was attacked by a large number of media outlets, many people knew that President Bush had no choice but to do so. At the beginning of the incident, public opinion was boiling. Because of the misdirection of the incomplete videotape, 90% of the citizens believed that the 4 police officers who assaulted Rodney King were guilty. Sending troops to quell the riot at this time was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Only after a few days of chaos, when the people themselves realized that doing so would only harm their own interests, could the riot be stopped. When a large number of National Guards were on the streets to arrest people, Tim Berners-Lee also came to Los Angeles. In order not to leave the impression of a playboy on the MIT professor, although that was the truth, Eric sent a few women out at the last minute, leaving only Julia. As for the reason, it was because a certain little girl seemed to have fallen in love with the Point Matter. When she left, she cried loudly and refused to get into the car. When a helicopter landed on the helipad of the Point Matter, Eric was still holding the tearful little Emma in his arms. A middle-aged man in his 30s with messy hair and sunken eyes got off the helicopter and walked towards Eric with a smile. Behind him was Chris, who was curious when he saw the little girl in Eric's arms. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Lee. The little girl cried just now and I just coaxed her." Eric held little Emma in one hand and shook hands with Tim Berners-Lee with the other. "Of course, it's okay," Tim Berners-Lee said with a smile. "Eric, I didn't expect you to have a child." "No, this isn't my child, actually." Eric pointed to Julia, who was next to him. Just as he was speaking, little Emma, who was sucking her fingers, called out, "Daddy." Although this tender voice was still a little muffled, everyone present could clearly hear what the little one was shouting. Eric's face darkened, and he wanted to explain, but little Emma quickly extended her little hand to Julia and added, "Mommy. It must be Drew. It must be this little girl who did something bad." Eric clearly remembered that this little girl had been secretly teaching the little girl to say something with a photo frame. He didn't expect it to be this. Although it was already the 1990s, Westerners still generally felt that having an illegitimate child was a very shameful thing. Many people, such as Steve Jobs, were unwilling to admit that they had an illegitimate child, so the situation was a little awkward. Eric felt a sense of helplessness deep in his heart. He passed it to Julia, who was covering her mouth and snickering. Looking at Tim Berners-Lee, who had some contempt in his eyes, Eric knew that he must have thought that he was a guy who didn't want to take responsibility. He helplessly spread out his hands and said, "Okay, I'm her father." "What's going on?" Chris walked over at this time. Julia shook Emma in her arms and saw the expressions of Tim Berners-Lee and Chris. She then took the initiative to explain for Eric, "Mr. Lee, she's actually my brother's daughter. After his girlfriend gave birth to the child, neither of them were willing to raise her, so I adopted her." Chris also said, "Oh, I remember, this matter was in the newspaper last year. Your brother's name is Eric Roberts, right?" Julia nodded. Of course, it was impossible for Tim Berners-Lee not to know Julia. After hearing Julia and Chris' explanation, he also realized that he had misunderstood Eric. "Then, don't stand here, let's go in." Eric made an inviting gesture while thinking about how to deal with the little girl who was causing trouble. It was already noon. After lunch, Eric brought Chris and Tim Berners-Lee to the glass wall of Linhai to talk about the graphical interface browser. Although Eric gave 3 plans, Chris only described the browser project to Tim Berners-Lee in detail. Although he was slightly shocked by the endless blue sky and blue sea outside the glass wall, Tim Berners-Lee quickly regained his composure and talked about the browser. "Eric, what I'm worried about is that once the graphical interface browser is commercially operated and achieves good results, it will definitely attract other software manufacturers to join the competition. Every manufacturer will set its own network protocol rules for its browser, and the website will definitely not be able to adapt to all browsers. This will cause the internet to be divided. The reason why I didn't commercialize the browser software we designed a few years ago was because I considered this. I hope to build a global information exchange network, not a scene where the internet is torn apart because of different network protocols." Eric listened carefully to Tim Berners-Lee's words, but in his heart, he felt that Tim Berners-Lee was too idealistic. In this capitalistic society, if there was a 100% profit, capital could commit any crime. In the future, the output of the internet would reach trillions of dollars. Such a fat piece of meat could not be controlled by idealism. Although Tim Berners-Lee had been dedicated to the free promotion of the World Wide Web, there was still a browser war between Netscape and Internet Explorer in the mid-1990s. Although Netscape was eventually eliminated, Google Chrome and Firefox appeared. Although everyone began to implement the free strategy later, Internet Explorer was never able to dominate the world. When Tim Berners-Lee finished speaking, Eric asked, "Mr. Lee, after saying so much, you actually want the graphical interface browser we developed to be free to users, right?" "Yes, if the graphical interface browser can be free to users, it will definitely greatly increase the speed of promotion of the World Wide Web." Tim Berners-Lee raised his hand and said, "Look, Eric, you're already so rich, why don't you do something more meaningful?" Eric smiled, picked up the coffee pot on the table, and poured some more coffee for Tim Berners-Lee. He said, "Mr. Lee, I'm a movie maker, so let's use movies as an example. After Edison invented the camera, the first black and white silent movie, Factory Gate, appeared in 1895. It was a short film played at the speed of 16 frames per second. Because the technology was very crude, the people in the picture looked like marionettes." Tim Berners-Lee wondered, "Eric, I don't quite understand." Does this have anything to do with what we're discussing? Eric made a gesture to calm him down and said, after a few more years, long silent movies appeared and quickly became an industry. In the 1920s, there were sound movies. In the 1940s, there were color movies. In the 60s, there were 3D movies. In the 80s, there were home videos. As we all know, the more convenient DVD technology has also been developed. What do you think is the factor driving all this? Tim Berners-Lee was not an old-fashioned bookworm. Of course, he could understand the meaning of Eric's words. Eric smiled and continued, its interests. Because of the drive of interests, the film technology has been reformed and developed again and again. Without the drive of interests, what we are seeing now is likely to be the silent black and white pictures played at 16 frames per second like puppets in 1895. Eric, I don't refuse the company to make profits. I just hope that we can reduce some of our differences and build a unified information exchange network platform that can coexist with each other. Eric nodded and said, Mr. Lee, in fact, I have the same goal as you. I also hope to have a unified network platform. It's just that the way we achieve the goal is somewhat different. You want to share it freely, but I want to monopolize it. Tim Berners-Lee smiled and said, Eric, I'm a little surprised by your honesty. Successful people often had a stubborn side. Tim Berners-Lee was not only the person who proposed the concept of the World Wide Web, but also the inventor of the world's first website server. If such a person was willing to set up a company and commercialize his research results, he would have become a billionaire long ago. However, as an idealist, Tim Berners-Lee gave up the wealth at his fingertips and instead chose to publicize his research results to the outside world for free. Such a person was definitely worthy of respect. Eric and Tim Berners-Lee chatted for a whole day. Although the conversation was very pleasant and they admired each other very much, Tim Berners-Lee was still unwilling to give up his insistence on free sharing. It wasn't that Eric couldn't completely abandon Tim Berners-Lee and set up an IE company and develop a graphical interface browser according to his own ideas, but in that case, he would lose the opportunity to directly participate in the development of the Internet protocol. In the evening, the two people sitting opposite each other were quiet. Chris, who was next to him, also silently looked at the sunset on the sea. Tim Berners-Lee picked up his coffee cup again, crossed his legs, and followed Chris to look at the burning sunset outside the glass curtain wall. He knew that Eric was about to make the final decision. After a long time, Eric said, Mr. Lee, I can agree to the IE browser being free. Tim Berners-Lee smiled, and Chris looked at Eric in surprise. Among the three projects, Chris had always felt that IE had the most commercial potential. If Eric chose to make this project free, the loss would not be small, but Chris did not raise any objections on the spot. The free strategy was almost an inevitable trend in software development. Although Eric did not know much about the browser software industry, he also knew that software sales were often the most insignificant part of the income of many internet companies. The most important thing was users. As long as a large enough number of users were accumulated, the value-added services on their own platforms would be the most profitable part of the internet company's profits. However, I have a few conditions, Eric continued. Tim Berners-Lee gestured for him to speak. Eric said, First of all, Mr. Lee, I hope that you can be a senior technical consultant of IE. I can promise you that. Tim Berners-Lee nodded without hesitation. Eric continued, The second condition is that when the World Wide Web Alliance formulates the Internet protocol, it must lean towards the Internet Explorer's technical standards to a certain extent. In return, IE can donate a sum of research and development funds to the World Wide Web Foundation every year. At the same time, even though IE is free to the public, we still have the right to apply for patents. Tim Berners-Lee had given up the patent application for the website server and the World Wide Web technology. At the same time, he had also given up the opportunity to become a billionaire. However, Eric did not have the awareness to be such a philanthropist. His philosophy was that the software he developed with his own funds could be used by others for free, but what was his was still his. Others could use it, but they could not take it for themselves. Tim Berners-Lee knew that Eric still didn't give up the idea of monopolizing the market. However, this seemed to be the best solution. He didn't want to commercialize his own technological achievements, but he couldn't ask others to do so based on his own standards. Eric, as far as I'm concerned, I can agree to your second condition, but I still need to discuss this matter with the other members. Of course, Eric nodded. He knew that Tim Berners-Lee had a high prestige in the World Wide Web Alliance. Since he had personally agreed to these conditions, there wouldn't be many accidents. Tim Berners-Lee returned to MIT the next day. Although the Los Angeles riots were still ongoing, the situation had stabilized. After a new week, people went back to work, and Eric continued to be busy with the preparations for Jurassic Park. The most important dinosaur models needed for the movie had all been determined, and the CG special effects artists in the digital field had begun to develop the dinosaur special effects technology. As the producer of Jurassic Park, Jerry Bruckheimer had also been contacting the shooting location of Jurassic Park during this period of time. The main shooting location, Kauai, had been determined. During the Los Angeles riots, Jerry Bruckheimer had been looking for the amber mine scene in several Central American islands. Eric was involved in the most important casting work of the movie. Perhaps because the memory in his mind was too clear, Eric didn't like any of the materials submitted for the audition. In the end, he asked someone to contact Sam Neill. Sam Neill had joined the film and television industry in the 1970s. Although his acting skills were good, he hadn't been popular. Except for the occasional supporting role in some mainstream commercial films, he had been in the circle of small independent films for the rest of his time. After receiving Firefly's invitation for Jurassic Park, Sam Neill was of course overjoyed. Without seeing the script at all, he personally called and agreed to the matter. But then another problem appeared. Before receiving the invitation for Jurassic Park, Sam Neill had signed on as the second male lead in a sci-fi film, The Invisible Man Who Walked Through the Wall. The film was said to have an investment of $40 million, but Eric didn't have any impression of it. It must have been a flop. Although The Invisible Man Who Walked Through the Wall was barely a big production, the second male lead in this movie couldn't be compared to the first male lead in Jurassic Park. Sam Neill immediately chose to terminate the contract with Warner. It was very common for actors to change roles in a film, even during the filming process. But after learning the reason for Sam Neill's termination, the shrewd Warner was unwilling to do so. There had always been controversy within Warner about the Invisible Man Who Walked Through the Wall project. Therefore, although the film's investment was as high as $40 million, the cast was very simple. Among all the actors, only Daryl Hannah, who had acted in famous films such as Wall Street, Steel Magnolias, and Blade Runner, was somewhat famous. The male lead, Chevy Chase, was a middle-aged actor about the same age as Sam Neill. At the same time, he was in the same situation as Sam Neill. Warner realized that this was a very good opportunity. After all, Eric's movies often made some of the less famous actors become famous overnight. Therefore, Warner directly raised the price by using the actor's contract in their hands as an excuse. They proposed that if Eric wanted Sam Neill, he would have to be the executive producer of The Invisible Man Who Walked Through the Wall. Eric's movies as a producer had never failed. Warner obviously wanted to use Eric's personal box office appeal. Not only that, Warner also promoted Sam Neill to the role of the male lead. When it came to the actor's contract, if one didn't take it seriously, the contract would be terminated and everyone would part on good terms. After all, a movie's investment was easily tens of millions. No one had the time to wrangle with each other. However, if one took it seriously, it would be a lot more troublesome. It was not unheard of to fight a lawsuit for a few years. Of course, Eric couldn't be the executive producer of a movie that he had never heard of. After reading the script from Warner, he was even more reluctant. Apart from the gimmick of the Invisible Man, there wasn't much new in the script. The plot was also a little scattered. However, Warner had already invested a lot of money in the early stages of the project. They had spent millions of dollars. It was impossible to cancel the movie project. He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. After a week of negotiations, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Eric would be the executive producer of another Warner movie, and Sam Neill would be the male lead of The Invisible Man Who Walked Through the Wall. After the shooting of Jurassic Park was completed, they would continue to shoot this movie. After some deliberation, Eric finally chose a movie that Warner was shooting. The male lead happened to be Kevin Costner, who won the Best Director and Best Actor award for Dances with Wolves this year. The movie was called Bodyguard. The executive producer's power was very broad. He could be in charge of everything, or he could not be in charge of anything. The most famous executive producer in Hollywood was Spielberg. On average, Spielberg would be the executive producer of at least 5 movies every year. While arguing with Warner about Sam Neill's contract, Eric was also busy with the female lead and other supporting roles. Eric chose a little boy from Spielberg's Captain Hawk. The other little girl was recommended by Jerry Bruckheimer. Eric readily gave Jerry Bruckheimer face. However, Eric did not tell Jerry that the little girl would become the most unpopular character in Jurassic Park. Eric remembered that in the original spacetime, Jurassic Park was popular all over the world. However, John Hardman's granddaughter became the most hated character in Jurassic Park because of her stupid behavior. Therefore, the production company simply cancelled the production of the little girl's real-life figurine. During the audition process for the female lead, Nicole, who was nervously filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith, brought Parker Kingsley to Eric and recommended an actress that Parker Kingsley had recently signed. After Parker Kingsley terminated her contract with Tom Cruise, she quickly signed a few actors with good potential. Originally, Parker Kingsley planned to get the male lead role in Jurassic Park after Nicole's reminder. The information had already been handed to Eric, but Eric already had the best candidate in mind. Parker Kingsley could only settle for the second best and set her sights on the female lead. Coincidentally, when Eric saw the actress recommended by Parker Kingsley, he was very surprised. The actress was about 27 or 28 years old. She was tall and had small eyes, but her smile made people feel comfortable. Most importantly, this actress named Helen Hunt happened to be the female lead of Tornado in the original spacetime. From Parker Kingsley, Eric knew that Helen Hunt's career in the film industry had not improved. She originally planned to act in a TV series, but under Parker Kingsley's persuasion, she quickly decided to give it a shot and signed her contract with Parker Kingsley. She also actively fought for the opportunity to be the female lead in Jurassic Park. Although Eric understood Nicole's intentions, he did not care. In the past few years, Eric had deeply understood that Hollywood was actually a small circle of people. Although the standard audition process had been carried out, more often than not, actors and directors or producers would chat casually and have a few meals, and the role would be decided. Therefore, Eric did not object to Nicole's small circle of people. Moreover, Helen Hunt had won the Oscar for Best Actress in As Perfect as Can in the original spacetime, which meant that this woman's acting was definitely not a problem. After the audition, Eric was even more satisfied, so he quickly signed the contract with her. The days of May passed, and the 1992 summer holiday was coming. The aftermath of the Los Angeles riots gradually dissipated. Although during the riots, some incidents of black people saving white people were greatly exaggerated by the media, which played a role in mitigating the racial conflict, in fact, many things had not changed. Not only that, but because of the impact of the riots, discrimination was even more intense. In Los Angeles, there were many cases of property owners firing black employees because they felt that black employees were a very unstable factor. In addition, Los Angeles County also announced to the public that the case of Rodney King would be reopened. Eric knew that this case would only have one result, and that was guilty. Moreover, the fuse of the riots, a parolee Mr. Rodney King, who was in prison for robbery and drunkenness, timely sued Los Angeles County, seeking a huge amount of personal compensation. According to the information released by the media, Mr. Rodney King asked Los Angeles County for a compensation of $54 million at the price of $1 million per stick. In the so-called violent video, Rodney King was beaten a total of 54 times. After reading the news, Eric could only sneer. It was destined that nothing would change. Although Los Angeles County could not pay the huge compensation of $54 million, the final compensation would definitely be in the millions, and the money would come from the taxpayers. However, this time Eric thought that the taxpayers who had been devastated by the riots would definitely not complain about the injustice. Perhaps to drive away the shock caused by the Los Angeles riots, when the crime action movie Lethal Weapon 3 was released on May 15, people flocked to the cinema. The third installment of Warner's classic series earned more than $40 million at the box office in the first week, which was a good start for the 1992 summer season. It also made many Hollywood studios, who were worried about the impact of the Los Angeles riots on the summer box office, breathe a sigh of relief. On May 22, the third installment of another classic series was released. However, Alien 3 did not have such a good fate. It only earned $20 million at the box office in the first week, which was only half of the box office of Lethal Weapon 3. However, the cost of this sequel was 1.5 times that of Lethal Weapon 3. Although he had an impression of it in his memory, Eric still took the time to watch the movie in the cinema in person. Because Alien 3 was the same as the previous two movies, it still had a famous director, David Fincher. As a director who started out by shooting music videos, David Fincher seemed to have become a different person after picking up the movie guide. Although it was his first movie, Alien 3 had already reflected David Fincher's classic dark thriller style. The $20 million box office in the first week was far below Fox's expectations. Based on the movie's reputation, the North American box office of this sequel was likely to not even reach the cost line. If there were no external interference, David Fincher would definitely return to his original business of shooting music videos for a few more years. A week after the movie was released, Eric heard that Fox had terminated the contract with David Fincher. At the same time, a senior executive in Fox's production department who had recommended David Fincher to be the director was also kicked out of the company. Although Eric was very interested in David Fincher, he was not in a hurry to contact him. After all, no studio would invite this rookie director who had just messed up the Alien series in the short term. Originally, Disney planned to release Nuns Go Crazy in the last week of May. However, after Eric's special instructions, Disney changed the release date of Nuns Go Crazy to July 10 in order to avoid bumping into the blockbusters released in June. Starting from late May, Eric led the production team of Tornado to start the final promotion of the movie. Although Eric's movies did not have a fixed style, the excellent quality of each movie still accumulated a large number of fans. In addition, the movie was released after 2 years, and the visual impact of the trailer at the Super Bowl, the fans were generally full of high expectations for Tornado. At the end of May, after several rounds of pre-screening, reviews of Tornado appeared in the media one after another. Although many film critics did not have a high evaluation of this popcorn movie without any connotation, it could not be denied that the scenes in the movie were breathtaking and realistic CG effects. Under the public relations of Firefly, Tornado also won a good reputation. With everything in place, May finally came to an end. The storm of the Los Angeles riots seemed to have completely died down. Whether it was the newspapers or the television media, they rarely mentioned this world-shaking event. After all, it was not a very glorious thing, either internally or externally. However, it was not so easy to forget what had happened. Not only that, some people even wanted to let people remember these things more deeply in order to bring about some reflection. For example, in front of them, there was such a person sitting in Eric's office. A woman. She was tall, with a straight back and a beautiful face with a bit of heroic spirit. She wore a black slim-fit jacket, dark blue jeans, and a pair of hard-soled leather boots on her feet. She seemed to be always so meticulous. This was a very heart-wrenching riot. There were many links before it happened. If we had paid a little attention, this tragedy would definitely not have happened again. But now, it seems that no one is willing to carefully reflect on the root cause of this tragedy. So, I want to make a documentary about this incident. The specific materials are all here. Catherine Bigelow said as she pushed a thick folder in front of Eric. She retracted her hand and added with some hesitation, "This documentary will definitely not affect the production of Saving Private Ryan. I will produce the documentary before the end of the year, and it will only require a budget of $5 million. Eric nodded and opened the folder. He took out the thick printed documents and lowered his head to read them. Catherine Bigelow could not see Eric's expression when he lowered his head, so she turned her attention to the hand that was flipping the pages. Eric's speed of flipping the pages was neither fast nor slow. Catherine Bigelow waited quietly for a while and suddenly couldn't help but say, "Don't tell me you already know?" Eric looked up at the woman, closed the project documents in front of him, opened the file cabinet next to him, and quickly took out two similar folders. For some reason, Catherine, who saw these, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She had a rare impulse to lower her head to avoid Eric's gaze. I got this from Warner's president, Robert Daly, a week ago. This one was given to me by Fox. It's so sad, Catherine. I didn't expect to be your last choice. I always thought we were good friends. After noticing the subtle change in the woman's expression, Eric deliberately showed a pained expression. It's not like that. The reason why I contacted Warner and Fox first was because Warner's CNN and Fox's Fox News had enough news material to use, Catherine Bigelow explained in a slightly faster tone. However, she soon noticed the unconcealable smile on Eric's face. She realized that this little man was habitually teasing her again. The woman immediately put away her expression. Eric, you're doing this again, you. The woman was somewhat clumsily searching for suitable words to condemn him when Eric had already raised his hands in surrender. Okay, Catherine, let's stop joking. Let's talk about the documentary. Catherine was stunned. She was a little helpless, but she still made a please go ahead expression. Okay. Eric twirled the paper in front of him with his fingers and said in a somewhat serious tone, although some media blamed the high unemployment rate in recent years and the huge illegal immigrant group in Los Angeles, in fact, everyone knows that the root cause of the Los Angeles riots is the deep-rooted racial conflict. This problem is very special. Even the president didn't dare to bluntly address this problem in his speech on TV. So, what are you going to do? I'm not going to express any opinions. I just want to show the cause and effect of this incident in a documentary from a complete bystander's perspective, Catherine said. She suddenly remembered that the original intention of this idea came from something Eric once said to her about her movie. Thinking of this, the woman could not help but look up at the young man opposite her. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away. Eric did not seem to notice this detail and continued, now is not the right time. The presidential election is coming soon. No matter which side, no one is willing to express too many opinions on this matter. Everyone is trying to downplay this matter. Eric, I'm not a politician, Catherine said seriously. Eric looked at the woman's firm gaze and sighed in his heart. Catherine, you should know that there are always too many people in this world who are used to speculating about the motives of certain things with the most malicious thoughts. Catherine shook her head. I don't care. Okay, then do it. Eric stuffed the documents back into the document bag. I'll help you contact Fox News and ask them to release the news materials they have accumulated some time ago. If it's not enough, I can also try CNN. Thank you, Eric. Catherine was a little touched. In addition to preparing the materials this month, she spent most of her time in contact with Warner Brothers and Fox. However, she had been running into a wall. The two film companies were indifferent to her documentary plan. Warner Brothers was worried about the impact of this incident. After all, if CNN, a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, had not released the incomplete law enforcement video first, the storm would not have been so big. During this period, CNN had been under a lot of pressure from all sides. Now that the matter had finally settled down, Warner Brothers was eager for everyone to forget about this incident. Fox, on the other hand, could not see the profit prospects of this documentary. Although the investment of $5 million was not a large amount, Fox was aware that they did not have the hobby of throwing money away. Eric put away the documents and smiled. Is it just a verbal thank you? I thought you would at least treat me to a meal. It's almost time to get off work now. Catherine thought for a while and nodded. Then, okay. Eric put the documents back into the file cabinet and took out 2 movie tickets. In return, I'll treat you to a movie after dinner. The pre-screening of Tornado. There's no need for that. Catherine was stunned and found an excuse. I don't like to go home too late. Of course, I know. It won't affect your rest. I can send you home personally. I have a car. I can go back by myself. Catherine's tone was almost a little flustered. Eric looked at his watch and said, then it's settled. Where do you want to eat? I'll be your guest. Catherine stood up with Eric and said, "A friend recommended a Chinese restaurant nearby. We can go there." The two of them left Firefly's headquarters and went all the way to a Chinese restaurant with exquisite decoration. However, although Eric saw that there were not many customers in the Chinese restaurant, after they ordered, dinner took a long time to be served. Looking at the skinny dumplings on the plate and the scattered tomato scrambled eggs on the other plate, Eric could not help but complain. "Catherine, I'm really a little suspicious. What was your friend thinking when he recommended this restaurant to you?" Catherine's expression was a little awkward. When they were together in New York last year, she vaguely remembered that Eric liked Chinese food, so she deliberately brought him here. Now, she also felt like she was cheated. Maybe we didn't order the right dishes. Don't many Chinese restaurants have some specialty dishes? The other dishes are often more ordinary. Why don't you order something else? Eric looked around. At this time in the evening, if the food in this restaurant was delicious, it would be full. However, there were less than half of the customers now. Forget it. Eric looked at the woman's embarrassed expression and shook his head. He skillfully picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and tasted it. He said, "Actually, it's not bad. I'll be full if I order one more." "Then order one more," Catherine said. She waved at the waiter who was wearing a very awkward Tang suit not far away and gave a few instructions. Then, she said to Eric, "I haven't been here before. Next time, I'll treat you to a restaurant I'm more familiar with." "Of course, no problem. Don't forget, I have a very good memory," Eric said with a smile. "I won't," Catherine imitated Eric. She picked up the chopsticks next to her and tried to pick up the dumplings on the plate. In the end, she gave up and changed to a familiar knife and fork. Perhaps the lousy dinner had diverted some of their attention, but the two of them slowly started chatting again. For more than a year, Catherine had been leading a small team to collect information about World War II, and she regularly handed the collected information to Eric. However, because Catherine deliberately avoided him, the two did not meet much. Eric could only attribute the reason to the fact that it was difficult to guess a woman's mind. He could see that Catherine did not dislike him, but perhaps because the age gap between the two was too big, there had always been some estrangement when they got along. After dinner, Eric and Catherine drove together to a theater on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The tickets in their hands were for the screening at 8 o'clock sharp. When the two arrived, it was already 8:15. They hurriedly bought some popcorn and walked in together. Although there were still a few days before the public release of Tornado, out of absolute confidence in the quality of the film, a small-scale pre-screening had begun a week before the public release. For a movie of poor quality, pre-screening would only cause it to lose its reputation among the audience in advance. However, for a good movie, an appropriate screening would instead accumulate the enthusiasm of the audience. Although Tornado did not have much depth and connotation, it was a standard high-quality popcorn movie. The official release is on June 5, but so far, Tornado has earned more than $2 million in box office in less than 50 theaters in 3 days. After the two found a seat, Eric couldn't help but show off a little. When Catherine heard Eric's words, she glanced at him and raised the corner of her lips, but didn't say anything. However, the woman thought that she had caught him in a moment that matched his age. After all, he was just a young boy in his early 20s. Perhaps Catherine herself didn't realize that when she was with Eric, she always habitually captured the words and actions of Eric that were more suitable for his age. Maybe he just wanted to remind her of something. Who knew? After Eric finished his sentence, he didn't speak again. The two quietly turned their attention to the big screen. At this time, the movie had been playing for about 20 minutes. The first storm was about to hit. 2 teams of people rushed to the location of the tornado. Because she had been influenced, or poisoned, by too many European film masters, Catherine wasn't too interested in this typical commercial film. Of course, living in Hollywood, she didn't hate this kind of commercial film as much as European literary film directors. Catherine just subconsciously put most of her attention on the blonde woman with beautiful eyes wearing a white vest in the movie. The woman's performance in the interaction with the male lead's new girlfriend was very good. Although she deliberately dressed up for the role of a meteorologist, it still couldn't hide the woman's beautiful appearance. In the dim light, she secretly glanced at Eric. She knew that the female lead named Joanna Pakula in the movie was still the woman of the man next to her. This greedy little bastard. Feeling the woman's gaze, Eric looked over questioningly. Catherine quickly turned her head and looked at the big screen again. Soon, the protagonist's team encountered the first tornado. Looking at the scene on the screen where the tornado rolled up the trucks and tractors one by one with terrifying momentum, Catherine finally felt a little shocked. As a film director, she knew that no company had ever made such realistic tornado special effects before. The surrounding audience also let out a low exclamation at this time. With the appearance of the first tornado, the pace of the movie accelerated. On average, there would be a hurricane scene every 10 minutes, which was too much for the eyes to take in. The cool scene attracted a burst of exclamations from time to time. Because tornado appeared a few years in advance, before this, in terms of CG special effects, only Terminator 2, which used liquid metal robot special effects, caused a similar sensation. The audience hadn't experienced the impact of CG special effects such as Jurassic Park yet. Therefore, it brought about such an enthusiastic reaction from the live audience. When the movie ended with the majestic symphony sound, the theater was already filled with applause before the lights were turned on. The two followed the crowd out of the theater and walked slowly toward the parking lot. Catherine said, "The soundtrack of the movie is very nice." Eric said, "I have a sample of the soundtrack. I'll give you a copy." "Thank you." Catherine didn't refuse. She couldn't help but say, "The female lead is also very beautiful." "Ah, I can't give this to you," Eric joked. Catherine smiled, and the two walked to the car together. Eric considerately opened the door for the woman and watched her get in the car. He leaned against the door and asked with a smile, "Are you sure you don't want me to send you back?" Catherine glared at him and didn't say anything. She continued to fasten her seatbelt. "How about you send me back?" "I don't mind." Eric looked at the woman's movements and continued to smile. Catherine fastened her seatbelt, turned her head, and forced Eric away with her eyes. She reached out and slammed the door. With the sound of the engine, the white BMW drove on the road. It first drove slowly for a short distance, then suddenly accelerated. It was as if it would be pressed down by a giant beast if it slowed down for a second. Eric watched the woman's car disappear into the traffic. He shrugged and whispered to himself. He smiled and walked to his car. Catherine drove all the way back to her residence in Coldwater Canyon in Beverly Hills. She felt that her somewhat rapid heartbeat had calmed down a lot. She parked the car, opened the door and walked into the living room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a furry little guy meowed and ran over. It was probably starving. Catherine took the cat food and poured it into the little guy's bowl. Then, she leaned against the sofa in the living room tiredly. After some time, the yellow kitten with big ears walked over with small steps after it was full. It jumped lightly onto the sofa and leaned over. Catherine carried the little fellow over and placed her on her lap. "Bossy said, Bossy, do you also think that I'm a boring woman?" The little guy, who was comfortable lying on its owner's lap, just curled its furry body into a ball. It found a more comfortable position and narrowed its eyes. It had no intention of answering its owner at all. Catherine looked at the little guy's lazy appearance. She reached out and gently pulled the kitten's big ears. An inaudible sigh floated in the air. After the last period of craziness, the time for Tornado to be released finally came. This was the first big-budget movie released by Firefly Pictures after acquiring Disney. Several other Hollywood film companies had their eyes on this movie. Although Tornado had accumulated a very solid reputation after several rounds of pre-screening, no one knew how much the movie's box office potential was until the moment it was released on a large scale. After all, there were cases of movies that received good reviews during pre-screening but failed at the box office. On the evening of June 4, Tornado held a grand premiere at the Chinese Grand Theater in Hollywood. It was officially released in more than 2,600 theaters in North America. An amazing special effects movie. After 2 years of dormancy, Eric Williams has brought us a gorgeous visual feast. A balanced plot, amazing CG special effects, gorgeous and magnificent soundtrack. This young Hollywood mogul has once again brought us a surprise. After watching this movie, I only have one worry. Maybe in the future, our big screen will be occupied by this kind of realistic CG special effects, and we will lose the essence of a movie as a story carrier. Digital special effects companies may bring Hollywood into a new era. On June 5, after the midnight public screening, large-scale film reviews once again appeared in various media. Most of the print media gave Tornado a very high score, and most of the countless film reviews were full of praise. Although it was inevitable that some extremely conservative film critics habitually criticized the movie, under this general trend, it did not affect anything at all. With everyone's expectations, on June 6, the box office of Tornado was released. Although Firefly Pictures did not release specific data to the outside world, the Hollywood film companies and entertainment media, who had been paying attention to this matter, quickly got the detailed figures through their respective channels. $14.5 million on the first day. Seeing this number, many people had an indescribable sense of numbness. They felt surprised, but they also felt that it was reasonable. According to the box office pattern of the first week of a movie, after Friday, the box office would rise on Saturday and fall again on the weekend. Tornado was expected to earn about $45 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. The box office of the summer weekday was generally about half of the box office of the weekend. In this way, the box office of Tornado could reach $70 million in the first week. In the office of the CEO of Columbia Pictures, Peter Guber had a bad feeling when he saw the box office data in his hand. According to the current reputation of Tornado, even next week, the box office would not fall too much. It would still be between $40 million and $50 million. The average weekly box office in North America during the summer was only about $100 million. Dark War, prequel, was likely to compete with more than a dozen other movies for the remaining $50 million box office. After the early test screenings, many film critics and audiences generally expressed varying degrees of dissatisfaction with Dark War, prequel. They thought that this prequel movie had completely lost the film style created by Eric in the first movie and became a mediocre action movie. Although the action scenes in the movie were spectacular and gorgeous, in the face of the realistic CG effects of Tornado, these did not seem to be very competitive. What's more, a week after the release of Dark War, prequel, Warner's Batman Returns would also be released. Under the attack of two blockbusters, Peter Guber could not help but shudder. Originally, Columbia also signed a cooperation agreement with Tom Cruise's production company for 3 movies, but now it seemed that this cooperation would have to be reconsidered. Peter Guber couldn't help but think of the Mr. and Mrs. Smith that was being produced. He had been in Hollywood for decades. Even if he couldn't make a good movie, his vision in movies was absolutely unquestionable. Such a novel plot and a new shooting concept was almost certain to be successful as long as there were no major accidents. Peter Guber quickly thought it through. If he wanted to keep his current position, he had to hold on to the cooperation with Firefly Pictures. After making the decision, Peter Guber picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Eric's number. "Hi, Eric, this is Peter Guber. Of course, it's okay, I just want to congratulate you. In the carnival of the summer movie fans, the box office for the first week of the movie was finally released. Tornado earned a total of more than $65 million in box office in 7 days. Coupled with the previous week's small-scale movie, the total box office just exceeded the film cost of $70 million. Many people who originally expected the box office of Tornado to decline had their last glimmer of hope shattered. Those who wanted to cooperate with Firefly also put away their disappointment and picked up the phone again to dial Eric's number. Eric was bombarded with phone calls again, just like when the box office was released on the first day. "Of course, Chris, you can decide on this matter. $2 million a year it is. Haha, I didn't say that I have so much money that I can't spend it all. I just believe that you won't let me suffer a loss." Well, to be honest, I enjoy hearing those people call to congratulate me. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm busy here. If you want, you can fly over to attend the celebration party for Tornado tonight. It will be more lively. Then I'm hanging up. Eric hung up the phone and handed it to his assistant behind him. After a Hollywood director finished a movie, he often took a vacation and had a good rest. At the same time, he experienced the success or failure of the movie. However, although Tornado almost broke the box office record for the first week of the Hollywood film, Eric did not have much time to stop and enjoy the flowers and wine. Chris, who was far away in New York, had just called to discuss the donation amount to the World Wide Web Foundation with Eric. He also told him that the framework of IE had been set up. In addition to Tim Berners-Lee, who was the company's consultant, Chris had not only hired dozens of software engineers, but also a senior manager from Oracle to be the director of IE. In order to facilitate interaction with the World Wide Web Alliance, IE's headquarters were temporarily set in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was located. The beta version of IE was expected to be launched at the end of the year. In addition to IE, the other two companies were also preparing in an orderly manner. According to Eric's plan, these two companies would be officially launched after the beta version of IE was launched. Therefore, Chris's main focus was still on IE. Someone in the open space in front of him shouted something through the loudspeaker, which woke Eric up from his thoughts. This was a square in the Firefly Cineplex. After the shout, the behemoth in the center of the square started to move slowly. It moved forward, leaned down, bit, roared, when the T-Rex model, which took a dozen special effects artists a few months of hard work, successfully completed the various test movements. Everyone was relieved and cheered. "How is it, Eric?" Stan Winston ran over excitedly. Although he knew that the development center of the digital domain was in CG special effects, after so many years of doing special effects, Stan was very excited and proud to see another model being completed by his team. "Very good," Eric praised without hesitation. "I believe this big guy will surprise everyone next year." "Of course, it's definitely not much worse than the hurricane and tornado," Stan said confidently. He then said, "Then let's take a look at the Velociraptor model." Under the personal command of Stan Winston, the T-Rex model was carefully dragged back to the warehouse. A few smaller Velociraptor models were quickly pulled out by the staff. In the banquet hall of the Hilton Hotel, Paramount CEO, Frank Mancuso, said with a half sigh and half schadenfreude, $12 million on the first day. That's a pretty good start. Yesterday's Saturday box office should have gone up, but it dropped to $9.5 million. If nothing goes wrong, it will drop again today. It's a pity that such a good series is ruined. Although the box office may exceed $40 million in the first week, the next week's box office will drop by more than 50%, or even more. Robert Daly, the president of Warner Brothers, glanced at Sean Peters, who was holding a coquettish woman not far away, and sneered. Only those two idiots would let Tom Cruise tamper with this project. The main storyline of the Dark Horse series should be Tom Hanks as the main lead, and paired with Joe Pesci, a humorous supporting character. Every movie should find a criminal with a distinct image. This is the safest way to continue the series, and not be changed into a laughable action movie. It's safer for Tom Cruise to act in a literary film. He wants to be independent, so Paramount had no choice but to terminate the contract with him. 2 years ago, Paramount was barely able to recoup the cost of Thunder Aspirations until now. "Robert, I heard that Eric Williams will be the executive producer of Warner's Bodyguard?" Robert Daly knew that Frank Mancuso must have said that because he wanted to get involved in the movie. However, the production cost of The Bodyguard was not too high. In addition, there was Eric and Kevin Costner, who had just won the Oscar for Dances with Wolves, participating in the movie. There was almost no possibility of the movie losing money. Warner Brothers would certainly not allow Paramount to participate. Yes, but the cost of this movie will not exceed $30 million. Warner Brothers has more than enough to handle it. Frank Mancuso didn't have high hopes to begin with, so he obviously wasn't disappointed. He turned his head to look around and said, "Eric Williams still hasn't appeared. Youngsters these days are getting more and more arrogant." Robert Daly did not agree with Frank Mancuso, but he knew that although it was the weekend, Eric was still busy with Jurassic Park. What an energetic young man. Robert Daly was a little envious when he recalled the news about Jurassic Park that he had obtained from some sources. Based on the special effects that Digital Domain had displayed on Tornado, Robert Daly realized that Jurassic Park was likely to bring about another visual spectacle. Normally, there would not be so many senior executives of the 7 major companies present at the celebration banquet for Tornado tonight. However, everyone saw the great potential of the Digital Domain special effects company, and rushed over. This scene was just like the birth of Star Wars more than 10 years ago. Before this, although Eric had continuously produced high box office movies, the other major movie companies could completely produce those movies. However, the level of special effects technology displayed by Tornado was no longer something that the special effects departments of other companies could produce independently. This was because Eric had consecutively handed over the epic-making special effects movies such as Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, and Tornado to Digital Domain. With the technical accumulation of these movies, Digital Domain had far surpassed Industrial Light and Magic in terms of computer CG special effects. Although after the release of Tornado, the media was only speculating about the arrival of the computer CG era. However, the sensitive Hollywood studios had already realized that a new era was coming from the disaster film series and the Jurassic Park series. Industrial Light and Magic's position in the industry was destined to be replaced by Digital Domain. There was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Robert Daly did not need to look to know that Eric had finally arrived. However, he did not rush over like the other small fries. Instead, he calmly changed his glass of champagne. After a while, when Eric finished dealing with the people around him, he walked over with Frank Mancuso. "Eric, congratulations." "Oh, and this is Miss Pakula." Robert Daly and Frank Mancuso greeted Eric together. "Thank you." Eric and Joanna Pakula, who was gently holding his arm, smiled and raised their glasses of champagne. The four of them raised their glasses to their lips and took a sip. Robert Daly was the first to speak. "Eric, I heard that you are going to make a documentary about the Los Angeles riots. If you need any information from CNN, you can call me at any time." Eric nodded and thanked him again. He did not reject Robert Daly's kindness. Moreover, Eric also knew that Robert Daly was not being polite to him. He was sincerely trying to be friendly with him. Because the CEO of Warner Brothers, Steve Ross, was critically ill, the two co-CEOs, Robert Daly and Terry Semel, were competing for the CEO position even more fiercely. The reason why Steve Ross was able to sit firmly in the CEO position of Warner Brothers over the years was that he had roped in well-known Hollywood filmmakers such as Steven Spielberg, Clint Eastwood, and Tim Burton. Robert Daly was probably trying to get on Steve Ross's good side at this time. Now that Steve Ross was completely unable to handle the daily affairs of Warner Brothers, if Eric clearly expressed his support for Robert Daly, and with Robert Daly's help, they could reach some film cooperation with Warner Brothers, Robert Daly would definitely be able to defeat Terry Semel and ascend to the CEO position. After all, although Warner Brothers and Firefly were competitors, Firefly's performance in the film business was so eye-catching that the shareholders of Warner Brothers would not go against their interests. However, Eric would definitely not agree to help Robert Daly just because of his insignificant kindness. After all, looking at the overall situation, the worse the internal strife in Warner Brothers, the better it would be for the other major film companies. After chatting with Robert Daly for a while, Eric did not neglect Frank Mancuso. "Mr. Mancuso, I heard that Lei Sherdong and Barry Diller are both eyeing Paramount, right?" Although Frank Mancuso was the CEO of Paramount, in terms of power, he was not even as powerful as Robert Daly, the CEO of Warner Brothers, of course. Of course, it was not because Paramount was not as big as Warner Brothers, but because Frank Mancuso had always been suppressed by Martin Davis, the major shareholder and chairman of the board of directors of Paramount. Hearing this question, Frank Mancuso just shrugged. He was a little embarrassed and helpless. "Mr. Davis is in charge of these things. I'm only responsible for the daily management of Paramount." Eric was just curious and had no intention of poking at Frank Mancuso's sore spot. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. After all, the cocktail party was not a place to talk about business. In such an occasion, if both parties could really come to some agreement on cooperation, they would only agree on another time to discuss it in detail. Therefore, Eric chatted with Robert Daly and Frank Mancuso for a while, then held Joanna's arm and walked to the others. Other than his own people, the executives of the other 6 companies were all present. "Michael, I'm glad you could come tonight." Eric walked toward Michael Eisner under the guessing gazes of some people. Michael Eisner smiled and nodded at Joanna before saying, "Don't tell me you don't welcome me?" "How is that possible?" Eric smiled and shook his head. The two of them chatted for a while. When they were about to leave, Joanna whispered, "Eric, the people at the party don't seem to like him very much." Eric said, "It's not that they don't like him, but they're expressing their attitude. The Fireflies are the stars of the show tonight. Michael Eisner and I will definitely have some disputes." Thinking of Michael Eisner's lonely appearance just now, Eric paid more attention to Michael Eisner in his heart. Not everyone had the courage to appear at such an occasion where they were destined to be ignored. According to what he said, in the past few months, Michael Eisner had been discussing cooperation with Industrial Light and Magic. He had also flown to Japan more than 10 times in a row and obtained a film investment of no less than $500 million from Panasonic for Universal. In the next 2 years, as long as Michael Eisner could show the vigor he had when he first took over Disney, he would definitely lead Universal Pictures to rise. Joanna did not think so much in her heart. After hearing Eric's words, she nodded, not fully understanding. Seeing Virginia waving at her from not far away, Joanna let go of Eric's arm and said, "Vicky is calling me. I'm going to her." Eric looked at the petite figure not far away and asked with a smile, "Both of you haven't been on a diet recently, have you? Why do I see that both of you have lost some weight? We found the same nutritionist. Isn't it better to be skinnier?" Joanna asked with a smile. Eric raised his hand and wanted to touch Joanna's cheek, but after realizing the occasion, he put it down. Vicky would of course look better if she was skinnier. You don't have to learn from her diet. If you are too skinny, your face will be slightly sunken and you will give people the impression that you are always unhappy. It can't be that serious, right? Joanna felt her cheeks without any scruples and quickly said, "Okay then, I'll listen to you." Watching Joanna leave, Eric looked around, but he didn't find any other women. Unknowingly, the women had been divided into small groups, and there was a clear distinction between them. Tornado was a movie starring Joanna. Except for Virginia, who was a good friend, the other women didn't appear on this occasion. "Good evening, Eric." A voice sounded in his ear. Eric turned around and saw Chong Peters raising his glass to him with a smile. However, what surprised Eric was the sexy woman beside Chong Peters. Eric could not help but look at her a few more times. The sexy woman with slightly darker skin noticed the change in Eric's eyes and generously took the initiative to reach out her hand. "Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Catherine Zeta-Jones." "Hello, Miss Catherine. You are so beautiful." Eric gently shook her small hand. Chong Peters knew Eric's character very well. When he saw the woman beside him interacting with Eric, he subconsciously reached out to hold the woman's waist and said, "Eric, Peter asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. He has something to do in Europe and can't come today." Feeling the hand on her waist, Catherine Zeta-Jones' body stiffened a little, but the smile on her face didn't change at all. She took a small step back without leaving a trace and leaned against Chong Peters again. "Of course, it's okay." Eric withdrew his gaze from Catherine Zeta-Jones and dealt with Chong Peters. Although there was nothing unusual on the surface, Eric felt a little emotional. This emotional feeling was not because he met another beautiful woman from his memory, but because of the personal experience of Catherine Zeta-Jones. Chong Peters, Steven Spielberg, and Michael Douglas. These three names, no matter which one it was, were all powerful figures in Hollywood. Although Chong Peters was recognized by many people in Hollywood as an idiot, his identity as the president of Columbia Pictures made him the target of many low-level figures in Hollywood. Needless to say, Steven Spielberg and Michael Douglas came from an acting family. Although he was only an actor, he also had strong connections in Hollywood with the accumulation of several generations. And these three people were at the top of the Hollywood pyramid, but their lives were interrupted by a woman from an ordinary family in Wales. Although Catherine Zeta-Jones had a beauty that many people envied, in Hollywood, beauty was the most abundant thing. Therefore, while Eric admired this woman's means, he was also very curious about how this woman had a relationship with these three powerful figures in Hollywood. Chong Peters looked at Eric's absent-minded look and felt a strange pride in his heart. His hand holding Catherine Zeta-Jones involuntarily tightened. He smiled and said, "Eric, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, I suddenly thought of something." Eric looked at the half-smile on Chong Peters' face and realized that his appearance just now must have been seen by Chong Peters. At the same time, there was some misunderstanding. However, Eric did not mean to explain and simply found an excuse to change the topic. Right, about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Eric, have you been to their set recently? I have been there twice. I don't know why, but I always feel that the Hong Kong director's shooting technique is a bit strange. Eric nodded. The shooting technique of Hong Kong and Hollywood is still very different, but don't worry, I have been paying attention to this movie. There will definitely be no problems. In that case, I am relieved. Chong Peters seemed to be really relieved and said. Taking advantage of the pause between the two, Catherine Zeta-Jones said, "Are you talking about Mr. and Mrs. Smith?" Eric looked at the woman and replied, "Yes, Catherine, are you interested in this movie too?" "Of course." Catherine Zeta-Jones said, "This is a movie that you personally wrote." "When I was in the UK, I watched most of your films. My favorite is Terror on a Small Island. The plot setup and the final plot reversal are incredible." "Thank you for your compliment, Catherine. A beautiful lady like you must be an actress, right?" Catherine nodded. "I'm about to play a role in the ABC series Young Indiana Jones. It's just a TV series. I think you're more suitable for a movie." "Oh, of course, I don't need to worry about that," Eric said with a smile, raised his glass to Chong Peters and left. "Let's go, dear," Chong Peters said as he held the woman's waist. Catherine Zeta-Jones's mind was spinning with Eric's words just now. She followed Chong Peters to a corner of the reception. "Babe, I want to talk to you about something," Chong Peters said as he sat down on the sofa with the girl. He held her soft little hand and said. Catherine Zeta-Jones listened attentively, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. "It's like this, I recently divorced her, so I think," Chong Peters paused and quickly made up his mind and continued, "I mean, dear, will you marry me?" Although Zeta-Jones was mentally prepared, she was still a little confused when she heard this. The reason why she agreed to date this Hollywood producer was because of his power in Hollywood. Not to mention that the man beside her was more than 20 years older than her. Chong Peters was also very irritable and arrogant. Their relationship was basically the result of Zeta-Jones's hypocrisy. Therefore, Zeta-Jones had never thought of marrying him. She had planned to date him for a few years, establish herself in Hollywood, and then break up with him. She had not expected Chong Peters to suddenly propose to her. Moreover, Zeta-Jones remembered that Chong Peters had said that he hoped that his wife could be a full-time housewife after marriage. This was something that she absolutely couldn't tolerate. She was only in her early 20s. In any case, it was impossible for her to agree to marry a man who was more than 20 years older than her to be a full-time housewife. "Catherine, are you listening to me?" Seeing the obvious shock and hesitation on Zeta-Jones' face, Chong Peters raised his voice in displeasure. "I'm sorry, Chong. I've never thought about it." Zeta-Jones shook his head in a panic. "Can you give me some time to think about it? Is there even a need to consider this? Marry me. I'll let you live a rich and decent life. In the future, you don't even have to appear in public to act. I can completely support you." Chong Peters' tone was full of confidence, or rather, self-righteousness. Zeta-Jones avoided Chong Peters' gaze and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Eric's figure not far away. She immediately understood that the man must have intentionally or unintentionally provoked Chong Peters to make him propose at the party. The girl, who was in a dilemma, cursed in her heart. Facing Chong Peters' aggressive gaze, she didn't know how to deal with it. She knew that as long as she opened her mouth to refuse, the man in front of her would immediately turn hostile. It was even more impossible for her to agree. Although Chong Peters had all kinds of personality flaws and mediocre talent, he was not a fool. Looking at Zeta-Jones' hesitation, he gradually understood something and his face became gloomy. "I think you'd better not act in Young Indiana Jones. I'll let Michael find another actress for the role of Maya." Zeta-Jones said uneasily, "Chong, I didn't mean that." Say no more." Chong Peters stood up and looked coldly at the woman on the sofa. "Miss Zeta-Jones, I hate it when people play tricks on me. Do you think you can treat me as a stepping stone to climb up in Hollywood and kick me aside afterward? Do you think there's such a good thing in the world?" Zeta-Jones wanted to refute. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. The man in front of her had already fallen into a paranoid thought. She knew that it was useless to say anything else. Chong Peters put aside the goblet that was still in his hand, straightened his sleeves, and looked sympathetically at the woman sitting on the sofa. Hollywood isn't a place where a pretty face can make a name for yourself. So, I think you'd better pack up your heart tomorrow and return to England. Zeta Jones felt a little desperate. Chong Peters' words meant that he had completely turned against her. Even if she continued to stay in Hollywood, she would be obstructed by Chong Peters. He was the president of one of the 7 major film companies. It was too easy for him to obstruct an actress who was born in a low-class family in England. Now it was the celebration party of Tornado, so Chong Peters couldn't go too far. However, after saying these words, he was no longer in the mood to stay at the party. After greeting his acquaintances, he turned and left the banquet hall. I see that you have a malicious smile on your face. Are you planning to do something bad again? Joanna asked doubtfully as she handed the plate to Eric and looked at the man's expression. Eric said exaggeratedly, "How is that possible? I'm honest and kind. I only know how to do good things." Joanna listened to Eric's nonsense, but she was sure that he must have done something bad. What are you talking about? Virginia came over at this time. She gently pulled up the hem of her evening dress and sat down beside Eric. Joanna pointed at Eric and said, "He just did something bad." Virginia raised her eyebrows, looked at Joanna, and then looked at Eric. She said with a look of surprise, "So fast?" "I only left for 10 minutes. Joanna was stunned, and her face was slightly red. She reached out and pinched Virginia. "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Virginia smiled and dodged. After Joanna let her go, she asked, "Eric, what's going on?" "Nothing, I just said a few more words." Eric looked up at the banquet hall and didn't see Zeta Jones. He thought of the situation when Chong Peters said goodbye to him alone and shrugged. Chong Peters was not only not smart, but also stubborn. He just provoked him a little, but he didn't expect him to react so quickly. Seeing that Eric didn't want to say more, the 2 women didn't ask any more. Virginia stood up and stretched out her hand to Joanna. "Let's not accompany this bad guy here. Let's go dance." Eric looked at Joanna indifferently and said with a smile, "You two are such good sisters. They will only envy me if you dance together." All the people invited to the celebration party were people in the Hollywood circle. Although they didn't say it, they were well aware of the relationship between Eric, Joanna, and Virginia. The 2 women had been very intimate throughout the party, which had already aroused the envy of many people for Eric's enjoyment of the happiness of having 2 wives. Virginia rolled her eyes at Eric. "Have fun for a while. Chong and I will go back to Beverly Hills later. You can go wherever you want tonight. Don't disturb us." After that, the 2 women left Eric and went to the dance floor with faint laughter without waiting for Eric to answer. "Mr. Schultz, thank you for coming in person today." At the door of the living room, Eric sent off the last wave of guests. He looked at the waiter who had begun to clean the hall and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go home, a waiter of the hotel came over. "Mr. Williams, I think you'd better take a look." Eric followed the waiter to the corner of the banquet hall and saw a drunk black-haired beauty lying on the sofa. Her dress was a little messy, and her body exuded a mixture of alcohol and perfume, with a strange charm. Eric sighed a little awkwardly. He was about to ask the waiter next to him to arrange a room for Catherine Zeta-Jones, but he saw the waiter next to him staring at the beauty on the sofa. He unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and made a clear swallowing sound. This made Eric dispel the idea. If he had just been dumped by someone else and met another waiter with bad intentions, it would be too tragic. "You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of it." Eric waved at the waiter and called the hotel manager over to give him some instructions. Then, he reached out to hug the girl on the sofa and left the banquet hall. Although the waiter responsible for operating the elevator for Eric was very curious, he stood by the side without looking sideways. The driver and bodyguards who were already waiting in the car saw Eric appear with a woman in his arms. They were not surprised and respectfully opened the car door for Eric. Catherine Zeta-Jones's alcohol tolerance was actually very good. Unfortunately, she was dumped on the spot at the party. It was inevitable that she would feel a sense of self-pity and inevitably drank a little more. Unknowingly, she passed out on the sofa. However, when she realized that she was being picked up by the man, Catherine Zeta-Jones was almost awake. Although her head was still dizzy, she had already realized what had happened. Feeling that she was held in the arms of the man's strong arms, Zeta-Jones, who was disappointed, inexplicably felt a strange sense of security. Although she liked to cling to the powerful in Hollywood, she was not so cheap that she would let someone take her home. She originally planned to wake up and then go back to her residence, but the sense of security in the man's arms made her change her original idea. She decided not to wake up. After relaxing like this, she quickly leaned against the car seat and fell asleep. She didn't even feel that she had fallen on the man's lap. She didn't know how much time had passed before the car stopped and she was carried out of the car. The cool night air made her sober up again. Although the initial impulse had dissipated, she also realized that it was this hateful man who was holding her. He had used some untraceable words to ruin her relationship with Chong Peters. She should hate him. Hesitating like this, she felt the surrounding air warm up again. Soon, she was placed on a large bed. This was the last chance. Although she hadn't been in Hollywood for long, she was still very familiar with Eric Williams. How could such a playboy let her go? What should I do now? Pretend that I just woke up. What if he forced me to do something? Or, what if he didn't do anything and let her leave? What would she do then? The woman struggled for a few seconds in her heart. Before she could make up her mind, she felt a thin quilt covering her body, and then there was a slight sound of the door closing. She could finally open her eyes with relief. The room was dark and unfamiliar, but Catherine Zeta-Jones didn't feel any fear. After waiting silently for a while to make sure that he had really left and wouldn't return, the woman unconsciously closed her eyes again and indulged in the endless dark dream. Perhaps it was because of the unfamiliar environment or some other reason, although her head was still a little dazed after a night of rest, she still woke up very early. This was a bedroom on the second floor of the villa facing south. Perhaps because of some negligence, the curtains weren't drawn. She could see the dark red morning sun outside the window. Wrapped in the quilt and barefoot, she walked to the window. What entered her eyes was the endless deep sea. Because it was a little early, the color of the sea appeared dark, and a layer of light orange scales was spread on it with the breeze. It looked very spectacular. However, she wasn't in the mood to look at this. She put the quilt back on the bed and pulled up the shoulder straps of the dress that had slipped off her arm. She walked around the room and went into the bathroom first to take a quick shower. She threw the dress that reeked of alcohol aside and found a pink bath towel to put on. At the same time, she couldn't help but have other thoughts. The bath towel in this man's room was actually pink. With that thought in mind, she looked around and opened a pocket cabinet next to the bathroom door. Sure enough, there were brand new toiletries inside. She took out a toothbrush, brushed her teeth carefully, and slowly washed her face. Finally, she walked out of the guest room. She had seen the famous Freedom City in magazines, but she had never imagined that one day she would be able to walk out of a room in this fantasy villa. Looking at the circular corridor on the second floor, she even had an inexplicable sense of unreality in her heart. Eric thought that Zeta-Jones would wake up late with a hangover. He didn't expect to see the girl in a pink bathrobe making breakfast in the kitchen. "Good morning, Catherine." Eric sat down in the small dining room that was connected to the kitchen and greeted the figure in the kitchen with a smile. Zeta-Jones seemed a little surprised. She looked over and said, "Good morning, Mr. Williams. Is there breakfast for me?" "Of course," Zeta-Jones replied. He quickly scooped the fried egg from the frying pan onto a plate and served it to Eric along with the rest of the food he had prepared. Eric thanked her and picked up the cutlery. As he was about to enjoy, he saw that Zeta-Jones just sat down next to him. Aware of Eric's doubts, the girl replied, "I don't eat in the morning. This is specially made for you." Eric smiled and divided the breakfast in front of him into 2 portions. He pushed it in front of the girl and said, "You can go and get a glass of milk." Zeta-Jones didn't object. She got up and walked to the fridge. She poured a glass of milk and sat down in the same position. "Why were you drunk last night?" Eric asked casually as he spread jam on the bread. Hearing this question, Zeta-Jones paused. She glanced at someone who was acting as if nothing had happened and said bitterly, "There was a guy who made trouble at the party and ruined my plan." Oh, that's a pity. It's not easy to hook up with the president of one of the 7 big Hollywood companies. But I don't think Chong Peters would fall out so easily. What did you do after that? I refused his proposal, Zeta Jones said in a low voice, not concealing anything. Eric was stunned at first, then he laughed without caring about his image. Proposal, haha. You're playing big. You actually managed to hook up with a Hollywood veteran to propose to you. Zeta Jones glanced at Eric. She seemed to have given up on herself. She was just an ordinary girl from a small town in Wales. It wasn't easy for her to get to where she was now. Mr. Williams, are you gloating? I thought you were a gentleman. How did you know? Eric stopped laughing and asked. For example, last night, so you woke up last night. I thought you were drunk. Eric narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman sitting next to him. The woman in a pink bathrobe exuded a faint feminine fragrance. You may have misunderstood. It's mainly because you're so drunk that I'm not interested in you. I like women who are half drunk and half awake. These women tend to struggle. Zeta Jones smiled and asked, the more you struggle, the happier you are. Bingo, Eric snapped. Although she knew that Eric was joking, Zeta Jones still gave him a look of disdain. Eric completely ignored Zeta Jones's look and asked, now that you've lost the golden goose, what are you going to do next? Zeta Jones gave him a bitter look. There's one more in front of me. I'm going to try and see if I can get him. If I fail, I'll go back to England and continue to wait. Eric seemed to be numbed by an electric current. He pretended to shiver and said with a frightened look, I advise you to give up on this idea. Young people like to go to extremes. If you lure someone to the point of proposing to you and then cruelly reject him, it's hard to predict what tragic things will happen. If he really proposes to me, maybe I'll really say yes? Don't. You're still young. Once you step into the grave of marriage, you probably won't be able to climb out. It's better to continue to harm the old men in Hollywood. When you step on those old bones and climb to the top of Hollywood's power, I'll write an autobiography for you for free. I've even thought of the title, The Legendary Life of Catherine Zeta-Jones. The title is really uncreative, but it's understandable. Hollywood directors often have no talent in screenwriting. Eric gritted his teeth and seemed to rack his brain for a while before saying, how about my struggle? Mr. Chancellor will be angered to death, Eric sighed and shook his head. Sigh, women. Zeta Jones looked at Eric's defeated face, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. However, the charm quickly collapsed. She suddenly wanted to ask Eric if he looked down on her, but she quickly realized that perhaps this young Hollywood tycoon didn't care about her at all. In that case, what was there to look down on? But how could a young man like him understand the hardships she had to go through to get rid of poverty and climb up the ladder cautiously? Feeling that Zeta Jones suddenly quieted down, Eric turned his head and glanced at the woman. He noticed her expression and asked, what's wrong? Weren't you fine just now? No. Zeta Jones blinked quickly a few times. Nothing. Oh. Eric didn't ask further and said, do you want me to get someone to buy you a set of clothes? Zeta Jones shook her head. No need, I'll wear the dress from last night and leave later. Also, thank you for bringing me back last night, Mr. Williams. You're welcome. Zeta Jones finished the breakfast in front of her, took out a tissue and wiped her lips elegantly. Then, she said with determination, if one day, don't forget today's promise. What? Eric was puzzled. About helping me write my autobiography, whether it's The Legendary Life of Catherine Zeta-Jones or my struggle. In short, when that day comes, I will definitely make you fulfill this promise. Eric noticed the determination on the woman's face when she spoke and nodded with a smile. Okay, but I haven't talked about the fee. I'm very expensive. I'll act in one of your movies for free. After Zeta Jones made up her mind, she seemed to be more confident. When the time comes, my salary will definitely not be low. Eric pretended to hesitate for a moment before revealing a reluctant expression. Then I'll take a loss and promise you. After Eric finished his breakfast, Zeta Jones carefully washed the dishes and returned to the bedroom to change into the dress from last night. After the woman came out, Eric said, I'll get the driver to send you. Zeta Jones didn't reject Eric's kindness. She expressed her gratitude and the two walked out of the mansion side by side. When the woman was about to get into the car, Eric took out a business card and handed it to Zeta Jones. A good friend's business card. He's an executive at ICM. You can find him and say that I introduced you. Zeta Jones was a little hesitant. Eric smiled and said, if you mind, I can guarantee that this detail won't appear in your autobiography in the future. Zeta Jones smiled and took the business card from Eric. She looked at it and saw the name Kapoor sit on it. She vaguely remembered that this was the name of a top agent in Hollywood. Thank you, Mr. Williams. However, you can truthfully write this plot in my autobiography. Okay. Eric nodded and walked forward to open the car door for the woman. Zeta Jones lifted her skirt and got in. Eric closed the car door and said a few words to the driver. He watched the black BMW leave. Due to the drastic changes in the movie style, Dark War prequel only earned $40.3 million in the first week, and the box office showed an obvious downward trend for the entire week. The box office estimated that the box office for Dark War prequel might drop by more than 60% in the second week, and this was still a conservative estimate. After all, apart from Tornado, which was still going strong, Batman Returns, which Batman fans had been looking forward to for 2 years, would also be released in the second week of Dark War prequel, which was on June 19. Under the attack of Tornado and Batman Returns, Dark War prequel was destined to be the most tragic cannon fodder. Compared to the disappointment of Dark War prequel, Tornado's box office results in the second week of release surprised many people. Because compared to the first week, Tornado's box office only dropped 15% in the second week, reaching a high of $55 million. It was about $15 million higher than Dark War prequel's box office in the first week. Given this box office trend, it was very likely that Tornado would once again become a film with a total box office of $300 million in North America. Tornado accumulated $120 million in box office in 2 weeks, which also made Hollywood film companies see the box office potential of CG special effects movies. For a time, in addition to the extremely popular digital field, industrial light and magic also became the target of close contact with several other major film companies. As for those newly established small CG special effects companies in Hollywood, they frequently received merger and acquisition invitations from major film companies. In this case, after a discussion between Eric and Stan Winston, they quickly made a decision to expand the scale of the digital domain. They planned to expand the number of fixed CG special effects artists in the digital domain to 1,000 people. The reason why Eric made this decision was not only because of the large increase in the workload of the digital domain. In addition, there was also the consideration of the MAYA software. If they could train as many as 1,000 special effects artists who were proficient in operating the MAYA software in the digital domain, then after these people left their jobs in the future, as long as they stayed in the special effects industry, they would definitely play a very important role in promoting the MAYA software. After seeing the importance of CG special effects, other special effects companies began to develop their own special effects software. However, without enough film projects to accumulate technical experience, Eric knew that those software were destined to be unable to surpass MAYA. As long as he chose the right time to commercialize the MAYA software in a few years, it would definitely bring him a lot of wealth. On June 19, under the close attention of many people and the anticipation of a large number of fans, Warner Brothers once again released the second big Batman movie, Batman Returns, after 2 years. With Dark War prequel completely declared a flop, most people turned their attention to the box office battle between Batman Returns and Tornado. Although Tornado was already in its third week of release, relying on the heaven-defying box office trend of the first 2 weeks, even if the box office this week maintained a drop of about 20%, the box office of Tornado in the third week would still reach a high of more than $45 million, which was almost the same as the box office of most movies in their first week of release. Just as Eric had expected, although Batman Returns still maintained Tim Burton's dark style, after the audience was stunned by the first film, it was obvious that they could no longer accept the colder style of the second film. Although Batman Returns still earned more than $55 million at the box office in its first week of release, the reviews of the fans were no longer as high as the first film. At the same time, Tornado still received more than $46 million at the box office, with a total box office of $166 million. Comparing the two, this year's box office champion was probably destined to belong to Tornado. In the second week of Batman Returns' release, the box office had dropped by 45%, which was far more than the 20% drop of the first film in the same period. Although the sequel would definitely be able to recoup its costs based on the current box office trend, under the one-sided crusade of the fans, Warner Bros. Was already considering changing the director and male lead of the Batman series. Perhaps wanting to maintain his status in the industry, in the second week of Batman Returns' release, the male lead Michael Keaton took the initiative to reveal to the media that he planned to withdraw from the Batman series. However, Warner Bros. Did not respond directly to this. Eric soon heard the news. He knew that in the Batman series in the 90s, almost every main creator would make a complete update by the third and fourth film. Therefore, he could understand that Michael Keaton was taking the initiative to find a way out for himself. However, without the halo of the male lead of Batman, Michael Keaton would definitely not have any big development in Hollywood in the future. In 10 or 20 years, when he reminisced about the past, this former superhero would appear in a movie called Birdman to reminisce about the past and try for an Oscar at the same time. However, these were not things that Eric cared about. July was coming, and all the preliminary preparations for Jurassic Park were in place, and filming could start at any time. But after some consideration, Eric decided to wait for another summer release of Firefly before setting off for Kauai, Hawaii, where Jurassic Park was mainly filmed. The filming of Jurassic Park in Kauai will take about 10 to 12 weeks. During this period, if there are no urgent matters, I will only contact Los Angeles through the phone. I hope everyone can do their jobs well, Eric summarized as he sorted out the information in front of him. The presidents, vice presidents, and department managers in the conference room nodded in agreement. After the meeting was adjourned, Eric stopped the executives of Firefly and Disney as usual. Eric, is there anything else? Jeffrey asked after they followed Eric to his office. It's about Columbia, Eric said. He took out the documents from the filing cabinet and handed them to Jeffrey, Michael Lynn, Katzenberg, and Frank Wales. When it came to Columbia, Jeffrey and the others actually understood what Eric meant. Eric was definitely not going to talk about the cooperation with Columbia, but the division of Columbia's distribution channels. After a few months of operation, not only did Firefly get most of Columbia's distribution resources in South America, but through Peter Guber's layoffs and other measures, the distribution resources in European countries also began to flow into Firefly. Although Columbia could not lay off all the subsidiaries in Europe, the world's second-largest market, it was easy to lay off some of them. In order to hide the real purpose, Firefly only recruited about half of the employees from the subsidiaries that were laid off. The other half who were really laid off could only admit that they were unlucky. After receiving a certain salary increase from Firefly and seeing the plight of the employees who were really laid off, the employees who were recruited by Firefly did not express any dissatisfaction. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The Japanese gradually realized something was wrong and raised doubts to the Columbia management. However, Peter Guber used his trump card to block them. This trump card was very simple: resignation. In the face of Sony's doubts, Peter Guber personally called Morita Akio and said that if the Sony headquarters did not trust his reform measures, he could submit his resignation to the board of directors. To many people's surprise, this lousy move actually worked. In Eric's opinion, it was unbelievable. Usually, only the company's management who had achieved extraordinary results had the confidence to use the resignation threat card. Peter Guber had been causing huge losses to Columbia for 2 years. If it were Eric, he would have wanted Peter Guber to leave. However, when Sony received Peter Guber's resignation threat, they actually compromised and even replaced a senior executive of Sony's US branch. It's almost done in Europe. I have recently read the information about Asia. After Eric sent the information to them, he leaned on the sofa and said, in order to suppress the dumping of Hong Kong films, several countries in Southeast Asia have introduced stricter and stricter restrictions in recent years. However, they have relaxed the entry threshold for Hollywood films. This is very good news for us. Although this matter had nothing to do with Sony, Katzenberg still carefully read the information in his hand and said, Eric, Sony has already noticed this matter. They did not take any measures because of the pressure from various parties. However, I think it's about time. In my opinion, Colombia's distribution channels in Southeast Asia are not much better than ours. Those resources are like chicken ribs. We don't need to test the Japanese's bottom line. I understand. Eric nodded and smiled. Look at the last page. I only plan to get Colombia's branch in Asia. The other 4 people turned to the last page of the information. The mainland of China? Yeah. Eric nodded. He did not expect Colombia to have a branch in China. Even Disney only had a nominal office. Firefly had not even contacted them for film cooperation. Michael Lin asked, Eric, do you think there is potential for development there? Eric smiled and said, I can't give you an accurate answer. I only know that there are 17 billion people there. The other 4 people couldn't help but look at each other. As executives of film companies, they certainly knew the situation on the other side of the ocean. The extremely closed market there had been subconsciously ignored by Hollywood. But when they heard Eric say 17 billion people, they couldn't help but feel a little moved. If a country with such a huge population base could open up the film market, what would happen? I think we can give it a try. Katzenberg was the first to speak. They have been trying to open up the market. This is the best time to lay out the plan in advance. And even if we fail, we won't lose anything. Then what should we do? Jeffrey asked, also a little moved. First, we'll take over Colombia's branch there and establish contact. Then, we'll try to get a share of the profits. If that doesn't work, we can get the right to release it in theaters there. Tornado is very suitable. This movie doesn't have any inappropriate plot, nor is it biased. In short, what we need to do is to cultivate the market. This doesn't require us to spend much effort, but it will definitely bring us unexpected results, Eric said with a smile. After discussing for half an hour and working out some details of the implementation, they got off work together. Are you going to the premiere of Stranger in Disguise later? Jeffrey asked as the two stood in the elevator together. Eric nodded and said with a smile, I have to go. That girl has been nagging me for a few days. Otherwise, I would be in Hawaii now. I've seen the sample of Stranger in Disguise. How should I put it? This movie is a little too noisy and a little brainless. It's very strange, Jeffrey commented as he recalled. This is not a movie for an audience of your age, Eric said with a smile. And you're talking about the style of Stranger in Disguise. I plan to make a movie like this from the beginning. Also, the biggest highlight of this movie is Jim Carrey's performance. Then how much do you think we can get at the box office this time? Jeffrey asked the question he was most concerned about. Eric thought for a while and said, 100 million shouldn't be a problem. If there is no competition from Tornado and Batman Returns, it should be higher. Jeffrey opened his mouth but did not say his estimate. He shook his head and said with a smile, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. $100 million is already quite high. As the two chatted, Jeffrey rejected Eric's invitation to attend the premiere of Stranger in Disguise and drove away alone. Eric also got into his car and drove to the China Grand Theater where the premiere was held. At 5:00, the bell finally rang. Brittany, who had been in a daze with her chin resting on her hand, immediately perked up. She packed her bag and left the classroom with the crowd. Although she was a child star on the Disney Channel, Brittany and the other actors still had to go to school. Also, in order to deal with the Actors Association and the Protection of Minors Act, Disney had to arrange regular tutoring for their actors. For Brittany, who loved to play, all of this was torture. After leaving the school building, Brittany was about to take her bicycle home when Christina ran over from the other direction. When Christina got close, Brittany asked with a smile, What's the matter, Christina? Christina took out 2 tickets from her uniform pocket with a smile. Tickets to the premiere of Stranger in Disguise. Drew gave them to me. Do you want to go? Brittany's smile faded a little. She stared at the tickets in Christina's hand and said, Drew gave them to you. Why didn't I know? Christina's smile didn't change, but she was a little smug when she saw Brittany's expression. If Drew hadn't specifically told her that the tickets were for the two of them, Christina wouldn't even have told Brittany, the little fool, about it. Are you going or not? If not, I'll call my other friends. Christina had no intention of explaining. Although Drew had said that the tickets were for the two of them, if Brittany didn't want to go, what could she do? Brittany looked at the smug look on Christina's face and wanted to reject her impulsively. But after thinking about it, she said, all right, but I have to call home first. How troublesome. Christina pouted and said, then hurry up. Oh, and if we meet Drew, we might be able to attend the party after the premiere. You'd better tell your mother. Maybe Drew will invite us to stay at his house tonight. Brittany thought of the spacious room, game room, and swimming pool in the Beverly Hills mansion and compared it to her small bedroom. She immediately got excited. After Brittany called home, she was about to walk to her bicycle when Christina pulled her back. You're not going to ride there, are you? What else can I do? Brittany blinked. Don't embarrass yourself. Come with me. Christina pulled Brittany out of the small door and pointed at a taxi not far away. Of course we're taking a taxi. It's my treat. Brittany was unhappy with Christina's smug look and said, you don't have to treat. We'll split the bill. Up to you. Christina walked up and greeted the driver. She opened the door to the passenger seat and got in. Brittany pouted but had no choice but to sit in the back seat unwillingly. The two girls got out of the car together and saw the long red carpet in front of the China Grand Theater. There were also celebrities who were being photographed on the red carpet. Brittany looked at the exquisite white gown of the female celebrity on the red carpet and said enviously, so beautiful. These are just the small celebrities that Firefly invited to warm up the atmosphere. The big ones are behind them, Christina said, looking like a little know-it-all. Brittany didn't want to be looked down upon by Christina. She quickly put away her envious expression and looked around. She couldn't help but ask softly, hey, do you think we'll be able to see Mr. Williams tonight? Who knows? Christina shook her head and stood on her tiptoes to look at the end of the red carpet. But the possibility of Mr. Williams attending the premiere is very high. He's with Drew and, Christina immediately shut her mouth. She didn't want to share the little secret that she had observed with Brittany. However, Brittany didn't ask her about it. She continued, have you seen Tornado? It's amazing. I want to watch it a few more times. Too bad I don't have that much pocket money. If we can go to Sharp Corner Manor again, we'll definitely be able to watch it as many times as we want in the private screening room, Christina said. Then let's beg Drew to bring us there again, okay? Brittany said innocently. Christina glanced at the silly girl beside her in disdain and didn't answer. However, she was looking forward to it. However, Drew didn't bring them there and Christina was smart enough not to ask. In her eyes, Drew was much smarter than the silly girl beside her. It was hard for her to guess what Drew was thinking. Brittany, on the other hand, could guess what he was going to do just by looking at his expression. The two girls didn't enter the screening room in advance. Instead, they stayed near the red carpet like the other fans and counted the stars excitedly. Look, it's Mr. Williams and Drew. When the premiere was about to start, Brittany's sharp eyes saw two figures coming out of the limousine at the end of the red carpet. When Drew held Eric's arm and slowly walked to them, Brittany immediately waved her little hand and greeted them. Eric waved at the crowd, and easily saw the two little girls. He even winked at the two little girls. Stranger in Disguise was a PG-13 movie, which meant that it was meant for parents. Although it was recommended that parents watch it, it wasn't as restrictive as R-rated movies. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the two girls to show up at the premiere. After walking through the red carpet and into the theater, Eric asked, I see Boo and Chris. Did you invite them? Drew pouted in dissatisfaction and snorted, Boo, you call me so affectionately. Eric had just subconsciously used a more familiar name. Looking at the girl's unhappy expression, he raised his hand with a smile and patted her head. Ah, my hairstyle. Drew hurriedly slapped Eric's hand away. Little girl, what hairstyle do you want? Although there was an endless stream of Jim Carrey's high box office movies in his memory, the most classic work of Jim Carrey was The Disguised Monster. The depressed bank employee, Stan, accidentally picked up a mask that could give people superpowers, which caused a series of storms. Of course, the ending was that the good guys defeated the bad guys, and the lovers became a couple. Although the plot was quite mediocre, Jim Carrey's crazy performance made the audience at the premiere laugh from time to time. Eric stared at the picture on the big screen and listened to the laughter of the audience in the theater from time to time. He couldn't help but think that if it weren't for the rise of Hollywood special effects blockbusters, perhaps Jim Carrey would have achieved the same status as Stephen Chow in Hollywood in the 1990s. Of course, this was just a thought. If a movie market could only accommodate one star, then there must be a big problem with the movie market. What are you thinking about? Elizabeth suddenly asked in a low voice. Something, Eric answered vaguely, then changed the topic. How are the preparations for Detective Airplane going? Elizabeth was obviously a little dissatisfied with Eric's change of topic. She said perfunctorily, "It's okay, it won't affect the schedule." Eric smiled and reached out to pat the girl's leg. "Liz, don't be like this. You know, I'll definitely tell you what I can." Elizabeth looked around in a panic. After confirming that no one was looking, she pushed Eric's hand away from her leg. "Why can't I know something else?" Of course, he could not tell anyone about his future memories. Eric said, "Everyone should have some privacy." Westerners usually attached great importance to privacy, even between the most intimate of couples. Therefore, when she heard this, the gloominess in Elizabeth's heart dissipated a lot. She snorted softly and asked, "Hey, how much do you think the box office of Disguised Hero will get?" Eric pointed behind him and said, looking at the reaction of the audience, 100 million should not be a problem. Most of the audience who could attend the premiere were veteran movie fans who were specially invited by the movie company. If the movie had a good reaction among these people, its reputation among ordinary movie audiences would definitely not be bad. However, Elizabeth was not satisfied. "It's only 100 million. The North American box office for Tornado is estimated to be 300 million. Now, the overseas box office has already reached 50 million. The total overseas box office will probably not be much lower than the North American box office. Then you have to look at the difference in cost between the two movies. The cost of Tornado is 70 million, while Stranger in Disguise is less than 30 million. Elizabeth frowned. Something feels different. If you're really interested, you can try to make a big budget movie in 2 years. But don't cry if you fail. I'll give it a try. Eric smiled and said, "Let me make it clear, Firefly will not invest." "Humph, you're biased. You're really enthusiastic to invest in a documentary that a woman has no chance of making money." Eric knew that Elizabeth must be talking about the documentary about the Los Angeles riots that Catherine Bigelow was preparing. Because she needed a lot of material, Eric helped Catherine contact the Fox News network, which had accumulated a lot of news about the riots. It was not surprising that Elizabeth knew about it. Eric had heard women scolding him for being biased more than once. However, he also knew that most of these women had a little temper and were acting coquettishly. He had never mistreated any of his women. Thinking of Fox, Eric suddenly thought of another thing. "Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of a movie that Fox will release at the end of the month. I think it's called Buffy the Vampire Slayer." "What's wrong?" Eric leaned over slightly and smirked. "How about selling the copyright of this movie to Firefly? Name the price." In his memory, Buffy the Vampire Slayer should have been filmed for about 7 seasons. A TV series that could film for 7 seasons was definitely a classic among classics. Eric did not expect that the movie version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which was broadcast in 1997 in the original spacetime, would appear as early as 1992. When Elizabeth saw Eric's expression, she immediately raised her vigilance. She subconsciously thought of the film copyright of Golden Jade League that Eric once got from Fox. Firefly only spent a few million on the film copyright, but because of Sleepless in Seattle, the old film became popular and the videotape of Golden Jade League sold more than 2 million boxes, and Firefly also made tens of millions. Thinking of this, Elizabeth decisively refused. "Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it." "Okay." Eric shrugged and sat up straight. A moment later, Elizabeth couldn't help but be curious. She asked, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Sell the copyright to me first, then I'll tell you, Eric said with a smile. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then I won't tell you. I'll tell Fox later. I won't give you the copyright of this movie even if it's ruined. Then let's keep it for now, Eric said. Anyway, even if they really got the adaptation rights of this movie immediately, Firefly did not have any plans to produce more TV series for the time being. This year, in addition to several major blockbusters, Firefly had a total of 5 or 6 small and medium productions. In addition to the TV show's Friends, the company was completely operating at full capacity. Perhaps in a few years, when Firefly had its own TV station, he would find a way to get it. Thinking of the TV station, Eric's thoughts deviated a lot. Now, the 3 major TV stations were in a state of independent operation. They had not yet merged with any of the big 6, so it was a good time to acquire them. However, Eric knew that after the new century, the 3 major public TV stations were not in a good situation. The prosperity of the internet was one of the reasons, but more importantly, the rise of cable TV stations. Therefore, he had been thinking about whether Firefly should focus on developing cable TV stations or acquire one of the 3 major TV stations. Seeing that Eric was scared out of his wits again, Elizabeth kicked him with her leg before turning to the big screen. Unknowingly, the disguised genius had already come to an end. Stan and Tina stood side by side on the bridge, threw the magic mask into the river, and hugged their loved ones. When the crowd applauded, Eric said to Elizabeth, I won't participate in the party later, you host it. No, Eric, it's only 10 o'clock. Before Elizabeth answered, Drew's voice sounded from the other side. Most of the people who attended the party after the premiere were the main cast and some guests who were specially invited to the premiere. There were no important people to deal with, so Eric was too lazy to join in the fun. I have something to do tomorrow, you guys have fun. Eric patted the girl's shoulder comfortingly. After a simple curtain call ceremony, just as Eric was about to leave from the backstage, Drew came up with a little dress, followed by 2 little tails. Hi, Boo-Boo, Chris, Eric greeted the 2 girls. Seeing that Brittany was not only wearing her school uniform, but also carrying a small school bag, he asked curiously, isn't it summer vacation now? Do you still have school? I have remedial classes, Mr. Williams, Brittany replied timidly when she heard Eric talking to her. Although American schools did not have the tradition of remedial classes during summer vacation, there were exceptions to everything. Brittany and Christina were both small-time Disney actors, so they must have missed a lot of homework, so it was normal for them to attend remedial classes during summer vacation. Although he realized what was going on, Eric still teased with a smile, I heard that those who attend remedial classes during summer vacation are not good students. Brittany opened her little mouth and suddenly had an idea. She pointed at Christina beside her and said, Chris is attending remedial classes too. Eric almost laughed out loud. The little girl obviously did not hear his teasing. He glanced at Christina, who was wearing a beautiful light blue dress and did not look like she had just come out of school. He could not help but reach out and rub the girl's little head. She doesn't look like a good student at all. Christina, of course, could tell that Eric was teasing them. She was neither flustered nor angry. She stuck out her little tongue cutely and did not mind that Eric ruffled her hair. She shrunk her neck slightly and squinted her slender eyes slightly like a cute kitten. Seeing Christina's expression, Eric suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. He inadvertently glanced at Drew beside him and realized that Christina was obviously imitating Drew. Sigh, they were all little vixens. It's already so late, you should go back. I'll get someone to send you guys back. Huh? The one who spoke was the innocent Brittany. She had thought that Drew would bring them back to his mansion in Beverly Hills tonight. Hearing Brittany's confusion, Eric looked at Drew and asked, what's wrong? Drew hugged the 2 little girls and said with a smile, I'm bringing them back to my place. Eric, do you want to come? Eric quickly shook his head. Forget it. In that case, let's go back as soon as possible. Don't stay out too late. Don't forget to send them to class tomorrow. Got it. You're nagging like an old man. Eric reached out and knocked the girl's head. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you for teaching little Emma the wrong way. Hee hee, I heard about it. Julia said that you embarrassed yourself. As they chatted, they came to the parking lot together. Drew used the excuse that he didn't drive to get into Eric's car with the two little girls. There were two bodyguards in the front seat, so Eric had to squeeze in the back seat with the three little girls. They squeezed all the way to the entrance of Drew's mansion. Eric didn't get out of the car. Instead, he chased the three little girls out of the car. After a simple goodbye, he told the driver to drive home. It wasn't until Eric's SUV disappeared that the three girls entered Drew's mansion. Brittany was carefree and happy, but Christina was a little disappointed that Eric didn't stay the night. The girl had always hoped that she could spend more time with Eric. Being able to please this big shot in Hollywood was much better than simply staying the night. Did you learn it well? Drew reached out and put his arm around Christina's little shoulder as they walked along the corridor of the mansion. Huh? What? Christina wanted to play dumb. Drew reached out and pinched the girl's cheek. He's praising you. You learned it well. Christina knew that she was caught imitating Drew's cute expression. She didn't know if Drew was really praising her, so she nervously twitched the corner of her mouth and showed a fawning smile. I just think that looks good. And Eric likes it too, Drew added with a smile. This time, Christina didn't answer. Brittany, on the other hand, had an adorable look on her face. She had no idea what the two were talking about. Drew didn't intend to enlighten this silly girl. In fact, being a little stupid had its benefits. It would be boring if he raised two identical Lolas. Tina Fey didn't hear the sound of the car in the courtyard. She was startled when she heard the door open. She was relieved when she noticed that it was Drew who came in with the two girls. She didn't go to the premiere with Drew. Instead, she stayed at home. Tina Fey wasn't surprised to see Drew come back with the two girls. She always thought that Drew was still a child when he interacted with the two girls. Why are you guys back? Isn't there a party? Tina Fey stood up from the sofa and asked curiously. Drew leaned lazily on the sofa and waved his little hand. This kind of party is boring. Plus, Eric left early. It's even more boring, so I came back in his car. Eric, he's here too? Tina Fey glanced outside the door. Don't look. He's already gone, Drew said with a teasing tone. Help me get a glass of juice. I'm thirsty. Let me. Christina, who had already sat down, stood up politely and walked to the fridge. Tina Fey looked at the girl's action and shook her head slightly. She sat back on the sofa and casually picked up the documents she was reading and placed them on her knees. It's already so late. You're still reading these things? Drew came over and glanced at the documents in front of Tina Fey with a smile. I don't have anything else to do anyway, Tina Fey said casually. She didn't really like watching TV. Plus, Drew gave her a high salary, so Tina Fey subconsciously worked very hard. Sigh, Tina. The more you do, the lazier I'll be. I'm really scared that you'll quit one day. What should I do then? Drew leaned beside Tina Fey and reached out his little arm to hug the girl's waist. He rubbed his head against her as he said. Tina Fey smiled and shook her slim waist. She smiled and said, You're giving me such a high salary. I can't bear to quit. You still can't bear to leave Eric, right? Drew immediately teased her. Tina Fey blushed and her gaze drifted away. Tina, do you want that ring? Drew suddenly asked. Tina Fey almost threw the documents in her hand away when she heard the question. The Disguised Stranger earned more than $37 million at the box office in its first week, far exceeding its production cost of less than $30 million. There was almost no doubt that the total box office would exceed $100 million. Compared to MGM, which only released one movie during the summer and earned less than $10 million at the box office, TG's results would definitely attract the attention of many people. After all, TG's box office results during the summer of 1992 were much better than Paramount, Universal, and Fox, even if they were not compared to MGM, which was already in shambles. Paramount's summer release was Harrison Ford's action movie Patriot Games, but the movie only earned about $80 million at the box office. Universal and Fox were in a similar situation. None of the three Major studios had a movie that exceeded $100 million at the box office during the summer. As for the rich Sony Pictures, although they invited Tom Cruise to produce Dark War, the prequel, due to various reasons, the total box office of the movie stopped at around $80 million, barely reaching the budget of the movie. The impact of the failure in the North American box office market was often a series of effects. Because the box office of Dark War, the prequel, was not ideal, the overseas box office and the peripheral sales would be greatly affected. This project would once again bring a huge loss to Sony Pictures. A week after the release of The Disguised Stranger, Disney's Even Nuns Go Crazy stepped on the tail end of the summer and appeared in more than 2,100 theaters in North America. The release of this comedy almost signaled the end of the summer. The movies that were released after that were not very important to the studio, but they wanted to try their luck at the end of the summer. The probability of a dark horse appearing in these movies was very small. There was no doubt that Tornado was the biggest winner of the entire summer. With an estimated total box office of $300 million and The Disguised Genius that followed, the total box office of Firefly during the summer would exceed $400 million. If a few Disney films were included, then according to the current annual box office in North America, the box office of Firefly Pictures would have exceeded 10% of the annual box office in just one summer. If Firefly was a listed company, perhaps the stock price would have risen by a lot. However, while the North American entertainment media was talking about it, Eric had already left Los Angeles. After attending the premiere of Stranger in Disguise, he quickly flew to Hawaii. Thanks to Jerry Bruckheimer's excellent work, by the time Eric arrived in Hawaii, Dr. Hardman's experimental base, the Jurassic Park gate, and the electric fence blocking the dinosaurs had all been completed. At the same time, 2 other small film crews were shooting the corresponding amber and dinosaur archaeological scenes at the Amber Mine in the Dominican Republic and the Red Rock Canyon National Park in California. "Eric, look, it's here." Jerry Bruckheimer pointed at a deep forest passage. "Kauai doesn't have the kind of terrain you need, but this place definitely fits the bill. We only need to spend a day to transport the necessary equipment and we can start shooting." At this time, the two were discussing the scene where the Tyrannosaurus Rex chased after the Jeep. Since Kauai did not have a convenient terrain, Jerry Bruckheimer found the corresponding scene on Oahu, which was also part of the Hawaiian Islands. "If we choose this place, we definitely need to make some changes to the surrounding environment. Otherwise, we won't be able to shoot at all. Will the state of Hawaii agree?" Eric looked at the very primitive forest environment in front of him and asked doubtfully. "I've already considered this. They said it's not a problem." Jerry Bruckheimer showed Eric a confident expression. Eric smiled and did not ask any more questions. The two got into a Jeep together. After the driver started the engine, Eric stretched. Although they had only arrived in Hawaii yesterday, he and Jerry Bruckheimer had already visited all the shooting locations today. They would have to do some preliminary test shooting tomorrow. Shooting a big-budget movie was like fighting a war in ancient times. It was very labor-intensive and resource-intensive. Therefore, Eric could not spare too much time to rest. The daily expenses of a production team of hundreds of people were huge. Eric had no choice but to get back to work as soon as possible. With Eric's wealth, he could definitely afford to waste time. However, if he really did that, he would no longer be a qualified director and producer. After the Jeep arrived at the port of Oahu, the two boarded a small yacht and returned to Kauai. It was already evening. After a day of work, they could finally relax. Looking at the beautiful island behind them under the sunset, Jerry Bruckheimer smiled and said to Eric, "Eric, maybe you can try buying a small island." "Do you have a private island?" Eric asked curiously. The trend of buying private islands was now popular, but Eric was not very interested in it. Jerry Bruckheimer shook his head and said, "Not yet, but I think about it occasionally." As a gold medal producer who had been famous for more than 10 years, Jerry Bruckheimer's net worth was no less than that of an A-list Hollywood star. Therefore, buying a private island was not a financial problem. "Actually, I don't think it's worth buying a small island at all. If it's too close to land, privacy is often not guaranteed. If it's too far away from land, it's isolated in the sea. Then, the infrastructure will be a big problem. Unless you invest regardless of the cost, you can't live too comfortably on the island. When Jerry Bruckheimer heard Eric's words, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Eric continued, if it were me, I'd rather buy a mountain. When the time comes, I'll bring my friends to the foot of a towering mountain, point at the clouds and say, look, this mountain is mine. Jerry Bruckheimer could not help but laugh as he imagined the scene described by Eric. After the yacht gradually left Oahu, Jerry Bruckheimer looked at the group of assistants on the deck and winked at Eric. The two of them went into the cabin. Eric, according to the current box office trend of several movies, the box office of Firefly Pictures should be able to exceed $500 million this summer, right? Eric knew that Jerry Bruckheimer would not say this for no reason. He nodded silently and sat down with Jerry on the seat near the window. I've seen the movie release schedule of Firefly and Disney. At the end of the year, Firefly will release Speed, Detective Airplane, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which is a collaboration with Sony. Disney will also release another animated film. The box office of animated films has always been very stable. Therefore, the box office number at the end of the year will not be much worse than that of the summer. Coupled with the box office accumulation of small and medium-sized productions in the non-popular schedule, Firefly Pictures' box office share this year is likely to far exceed Warner's, reaching 30%. Eric had almost understood the meaning of Jerry Bruckheimer's words. He asked with a smile, Jerry, did someone ask you to pass on a message? Jerry Bruckheimer nodded. Mr. Martin Davis from Paramount. As you know, I have always worked with Paramount. What does he want? Eric asked bluntly. Jerry Bruckheimer smiled and said, if you agree, Mr. Davis will come to meet you in person. As for what you want to talk about, it's not my concern. Well, I'll call Mr. Davis when I have time, Eric nodded and said. Jerry Bruckheimer's meaning was obvious. Firefly's movie performance was too outstanding, and it would definitely cause a backlash from several other film companies. Martin Davis asked Jerry Bruckheimer to pass on a message at this time, undoubtedly because he wanted to cooperate with Firefly. After all, few people would actively choose to be hostile when there was a win-win situation. Eric, as far as I'm concerned, I actually think you can separate Pixar Animation Studio and Digital Domain from the Firefly system and set up two separate companies. Eric smiled and shook his head. Jerry, I finally condensed Firefly into a whole. How can I take the initiative to remove the limbs? Jerry Bruckheimer was stunned. He seemed to think that Eric's words made sense, but he felt that something was not quite right. Eric did not look at Jerry Bruckheimer's expression. He turned his head to look at the sea outside the window and said faintly, since the rise of the giants in the 20s and 30s, Hollywood has been accustomed to the structure of the 6, 7, or 8 giants, but it does not mean that this should be the norm in Hollywood. In the United States, General Motors can be the dominant company, Bell can be the dominant company, ExxonMobil can be the dominant company, and even Walmart, which has only been established for 30 years, can be the dominant company. In this case, why can't Hollywood be the dominant company? When Jerry Bruckheimer heard this, he faintly felt a slight shattering sound. He had joined Hollywood since the early 70s, and it had been nearly 20 years since then. Unconsciously, he had become accustomed to the coexistence of several giants in Hollywood. However, Eric's words made Jerry Bruckheimer realize that this rule was not unbreakable. Eric, then why has Hollywood always maintained this coexistence of several giants? Jerry Bruckheimer asked almost subconsciously. Eric thought for a moment and said, probably because of the ups and downs in performance. Movies are different from other industries. For example, Walmart has developed a distribution system that is ahead of its peers, so it has dominated the entire United States in just 30 years. When Walmart has already occupied the market, other competitors, even if they completely imitate Walmart's model, can't reach Walmart's scale. But movie companies are different. The measure of a movie company's strength is ultimately the box office, and the box office is the most unstable thing. Maybe a movie company will produce several hit movies in a certain period of time, just like when Barry Diller took over Paramount. But for various reasons, that situation will certainly not last long. Other movie companies are not idle either. Maybe they will produce movies with high box office from time to time. In this way, it is difficult to reach the situation where one company is the dominant company. After saying this, Eric smiled confidently and said, "But at Firefly, this situation will definitely continue. So, one day, I will let them get used to something." Jerry Bruckheimer smiled but did not agree with Eric. Since the performance of other movie companies would fluctuate, how could Firefly not appear? Eric did not take what Martin Davis of Paramount told him through Jerry Bruckheimer too seriously. Firefly had now developed to a quite stable state of mind. Such a big movie company could not be defeated by dishonest means. If you wanted to defeat a movie company, you could only rely on movies. But when it came to movies, Eric was confident that no movie company in Hollywood had the strength to do so. However, he did not ignore Martin Davis's message. That night, Eric called Martin Davis, who was far away in Los Angeles, and agreed to have a chat. As for whether they could reach a cooperation, it depended on Paramount's sincerity. Eric knew that when MGM was ignored, Disney was annexed by Firefly, and Universal and Columbia were acquired by the Japanese consortium. The only choice for outsiders to enter Hollywood was to acquire Paramount. According to the memory of his previous life and some information collected before, after Lei Sherdong of Viacom failed to compete with Eric for Disney, he directly shifted his target to Paramount. Barry Diller left Fox and started his own business for a period of time. He soon thought of returning to Hollywood. He joined forces with several companies and began to sound out Paramount's shareholders. Although Paramount's performance in recent years was not very good, with such a shell, Paramount could rise again at any time as long as it could pull in high-quality film projects. Therefore, Martin Davis did not have much intention to sell Paramount. Unfortunately, Paramount was a listed company. Although Martin Davis was the company's largest shareholder, if other movie companies adopted a hostile takeover to annex Paramount, the other shareholders of Paramount were likely to agree to the other party's high-priced acquisition and choose to cash out at a high price if Paramount's performance was not ideal. This was probably why Martin Davis suddenly contacted Eric. When the Japanese acquired Columbia and Universal, the two movie companies had a short cooperation with Firefly and achieved good results. Although the two companies were sold in the end, the Japanese spent a lot of dollars. Martin Davis's thoughts were very clear. He just wanted to improve Paramount's performance and prevent other shareholders from choosing to sell the company. With the Eastern European film market gradually opening up and the annual box office in North America continuing to increase, it was understandable that Martin Davis did not want to sell Paramount. Once they started working, time flew by. The residents of Lidi, the largest city on Kauai, had seen hundreds of Jurassic Park crew members head to the canyon to film every morning as if they were going to work. News of the filming of Jurassic Park had already appeared on the media. As a highly anticipated movie, people were curious about how Eric would resurrect the dinosaurs from ancient times. When there was demand, there would naturally be people willing to work for it. Other than the crew of Jurassic Park, there were also paparazzi from all over the world on Kauai. They used every means possible to find out the secrets of the crew. In order to prevent information from leaking out, the crew had to take very strict security measures. This was especially true for the dinosaur models. If the photos of these models were leaked out before the movie was released, it would be a disaster for the movie. After all, the selling point of Jurassic Park was the realistic dinosaurs. If the audience saw the dinosaurs in the movie and suddenly thought of the dinosaur models exposed in a magazine, the experience would be greatly reduced. Therefore, even the crew members couldn't see the dinosaur model all the time. These props would only appear on the set when they were shooting relevant scenes. Moreover, once the shooting was completed, the model would be quickly escorted to the tightly guarded warehouse by specialized personnel. When the main crew on Kauai started shooting, the two main actors, Alan Grant and Ellie Settler, were still shooting the archaeological scene in California's Red Rock Canyon National Park. The actor who played John Hammond's lawyer was also shooting the amber mine scene in the Dominican Republic. Only the two small actors and a few other supporting actors appeared on set. Jurassic Park was a movie with multiple narratives. Therefore, this situation did not affect the operation of the crew at all. Eric just happened to be able to shoot some secondary scenes to familiarize himself with the crew. A week later, when the main actors and actresses appeared on Kauai, Eric had already completed the scene at the beginning of the movie where the workers had an accident while transporting the velociraptors and most of the scenes with the fat software engineer, Dennis. Inside the dinosaur base built in the canyon. Eric looked at the frightened bull that was still kicking wildly on the field, as well as the few staff members who were surrounding it, and turned to the assistant director in charge of the props arrangement. "Royce, what's going on? Didn't you say there would be no problem?" Royce didn't have the mood to watch the show like the other staff members. He said with a bitter face, "Eric, this bull is usually very docile. Although it's a bull, it's been whipped. It won't have any problems with a few whips. I think it might be afraid of heights." As Reyes spoke, he pointed at the crane nearby. They were currently filming a scene where they were feeding the velociraptors. A live bull would be hoisted into the velociraptor's nest by the crane. However, after the originally docile bull was hoisted into the air by the crane, it began to struggle violently. Its strength was so great that the crane's mechanical arm kept shaking. Even if the camera managed to capture this situation, it would not be able to use it. Eric had no choice but to order the driver to put the bull down. However, after landing, the agitated bull still did not calm down. It dragged the steel wire around its body and almost hurt someone. As the two of them spoke, a crew member with a tranquilizer gun appeared outside the set. After receiving the order, he shot the mad bull and knocked it out. The other crew member stepped forward and dragged the bull out. Eric rubbed his forehead in distress. Animal actors were indeed a big problem for any crew. Fortunately, the dinosaur props were not alive. "Reyes, I don't care what method you use. Tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after tomorrow, find me a bull that's not afraid of heights." Although this simple feeding scene would only appear for a few seconds in the movie, it had taken more than 2 hours of preparation from the beginning until now. In the end, this was the result. Of course, Reyes could see Eric's frustration. He did not dare to bargain and nodded in agreement. However, Eric had already taken the loudspeaker from his assistant. "Okay, let's skip this scene first. We'll film the next scene directly. Nickel, hurry up and set up the cameras. Everyone else, get moving." Hearing the director's roar, the crew who were still reminiscing about the interesting incident quickly came to their senses and walked to their positions. Eric also picked up the script and walked towards the main cast. "I'm really sorry. It looks like we'll have to film the next scene directly. Are you sure there's no problem here?" Eric walked to Sam Neill and the others and asked. Sam Neill, Helen Hunt and the others smiled and gathered around, nodding to show that there was no problem. Eric did not participate in the activities of actors rehearsing their lines. He only needed to see the final result. Seeing everyone nod, he continued, "The next scene will be a group scene. The 5 of you will appear in the camera. In order to help you get into character, the corresponding dinosaur sound effects will be played. I hope that everyone will be able to express the emotions that their characters should have." Although a certain Sundara acrophobia cow had caused some small accidents, even the most outstanding crew would have some small accidents from time to time, so everyone was used to it. After skipping the feeding scene, Nickel Frank, who was the director of photography, quickly arranged the next few scenes for the next scene. Photography, okay. Lighting, okay. Recording, okay. After some time, the people in charge of each group responded through the walkie-talkie. Only then did Eric announce that the filming would continue. This was the scene of the 5 main adult actors watching the base feeding the velociraptors. At this time, it had not been long since Dr. Grant and the others saw the resurrection of the dinosaurs. However, everyone's feelings were different. As a dinosaur archaeologist, Dr. Grant was still in a state of excitement. From time to time, he would ask John Hammond and the administrator, Robert Muldoon, all kinds of questions, showing a strong desire for knowledge. After seeing the feeding process of the dinosaurs, Dr. Ellie Settler showed a woman's unique emotions. The excitement of seeing the dinosaurs disappeared by a lot. The chaos scientist, Ian Malcolm, had been a little worried since the moment he saw the resurrection of the dinosaurs. After watching the velociraptors eat, his worries became more serious. John Hammond was in a state of complacency while observing everyone's reactions. Lawyer Donald was thinking about how to commercialize Jurassic Park. Although everyone's thoughts were different, it was not easy to perform perfectly. However, considering that the audience's attention would often be on the speaker, Eric paid attention to the speaker. If the speaker's performance was impeccable, and the others were above the standard, then the scene would pass. Even so, a few minutes of conversation still used up more than an hour of the remaining time in the morning. After lunch, while the actors were in good condition, the crew immediately moved to another set. Pay attention to Royce. If we find a suitable cow tomorrow, arrange for the morning scene to be res hot. If we can't find one, then shoot according to the original schedule. Also, pay attention to the recent weather conditions and be ready to arrange for a rainy chase scene. I don't want to see all kinds of problems when it rains when we want to start shooting. After a day of work, Eric held a bottle of mineral water in his hand and walked quickly to the director's assistant to take note of things. The two walked all the way to the side of a jeep. The driver opened the door for Eric. Eric finished the water in his hand and stuffed the empty bottle into a roadside trash can before getting into the jeep. In the back seat, Alan, who was sitting on the other side, had already opened the folder on his lap. On set, Eric was a director, but most of the time, after work, Eric had to change to another identity. The jeep drove smoothly on the road. Alan did not waste any time and directly started his work. The budget for the new season of Friends, The X-Files, and Who Will Be a Millionaire has been prepared. There's also the publicity budget for the next half of the year for Firefly and Disney. These documents need your signature as soon as possible. Eric nodded. The opening of Disneyland in Paris is scheduled for September 10th. They hope that you can attend the opening in person and have already sent an invitation. September 10th? What kind of date is that? Eric was puzzled. Alan explained. Disney also raised objections. September 10th, the summer vacation just passed, and it happened to be the off-season for tourism. However, this is the arrangement of the French partners. The whole of Europe is against the opening of Disneyland in Paris. They must have chosen this date because of the pressure of public opinion. Eric's index finger lightly scratched his thigh a few times. The shooting of Jurassic Park would take at least 10 weeks. If everything went well, he might be able to make it to Paris on September 10th, it depends on the situation. If I can attend, I will rush over. Otherwise, forget it. Alan quickly wrote down a few words on the memo, then continued, one more thing. Fox is responsible for the overseas distribution of Stranger in Disguise. Currently, the movie is only showing in 7 European countries. It hasn't covered the 5 main countries, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. However, its total box office has accumulated more than $40 million. The marketing department sent over a report that the movie's overseas box office may exceed $200 million, which is almost twice the domestic box office. Alan looked at Eric and didn't continue. This was enough to clearly convey the management's intention. Eric shook his head and smiled. Firefly is responsible for the domestic distribution, and Fox is responsible for the overseas distribution. When TG was established, I agreed with Liz to tell them not to think about it. Moreover, Stranger in Disguise is just an accident. Most local comedies with such a strong style won't achieve good results overseas. Alan opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He quickly wrote it down and continued, also, Mr. Martin Davis will be here on the 15th, that's not a day off, is it? I've told him about this, but Mr. Davis insisted. Then let him be, Eric said indifferently. Alan turned a page of the document in his hand and said, there's one more thing. It's about Speed. A week ago, there was an accident during the filming of Speed. However, there weren't any serious consequences. Only 3 people suffered different degrees of trauma. The most serious one only needed to recuperate for a month. Originally, this incident would have passed after the crew clarified it. However, 3 days ago, an entertainment newspaper called Daily Hollywood published a follow-up report on this incident and pointed the finger at you. Me? Eric slightly propped himself up. Alan took out a newspaper from the folder and handed it to Eric. Take a look. Eric took it and quickly browsed through the article that Alan had marked with a red pen. This report made a lot of noise about the accident that happened on the set of Speed and pointed the finger at Eric, who had provided the idea for the story. It said that it was Eric who had set up the story to be too thrilling, causing the accident to happen during the filming process. In the end, the report even called for Los Angeles and the Industry Association to pay attention to the incident. It also hoped that the crew of Speed could suspend filming and accept the corresponding safety investigation. What's the result? Eric asked in a deep voice after reading the report. This report was from 3 days ago. Since it was handed to him, there must be a follow-up. After this report, several other newspapers also reprinted this article. However, realizing that this incident was unusual, the Public Relations Department quickly followed up and it has now calmed down. Eric gently rubbed his forehead. He didn't need to think carefully to know that someone couldn't stand the loneliness and wanted to do something. It seemed that the successive tornado had a great impact on those people. After all, if they just wanted to hype up the news, they wouldn't have turned the blame on him. Have you found any more information? Although Alan didn't say anything, Eric already knew the result. However, he still asked tentatively. Alan shook his head. No, but Daily Hollywood is a newspaper under Newhouse Media. Eric recalled the information about Newhouse and said, "Send a letter to the person in charge of Newhouse Media in my name. My request isn't too much. Ask the editor-in-chief of Daily Hollywood and the reporter who wrote the report to get lost. I don't care who instigated them. Since they are willing to take the lead after receiving benefits, they should be prepared to be cannon fodder. This is also a warning to other people who want to be cannon fodder. If Newhouse refuses, then tell Firefly to stop advertising in Newhouse's newspapers and magazines until they agree." In addition to the famous Vanity Fair magazine, Newhouse Media also operated dozens of daily newspapers and corresponding magazines. These newspapers and magazines basically relied on advertising to survive. Eric didn't believe that Newhouse would abandon a big client like Firefly Pictures for an editor-in-chief. As they were talking, the Jeep slowly drove into the parking lot of the hotel where the crew was staying. Eric and Alan got out of the Jeep and walked to the hotel together. Alan continued, "In this case, should we continue to track down the person behind this? Although the possibility of finding out the truth was not very high, if they did nothing, they would be easily treated as a pushover." Therefore, after hearing Alan's words, Eric nodded and said, "Arrange for a private detective to investigate slowly, but don't spend too much effort and don't need to be too secretive. It's better to let people know that we are investigating this matter." The hotel had been booked by the crew of Jurassic Park. Eric and Alan talked as they walked, greeting acquaintances from time to time. When they came to the stairs leading upstairs, Eric said to Alan, "I'm going upstairs to take a shower. We'll talk about it during dinner. You can wait for me in the dining room." Hearing this, Alan smiled meaningfully. He handed the documents to Eric and said, "Maybe you have to eat in your room. After you finish reading these documents, you can give them to me at any time. I'll have someone send them to Los Angeles." Eric immediately understood Alan's unspoken words. He took the folder and asked, "Who's coming?" "How come I don't know?" Alan smiled and spread out his hands. "Well, I've been told not to tell anyone. I think you'd better go and see for yourself." Eric did not ask further. He turned around and quickly went upstairs and came to the door of his room. The door of the guest room was suddenly opened. Joanna Pakula, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, raised her head in shock. After seeing Eric, the faint panic on her face did not disappear. She secretly closed the magazine on her knees and put it aside casually. Then she pretended to be calm and smiled faintly. "Eric, you're back." Eric walked to the woman's side with a smile. When he was about to sit down, he saw the magazine with a picture of a woman holding a baby on the cover. However, he didn't think too much about it as he thought that the woman was just flipping through the magazine for fun. Thus, he picked it up and threw it under the tea table in front of him. After that, he sat down beside Xianxia and hugged her. He kissed her and asked, "Xiang, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming here? I could have picked you up." Seeing that Eric didn't notice the magazine at all, Joanna was completely relieved. She let Eric hug her and said softly, "Vicky didn't want me to tell you. She wanted to give you a surprise. Vicky is here too." "Where is she?" Eric asked as he looked around. The room was only so big, and he couldn't find Virginia. Only then did Eric look at the bedroom door. Soon, Joanna confirmed Eric's thoughts. She pointed at the bedroom and said, "She was a little tired from the flight and is still sleeping. I just woke up not long ago. It's really tiring to take such a long flight." Eric looked at his watch. It was already 6:30 in Hawaii. However, in summer, the sky didn't get dark until 7 or 8 o'clock. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to have dinner. Thus, he chatted with Joanna casually. "How have you been these days? Are you too tired?" After the great success of Tornado in North America, it was soon released in Europe. As the female lead, Joanna had been flying around Europe for the promotion of the movie. Joanna shook her head and smiled faintly. She said, "I'm not tired at all. Charlie arranged my schedule very well. Moreover, compared to the days when I didn't have a place to settle down, I'd rather be tired. This way, it's more fulfilling. It's much better than the days when I woke up and didn't even know what to do." Eric recalled the agent that ICM had arranged for Joanna, Charlie Walker. He had personally communicated with ICM about this matter. Of course, the agent arranged by the other party wouldn't be a mediocre person. The 5 major ticket markets in Europe should have all been released. Japan still needs more than a month. What do you plan to do next? Although the main characters of Tornado were those realistic hurricane special effects, the estimated global box office of more than $500 million could still easily push the male and female leads to the ranks of A-list celebrities. Eric guessed that Joanna would be very busy during this period. Charlie suggested that I take advantage of the popularity brought by Tornado to take on a few more commercial films. In a few years, I'll try to act in literary films to try for an Oscar. Joanna said as she looked at Eric. "Eric, do you think this is okay?" Eric leaned on the sofa casually. Although European and American women generally aged faster, there were always some women who were blessed by God to be immune to the erosion of time. Joanna was obviously one of them. Although she maintained a face that looked like she was 25 years old, she was actually 35 years old. Charlie Walker must have considered Joanna's age when he made such a suggestion. Of course. Although his suggestion is somewhat utilitarian, it can also maximize your status in Hollywood. Hollywood stars are destined to rely on box office sales. I will also help you keep an eye out for suitable films for you to act in. The two of them sat opposite each other on the sofa. Joanna felt that Eric's hand that was caressing her cheek seemed to have become rougher. She pulled his hand over and looked down. There were thick calluses on his palm. She asked, "How did this happen?" "You're the director. Don't tell me that you have to do the work yourself? Making a movie is physical labor. This time, it's more troublesome than when we were shooting Tornado." Eric smiled casually and grabbed Joanna's hand. "I'm a man. I can't be like you women who take care of your hands beautifully." They chatted casually like this. Unknowingly, the sky outside had darkened. Eric called the service desk to order dinner. Looking at the bedroom that was still closed, he stood up and said, "Why isn't Vicky awake yet? I'll go and take a look." The curtains in the bedroom were drawn, and the light was even dimmer. Eric did not turn on the lights. He walked over quietly and pulled a chair over to sit down. The petite woman was sleeping on her side, her face buried in her golden brown hair. The bedroom was very cool because of the air conditioning. Virginia was covered with a blanket. Eric watched quietly for a while before reaching out and patting Virginia's shoulder. "Vicky, it's time to get up." Virginia might have had enough sleep. She opened her eyes without too much grogginess. She smiled at Eric and stretched before asking, "What time is it? You're only back now?" "I finished work a long time ago." "I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping," Eric replied. As the two of them were talking, the waiter's voice came from the living room. Eric knew that it must be dinner. He reluctantly let go of his hand and leaned over to kiss Virginia's face. "Let's have dinner first. We have plenty of time tonight." Virginia nodded and reached out her small hand. "I don't have the strength. Pull me up." Eric listened carefully. After making sure that Joanna had sent the waiter away, he pulled the petite woman up and asked teasingly, "Is it because you're hungry or something else?" Although the awkwardness and cautiousness that the three of them had when they first got together was gone, the dinner was still finished quickly. Perhaps it was because he had received special instructions, but Eric was always disturbed by messy matters in the middle of the night. Tonight, however, was surprisingly peaceful. Other than the waiter who came to deliver dinner, no one knocked on the door until the three of them finished eating. Be good and don't break in. At the door of the bathroom, Virginia once again reminded Eric, who was sitting there reading documents. Then she pulled Joanna into the bathroom together. After locking the bathroom door, Virginia didn't react, but Joanna was like a little girl who was about to do something bad. Vicky, is this really okay? Virginia was still a little nervous, but she had finally made up her mind. She was just one step away, so of course, she couldn't back down easily. Why are you so worried? I'm the one who wants a child, not you. Joanna followed Virginia to the bathtub. Watching Virginia turn on the tap and run the water, Joanna said, I just think that it's not good for you to not tell Eric. Of course I will tell him. I'm still counting on him to pay alimony. Virginia showed a matter-of-fact look. In the sound of the running water, she poured the things she had prepared from her bag onto the sink. She found a small sewing needle and a small plastic bag from the packaging box. Then, she poked around. Hey, this is too obvious. He'll see through it. Joanna pointed at something that was quickly poked with many holes. Virginia raised it up and looked at it under the light. She nodded with satisfaction. Then, she took out another needle and did the same thing. At the same time, she glanced at Joanna. Perhaps to suppress the anxiety in her heart, or perhaps to convince herself, she muttered, I've been preparing for several months. I did a physical examination and took care of my body. This is the last step. Don't ruin my plan. But, I always feel that. Joanna didn't know what to say. She gestured randomly. Virginia continued, some time ago, my brother urged me to get married again. You know, I don't plan to get married. In Hollywood, even if I get married, not many couples can last long. It's better to be single. In fact, I originally planned to adopt a child a few years ago. Speaking of this, Virginia raised her left hand. A rose gold ring with an exquisite pattern looked very beautiful under the light. But since he gave me this, I gave up the idea of adoption. It's not like there aren't any men. Why should I adopt? It's better to have one myself. I've asked the doctor. With my age, it's just right to have a child now. It'll be too late in a few years. Joanna was obviously still a little worried. Looking at Virginia's insistence, she whispered, you should discuss it with Eric. Virginia curled her lips and said, that little bastard, what's there to discuss with him? You have to know that he's only 22 years old now. Don't be fooled by his usual old-fashioned appearance. In fact, he's still a child in his heart. Such a man often hates children. He'll definitely say to wait a few more years. Oh, I'll be old in a few more years. It'll be very dangerous to have a child again. If I don't have this face and a child, he'll definitely leave me far behind. Joanna weakly argued for Eric, I don't think Eric is such a person. How can a man be reliable? Children are more secure. If I have a child, he'll definitely raise me. Anyway, money doesn't mean anything to him. He can afford it. I've already decided. If you dare to ruin my plan, I'll pin you down in the bathtub. In the end, Virginia put down the last small plastic bag and made a strangling gesture towards Joanna. Joanna shrank her neck and watched Virginia quickly pack the things on the sink into her bag. Then, she was pulled to the bathtub by Virginia. Well, Joan, let's take a bath first. Eric felt that women taking a bath was troublesome. He had finished all the documents that Alan had left for him. The two women hadn't come out yet. He couldn't help but go to the bathroom door and knock gently. He asked with a smile, Hey, are you drowning? Do you need me to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Don't break in, I'm warning you. Virginia's voice suddenly came from the bathroom, and it seemed to be a little panicked. Okay, but it doesn't take so long to take a bath, right? Eric complained a few words and turned off the bedroom light directly. The early morning sun penetrated the bedroom through the gap in the curtains. Joanna, who felt that her waist was a little sore, opened her eyes weakly. She saw another face with a small mouth slightly open, sleeping soundly. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Joanna knew that it was very late now. Eric must have started working. Joanna sat up and took a deep breath. She couldn't help but look at Virginia on the other side. It was all because of this seductress that she had to suffer with her. However, recalling the scene last night, Joanna suddenly remembered that he didn't wear that thing, and even she turned her head and looked at the floor next to her. The small box full of something that Virginia had poked holes in was indeed lying on the floor intact. Joanna's mood immediately became complicated when she thought of the possibility of pregnancy. She couldn't help but think of Virginia's words last night. She was 5 years older than Virginia. Since she was in her 20s, Joanna had been living a somewhat homeless life. It wasn't easy for her to come to the United States, but the development of her career had been unsatisfactory. She had unknowingly wasted so many years. If she hadn't met Eric, she didn't know when her life would have stabilized. Thinking of Virginia's words last night, Joanna couldn't help but have a trace of anticipation for the child. The two women came and left in a hurry. Since most of his attention was on Jurassic Park, Eric did not notice Virginia and Joanna's abnormality. On the afternoon of July 15, a helicopter landed at the airport in the northern part of Kauai. An old man in casual clothes refused his assistant's help and jumped out of the helicopter. "Danny, have you contacted the reporter?" Martin Davis asked the assistant beside him again when he saw a man in his 30s walking towards them not far away. The man in a suit named Danny said in a low voice, "It's been arranged. The news will appear in the newspaper tomorrow." Seeing that the man not far away had come closer, Martin Davis didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly and walked forward. "Mr. Davis, welcome to Kauai," Alan greeted him and extended his hand. Martin Davis smiled and shook the man's hand. "You must be Alan Fissman. I remember your voice." Alan nodded politely. "Yes, Mr. Davis. Our crew is now stationed in Lidong, but the conditions there are not as good as the resort here. Mr. Williams asked me to book a room for you at the Westin Resort." No. I'm not here for a vacation. I'll stay in Lidong too." Martin Davis shook his head. Alan did not object and extended his hand. "If that's the case, please follow me. The car is over there." The three of them walked out of the tarmac and to the roadside. Martin Davis gestured for his assistant and bodyguard to get into another car while he followed Alan into a black Jeep. After the car started, Martin Davis said to Alan, "Eric must be on set. Can you take me to see him?" "No problem. The crew is filming at a ranch not far from here," Alan promised and said a few words to the driver. The two cars only took a few minutes to arrive at a sealed ranch. When they walked into the set, a man with a camera jumped out from not far away. He quickly aimed the camera at them and pressed the shutter frantically. Alan, who was negotiating with the guard, noticed this detail and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he soon relaxed. Eric and Stan Winston were discussing the details of the shooting of the giraffe in front of the draft when they saw Alan walking over with a few people. "Martin Davis. Why is he here?" Stan Winston followed Eric's gaze and asked in surprise. After so many years in Hollywood, Stan Winston was very familiar with the senior management of the 7 major families. "For the movie, of course." Eric smiled and put the pencil in his ear. "Stan, shall we go and say hello?" "There's no need for that. You go ahead. I'll discuss the next location with Nickel," Stan Winston said casually. He wasn't too fond of Martin Davis. Eric nodded and walked over to Martin Davis. When he came to Martin Davis, his eyes were on the 6-meter-tall behemoth not far away. "That's a giraffe, one of the main dinosaur models designed by the Digital Domain for Jurassic Park. It's 20 feet tall and is one of the biggest props in the movie." Eric walked to Martin Davis and explained casually. The original plan was to use CG for this giraffe, but because of the close-range shooting and the design of the Tyrannosaurus rex, the dinosaur's movements were not complicated. In order to pursue a more realistic effect, Eric finally chose to use a model. Martin Davis looked away and smiled at Eric like they were close friends. "It's really surprising. Looking at this big guy, I suddenly think of Star Wars many years ago. Eric, I believe you will definitely create a miracle this time. Whether I can create a miracle or not, it's still up to the audience." Eric smiled and reached out to Martin Davis. "Mr. Davis, nice to meet you." "Me too, Eric. Just call me Martin." Martin Davis smiled amiably. Eric nodded, but he was not fooled by the other party's amiable appearance. The reason why Stan Winston did not want to come over and say hello was mainly because most people in Hollywood knew that Martin Davis was a very sharp and mean person. Barry Diller left Paramount because he could not stand Martin Davis's character, in addition to differences in business ideas. Barry Diller spent the last period of his time at Paramount arguing with Martin Davis. Michael Eisner, who also worked at Paramount, also said of Martin Davis, "How can there be such a person in the world?" "Okay, Martin." Eric looked at his watch and said, "I prepared a dinner in the evening. There are still 2.5 hours before work. Maybe you can walk around. The scenery here is still very beautiful." Martin Davis waved his hand. "Eric, you can continue with your work. But I don't think you mind if I stay here, right?" "Of course not." Eric shook his head and smiled. At this moment, the assistant director not far away also made an okay gesture to Eric. After apologizing again, Eric said a few words to Alan and walked away. The shooting soon began again. Martin Davis looked at the giraffe not far away, which looked like it came to life under the manipulation of the special effects artist. He sent Alan away with a few words and whispered to his assistant, "Danny, what do you think?" "It doesn't look too special, Mr. Davis," Danny Kirk said. "These should be the most ordinary shots. I've read the original book of Jurassic Park. If I were the director, I would definitely put more energy into the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the selling point of the movie." Eric Williams definitely wouldn't have thought of this. "You're familiar with Jerry Bruckheimer?" "Of course, but Jerry can't tell me too much. But I know that Williams values Jerry very much." Not long after he left Paramount, Williams signed a long-term contract with him and let him personally be the producer of his movie. Martin Davis nodded and did not say anything more. But Danny Kirk could still sense that his boss must have regretted terminating the contract with Jerry Bruckheimer, just like how he regretted squeezing Barry Diller, Michael Eisner, and Jeffrey Katzenberg out of Paramount. Of these three people, one was now the CEO of Universal, one was the CEO of Disney, and the last one, Barry Diller, had left Hollywood for less than a year and already had the idea of acquiring Paramount. Danny Kirk could not help but fantasize that if the three of them had not left Paramount back then, Paramount would have been the overlord of the 7 major Hollywood companies now, and would not have fallen into the current situation where its performance was low and it was surrounded by a pack of wolves. From the bottom of his heart, Danny Kirk was not optimistic about Martin Davis's trip to Hawaii. He was not even optimistic that Martin Davis could keep Paramount. But he dared not say these words to Martin Davis anyway. In the restaurant of the hotel where the lead duo crew was stationed, Eric had already showered and changed into comfortable casual clothes. He sat opposite Martin Davis. The waiter served Hawaiian specialties from time to time, and the two chatted casually. Martin Davis did not seem to be in a hurry to tell him the purpose of his visit. Of course, Eric was not in a hurry. Anyway, the initiative was on his side. Before Martin Davis came, Eric had sent someone to investigate the situation of Paramount in detail. Paramount's parent company was originally the Gulf Western Industrial Company, which started by smelting non-ferrous metals. After the company became successful, its business became very diversified. At one time, it was involved in metallurgy, oil, electronics, entertainment, publishing, and other businesses. The famous Simmons was once an industry of the Gulf Western Industrial Company, but in the past decade or so, the Gulf Western Industrial Company had been divesting itself of its industrial business and shifting its focus to the cultural and entertainment industry. A few years ago, Martin Davis even reorganized the Gulf Western Industrial Company into Paramount Communications, which included Paramount Pictures, Paramount Television, and Simon & Schuster Publishing House. Perhaps it was because he had been forced to leave Paramount back then, but Barry Diller had never forgotten about Paramount all these years. After leaving Fox, Barry Diller took over a television sales company, QVC, which was jointly owned by Comcast and Telcom, the two cable television service providers. In a short period of time, he was doing very well. Because Comcast and Telcom, the two cable television giants of similar scale, were interested in entering the film industry, Barry Diller felt that the time was right and proposed to the two companies to acquire Paramount together. At the same time, Lei Sherdong did not give up his ambition to enter Hollywood. After failing to compete with Disney, Lei Sherdong's Viacom group also directly targeted Paramount. In addition to the two covetous parties on the surface, Eric also knew that QVC's parent company, Telcom, did not seem to be willing to share Paramount with Comcast. Instead, it had the idea of monopolizing Paramount. Simply put, in the eyes of many companies, Paramount was now a piece of fat meat that attracted the covetous of many beasts. After talking about the scenery of the Hawaiian Islands, Martin Davis finally said tentatively, "Eric, I heard that Firefly and Viacom had a lot of discord when they acquired Disney last year." Eric nodded faintly, "Yes, but this is a very normal business competition. In the business world, there are very few things where everyone gets rich peacefully, so this is not a big deal." Martin Davis smiled like an old fox. "It's not that simple. Firefly spent at least $2 billion more in this deal." Eric really wanted to ask, "Aren't you good friends with Lei Sherdong? Is it really appropriate to sow discord like this? If I sell Disney now for $2 billion more on the basis of last year's purchase price, I'm sure someone will still take it," Eric said confidently. "So, Firefly didn't lose money in this deal. Disney is worth the price, and that's enough." Because of privatization, not much information was disclosed about Disney, but Martin Davis did not doubt Eric's words. Although Disney's film business had not shown signs of improvement, and there were no amazing works, the entire North American entertainment industry was constantly increasing in value because of the expansion of the market. Even if Disney's performance stagnated, according to the current development speed, Disney's market value would exceed $10 billion in a few years. Not to mention, under the control of Eric, and with the benefits of Pixar animation, how could Disney stagnate? "Eric, let's get straight to the point. I'm sure you know why I'm here this time. Viacom wants to acquire Paramount, but I don't want to sell it. So, I think maybe we can work together." Although Disney's acquisition didn't cause you any losses, Viacom still spent a lot of money on Firefly. "Don't you want to pay them back in kind?" "Yes, I'm sure you know why I'm here." Eric smiled. "I'm sure you know why I'm here. Viacom wants to buy Paramount, but I don't want to sell it. In the business world, an eye for an eye is very unwise. I won't get involved in this mess for no reason." Eric shook his head. Although Martin Davis only mentioned Viacom's name and did not mention Barry Diller, he still knew that Martin Davis was most afraid of Barry Diller. "Moreover, I haven't even straightened out Firefly's business. So, I'm sorry, Martin, I really don't have the energy to cooperate with Paramount." "You don't have to spend too much energy on it." Martin Davis was not in a hurry. He continued, "As long as you can provide Paramount with a few promising film projects, it will be enough. Paramount will never let you suffer a loss. You can personally take charge of these projects." Martin Davis's idea was very practical. He did not want to sell Paramount, but although he was the largest shareholder of Paramount, he did not have the controlling shares. In addition, Paramount's performance was low. Once the opponent launched a hostile takeover, when the price reached a certain level, the other shareholders would definitely choose to sell their shares. At this time, the only way to turn this situation around was to show results. As long as the shareholders saw the prospect of profits, they would choose to stand on his side. Cooperating with Firefly, or rather, with Eric, was undoubtedly the fastest and most effective way. "Mr. Davis, you have to know that a high-quality film project is something that can only be found by chance. Movies are like gambling. No one knows what will happen next, and no one can guarantee 100% success." Everyone was very optimistic about Spielberg's Captain Hawk, but didn't this movie fail in the end? Strictly speaking, Captain Hawk was not a commercial failure and even made some profits. But this was achieved at the expense of Spielberg's personal reputation, and it was far less than the $200 million profit that the industry had originally estimated. Therefore, Captain Hawk could be said to be a great failure. Martin Davis was well aware of the situation, but he did not want Eric to use the topic of Captain Hawk to lead him elsewhere. "Eric, when Sony and Panasonic acquired Columbia and Universal, didn't you cooperate with them? In that case, why can't you cooperate with Paramount? After all, this is a win-win situation." Eric smiled silently and looked at Martin Davis. "Martin, you should know that the situation now is very different from a few years ago. When they cooperated with Columbia and Universal, Firefly was still quite weak and could only rely on the distribution channels of the two major film companies to improve their strength. Now, the situation was completely different. Firefly's strength and status were completely equal to the other 6 major companies. In the absence of sufficient benefits, cooperating with Paramount based on some old grudges with Viacom was tantamount to helping their competitors. Martin Davis certainly understood this, but he had already considered the relevant issues and quickly said, "Eric, do you still remember the movie Condor Rebel that you cooperated with Fox?" Eric nodded slightly, vaguely aware of what Martin Davis wanted to say. "Paramount also has some film projects in reserve. We can imitate the cooperation model of Condor Rebel. You only need to select the next project and participate in the investment, and Paramount will do the rest. What do you think?" Most Hollywood films usually had a very long project incubation period, which usually started from the time a book or script was selected by the producer to the time when the film officially started shooting. During this period, the film often went through a long period of script revision, finding investors, finding directors and actors, and so on. More than 90% of the projects were likely to be aborted during the incubation period, and less than 10% could be successfully shot. After all, compared to the investment of tens of millions of USD, the story on paper was not worth much. The project reserve that Martin Davis was talking about was the film project at this stage. Hearing this suggestion, Eric's expression changed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "It's not impossible to consider. But Martin, you must know about the sequel of Fighting Condor Rebels. If we cooperate, I definitely won't agree to the previous conditions." "Of course, everything can be discussed." Martin Davis immediately beamed. "Eric, I've already asked someone to prepare the information. I'll have someone send it to you later. There's one more thing. If there's no project that satisfies me." Eric shrugged at Martin Davis and gave him a knowing look. He was just a little curious about Paramount's copyright library. However, Paramount's most successful Forrest Gump and Mission Impossible series in the original spacetime were now in the hands of Flower Pictures, so Eric did not have much hope for Paramount's copyright library. The crew still had a regular meeting in the evening. After dinner, Eric said goodbye to Martin Davis and left the restaurant. Early the next morning, as soon as Eric got up, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Eric, take a look at this first." After Alan entered the door, he immediately handed over the thing in his hand. Eric took it and glanced at it. It was a copy of a newspaper faxed over from Los Angeles. Martin Davis goes to Hawaii for a secret meeting with Williams, major cooperation in double defense. Under the blacked-out title, there was also a photo of Martin Davis entering the set of Jurassic Park and leaving with Eric in a car. Alan followed Eric into the room and closed the door before saying, "Yesterday, I met a reporter taking pictures outside the set. I thought it was an ordinary paparazzi and didn't care. Now it seems that it was arranged by Martin Davis." In New York, after the stock market opened today, the stock price of Paramount Communications rose by 1.2% in a short time because of this news. "I've already received a lot of calls about this. Mr. Hansen called at 4 in the morning. Alan said and handed a memo to Eric. "This is the call record." Eric took the contact list and glanced at it. The senior executives of the Firefly system made a list, and the other list seemed longer. Eric raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was just 6 o'clock in the morning local time in Hawaii. Los Angeles was 3 hours earlier than Hawaii, and it was just time for work there. These people reacted really quickly. Fortunately, Eric didn't leak his room number to too many people. The few people who knew about it were also very clear about his situation. They didn't call before dawn, but turned to harass Alan. Otherwise, he would have been woken up long ago. Just as he was about to call Jeffrey to explain the situation, the phone in the room finally rang. "Hello, this is Eric Williams." "Jeffrey, good morning, I was just about to call you." After a brief introduction of the situation, Eric hung up the phone and handed the memo to Ellen. "There's no problem with Firefly. Help me block the others. Just say that Martin Davis came to Hawaii for a vacation and happened to meet him." Alan nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Eric, are we really going to cooperate with Paramount?" "What do you mean?" Eric didn't answer immediately, but asked back. Alan had just heard Eric's explanation to Jeffrey. He thought about it and said, I don't think it's a good choice to cooperate now. Firefly is now on equal footing with the other big six, and the annual cake is only so big. Even if it's a cooperation model like anti-condor fighting, it will definitely bring competition to itself. You're right, but don't worry, Alan, this matter hasn't come to fruition yet. And even if it's a cooperation, it must be under the condition that Firefly may have enough benefits. Alan waved the facts in his hand. What about this? Let's just pretend it didn't happen. Martin Davis spreading this matter won't do us any harm. The ones who should be anxious should be Lei Sherdong or Barry Diller. At this point, Eric couldn't help but smile. So, maybe it will bring some unexpected gains. No matter what, we won't lose out. Mr. Malone. Outside the QVC CEO's office, Barry Diller's assistant stood up and greeted him when he saw a meticulous middle-aged man in a neat suit walking over. John Malone nodded without changing his expression. He knocked on the door a few times, pushed the door open, and walked in. The assistant just opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to stop the big boss of QVC's parent company from communicating remotely. Barry, have you contacted Eric Williams? Barry Diller, who was sitting behind the desk and reading documents, glanced at John Malone and said, Eric's assistant just called me back and said that Martin Davis is just traveling to Hawaii, and the two of them met by chance. Coincidence? How can there be such a coincidence? John Malone laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, he recalled Barry Diller's words. So, you didn't personally speak to Williams on the phone? No, I'm not close enough for him to call me personally, Barry Diller said calmly. John Malone could tell that Barry Diller's tone was a little dispirited, and he couldn't help but say, Barry, you should pull yourself together. Back then, you were the one who proposed the acquisition of Paramount. Now, it's just a small setback. Is it really just a small setback? Barry Diller looked at John Malone coldly and said, You've been to Los Angeles at least 4 times in the past few months. I'm guessing that Martin Davis has even gotten hold of the acquisition plan that I personally drafted. John, tell me, am I right? At the end of his sentence, Barry Diller's tone had a hint of uncontrollable anger. He wasn't afraid of enemies, nor was he afraid of setbacks. He was just bitterly disappointed by the betrayal of his ally. In the past few months, Barry Diller's probing of Paramount had been blocked several times, and it seemed that Paramount had taken precautions against Barry Diller's methods in advance. After realizing the problem, Barry Diller immediately did the relevant investigation and easily discovered the truth of the matter. Although one of the parent companies, Remote Communications, had already authorized QVC to acquire Paramount, John Malone had the idea of monopolizing Paramount. Moreover, John Malone didn't hide his intentions at all. He had personally visited Martin Davis's office many times. Therefore, Barry Diller could guess the ins and outs of the matter in a short period of time. The only people who knew the details of his acquisition plan were the CEO of Comcast, Brian Roberts, and the boss of Remote Communications, John Malone. Of course, there was also Barry Diller's own team. However, he was sure that there wouldn't be any problems with his team, and John Malone had made it too obvious. When John Malone heard Barry Diller's obvious accusation, he shook his head without changing his expression. Barry, I think you must have made a mistake. I went to visit Martin Davis because of the acquisition. It's about Remote Communications' acquisition of Paramount, not QVC's acquisition of Paramount, right? John Malone was a little annoyed by Barry Diller's persistent tone. He simply said, So what if it's the truth, Barry? I've also given you a chance, but you haven't made any progress in the past few months, have you? Barry Diller was so angry at John Malone's glib words that he almost laughed out loud. If John Malone hadn't betrayed him and revealed his acquisition plan, Barry Diller could be sure that QVC would be able to acquire at least a certain percentage of Paramount's shares from the secondary market to achieve their goal of entering the board of directors. Although John Malone always looked like a meticulous gentleman, Barry Diller knew that it was just a facade. What kind of person John Malone was from his shameless words just now. It was Barry Diller's long-time wish to acquire Paramount and return to the office that he had left for a long time as the owner. However, Barry Diller didn't have the capital to do so. He could only rely on Remote Communications and Comcast's funds. The two of them looked at each other across the desk for A while. Barry Diller sighed in his heart and took the lead to compromise. John, even if Paramount and Firefly cooperate, it won't change anything. Eric Williams may be young, but he's definitely not a person who will let himself be taken advantage of. Their cooperation will at most cost us a little more. Our real enemies are Martin Davis and Summerlé Cherdong. Based on my understanding of Martin Davis, he doesn't want to sell Paramount at all. Therefore, even if you spend a year in his office, this situation won't change. The only way to take down Paramount is to acquire it by force. In this regard, Summerlé Cherdong's style is even more unyielding. From the acquisition of Viacom in the 1980s and the acquisition of Disney last year, it can be seen that Summerlé Cherdong is a person who dares to put all his chips on the table. At this point, Barry Diller paused and looked at John Malone with a disappointed expression. Summerlé Cherdong is using the financing that he prepared for the acquisition of Disney last year to seek the controlling shares of the video rental giant, Blockbuster. Once he succeeds, with Blockbuster's huge cash flow, we won't have any advantage in the bidding. At the same time, Martin Davis has started to contact Williams to seek cooperation and self-protection. They're all working hard for their own goals. Look at us, what are we doing? Barry Diller slammed the desk agitatedly with a bang. And we're fighting among ourselves. Mr. Diller, what happened? Hearing the muffled sound in the office, Barry Diller's assistant was worried that the two of them would fight. He pushed the door open slightly and asked. Before Barry Diller could speak, John Malone had already turned his head and roared at the assistant with a gloomy expression, "Get out! Who let you in?" The assistant was so frightened that he shrunk his neck and glanced at Barry Diller. After receiving a signal from Barry Diller's eyes, he left with lingering fear. The office became quiet again. John Malone silently took out 2 cigars and handed one to Barry Diller. The two men lit it up silently and took a deep puff at the same time. Brian Roberts doesn't seem to be enthusiastic about acquiring Paramount. They only agreed to this acquisition because of you. Remote Communications doesn't want Comcast to take advantage of this, so I don't think I've done anything wrong. Besides, even if Remote Communications were to acquire Paramount alone, I'd still be very willing for you to be in charge. I've told many people a long time ago that I won't sign another employment contract, Barry Diller retorted in a deep voice amidst the lingering smoke. He had shares in QVC, and according to the agreement he had signed back then, he had control of QVC. He was the owner of the acquisition of Paramount in the name of QVC. However, if the parent company, Remote Communications, acquired Paramount, what did it have to do with him? Back then, after Barry Diller resigned from Fox, he had received dozens of cooperation invitations in a short period of time. However, he had rejected all of them. In the end, he chose QVC not only because he was optimistic about the future of television shopping, but also because QVC had agreed to Barry Diller's conditions. Hearing Barry Diller say that he would not sign an employment contract again, John Malone only shrugged. All right, Barry, I'll cancel the plan to acquire Paramount from Telcom and fully support you. However, how do you plan to deal with the current situation? Barry Diller glanced at John Malone and said calmly, when I'm about to do something, all you need to do is support me through long-distance communication. John Malone acknowledged and waited for Barry Diller to continue. However, Barry Diller only said that and then lowered his head to look at the documents in front of him. John Malone also quickly realized that Barry Diller had lost trust in him. He laughed embarrassedly and knew that he would not gain anything if he stayed any longer. He stood up and said, "In that case, I'll wait for your news." After John Malone left the meeting room, Barry Diller patiently finished reading the documents in his hands. He tapped his fingers on the table and thought for a while before pressing the call button on the phone on the table. "Jack, help me book a ticket to Hawaii." "All right, Mr. Diller." The assistant's voice quickly came from the speaker. After Barry Diller gave his instructions, he was about to end the call. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Forget it. Let's go to Los Angeles first." "No problem, Mr. Diller," the assistant replied again. After pausing for a moment and hearing that Barry Diller did not continue, he asked, "Is there anything else?" "No, that's all for now." Barry Diller cut off the call and once again fell into consideration of the current situation. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Barry Diller also had a pessimistic premonition about the future of acquiring Paramount. Barry Diller had known John Malone since the early 1980s. He knew very well that John Malone was a person who did not have a stance at all. He was good at taking advantage of the situation. In other words, John Malone would not hesitate to choose whichever side he could benefit from. If it were not for Lei Sherdong and Martin Davis's series of actions that made him see that the chances of Telcom acquiring Paramount alone were slim, Barry Diller was certain that John Malone would not even appear in his office today. Barry Diller sighed in his heart and once again opened the information in front of him. This was the evaluation of the movie cooperation between Firefly and Columbia and Universal when the Japanese had acquired them. Among them, the cooperation with Universal, Basic Instinct, did not cause too much of an obstacle for Panasonic. However, it had a positive impact on the stock price of Universal's parent company, MCA. And before that, Sony issued a full acquisition offer to Columbia, and the completion of the deal happened to span the release period of the two high box office movies, Home Alone and Dark War. During this period, Columbia's market value skyrocketed from $2 billion to $5 billion. Anyone could see that these two movies played a very important role in this. When he thought of Eric, Barry Diller always felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He spent more than 20 years pursuing the peak of power in Hollywood, but in the end, after many twists and turns, he left that circle. He tried his best to return, but the success rate was so low that it made him feel powerless. However, that young man only used 4 years to easily obtain all of this. Moreover, from the shooting plan of Firefly's series of special effects blockbusters, he had no intention of stopping his expansion and waiting for his opponent to catch up. Firefly Pictures CEO Michael Lin said at a recent press conference that he had no comment on the news that Paramount would cooperate with Firefly Pictures. However, according to sources, Eric Williams and Martin Davis are already negotiating the final details of the cooperation and will be announced to the public in the next few days. It is rumored that Firefly intends to cooperate with Paramount on the Star Trek movie series. Both parties intend to use the advanced CG special effects technology of Firefly's Digital Domain Special Effects company to create an interstellar legend that surpasses Star Wars. Summer Lei Sherdong publicly announced that he would acquire Paramount in the near future and said that Viacom was determined to win this acquisition. Barry Diller, who is rumored to have quit Hollywood, suddenly appeared in Los Angeles and had lunch with Bruce White, one of the shareholders of Paramount. The purpose of the unknown QVC Media's acquisition of Paramount is obvious. Martin Davis put down the thick stack of newspapers in his hand with a worried look on his face. He had been in Kauai for more than a week. During this period, Paramount's stock price had risen by 5.7% because of his trip to Hawaii. Ever since he leaked the news of the cooperation between the two parties to the media, some of Paramount's shareholders, who were ready to make a move, had sided with him. The overall situation looked good. However, Martin Davis knew very well that if the cooperation between Paramount and Firefly did not come to an agreement, the stock price that had improved would definitely fall again, and the shareholders who had just sided with him would definitely lose their minds again. On Eric's side, although Martin Davis had already handed over the relevant project information to him, he had not received any response. He could see that Eric was not enthusiastic about this cooperation. Martin Davis was not like the two Helmers of Columbia. Even if he had no choice but to sell in the end, he would not do something like Columbia, which was close to drinking poison to quench his thirst. Although many people who didn't know the inside story envied Columbia's 5-film contract with Firefly Pictures, Martin Davis knew how much Columbia had paid. This could be seen from Firefly's 1991 and 1992 releases of Terminator 2 and Tornado at the same time. Firefly Pictures took half a year to complete the overseas distribution of Terminator 2 last year. It was originally a summer movie, and many European countries had to wait until the end of the year before it could be released. Although the quality of Terminator 2 was excellent, the long distribution process and the impact of piracy, as well as the weakness in the negotiation of profit sharing, reduced the profits that Firefly Pictures should have received by a large margin. But only a year later, with the integration of Columbia and Disney's overseas distribution resources, Tornado was released in North America for less than a month before it appeared on the screens of various European countries. Not only that, Tornado even got the end of the summer in the closed Japanese market, which was absolutely envied by most Hollywood movies. So far, the overseas box office of Tornado had reached $180 million, and last year's overseas box office of Terminator 2 was negligible. While he was thinking about these things, Martin Davis's assistant, Danny Kirk, hurried into the coffee shop. "Mr. Davis, something happened." Martin Davis subconsciously wanted to reprimand his assistant for losing his composure, but in the end, he suppressed the idea and just frowned slightly. Danny Kirk noticed Martin Davis's expression and quickly put away his panicked expression. He silently took a deep breath and calmly said, "It's like this. Viacom revealed the news that Lei Sherdong has planned to make the first offer to the company." Martin Davis did not doubt the accuracy of Danny's information. Instead, he asked, "How much?" $5 billion. Danny Kirk gave a number. Martin Davis sneered. "Lei Sherdong wants to climb back up from where he fell?" Danny Kirk was stunned and did not know how to answer. He just stood there quietly. $5 billion was exactly the amount of Firefly's acquisition of Disney. After the failure of the acquisition of Disney, Lei Sherdong learned his lesson and reformed Viacom's equity structure again. He confirmed that there would be no internal opposition for the next acquisition. At the same time, Lei Sherdong did not repay the initial financing for the acquisition of Disney to the investors. Instead, he began to negotiate with the video rental giant, Blockbuster. As a video rental company similar to retail, Blockbuster's biggest advantage was its abundant cash flow. This could provide a large amount of funds for Viacom's acquisition of Paramount. Although Paramount Pictures alone was definitely not worth $5 billion, Viacom's acquisition target was not just Paramount Pictures, but the parent company of Paramount Pictures, Paramount Communications. Paramount Communications' main assets not only included Paramount Pictures, but also a series of assets involved in TV, publishing, music, and other fields. These assets added together were much larger than Disney's. Martin Davis did not get an answer from his assistant, but he did not pursue the matter. He signaled Danny Kirk to pay the bill and left the coffee shop in the small town of Lido. It was almost noon. Jurassic Park was still being filmed. Although Martin Davis knew that if he really went to the set, he would not be stopped outside. However, doing so would show his eagerness and leave an excuse for Williams to negotiate. However, after so long, Eric did not show any intention of cooperation. Viacom's move was imminent. Martin Davis also knew that he could not continue to waste time in Hawaii. The driver drove the car over. Danny Kirk opened the door for Martin Davis and asked, "Mr. Davis, where are we going now?" "Get someone to book a ticket back to Los Angeles. The sooner the better. We are going to the set of Jurassic Park now." "Okay, Mr. Davis," Danny Kirk agreed and closed the door for Martin Davis. He signaled the driver to drive to the destination. He drove another car and hurriedly booked a ticket. Eric and Nickel were watching the scene through the monitor. A staff member hurried over and said to Eric, "Director, Mr. Davis is here." "I see. Take him to the rest area. Also, inform the crew to have lunch in advance." Eric seemed to have expected it. He skillfully ordered, then nonchalantly discussed the scene with Nickel. 5 minutes later, Eric appeared in the temporary rest area set up by the crew and got into a tent. "Sorry, Mr. Davis, I've kept you waiting," Eric said. Martin Davis still had a smile on his face. When he heard this, he could not help but say, "It has been a long time, Eric. I may be going back soon, so I had to come." "Mr. Davis, why not continue to play in Hawaii for a while?" "Haha, if you continue to play, Paramount will become someone else's," Martin Davis said indifferently. Eric also realized that the old man's patience had been completely exhausted. He asked his assistant to bring 2 lunches before he sat down around a table with Martin Davis. He explained half-truthfully, "I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. As you know, I've been too busy recently." "It's okay," Martin Davis shook his head. He did not want to beat around the bush with Eric. He did not have the time. "Eric, I just want you to give me an accurate answer." "Now?" Eric asked. Martin Davis nodded firmly. "Now." Eric hesitated for a moment, as if he could not bear to disappoint the old man, but in the end, he said, "Mr. Davis, I have read the information given to me by Paramount, but to be honest, I don't think there is a project with great potential." 65 carefully selected scripts, none of them? Martin Davis looked incredulous. Eric nodded honestly. Paramount gave him information about 65 reserved projects, but there was indeed no movie project that would be a hit in Eric's memory. In fact, this was understandable. Paramount's box office performance had not been very good throughout the 1990s. Although some of these projects did not appear in Eric's memory, they seemed to have great potential. However, without any reference in his memory, there was no way to predict the future of the movie. After all, there were too many movies that seemed to have great potential but ended up failing at the box office. What's more, Eric himself was not very interested, so he did not intend to take the risk. Seeing Eric's confident expression, Martin Davis looked a little embarrassed. Of course, he did not think that all of those projects were rubbish. Instead, he thought that Eric was probably patronizing him, or that he had his eyes on some projects and wanted to wait until Paramount gave up before Firefly snatched them up. This kind of thing had happened in Hollywood before. Thinking of this possibility and thinking of Paramount's precarious situation, Martin Davis could no longer suppress his anger. He slammed his cutlery on the table and said, "Eric, I've wasted more than a week in Kauai. You can't just give me such a perfunctory answer." Eric was a little surprised at first, but then he smiled coldly and said, "Martin, are you mistaken? I'm not your subordinate. Please don't talk to me like that. Furthermore, from the very beginning, I have never promised you anything. You." Martin Davis stared at Eric and was about to say something, but then he suddenly thought of the current situation and said, "Okay, Eric, what do you want?" Eric shook his head gently and said, "It's not what I want, but what you want, Martin. You want to keep Paramount, but the situation now is that the other shareholders of Paramount want to sell their shares because of the company's declining performance in recent years. So, to dispel their thoughts of selling the company, what Paramount needs most is good news that can give people confidence in the company's prospects, not just cooperation in 1 or 2 movies." Good news? Yes, for example, Firefly Pictures will become a shareholder of Paramount, Eric said without hiding his intentions. Hearing this, Martin Davis fell silent. Given Firefly's outstanding performance in the film industry, Martin Davis knew that this proposal would indeed be of great help to Paramount's current situation. However, on the other hand, Martin Davis was wary that his territory would be invaded by outsiders. After thinking for a moment, Martin Davis said tentatively, "Eric, if Firefly and Paramount exchange shares to form a cooperative alliance, I can agree." "Sorry, Martin, Firefly has no plans to bring in external shareholders. I mean to buy part of Paramount's shares in cash." Martin Davis almost immediately wanted to shake his head, but he suppressed the impulse and asked again, "How many shares do you plan to buy?" "Not much, 20%, Eric gave a number. Martin Davis almost cursed out loud. 20% was not much? Eric, you know I can't agree. Besides, you now control Firefly Pictures. If you buy 20% of Paramount's shares, the Federal Trade Commission won't approve it so easily. Martin, there's no need to be so absolute. Everything can be discussed." Eric's tone did not change at all, but Martin Davis did not want to continue the discussion. If he wanted to exchange shares with Firefly, Martin Davis would be happy to agree even if it was more than 20%. After all, Firefly Pictures, which controlled a series of high-quality assets such as Disney, Pixar, and Digital Domain, was an investment target for any capital power. But he would never agree to a cash purchase, because selling the shares would mean handing over a large part of Paramount's power to Firefly, and he wouldn't get any chips to restrain Firefly. Although he would still be the largest shareholder after selling 20% of Paramount's shares, his shares were not much different from Firefly's. If Firefly wanted to, they could even unite with other shareholders to oust him at any time. "Eric, since you are so insincere, I don't think we need to talk anymore," Martin Davis said and straightened up. Eric also looked regretful. "Then I can only say I'm sorry, Martin. I thought this would be an opportunity for Paramount." Martin Davis almost couldn't stand Eric's nonsense. He only saw an opportunity for Firefly. This young man did not have the childishness that a young man of his age should have. Instead, he was like an experienced man who wanted to take advantage of the situation. After seeing Martin Davis off, Eric returned to the tent. Alan noticed the situation and followed him in. "I thought you would cooperate with Paramount again," Alan said with a smile, remembering Martin Davis's disappointed expression when he left. Eric ate the lunch in front of him and said vaguely, "I wanted to cooperate, but unfortunately, he didn't agree to the conditions I offered." Alan could imagine that Eric must have offered an unacceptable condition. He was not very interested in it. Instead, he asked, "Eric, are there really none of Paramount's film projects that you like?" "Indeed, there is none at the level of Tornado. As for the level of Condor Rebel, there is no need to waste time at all." Alan looked surprised. Based on the box office trend of Tornado, the global box office of this movie was at least 600 million yuan. Eric's request seemed to be too high. However, he also quickly realized that if it was not a film of this level, Firefly did not need to cooperate at all. If they cooperated to develop a film of the level of Condor Rebel, it would only compete with Firefly's film of the same level. Eric didn't care about Alan's expression and continued, "The current situation of Paramount is mainly caused by Martin Davis himself. He clearly doesn't know anything about movies, but he has firmly grasped the power of Paramount. As a result, all the professionals have become his puppets. Those directors or producers who have high-quality projects in their hands often hate working with such laymen. There are not many bosses who are willing to hand over power to professional managers," Alan said with a smile and looked at Eric meaningfully. "So I still admire Murdoch very much. He was able to skillfully find a balance between decentralization and control. If he had restrained Barry Diller's hands and feet like Martin Davis, there would not be 20th Century Fox Film Company and Fox Television Network now." When Barry Diller wanted to turn the tables, Murdoch did not hesitate to part ways with him. Therefore, although the media often compares Murdoch and Lei Sherdong, Murdoch's achievements are destined to surpass Lei Sherdong's, who has a similar style to Martin Davis. After Eric said this, he looked at his assistant who was deep in thought and smiled. "Alan, you have been with me for 4 years, right? It will be 4 years and 5 months. That was when we were shooting Pretty Woman. I was your director's assistant." Later, Mr. Hansen said that he had not found a suitable person for the time being. "I did a good job, so he let me be your assistant secretary for the time being. Unknowingly, it has come to this." Alan's tone was a little sad. When he first applied for a job at Firefly, a company that had just emerged with Home Alone, he was aiming to become a director. "Have you ever thought of being a department head?" Alan remembered that Eric had been talking to him about some topics that he would not mention in the past, and he finally understood Eric's intention. Alan was of course very interested in Eric's proposal. Although the salary was high, it also limited his development. "Of course I have thought about it." "Eric, do you have a suitable assistant secretary now?" "Not yet, but..." Eric seemed to think of something and smiled. "But your next one must be a woman, and she must be beautiful, classy, and outstanding. That's not easy to find." Alan laughed and suddenly thought of a person. "But there is a very good candidate." "Forget it." Eric immediately understood who Alan was referring to. "Even if Liz agrees, she won't be able to do it for long. Her identity is there. Anyway, I won't let you go immediately. Take your time to find her." Alan nodded and was about to leave when he asked, "By the way, Mr. Davis has left. Should I continue to pay attention to Paramount?" Of course, this is a big deal for Hollywood after all. Martin Davis's empty-handed return was not unexpected. The reason why Barry Diller did not rush to Hawaii was that he had guessed this result. He was very clear about Paramount's situation. He knew that Martin Davis could never afford to pay the price of Columbia, and Eric would not be such a person. However, because Lei Sherdong had publicly announced his intention to acquire Paramount, Paramount's stock price, which had risen due to the possible cooperation with Firefly, did not fall. Instead, it continued to rise. Although Barry Diller didn't explicitly announce his intention to acquire QVC, the series of actions he made clearly indicated his intentions. While Eric was silently paying attention to the situation in Hollywood, the shooting of Jurassic Park was still going on in an orderly manner. Martin Davis, who had returned to Los Angeles, had several phone calls with Eric, but no agreement was reached. As July passed, the North American summer officially came to an end. The two blockbusters of Firefly's summer had entered the final stage. At Disney, there was a situation with Bo Wei's Nuns Go Crazy. Because Eric was optimistic about the movie, Disney increased its distribution. However, the movie was released on the same scale as Disguised Hero, but the box office in the first week was only half of Disguised Hero. When Eric heard the news, he almost thought that the movie had deviated from its original track. However, in the second week, the box office of Nuns Go Crazy did not fall as much as the executives of Firefly had feared. Instead, it rebounded because of the ferment of the word of mouth. Although the drop was only a negligible 2%, compared to the drop in the previous weeks, this result had made many people overjoyed. Although it was limited to the theme of a black comedy and would not perform well overseas, it might even surpass Disguised Hero in North America based on the box office trend shown. So far, in just one summer, Firefly Pictures had taken 10% of the total box office in North America for the year. Many media outlets had begun to predict whether Firefly would surpass Warner this year. Southampton wasn't just a football club in England. It was also the name of a famous town in the northern part of New York's Long Island. Compared to the Upper East Side of Manhattan, Southampton didn't seem to be very famous. However, someone once made a statistic that the average value of the residents in this beautiful town was over $1 million. In Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, the model of the extravagant mansion of the hero, Gatsby, was near this town. In the early morning, in a mansion in the town that was connected to the White Beach, Joanna stood in front of the bathroom sink and stared blankly at the two red lines in her hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know how long she had been in a daze. After a few knocks on the door, Virginia's surprised voice came in. Joan, come out, I'm pregnant." Joanna threw the pregnancy test kit into the trash can in a panic. She tidied up her messy hair in front of the mirror and walked out of the bathroom to open the door. At the door, Virginia was wearing pajamas. Her hair was a little messy, but her face was glowing. She held a white pregnancy test kit in her hand and said excitedly, 2 lines, finally 2 lines, look. Joanna took a look and didn't know how to react for a moment. She could only pull herself together and said, "Congratulations, Vicky, but when are you going to tell Eric?" Hearing this question, Virginia suddenly became a little listless. Although she had planned very well, she was still worried about Eric's reaction at the last moment. How about that? Joan, you test Eric's reaction for me first? Virginia blinked and said nervously. Joanna immediately refused. "I won't do this kind of thing, otherwise Eric will think that I'm pregnant." Virginia seemed to be inspired. "Yes, that's right, Joan, you call Eric now and tell him that you're pregnant. See how he reacts. If he is angry, you can just tell him that it's a prank." I'm really a genius. Let's do it," Virginia said and reached out to pull Joanna downstairs to make the call. Joanna, who was dragged downstairs, was shocked. The point was that she was pregnant. "I'll dial the number for you. Remember, don't tell anyone about it." Virginia picked up the phone and was about to dial when Joanna immediately pressed Virginia's little hand. "Vicky, it should be 1:00 in the morning in Hawaii now, right? I forgot about that. He must have just fallen asleep. If he's woken up at this time, his temper will be even worse." Virginia put down the microphone and counted with her fingers. "Then let's hit him at noon. He's used to waking up at 6. Joanna was finally relieved. She shook her head firmly and said, "Also, Vicky, I will never help you with this prank. If you want to test it yourself." Virginia immediately showed a pitiful expression. "Joan, how can you be like this? We are good sisters. You won't even help me with this." "It's not like that." Joanna was a little helpless. "I mean, you'll have to tell Eric sooner or later. I think, maybe the longer you hide it from him, the angrier he will be. So, you might as well tell him directly." "But what if he doesn't want this child?" Virginia asked worriedly. Joanna heard this and her heart tightened slightly. She subconsciously wanted to reach towards her abdomen, but she quickly suppressed this impulse and said, if he doesn't want it, then we'll give birth to the child ourselves. It's not like we can't afford to raise it. Virginia thought for a while and slowly moved to Joanna's side. She hugged her waist as if seeking comfort. Then it's a deal. We'll raise it together. Joanna patted Virginia comfortingly and said, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe he'll like it very much. It'll be strange if he likes it. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Boys at his age hate children the most. But you'll have to face it eventually, won't you? Think about it carefully. I'll make breakfast for you. Joanna patted Virginia's back again and got up from the sofa. She went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door to block her figure. Joanna secretly glanced at Virginia, who was in a daze in the living room. She felt a little guilty. Before knowing Eric's reaction, she didn't intend to tell Virginia that she was pregnant. She was more afraid than Virginia that Eric would reject the child in her belly. In just a few minutes, Joanna had already made up her mind. If Eric's reaction was too big, she would temporarily leave the United States and secretly find a place to give birth to the child. Half an hour later, breakfast was served on the table. Virginia seemed to have adjusted her mood and sat down at the table. I just called a private doctor. I'll go for a checkup in the morning. Sigh, no matter how that bastard reacts, I have to give birth to the little thing in my belly. Joanna served breakfast to Virginia and tried her best to make her tone as casual as possible. When do you plan to tell him? At least after he finishes filming Jurassic Park, I'll find a time to tell him. Joanna also knew that this was a more suitable time. She lowered her head and ate a few mouthfuls of bread. Then, Joanna thought of a very important question. Vicky, what about your job? Virginia was slightly puzzled. She didn't understand why Joanna would suddenly ask this question. However, she still replied, I've already made arrangements. You know that Fox's action film that I made a guest appearance in last time, right? They will release it at the end of the year. I don't have many scenes, so I don't have to participate in the promotion. Recently, Kapoor has been helping me negotiate a contract for a drama film. It's estimated that the filming will start next month, and it will take about 2 months. As long as I'm careful, no one will find out that I'm pregnant. The salary from these 2 films and the money I saved in the past will be enough for me to use for a long time. After filming, I can take a break for a year or 2 to take care of the child. Joanna listened to Virginia's clear plan and unknowingly felt a little envious. Because of the different environment they grew up in, Virginia began to learn to be independent from the age of 12. Regardless of whether the external environment was good or bad, Virginia was able to make her life seem orderly. On the other hand, Joanna's life was very messy and had no plan at all. Take the current situation for example. Tornado didn't bring her much income. If she didn't have a child, she could rely on the fame brought by Tornado to accumulate a sum of money in the next few years. However, once the child was born, or even if the news was exposed, it would definitely have a huge impact on her public image. If Eric rejected this child again, Joanna became more and more worried about the future. After breakfast, while Virginia was changing her clothes, Joanna picked up the phone in the living room and hurriedly dialed her agent's number. Hello, Charlie. Didn't you say that Universal has a film that's suitable for me? Yes, I want to take it, but I have a few conditions. Joan, do you think I'm that kind of narrow-minded person? As long as you think the script is suitable, I definitely won't object. But since it's a project from Universal, Eisner can't be that stingy. How much did they pay you? Well, that's a pretty generous number. When will the film start shooting? At the end of the month. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm hanging up. Bye. After ending the call, Eric smiled and shrugged. He picked up the script and walked out of the room. It was already mid-August, the 6th week of filming for Jurassic Park. Although a tropical storm at the beginning of the month delayed the filming for a few days, the impact was still under control. If everything went well, Eric could even finish filming in advance before September 10th and rush to Paris to attend the opening ceremony of Euro Disneyland. As Eric was thinking about these things, just as he walked into the hotel lobby, he heard a middle-aged man's warm voice. Hey, Eric, good morning. Good morning, Donald. I was in a meeting last night, so I couldn't pick you up in person. I'm really sorry. Eric hugged Donald Trump, and then looked at the shy girl standing beside the middle-aged man. Perhaps it was because she had reached puberty, but the 11-year-old Ivanka Trump had grown a lot taller in just a year. She had transformed from a little Lolita into a slender and beautiful girl. Hey, Innie, do you recognize me? Hearing this, the girl wanted to roll her eyes, but she still said politely like a little lady, "Hello, Eric." The three of them walked into the restaurant and ordered breakfast. After chatting for a while, Ivanka, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke for the first time. "Eric, can I not appear in the camera with the doll in my arms this time?" But, Innie. I'm already ready." Ivanka finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Eric, you're one of the best directors in Hollywood. Can you not do such a childish thing? I'm not a mascot in your movie." "Innie, first of all, I have to thank you for your compliment, but this is not childish at all. After Ghost of the Man and Tornado, the audience has just noticed you. If you suddenly change your style and give up the image of a little girl with a doll, it won't have that kind of gimmick effect." "A little girl with a doll? That's so boring. God, I actually agreed to do such a boring thing for $100. Eric, I'll return the $100 to you, okay?" Eric said with a serious face, "Innie, it's not just $100 now. The flight and accommodation expenses for you and your father to and from Hawaii are all provided by the crew." Ivanka looked at her father. Donald Trump nodded with a serious face. "The two of us will have to spend at least $5,000 each. If you don't do it," faced with her unscrupulous father who was in cahoots with Eric, Ivanka was immediately defeated. The girl even began to doubt her life. Was she really born into a billionaire's family? A few hours later, Ivanka finally appeared at the scene where Dennis the programmer was trading dinosaur embryos with a huge dinosaur plushie. After nearly 10 weeks of intense filming, Eric finally completed the last shot of Jurassic Park on September 7th. He left the crew and special effects work to Jerry Bruckheimer and Stan Winston respectively. Eric boarded the plane to Paris. After a long 22-hour flight, Eric's Boeing plane landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. As soon as Eric walked out of the airport lobby, Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was waiting outside, greeted him with a few people. "Eric, I'm glad you can come. I thought you couldn't make it." "Of course, I have to come as soon as possible for such an important matter." Eric hugged Katzenberg. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Katzenberg began to introduce the people around him to Eric. "Eric, this is Vincent Lebris, the representative of Paris, this is Louis Bartlow, the person in charge of the French side of the joint venture company, and this is Patrick Schneider." "Haha, there's no need to introduce him. You met him at the mid-year meeting. I know you have a good memory." Eric shook hands and chatted with these people one by one. After a few minutes, the group of people got in the car and left. "Eric, I have prepared a room for you at the Disney-themed hotel in the park, but you can also choose to live in the city," Katzenberg said enthusiastically as the two sat in the back seat of a business car together. Perhaps it was because another overseas Disneyland was about to open, Katzenberg was in a very good mood. The current Disneyland was still called Disneyland Europe, not Disneyland Paris in Eric's memory. When he was shooting Jurassic Park, Eric didn't pay much attention to this matter. However, during the long flight to Paris, he gradually pulled out some information about Disneyland Paris from his memory. Of course, Eric didn't know the details, but he clearly remembered that among the major Disneyland theme parks, the most successful one was Tokyo Disneyland, and the most unsuccessful one was Disneyland Paris. Therefore, he was not in a good mood as Katzenberg. Tokyo Disneyland opened in 1983. From the year it opened, it was very popular. However, because of the agreement between Disney and Japan, the two sides signed a 45-year licensing agreement. Disney even gave up the cartoon image royalties of Tokyo Disneyland and only collected 7% of the turnover of Tokyo Disneyland as a management fee every year. After the success of Tokyo Disneyland, Disney realized that it had made a very unprofitable deal, but even this 7% management fee could still bring hundreds of millions of dollars of profit to Disney every year. Stimulated by the success of Tokyo Disneyland, in 1985, Michael Eisner, who had been in charge of Disney for the first time, began to prepare for the second overseas Disneyland theme park. Because of the high profit prospects and tens of thousands of jobs, the city of Paris finally snatched this project from dozens of alternative cities through a large number of preferential conditions. For this purpose, they even built a railway directly connecting downtown Paris and Disneyland. Learning the lesson of Tokyo Disneyland, this time, Disney negotiated and paid a small price to get 49% of the shares of the joint venture company at this Disneyland and the management control of the park. At the same time, in the first 5 years, Disney would collect $150 million of patent fees from the park every year. After 5 years, the patent fees would rise to $400 million per year. From these agreements, Disney would not lose out in any case, but everyone knew that if the new park was not well managed or even lost money, it was estimated that Disney would not be able to collect even the most basic patent fees. Jeffrey, these are small things. I'll stay in a Disneyland-themed hotel. In addition, when you arrive, help me prepare a set of information about Disneyland in Europe, from the beginning of the construction to the future operation model. The more detailed, the better. Katzenberg was about to nod without thinking, but when he noticed Eric's expression, he realized that something was wrong. He asked curiously, "Eric, is there a problem?" "I don't know," Eric shook his head honestly. The information about the cooperation agreement related to Disneyland in Europe was dictated by Alan on the plane. Alan did not know the details. Without seeing more information, Eric could not know what the problem was with Disneyland in Paris. "Just take it that I'm curious. If possible, find me some information about Tokyo Disneyland." "No problem." Katzenberg did not ask any more questions. He smiled and nodded. "By the way, after the opening ceremony tomorrow, there will be a reception in Paris in the evening. I think you came directly from Hawaii, so you probably forgot about the dress. I have already asked someone to prepare it." "Thank you, Jeffrey." Eric looked at Katzenberg's jubilant look and had to cheer up. After all, history had changed a lot now. This new park was originally planned to open in April, but because of a series of events such as Firefly's acquisition of Disney, it was delayed to September. Katzenberg had been in charge of this project for half a year. Maybe there would be some turnaround. Because he had been in a tense and busy state in Hawaii, and because he had taken a flight for more than 20 hours in a row, Eric took a car to the ancient town of the Marne River on the outskirts of Paris where Disneyland was located. He settled down in the theme hotel and fell asleep directly. When he woke up, the sky was completely dark. After waking up, he saw the brightly lit theme park through the window of the theme hotel. Although the official opening would not be announced until tomorrow morning, a large number of tourists had gathered near the park at this time. The doorbell rang a few times. Eric retracted his gaze, opened the door, and saw Alan standing outside. "Eric, you're awake." "I'm finally awake. Mr. Katzenberg just asked someone to come over and ask if you're awake." "Is there anything important?" Eric asked as he let Alan in. Alan shook his head. "No, Mr. Katzenberg is still checking the details of next year's opening in the park. He will probably be back very late." "Eric, do you want to go over?" "Forget it, Jeffrey alone is enough. I'm here to join in the fun." Eric shook his head with a smile. Shooting the movie had consumed most of his energy. At the same time, he had to control the overall situation of Firefly. Eric didn't want to take care of the company's specific operations. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he was divided into several parts. "By the way, did you do what I told Jeffrey in the morning?" Alan nodded. "Mr. Katzenberg sent the information over in the afternoon. Do you need me to bring it over now?" "Bring it over and prepare dinner for me. I'll just watch it in my room." Eric put down the document in his hand and typed a line of words on the document opened on his laptop. He inadvertently looked out of the window and found that it was already early in the morning. Due to the time difference and the fact that he had rested for the whole day yesterday, Eric did not feel sleepy all night. Moreover, the pile of information on the desk made him unable to sleep. Compared to the brief introduction on the plane to Paris by Alan, the information this time was very detailed, and it made Eric feel even more uneasy. When the Disneyland in Europe began to prepare in 1985, because of the great success of Tokyo Disneyland, the new park was almost the object of competition in Europe. The location of Paris was also determined because there were as many as 17 million potential tourists within a 2-hour drive of Paris, and as many as 300 million potential tourists who only needed 2 hours of flight. Such a huge consumer group made Disneyland and the French government extremely optimistic about the new park project. No one would consider the possibility of failure. If it were not for the memory of his previous life, Eric would have thought that the success of Disneyland in Europe was almost inevitable after reading the exciting information in his hands. Compared to the success of Tokyo Disneyland, the original project planning book estimated that the overall annual profit of various projects in Disneyland in Europe would be at least $600 million. This extremely optimistic estimate also led to the continuous expansion of the project budget during the 7 years of construction, from the initial $1 billion to an astonishing $5 billion. Not to mention the theme projects in the park, just the Disney-themed hotels alone were built. Eric did not see the specific reasons for the failure of Disneyland in Europe from the information, but he also realized that the expansion of the project cost from $1 billion to $5 billion definitely meant that there would be excess resources and huge operating and maintenance expenses. At the same time, there would be hundreds of millions of US dollars of loans that needed to be repaid on time every year. Once the number of tourists and the average consumption of tourists did not meet the original estimate, it would mean a huge loss. Disneyland was not only the pride of Disney, but it was also regarded as a symbol of American culture. Otherwise, there would not be so many European cultural figures who opposed the construction of Disneyland. Although this project was started during Michael Eisner's time, as the parent company, Firefly Pictures would definitely be blamed for the failure of the park. Although Firefly was not a listed company, Eric did not have to worry about the stock price falling. However, this kind of damage to the company's reputation would affect Firefly's overseas expansion. Capital was all about profits. If a project that the whole world was optimistic about failed, no one would invest in it the next time. After Disneyland Paris in the original spacetime, the third overseas park, Hong Kong Disneyland, was opened to the public 20 years later. At the same time, its scale was far smaller than any of the other parks. It must have been influenced by Disneyland Paris. Theme parks were a business that any major Hollywood film company attached great importance to. The profits it brought were far greater than the box office profits of the movie, and at the same time, it could improve the brand influence of the film company. Now that he was aware of the possibility of the new park failing, Eric had to take it seriously. He didn't want the influence and profits he created in the film industry to be swallowed up by the losses of Disneyland. Eric copied a survey form made according to the analysis on the information last night to a floppy disk. After he got up and washed up, he left the suite and walked to the restaurant downstairs. When he came to the restaurant, Eric was surprised to find that the whole restaurant was empty. Only a few waiters were cleaning and arranging the tables and chairs. This discovery made Eric feel a little surprised. He looked at his watch. It was already 6:15 in the morning in Paris. September was still summer, so it was not early. Eric also knew that there were many guests in the hotel. It was impossible that no one was eating breakfast. A waitress with a ponytail noticed Eric walking into the restaurant. She walked over and wanted to say something, but she quickly recognized him. "You. Mr. Williams, good morning," the waitress stuttered. She looked a little excited. She wanted to get close to Lu Zhou, but she seemed a little timid. Eric smiled at the girl, picked a seat by the window, and sat down. He then said, "Can you give me a menu for breakfast?" The waitress who followed Eric to the table seemed a little embarrassed. She explained in a low voice, "Sorry, Mr. Williams, the restaurant doesn't provide breakfast. If you want, I can go out and buy one for you." Eric frowned. The park was opening today. A large number of tourists were already living in the hotel. It was reasonable to say that the hotel should be fully prepared. Why doesn't it provide breakfast? Is it because it hasn't officially opened? Is it not prepared, or is it for other reasons? Although Eric's tone did not change, the waitress still felt that Eric was unhappy. In the face of his question, the waitress nervously pinched the corner of her uniform and lowered her head. She was speechless. "Forget it, go and call the manager." Eric waved his hand and looked at the waitress, who turned around and left in a panic. He had a helpless expression. I don't look like a ferocious big boss at all. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked into the restaurant with the waitress just now. Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Jalal Robinson. Eric stood up and shook hands with the middle-aged man. He pointed to the seat opposite him and gestured for the man to sit down. He then took out a bill from his wallet and looked at the waitress's work tag. Miss Sophia, right? Can you buy me breakfast? Anything will do. Of course, no problem. The waitress took the bill from Eric and hurriedly left the restaurant. After the waitress left, Eric turned his attention to the hotel manager opposite him. Mr. Robinson, are you French? Yes, Mr. Williams. I was born in Lyon, in the east of France. However, I grew up in Paris, Jalal Robinson replied politely. Eric then realized that the other party's English had a French accent. Eric nodded, then stared into the other party's eyes and said, You must know why I asked Sophia to call you just now. I want to know why. Jalal Robinson faced Eric's gaze without any fear. Instead, his tone was a little unhappy. He said, Mr. Williams, you may have to ask the management team here. I don't know who told them that we Europeans don't eat breakfast. Anyway, Mr. Patrick Schneider personally decided to cancel the hotel's breakfast service. Although the joint venture company's controlling power was in France, the management power was in Disney. Eric knew that the management team of the new park was all Americans. Patrick Schneider was the CEO of Disney in charge of operating Disney Europe. Eric even saw him at the airport yesterday. Mr. Robinson, since this was a mistake, didn't anyone mention it? Of course, Jalal Robinson spread his hands helplessly and angrily. We raised a lot of opinions, such as the hotel's breakfast problem, the problem of the park not providing alcoholic drinks, the parking space, and so on. However, no one listened to these at all. Eric could hear that Jalal Robinson had a lot of resentment against the management team of Disney. He frowned again. After thinking about it, Eric asked again, what about Mr. Jeffrey Katzenberg? Did you raise these problems with him? Even if the original management team was blindly arrogant, Eric knew that Katzenberg was definitely a pragmatic person. He would not fail to notice these problems. Jalal Robinson was stunned. He shook his head and said, No, Mr. Williams, I'm just a lobby manager. I can't talk to Mr. Katzenberg at all. Sensing Jalal Robinson's somewhat dispirited tone, Eric realized that these French employees were probably completely disappointed with the management team. Even if they could get in touch with Katzenberg, they probably no longer had any expectations for the management team of Disney. After thinking about it, Eric said to Jalal Robinson, How about this, Mr. Robinson? Can you write a report and list the problems you know? I'll be staying here for the next few days. Of course, Jalal Robinson knew about Eric's problems. Since he had applied to be an employee of Disneyland, Jalal Robinson certainly wanted to do a good job. Therefore, he did not refuse and readily agreed. Mr. Williams, I'll give it to you as soon as possible. Well, if you can't find me, you can give it to my assistant. He lives next door to me. Jalal Robinson nodded. It's Mr. Alan Fissman, right? I got it. The waitress soon came back with breakfast. Jalal Robinson sensibly got up and left, not disturbing Eric's breakfast. Not long after, Alan also went downstairs and came to the restaurant. Seeing the deserted situation in the restaurant, Alan felt a little surprised. At this time, Eric had finished his breakfast and was quietly reading an English newspaper in his hand. When he saw Alan come in, Eric took out the floppy disk and handed it to him. He said, The restaurant doesn't provide breakfast. You can go out and eat anything. In addition, this floppy disk has a survey form I made last night. You have to hand it to Patrick Schneider personally. Within a week, I want to see the detailed survey results of 10,000 tourists. Alan could hear that Eric's tone was a little stiff. Although the two of them were boss and employee, they had cultivated a friendship after being together for so long. Therefore, Alan did not have any scruples. He picked up the floppy disk and put it away. He directly asked his curiosity, Eric, what happened? Eric shook his head. I don't know yet, but the problem should be very serious. Just ask Patrick Schneider to do it. Then I'll do it. Alan nodded and did not ask any more questions. He turned and left the restaurant. After breakfast, Eric began to meet up with the guests attending the opening ceremony under the arrangement of the staff. At 9 o'clock, the opening ceremony officially began. Eric and Jeffrey Katzenberg led the management staff of the new park onto the makeshift stage. After a brief interaction with the media participating in the opening ceremony, Katzenberg, as the CEO of Disney, walked up to Mike and began to give a routine speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Euro Disneyland. This is an exciting moment." Eric had been watching everything around him with a smile. In addition to the guests and a large number of reporters, countless tourists had gathered in the square of the new park. Moreover, Eric also knew that the various performances and activities inside the park were ready. Everything seemed to be developing according to many people's expectations. With warm applause in the square, Katzenberg ended his speech and officially announced the opening of Euro Disneyland. Amidst the music and the sound of firecrackers, countless tourists began to rush toward the gate. Eric and Katzenberg also led the guests attending the opening ceremony into Disneyland. It took more than an hour for the social interaction to end. As it was the opening day of the park, the management, including Katzenberg, had to pay attention to the operation at all times to deal with possible accidents. Therefore, they were quickly dispersed to their respective positions. Eric said goodbye to Katzenberg and was about to return to the hotel to rest and make up for last night's sleep when Patrick Schneider's voice came from behind him. "Mr. Williams, please wait a moment." "Pat, what's the matter?" Eric stood by the side of the road and stopped to ask. Patrick Schneider pulled out a floppy disk from his pocket and said, "It's like this, Mr. Williams. Regarding the tourist survey that you mentioned, I don't think there is much of a need for that. We have already done a lot of research beforehand. Moreover, we've just opened today. Based on the current situation, the number of visitors on the first day will definitely exceed 100,000. Everyone is going crazy and has no time to." Eric took the floppy disk. He also noticed the disapproval on Patrick Schneider's face. However, Eric did not feel much. The current situation of Euro Disneyland was not solely the responsibility of Disney's management. Everyone involved in the project was too optimistic and blind, resulting in the current situation. Everyone felt that Euro Disneyland could not fail, so it was understandable that they neglected these small details. "Since you're too busy, forget it." Eric rubbed the floppy disk in his hand and continued, "But I happen to be an idle person. You can transfer 50 people to me. I'll do it myself. There are tens of thousands of employees in the park. 50 people shouldn't be a problem, right?" Patrick Schneider, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. Although the young man in front of him was 20 years younger than him, everyone knew his identity. Eric said it casually, but he did not dare to let the big boss do the survey himself. Patrick was already middle-aged. To be able to climb to the top of Disney's management, he was definitely an experienced person. He quickly realized that the reason Eric wanted to do the survey was just a means to declare his power. His refusal just now caused the big boss to retaliate. "Mr. Williams." Patrick Schneider hesitated for a few seconds, but he quickly made a decision. He reached out to Eric as if he wanted to take back the floppy disk. "In that case, let me arrange it. I'll submit the results to you within a week." Eric smiled. The displeasure in his heart dissipated a little. His age had always been his weakness, and it wasn't the first time he was looked down upon. "Pat, just do your own thing. Just give me 50 people, and I'll let my assistant do it." Pat nodded. Pat nodded. Pat nodded. Pat nodded. Pat nodded. Patrick Schneider knew that Eric was giving him a way out, so he quickly nodded. Eric handed the floppy disk over again. Seeing that Patrick Schneider was about to leave, Eric suddenly stopped him and asked, "Pat, do you really think that there are no problems with Disneyland in Europe?" Patrick Schneider, of course, would not be so sure. After thinking for a while, he said, "Mr. Williams, there will definitely be some problems. However, this new park is completely built according to the specifications of Disneyland in America. Even if there are some flaws, there won't be any major problems." Eric had the urge to facepalm. He had almost realized that the biggest problem with Disneyland in Paris was that it was built according to the specifications of Disneyland in America. Okay, you go do your work. I'll get Alan to contact you. Patrick Schneider was a little confused by Eric's expression, but he did not ask any more questions. He agreed and left. Eric had originally planned to attend the opening ceremony, rest for a while, and then return to Los Angeles. After all, the post-production work of Jurassic Park was still going on. It was not wise to be away for a long time. However, after realizing the problem with Disneyland in Europe, Eric had no choice but to extend his stay. In the following week, while waiting for the results of the survey to be released, Eric basically spent his time at all kinds of parties. In addition to the official party held by the French government to celebrate the opening of Disneyland in Europe, there were also all kinds of private parties. After another night of socializing, Eric walked out of a mansion in the 16th arrondissement of Paris a little tipsy and warmly said goodbye to the host. This was a family party held by the chairman of Gaumont, Nicolas Seydoux. The guests were all famous French filmmakers. In both his previous life and this life, Eric was not very interested in French movies. However, he was very interested in Gaumont, which had been established at the same time as the movies. Some of the French filmmakers that Eric was interested in had worked with Gaumont before, so he gladly attended the party. However, perhaps due to bad luck, Eric did not know any of the filmmakers at the party that night. The driver drove the car over. Eric finally shook hands with Nicolas Seydoux. "Mr. Seydoux, thank you for your invitation. Next time you come to Los Angeles, don't forget to be a guest at the Sharp Corner Manor." Nicolas Seydoux smiled and nodded. "I will, Eric." Eric walked all the way back to the Disneyland Hotel in the suburbs. As soon as he walked into the hotel lobby, he saw Alan, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time, walking towards him. "Eric, the survey results have been tabulated. A total of 10,700 copies have been made," Alan said simply. In the end, he handed the thick folder in his hand to Eric with a heavy expression. "I think it's better for you to see it yourself." Seeing Alan's expression, Eric realized that the results of the questionnaire were not optimistic. Although he was mentally prepared for this, after returning to the hotel room, Eric opened the portfolio that Alan gave him. When he saw the statistics, he frowned. The questionnaire was not written by Eric out of thin air. Instead, it was based on some prospective data from Disney's original project planning book. Putting the information aside for the time being, Eric opened his Apple PowerBook laptop again, found the raw data he extracted from the information that night, and compared it with the real data in the questionnaire. Under normal circumstances, Eric would fall asleep easily after drinking. However, after looking at the comparison between the two figures, Eric didn't feel sleepy at all. Even the slight tipsy feeling he had was gone. After wandering around the study for a while, Eric picked up the phone and planned to call Katzenberg, who had returned to Los Angeles. However, after thinking about it, Eric put down the phone, picked up the stack of information, and walked out of the room. He found the fax machine in the hotel manager's office and sent all the information to Katzenberg's office. Although it was already late at night in Paris, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Los Angeles. It was still working hours. With Katzenberg's workaholic personality, even if he was not in the office, his assistant would send the information to Katzenberg in the shortest time possible. After sending all the information, Eric returned to his suite, sat at the desk, and read the survey results again. He typed in the document on the laptop for a while. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he finally couldn't help but want to rest. Just as he was about to wash up, the phone in the room rang. Eric picked up the phone. "Eric, it's me." Although Katzenberg's voice was a little distorted due to the overseas call, Eric still heard the seriousness in his tone. "I've seen the things you sent. I'll rush to Paris tomorrow." A week after the opening of Euro Disneyland, not only did the number of visitors on the first day exceed 100,000, but the total number of visitors in the first week also exceeded 500,000. Although the management of Euro Disneyland knew that this was because the park had just opened, they were still very optimistic that the total number of visitors to the park would exceed 10 million in the next 4 months of 1992. At least, as the CEO of Euro Disneyland, Patrick Schneider, thought so. The French investors who participated in the construction of Euro Disneyland were also very confident. After the initial busy period, Patrick Schneider had been attending various commercial and private parties recently, enjoying the flattery of the investors who were looking forward to cooperating with Disneyland. In the banquet hall of the Paris Hilton Hotel adjacent to the Champs-Élysées, another banquet was held. Patrick Schneider was talking with an executive of the Vivendi Group. His assistant hurried through the crowd to his side and made a few gestures to Patrick Schneider with an anxious expression. Patrick Schneider was a little unhappy, but when he noticed his assistant's expression, he had to say to the middle-aged man in front of him, "I'm sorry, Mr. Melson. I may have to leave for a while. I will carefully consider the cooperation between Euro Disneyland and C*****TV station." The middle-aged man named Melson also noticed the actions of Patrick Schneider's assistant and tactfully walked away. After Patrick Schneider slightly raised his glass to send the man off, he turned to his assistant. "Carl, what's the matter?" "Mr. Schneider, Mr. Katzenberg is here," the young assistant named Carl said in a somewhat urgent tone. Patrick Schneider raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Katzenberg? Didn't he just return to Los Angeles 3 days ago?" Carl shook his head and made a frantic gesture. He continued, "Mr. Schneider, I don't know the details, but I just received a call from Mr. Katzenberg himself. Mr. Katzenberg is already at Disneyland's headquarters. He also said that you should rush back within an hour and a half, otherwise, you don't have to go back." Patrick Schneider opened his mouth in surprise and stared at his assistant's eyes suspiciously, as if he wanted to make sure that the other party was not joking with him. But a few seconds later, Patrick Schneider rushed out of the banquet hall, even forgetting to put down the goblet in his hand. Because of the agreement signed with the French, Euro Disneyland was fully operated by Disneyland. Therefore, almost all the executives above the level of manager in charge of the various departments of Euro Disneyland were Americans. The French partner could only symbolically get some insignificant seats. Patrick Schneider rushed into the conference room just as Katzenberg gave him. When they saw him enter, everyone in the conference room looked at him. Katzenberg was sitting side by side with Eric at the large conference table, whispering to each other. When Patrick Schneider came in, Katzenberg only glanced at him and pointed to an empty seat below him. Then, he got together with Eric and continued talking. Although it was just a glance, Patrick Schneider still saw the obvious eye bags behind Katzenberg's glasses. Other than the two big bosses whispering to each other, the other executives in the conference room were slightly tense and quietly sitting in their seats. Patrick, who felt this atmosphere, felt a sense of uneasiness. After sitting down in his seat, he didn't even dare to reach out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He only cast a questioning look at the operations director sitting opposite him, but all he got was a blank look. "All right, since everyone is here, let's begin." Katzenberg and Eric discussed in a low voice for a while before clapping their hands gently. After Katzenberg spoke, the administrative secretary who was sitting nearby distributed the information that had been prepared long ago. Eric just sat quietly by the side, playing with a pencil in his hand, quietly paying attention to everything around him. Since he had already found the problem, it was best to leave it to Katzenberg, who was better at running the company. Eric had always been very clear about his own strength. Although he had an innate advantage in producing movies, running a huge film company was beyond his ability. Moreover, he didn't have enough energy to do this. It was best to leave professional matters to the professionals. The temperament he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes made him not feel resentful because his subordinates were better than him. With the sound of pages turning, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed a little, and whispers could be heard. However, these whispers only lasted for less than 2 minutes. As everyone flipped through the data in their hands, the conference room fell silent again. Katzenberg glanced at the dozen executives in the room and waited patiently for more than 10 minutes. When he was sure that everyone had finished reading, he said, "Okay, now everyone has finished reading the data in their hands. With your professionalism, I think you can definitely realize the seriousness of the matter. If not, you can leave this room now. The company will pay you 2 years of salary as compensation." No one spoke, and of course, no one chose to leave. As the person with the highest position in the conference room other than the 2 bosses, Patrick Schneider had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. He secretly glanced at Eric, who had been silent all this time, and hurriedly looked away before the other party noticed him. Patrick Schneider knew that the results of the survey in his hands were all done under the command of Eric. Disneyland Europe was part of Disney, and of course, it was also a property under Firefly. Patrick Schneider certainly didn't believe that Eric would falsify the data. But, Patrick Schneider lowered his head and glanced at the data in front of him again. He tried to feel a faint sense of exhaustion again. The most important question in the survey was, of course, the satisfaction of the tourists with Disneyland. This question was conventionally divided into 5 categories: very satisfied, satisfied, average, dissatisfied, and very dissatisfied. In the survey of about 10,000 people, the number of people who chose to be very satisfied was only about 900, while the number of people who chose to be very dissatisfied was as high as 3,400. The number of people who chose to be very dissatisfied was the most, and the number of people who were satisfied was the least. If the total score was 10, the result of the data was far lower than the passing score of 6. The guests who were able to visit Disneyland in the first few days of its opening were definitely the group of guests who had the best impression of Disneyland and had the highest expectations. Most of them were likely fans of Disney movies. If the impression of these tourists was so bad, one could imagine what kind of feelings the following tourists would have toward Disneyland Europe. 23% of the tourists chose to be satisfied with the experience, 76% of the tourists chose not to visit Disneyland Europe a second time, and 90% of the tourists said that the park's fees were very unreasonable. In the free feedback of the tourists, there were also a lot of very detailed situations such as language communication, product prices, and even parking spaces that couldn't be ignored. If it weren't for this survey, perhaps we wouldn't have discovered such a serious problem in Disneyland Europe until the quarterly summary. I think that at that time, all the tourists who were full of expectations for Disneyland Europe would have left with disappointment. Once word of mouth spread, it would be a long and difficult project to reverse it. After Katzenberg finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before continuing. At the same time, I also asked the operations department to do a rough calculation of the per capita consumption of tourists. The original estimate was that the average consumption of tourists visiting the park was about $300, but the actual figure was only $120. This was the data obtained when a large number of tourists felt that the tickets were too expensive. The occupancy rate of the 7 theme hotels was only 37%, far lower than the original estimate of 75%. In other words, even if the current situation is maintained, the turnover of Disneyland Europe will only be 40% of the estimated turnover. If we completely ignore this situation, then we can be sure that this new Disneyland will not be as profitable as Tokyo Disneyland. Instead, it will bring a loss of more than $150 million. After Katzenberg finished speaking, the management of Disneyland Europe sitting next to him was already silent. Everyone could hear the suppressed anger in Katzenberg's tone. This was the anger of being deceived. Katzenberg was indeed very angry. Since he took charge of Disneyland at the beginning of the year, in addition to the business of Disneyland Europe, Katzenberg was undoubtedly most concerned about the Disneyland project. In the past 6 months, he had personally flown to Paris to inspect the construction of Disneyland more than once. However, in the past 6 months, he did not find any problems in the information submitted by the management of Disneyland Europe. Judging from the reactions of these people in front of him, Katzenberg knew that the possibility of deliberately concealing it was not high. It was more likely that these people ignored many problems because of their blind confidence in the project. Looking at Eric beside him, the anger in Katzenberg's heart dissipated a little. He moved his lips and said, "In this current situation, I also need to bear a part of the responsibility, but none of you can escape because I have a written opinion submitted by the French employees of the park. It lists many of the problems that the tourists mentioned in the investigation reports. This shows that these problems existed from the beginning, but you ignored them. Therefore, as a punishment, everyone present will have their salaries reduced by half for the next 4 months of this year. Of course, I will also bear this punishment with you. If anyone disagrees, my promise is still valid, and you can leave this office now. If you don't agree, I will leave now." The executives in the meeting room looked at each other. Although many of them secretly glanced at Eric, no one dared to point out the mistakes in Katzenberg's words and his anger. At the same time, no one objected to the punishment. "Well, in that case, let's move on to the next topic. We'll discuss how to resolve the current situation. Pat, let's start with you." Katzenberg pointed at Patrick Schneider without any hesitation. He had no intention of saving face for the other party. Patrick Schneider adjusted his mood and said, I think, first, we should make appropriate adjustments to the price of the park tickets and theme hotels. The long meeting started at 10 o'clock in the evening and lasted until 4:30 the next morning. With such a serious problem and a large project with a total investment of $5 billion USD, no one present dared to raise any objections. It wasn't until dawn that the administrative secretary in charge of taking notes wrote a thick stack of minutes that the meeting came to an end. After Katzenberg finished his final speech, he said to Eric, who had been silent all night, Eric, do you have anything to say? Eric was still holding the pencil in his hand. When he heard Katzenberg's words, he nodded and said, I have a photo here. I can show it to everyone. As he spoke, he picked up a roll of paper that had been placed by his feet and handed it to the administrative secretary behind him. He motioned for the secretary to hang it on the writing board in the meeting room. Everyone looked at the writing board with strong curiosity. The administrative secretary unfolded the huge photo. The executives present realized that it was a photo of Mickey Mouse, but the difference was that it was Mickey Mouse in a kimono. I'm sure everyone can recognize the costume on this Mickey Mouse. That's right, this is a photo from the Tokyo Disneyland event. A large part of the reason why Tokyo Disneyland is so successful is that the management of Tokyo Disneyland knows how to adapt to the local culture of Japan. In order to attract consumers, they can let Mickey Mouse wear a kimono and hold adult ceremonies for Japanese youth in Disneyland. Disney culture is Disney's pride, but everyone must remember that Disney is a commercial company for profit. We don't take on tasks such as cultural invasion. What we care about is whether the company can make a profit. This is the ultimate philosophy that a commercial company should uphold. You may think that I'm too utilitarian, but you can also think about movies. The reason why Hollywood movies can expand all over the world is that we can give everyone what they want to see. The reason why European movies are declining is that they have been holding on to their own stubborn artistic philosophy. I have to say that something that is declining, whether it's a company or a culture, has nothing to be proud of. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. After a moment of silence, under the lead of some people, there was applause in the meeting room. Katzenberg clapped his hands and stared back at the photo of Mickey Mouse in a kimono. When everyone quieted down, he said to Eric, Eric, you're right. Is there an original copy of this photo? I plan to put one on my desk. After Eric nodded with a smile, Katzenberg looked at everyone present. I also suggest that everyone make a copy and put it on their desks. It's a kind of motivation. Of course, this is only my personal suggestion. I don't want to force you. I hope that everyone can remember the concept represented by this photo. The day after the all-night meeting, Euro Disneyland, which had just opened for less than 10 days, suddenly announced its temporary closure. The news shocked the entire Europe and quickly spread around the world. The construction of Euro Disneyland took 7 years, and the investment was as high as $5 billion US. This figure was even equivalent to several years of the fiscal revenue of some small European countries. In the 1980s, when the US dollar had not depreciated, it was definitely a world-class project. On the day of the incident, Disney published a clarification and apology statement on the front page of several well-known newspapers in France such as Le Monde, European Times, and Le Figaro. They said that because of a series of problems after the opening of Euro Disneyland, the management decided to temporarily close Euro Disneyland out of the concept of being responsible for the tourists. After careful consideration, the management decided to temporarily close Euro Disneyland and rectify the relevant problems. However, not many people believed this statement, which completely followed the truth. Most media and people were more inclined to believe that there had been a major change in Euro Disneyland. Some irresponsible tabloids published news that an accident had caused dozens of casualties in Euro Disneyland, and this completely fabricated news was approved by many people. Some newspapers that did not know the truth even reprinted it. Within a short day after the news came out, after repeatedly confirming that it was not a prank, countless TV media and newspaper reporters from all over the world boarded flights to Paris, trying to find out the truth. The French government also expressed strong concern about the matter through a press conference on the day of the incident. Jacques Chirac, the mayor of Paris at the time, immediately met with Eric Williams, the chairman of Firefly Pictures, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, the CEO of Disney, to personally ask about the reason for the closure of Euro Disneyland. Coming out of the mayor's office, Eric and Katzenberg got into a black car together. After 2 days of busy work, even Katzenberg, who had always been known for his energy, could clearly see that he was exhausted. Eric leaned back in his seat and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, there was the sound of a can being opened next to him. Eric opened his eyes reluctantly and saw that Katzenberg had just opened a can of refreshing coffee. He remembered a joke about Katzenberg, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. "Eric, do you want it?" Katzenberg asked in a low voice. Eric shook his head. Even if he was given a stimulant right now, he wouldn't be able to lift his spirits. Since the night before yesterday, the two of them had not had a good rest. Eric felt that his biological clock had completely collapsed. He was even a little envious of Katzenberg's energy. When this guy felt tired, he could drink a bottle of refreshing drink and be revived. It was even more effective than the red and blue potions in the game. The decision to temporarily close Disneyland Europe was also the result of a careful discussion between the two. The problem with Disneyland Europe was already very serious. It was difficult to predict the effect of conservative management and rectification, and the cycle would be correspondingly prolonged. In this case, it was better to make a big move. Even if it could not completely solve the problem, the attention this series of actions would attract could be used for world-class publicity and marketing, and it would not cost any money. After a period of time, the reopening of Euro Disney would definitely attract more attention than the first opening. Katzenberg quickly finished his coffee and said, "Eric, if you can't hold on, I'll negotiate with the French investors later. You can go back and rest first." Eric nodded in a daze and agreed. Through the questionnaire and the statistics of the first week's revenue, it was very difficult for Euro Disney to achieve the initial profits in a short period of time even after the rectification. Most of the $5 billion construction funds were bank loans. This money would definitely be repaid through Euro Disney's operations, and the annual average principal and interest repayment was as high as $200 million. At the same time, due to the serious budget loss in the early stages, a large number of redundant projects were built, which also made the operation and maintenance cost of Euro Disney much higher than that of Tokyo Disneyland. It was not difficult to see this from the size of the two parks. Euro Disney had a total area of nearly 2,000 hectares, while Tokyo Disneyland only had 204 hectares, which was only 1/10 of Euro Disney. In this case, Disney could only renegotiate with the French investors to discuss the redistribution of profits and other issues. Judging from the current situation, Eric basically did not expect Euro Disney to bring profits to the headquarters. He only hoped that this overseas park could achieve break-even and not become a burden to the headquarters. After leaving the matter to Katzenberg, Eric returned to the hotel. He didn't even bother to take a shower. He directly threw himself on the bed and woke up from a boundless dream. The window was dark again. After washing up, Eric picked up the phone in the room and made a call. Only then did he go to the restaurant downstairs. He said a few words to the waiter, found a booth, and ordered dinner for himself. Before dinner was finished, Katzenberg had already walked over under the guidance of the waiter. "Give Jeffrey a share of my dinner," Eric ordered the waiter casually when Katzenberg sat down opposite him. Katzenberg obviously didn't eat dinner either. He didn't object and just asked the waiter to give him a glass of milk. "How is it?" Eric asked as he wiped his mouth with a tissue. Katzenberg took out a folder from his briefcase and handed it over. After Louis Bartlow read the information, he didn't object to the temporary closure of the European Disneyland. However, they wanted to take back the management rights of the park. I refused. If they gave up control of Euro Disney, the project would be completely out of control, and Eric had no confidence in the management ability of the French. Eric nodded in agreement with Katzenberg's decision. He then opened the folder and read a draft contract inside. The content of this contract was roughly the same as the bottom line of the negotiation he and Katzenberg had discussed. Disney would give up the patent licensing fees for the first 5 years of Euro Disney, and the patent licensing fees after 5 years would be halved. In exchange, the French investors needed to invest another $300 million into this project as the operating funds of Euro Disney. Although Disney would not be able to recover the initial investment for a long time after giving up the patent licensing fees, Disney did not suffer a loss. Because if Euro Disney lost money, just the pressure of repaying billions of dollars of loans could cause Euro Disney to go bankrupt. At that time, Disney had no other choice but to give up the patent licensing fees. Because Disney was too aggressive in the early negotiations, they only used less than 15% of the total investment to get 49% of the shares of the joint venture company. Most of this money came from a loan specially approved by the French government. This meant that once Euro Disney did not achieve the expected profits, Disney's strong position would be reversed. At that time, not only would the French investors not pay any more money, but they would even need Disney's headquarters to provide funding. Now, by giving up the seemingly generous condition of the patent licensing fees and obtaining another $300 million of operating funds from the French investors, Disney could be said to have made a huge profit. After hurriedly reading the new contract, Eric continued to eat his dinner. The waiter also served Katzenberg's dinner. After dinner, the two did not leave. The waiter took the initiative to remove the tableware and served coffee. Eric said to Katzenberg, "Although the management rights of the park can't be handed over to them, we still have to let them participate as much as possible in this management adjustment. You can see from the report that the manager gave me that many problems were obvious, but our team obviously ignored them." "I know this." Katzenberg watched the waiter pour him a cup of coffee, but he just pushed the coffee aside casually. He did not intend to drink it again. Obviously, he was a little drunk these 2 days. "Eric, I will stay here personally until the park reopens and gets on the right track. The movies in the United States at the end of the year have all been confirmed. Although Frank is a little conservative, there won't be any mistakes. It's not a big problem for him to temporarily take over the business of Disney's headquarters. Well, I wanted to tell you about this yesterday, but I was so busy that I forgot about it. It's good that you're here. However, I have also been thinking about a problem these 2 days. The problem of changing the name of the park." Katzenberg looked at Eric suspiciously and made a rare joke. "You don't really want to change Disneyland to Firefly Park like what the newspapers said, right?" "Of course not," Eric shook his head and smiled. "Disneyland is already a very mature cultural symbol. I won't do such a stupid thing as changing Disneyland to Firefly Park. What I want to say is to change the name of Disneyland Europe to Disneyland Paris." Katzenberg shook his head slightly. "I don't understand, Eric, is this necessary?" "I think it's very necessary. From the survey, it can be seen that the French still make up a very large portion of the people who visit Disneyland. Moreover, the so-called 300 million potential tourists within the 2-hour flight is not very realistic now. These 300 million people are obviously not as enthusiastic about Disneyland as we thought. Other than the French, most of the tourists who came to visit in the first week are tourists from the nearest countries to France. In that case, we might as well focus on the French tourists who have the most spending potential. Since the French are so proud, we should cater to their tastes. Changing the name is just one thing. Also, we have already discussed and decided that French, which the French consider to be a superior language, will be the first language of the park. English will be the second choice. In addition, the park's projects and activities must also pay attention to the integration of French culture, just like the Mickey Mouse photo I showed you 2 days ago. Katzenberg was somewhat convinced by Eric, but he still asked, "Won't it be too abrupt and obvious if we suddenly change the name?" Eric smiled and said, "That depends on the media and public relations methods of the operations department. Then I'll get them to come up with a plan as soon as possible." Katzenberg nodded. "What about you, Eric? When are you going back?" "Jurassic Park is still in post-production. You can't leave for too long, right?" "I'll stay for a few more days. The post-production work is personally handled by Stan. He participated in most of the production process of the movie. He already knows what effect I want. There won't be any problems. If he can let go of the management of the digital domain, I even plan to give the sequel to him to direct." Katzenberg knew that Firefly was expected to shoot 3 Jurassic Park movies. He was surprised to hear this. "You're not going to direct the sequel yourself?" Eric shrugged. "It depends. I'm not sure myself." The two were chatting casually when there was a rush of footsteps not far away. Eric had just turned his head when Alan was already in front of him. Alan hurriedly nodded to Katzenberg before saying to Eric, "Mr. Williams, a call from New York. It's urgent." "Jeffrey, wait a minute. Let's continue talking after I finish the call," Eric said to Katzenberg and got up to leave with Alan. Although Katzenberg was curious about what urgent matter New York had to look for Eric, he did not ask. He just nodded to show that he understood. More than 10 minutes later, Eric did not appear. Only Alan hurried over. "Sorry, Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Williams has already gone to the airport. He's flying to New York tonight. He asked me to inform you." "What happened?" Katzenberg stood up with a solemn expression. Alan shook his head and thought for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure, but it has nothing to do with the company. It's Mr. Williams' private matter." Katzenberg could see that Alan wanted to say something but stopped. However, since it was Eric's private matter, he relaxed a little and did not ask further. "Aren't you going back with Eric?" Alan replied, "Mr. Williams asked me to stay here for the time being and communicate with him about the rectification work here." Katzenberg nodded. "In that case, you can stay with me for the time being. By the way, did Eric leave anything else?" "No." Alan opened his mouth but did not say anything else. After Eric finished the call, he left in a hurry and did not have time to explain anything. After passing through the VIP passageway of JFK Airport, Eric, who only brought 2 attendants, directly got into the car that came to pick him up. After the car started, Caper, who was sitting next to Eric, said, "Miss Pakula accepted an action movie from Universal. She plays the role of a female FBI agent. Charlie told me that when Miss Pakula accepted this movie, she requested that the female lead scenes be completed within a month. In order to accommodate this condition, Universal extended the working hours every day." Eric simply nodded and interrupted Caper. "Caper, you know I don't care about these things." Caper paused for a moment before saying, "She only fainted because she was overworked during her pregnancy, which led to hypoglycemia. The doctor has already done a checkup. It's nothing serious. She just needs to rest well." After hesitating for a moment, Caper added, "The child is fine too." Eric finally took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair in relief. Looking at Eric's reaction, Caper asked tentatively, "Eric, what do you plan to do?" "Let Charlie Walker hand over all of Joan's work. You'll be in charge in the future, but don't arrange any work for her before the child is born. Also, cancel the Universal movie. I'll call Michael Eisner to discuss this matter." Caper seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Although the two of them were good friends, this matter was too personal after all. However, Caper still felt a little strange that Eric accepted the child so easily. He thought that Eric rushed back in such a hurry because he had a completely opposite plan. Half an hour later, the car arrived outside a private clinic in the East District of Manhattan. Through the car window, Eric saw that the clinic's entrance was already crowded with reporters with cameras. He wasn't surprised. The tornado was still in theaters all over the world. After more than 3 months, the box office in North America had easily exceeded $300 million, and the overseas box office was also steadily increasing. As the female lead, Joanna was at the peak of attention at the moment. The security guard opened the door of the clinic. Eric and the others did not get out of the car but drove straight in. Not many people know about this. Other than Charlie and Miss Pakula's assistant, there are only the film crew director and a few staff members who sent Miss Pakula here. "Oh, and the doctor in charge of this clinic," Kapoor said to Eric when the car drove in. "We won't leak this information. I also signed a confidentiality agreement with this clinic this morning. However, you'd better communicate with Universal about this with Michael Eisner." Eric nodded, but he could imagine that Michael Eisner had probably ordered Universal's crew to keep their mouths shut. If this matter was leaked out, it wouldn't do Universal any good, and it wouldn't do them much harm. Instead, sealing the news would do him a favor. "This is Dr. Robert Bean." As they walked into the clinic, Kapoor introduced to Eric a middle-aged man in his 40s who came out to greet them. "Hello, Dr. Bean." Eric politely extended his hand to the other party. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Williams." Robert Bean shook hands with Eric and gestured towards the corridor. Please come with me, Mr. Williams. Miss Pakula is over there. After passing through the corridor, the group went up the stairs to the second floor. A few people sitting on the bench outside the ward saw Eric and quickly got up and walked over. Among them, Charlie Walker, who obviously had dark circles under his eyes, was the first to speak. Mr. Williams, I'm really sorry. Eric knew that Joanna must have hidden this matter from Charlie Walker, so he didn't want to make things difficult for this agent. He patted him on the shoulder and said to everyone, I'll talk to Joan first. After pushing open the door, Eric saw a brown-haired girl with a ponytail sitting on a chair. She was chatting with Joanna in a low voice. When they heard the door open, the two women turned their heads. You can go out first, Eric said to the brown-haired girl. He remembered that this was Joanna's personal assistant, but he couldn't remember her name. The brown-haired girl nodded and hurried out of the room with her head lowered. The moment Joanna saw Eric, her eyes became obviously flustered. She reached out and gently pulled the blanket to cover half of her face, as if she wanted to hide her whole body. Seeing Joanna's actions, Eric sighed with pity and sat down beside her. Eric. Joanna looked at Eric's expression worriedly and called out softly. Eric reached out to help Joanna tidy up the messy hair on her forehead. When he saw the woman's small action, he sighed again. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Joan? Do you have so little confidence in me? No, it's not like that. Feeling Eric's gentle action, Joanna seemed to be relieved. She shook her head gently and said, No, it's not like that, it's just. Vicky said, it seems that it's really not a good idea to let the two of you get together. Eric could almost imagine what Virginia would say. He shrugged helplessly. Virginia had been in Hollywood for too long and was used to seeing the on-off and off-again relationships between stars. Coupled with her relatively independent personality, she didn't have much confidence and dependence on relationships and men. When Eric was with Virginia, although the woman always followed him, he could often feel Virginia's very casual attitude. It seemed that after the two of them had a night of fun, Virginia wouldn't make a fuss even if he completely disappeared from her life in the next moment. Hearing Eric's complaint, Joanna seemed to be at a loss again. Eric reached out and took one of Joanna's small hands. He patted it comfortingly and said, Joan, do you remember what I said to you that night when I went to San Francisco 2 years ago? Joanna was stunned. She remembered some of the scenes that night and her face turned red. She wanted to imitate Virginia's expression and stare at Eric, but in the end, she just lowered her eyes and nodded slightly. I wasn't joking with you that night, so don't worry and give birth to the child. I will raise it with you. But, Joanna raised her head again with some worry. If you're worried, I can hold a press conference now and announce to the public that I'm going to be a father. Hearing this, Joanna was finally relieved. What she was most worried about was that Eric would refuse to acknowledge the child or keep hiding the child's identity from the public. If this was the case, the child would definitely not have a good growth environment because material protection was definitely not enough for a child to grow up healthily. Eric, it's fine as long as you accept the child. Forget about the press conference. I don't want the media to pay attention to it so early. Eric saw that Joanna finally had a relieved expression on her face and was relieved. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. You're the boss now. Joanna smiled softly with a little sweetness. She stroked her abdomen through the quilt and acted coquettishly. Eric, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you personally. It doesn't taste good. Okay, I'll call your assistant in. Let her make whatever you want to eat. I still have to talk to the doctor and Kapoor. Joanna nodded and said, Eric, my scenes in that movie will be finished in a week. I plan to, forget about the movie. You just focus on taking care of the baby. Leave the rest to me. Seeing that Eric was about to get up and leave, Joanna struggled in her heart. She wanted to enjoy Eric's love alone, but she also felt that she shouldn't be so selfish. In the end, Joanna held Eric's hand. Eric, Vicky is also filming in Philadelphia. Eric felt that the woman seemed to be a little nervous. He held Joanna's hand and comforted her. Okay, I know. When she's done filming, I'll ask her to be your nanny. At the same time, I'll sew her mouth shut for talking nonsense. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, Joanna looked up at Eric and gently bit the corner of her lips. Then, she made up her mind and said, I mean, she's pregnant too. Eric staggered and almost fell. Philadelphia was less than 2 hours away from New York by car. Eric arrived in New York near noon. After hearing the news from Joanna, he had to rush to Philadelphia immediately. Although Eric was a little surprised that 2 women were pregnant at the same time, Joanna was already lying in the hospital. Eric didn't want the other woman to have an accident. As Virginia's agent, Kapoor also sat in the car with Eric. At this time, he was telling Eric about the movie that Virginia was filming. I've contacted Virginia's crew. They are now filming in Vine Street in the old city of Philadelphia. We can go there directly. This is a drama film from Carlock Film Company. I personally negotiated the script. There are some thriller elements, but there are definitely no thrilling scenes. Eric nodded with relief. There was no GPS navigation in this era. After arriving in Philadelphia, it took Eric and the others a while to find the destination. After getting off the car, they walked into the set under the guidance of the crew members. They were almost shocked by the scene that was being filmed. In the middle of the set, surrounded by the crew members, a 2-story bus was parked by the roadside. The ground on the right side of the bus was covered with a 1-meter thick sponge mat. Virginia, who was wearing a red dress, was standing on the bus with her back facing Eric and Kapoor. She was bargaining with the middle-aged man who was sitting on the raised arm controlling the camera. Mr. Pine, this is definitely the only time. No matter what, I won't fall a second time. If you don't do a good job, you can use a substitute next time. The middle-aged man who was adjusting the camera was also a straightforward person. He waved his hand decisively. Don't worry, Miss Madsen. I'll control the camera myself. There won't be any mistakes. Okay, all departments, pay attention. The actors are in position, the script. Eric suppressed the urge to rub his forehead. Is the little girl standing on the bus really pregnant? This is too out of place. Although falling from a 2-meter height onto a 1-meter thick sponge mat basically won't cause any problems. But you are a pregnant woman, pregnant woman, pregnant woman, pregnant woman. While a series of complaints arose in his heart, Eric couldn't help but shout, cut. Everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man sitting on the arm had already narrowed his eyes and looked over. He roared, You haven't started to shout cut yet. You don't want to work anymore? Virginia, who was standing on the bus and ready, turned her head in surprise when she heard this voice. After seeing Eric, she immediately got rid of everyone and ran down the escalator on the side of the bus. She then ran towards Eric. Kapoor, I'll leave the rest to you, Eric said to Kapoor when he saw Virginia approaching. Then, he pulled the woman's little hand and walked out with a dark face. Actually, he wanted to pull her ear. She obediently let Eric pull her, but Virginia couldn't help but ask, Eric, when did you come back? I heard that Disneyland suddenly closed a few days after it opened. Could there really be an accident? I was planning to go there with Joan after this movie. Eric didn't answer. He walked all the way to the car, opened the door, and stuffed Virginia in. He sat on the other side and said to the driver, Carter, back to New York. Aren't we waiting for Mr. Sid? The driver asked through the rearview mirror. Eric shook his head. Kapoor had to negotiate with the director about Virginia's contract. This wasn't something that could be done in a short time, but Eric didn't have time to wait here. The driver saw Eric's expression and started the car. Eric raised the fender and turned to look at the woman beside him. Virginia finally noticed Eric's expression, and she had a bad feeling. She moved to the other side and whispered, I'm still working. Eric pointed at the double-decker bus not far away. He suppressed his anger and raised his voice. Is that what you should be doing now? Virginia shrunk her neck and blinked a few times. She understood. You know? Eric grunted in annoyance. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was going to tell you after you finished filming Jurassic Park. Who knew you would go to France again? Virginia explained in a low voice as if she was talking to herself. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows. It must be Joan. I should have known not to tell her. She has no position. Joan is in the hospital now. Eric glared at the woman. Virginia immediately stopped her condemnation and asked with concern, "What happened? What happened to her?" "Same as you." Virginia was stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. After a while, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Traitor, liar, I want to cut ties with her. She's so bad. I told her everything, but she didn't tell me that she was pregnant." "It's not like you don't know Joan's personality. She's the kind of person who lacks a sense of security. How would she dare to tell others about such a sudden thing?" You're biased. I'm pregnant too, but you're still siding with her. Why are they here again?" When Eric heard this, a helpless expression immediately appeared on his face. 2 hours later, Eric brought Virginia back to Long Island, east of New York. Joanna's private clinic in Manhattan was already surrounded by reporters. Even though she had signed a confidentiality agreement with the doctor, Eric was still worried about bringing a pregnant woman there. After asking Virginia a few questions, the woman told him about another private clinic that she had been doing checkups in the small town of Southampton. "Mr. Williams, look, this is the fetus." In the ultrasound room, a middle-aged female doctor was operating the equipment while pointing at the image on the color screen. Virginia, who was lying next to him, also turned her head to look. Eric looked at the glass ball-sized little guy curled up on the doctor's fingertips and had a very strange feeling in his heart. He was going to have another child in this world. When the female doctor saw Eric's expression, she thought that Eric felt a little incredulous like many parents who saw the ultrasound image. She smiled and explained, "Mr. Williams, fetuses around 9 weeks are like this. They have just developed the basic fetal form. Although they look very small, they will develop into a very cute baby in about 30 weeks. Eric smiled and nodded. It took more than an hour to finish the examination. Because of Eric's attitude from the beginning until now, Virginia was completely relieved. She waved the examination report to Eric as if she was asking for credit. "I told you, the little guy is very healthy. But you can't jump out of the car." Eric remembered the scene he saw a few hours ago. Virginia stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. She held Eric's arm and walked out of the clinic together. She explained, "I used a stunt double before, but the director said that the effect wasn't very good. He wanted to shoot a frontal shot. I couldn't resist his persuasion, but I thought that there was no danger, so I agreed. You don't have to shoot this movie. I'll take care of the rest." Virginia rubbed Eric's shoulder and smiled. "Okay, you have money anyway, haha." Eric first sent Virginia to her nest in Southampton, then went to Manhattan to pick up Joanna. After a detailed examination and 24 hours of observation in the clinic, Joanna was smoothly discharged from the hospital without any problems. In order to get rid of the crowds of reporters, Eric had to temporarily rent a helicopter. Fortunately, the helicopter rental business in the United States was very developed, so it didn't take too much effort. Although Virginia swore that she would break up with Joanna, when she saw Joanna's apologetic pale face, the little flame in her heart quickly disappeared without a trace. After a busy day, after settling the two women, Eric was finally able to find time to work. Disneyland in Paris, the post-production of Jurassic Park in Los Angeles, the operation of Firefly, and so on. All kinds of messy affairs piled up together, and it took him 2 hours just to make a phone call. Eric was even more looking forward to the establishment of the online email company as soon as possible, so that he could use the convenient and fast email to deal with all kinds of information. Seeing Eric put down the phone, Virginia immediately pulled Joanna over. "Eric, look, Joan and I picked the names together. If it's a boy, it'll be Kevin, if it's a girl, it'll be Angela. What do you think?" "Whatever. It's just a name," Eric said casually as he leaned on the sofa and took Virginia's writing board. Noticing the woman's slightly pulled down mouth, Eric immediately changed his tone. "No, I'm the father of the child. Of course, I have the right to name them. Then you can name them too. If it's 2 boys or 2 girls, it'll be just right," Virginia said with a smile. Eric rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. Finally, he said, "Hawaii." "What?" Virginia and Joanna asked in confusion at the same time. "Hawaii." Eric smiled with a hint of mischief. Since it's conceived in Hawaii, then it'll be called Hawaii. Virginia's eyes widened. After a moment, she pointed at Joanna on the other side of Eric and said, "Give it to her." Joanna didn't have as big of a reaction as Virginia. She smiled and said, "If you're not afraid that the child will complain about you giving them random names in the future, then just call it Hawaii. It's better than being called Kevin or Angie and finding a lot of people with the same name when they grow up, right?" Eric subconsciously began to complain again. When Virginia saw that Joanna agreed so easily, she suddenly felt a sense of loss, as if she had just thrown away a toy that she didn't like very much and was taken away by someone else like a treasure. She pulled Eric's sleeve and said, "Eric, there's more. You still need another name." Eric thought for a while and shook his head. "No, the two names you just came up with are just right for the little guy in your belly. Joan's name will be Hawaii." Virginia opened her mouth in dissatisfaction, but she couldn't say anything. Joanna also chuckled. The news that Joanna suddenly fainted during the filming of the movie had attracted a lot of media attention. Then, the spokesperson of Joanna's agency, ICM, suddenly announced that Joanna had withdrawn from the cast due to illness. However, he didn't say what illness Joanna had, so it caused all kinds of speculation. In this case, the news that Virginia had withdrawn from another movie of Carlock Films was dug up by the paparazzi almost at the same time. The relationship between the two women's best friends was not a secret in the industry. The sensitive media immediately realized that there was some unknown inside story, so a lot of paparazzi began to move. Universal Pictures naturally kept the news of Joanna's resignation a secret. When Michael Eisner learned that Eric had rushed back to New York, he called. Naturally, Eric had to take the initiative to owe him a favor. As for Carlock, this film company backed by German investors had always been rich because of Germany's special film tax refund policy. It was famous for producing big investment movies and liked to cooperate with stars such as Schwarzenegger and Stallone, who had international fame. The first movie in the original spacetime, Terminator 2, which had an investment of more than 100 million yuan, was the work of Carlock Films. However, the Germans only wanted to rely on movies to make money and didn't want to offend the local tyrant of Hollywood. After promising some cooperation conditions, Eric didn't even have to pay a cent for the breach of contract and took back Virginia's contract. After dealing with these things, Eric planned to take the two women back to Los Angeles. At the end of September, the temperature in New York had dropped below 20 degrees, and Southampton, which was in the suburbs of New York, was even colder. It was not suitable for pregnant women to recuperate. However, for some reason, Virginia didn't want to go back to Los Angeles. Eric had no choice but to stay for the time being. In order to prevent the paparazzi from finding Virginia's house, Eric had to temporarily rent a mansion in East Hampton nearby and moved with the two women's. Eric returned to New York for 3 days. Because of good confidentiality measures, the news had not been disclosed. However, it was impossible for Eric to hide this from the people close to him, especially Chris Hansen, who had been living in New York. "Eric, didn't Chris say that he would come at 12 o'clock? It's been 5 minutes now. Do you want to call and ask?" Virginia poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted to Eric. Eric looked at his watch and said, "Don't worry. Maybe something happened. Also, don't make trouble in the kitchen. I'm afraid that the food they cook won't meet your taste." Virginia rolled her eyes at Eric, then turned and walked into the kitchen to command the chef. Although Eric said so, he also felt a little strange. Chris had always been a very punctual person. He wouldn't be late for no reason. After thinking for a while, Eric picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. He got up and walked out of the villa. Joanna, who was reading in the corridor, saw Eric coming out and looked over. Eric pointed at the door, picked up a pair of sunglasses and walked out. East Hampton was located at the easternmost tip of Long Island. There were more top rich people living here than in Southampton. Spielberg owned a 5-hectare manor called Magnificent Farm. However, the rich people who bought property in East Hampton usually just wanted to avoid the summer heat, because the summer climate here was very pleasant. Now that it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, most of the residents, like migrating birds, had returned to more suitable residences. Therefore, the town seemed a little deserted and empty. Eric had just walked out of the gate when he saw Chris driving a white BMW car over. His girlfriend, Emily Brighton, was sitting in the passenger seat. The two also saw Eric. They slowed down and greeted him before driving the car into the yard. After handing the gift to the servant, Chris said apologetically, "Eric, I'm so sorry that I'm late. I just happened to meet an acquaintance on the way, so I had to get out of the car and say hello." Eric hugged Chris and Emily, then said, "It's okay, this is not a formal date. But I'm curious about who can make you stop and say hello." Chris smiled and greeted Virginia and Joanna, who were walking over. Then he said to Eric, "I remember when we first met, you mentioned the Wolf of Wall Street. That guy just now is the standard Wolf of Wall Street, a master of capital operations. I only worked with him for a period of time when I was at Morgan Stanley for a business deal. This person doesn't have a good reputation among investors, but I admire his capital operations." "Oh, now I'm even more curious. What's his name? Have I heard of him?" "Ron Perlman," Chris said a name, then said, "I don't think you've heard of him." Eric was about to nod, but Chris continued, "However, the company he's been running recently has a certain connection with Hollywood. It's the Marvel Entertainment Group. It mainly deals in comic book publishing, toy production, and animation companies." When Eric heard the name, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and subconsciously stopped. "Marvel Comics? Of course, I've heard of this company. Not Marvel Comics. The Marvel Entertainment Group is the parent company of Marvel Comics. Okay, can you guys stop talking about these things? Let's go in, it's time to eat." Virginia saw that the two men seemed to be standing outside the door and chatting, so she quickly reminded them. "Okay, let's go in." Eric helplessly gestured to Chris, then said, "Tell me about this company later, I'm very curious." "No problem," Chris said. "But I have another surprise for you." "Well, okay, let's eat first." The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the dining room. The servants had already placed the food on the table. Eric personally poured red wine for Chris and Emily, then poured some for himself, and put the wine bottle aside. The two women also instinctively drank the juice. Seeing this scene, Emily Brighton raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at her boyfriend. She wanted to say something but stopped. "They're pregnant, so they can't drink." Eric noticed Emily's expression and took the initiative to explain. He had never thought of denying his child, so of course, there was no need to hide it from his relatives and friends. "Actually, they can drink a little." Emily was a little surprised at Eric's calmness at first, then smiled as if nothing had happened. But soon, she shook her head. "But, it's better not to drink." Eric also smiled and said to Chris, "By the way, Chris, can you tell me about Surprise Entertainment Group?" Although the two did not meet often, Chris was still very familiar with Eric. "Are you interested in this company? Of course, you should have seen the success of DC's Batman series, right? This Batman Returns is terrible in my opinion. I'm a fan of DC Comics." Chris shook his head regretfully, but soon got to the point. "If you want to take over Surprise Entertainment, now is not a good time. Didn't I just say that Ron Perlman is a master of capital? He made his fortune by buying companies and selling them, just like Edward in Pretty Woman. I remember that Ron Perlman spent $80 million to buy most of Surprise Entertainment Group's assets 3 years ago, but he did not buy them for business. Also, Surprise Entertainment's business has been declining in recent years. But, guess how much money Ron Perlman has made from Surprise Entertainment in recent years?" After Chris finished speaking, Virginia could not help but say, "He spent $80 million to buy it, he should have at least earned half of it, right? You're underestimating these wolves of Wall Street." Chris smiled and looked at everyone. "Guess again." Joanna smiled reservedly. Obviously, she did not know anything about this and had no intention of guessing. Emily, who was sitting next to Chris, thought for a while and said, "Based on the investment return ratio of those Wall Street tycoons, I think that 30% of the annual profit in 3 years should double, around 80 million to 100 million. No, that's still too conservative. Eric, what do you think?" Chris looked at Eric again. Eric shrugged. "I don't care. Anyway, he definitely doesn't earn as much as I do." Hee hee. Seeing Chris's expression as if he was choked, the three women laughed at the same time. Chris also laughed and said, "This is different. The opportunity brought by the Gulf War is something that many people will never encounter in their lifetime. Most of it depends on luck. He has real ability. Alright, Chris, stop beating around the bush. Tell us the answer. Chris nodded and said, $500 million US. No way, that much? Emily could not help but be shocked. It's true. This is the number that has been made public, Chris said with certainty. Eric was also curious. Didn't you just say that Surprise Entertainment's business has been losing money? How did he earn so much? Chris said, in the past 3 years, Ron Pierman used Surprise Entertainment's assets as collateral. Through the issuance of bonds, he cashed out at least $500 million US from the capital market. How can someone be so stupid to buy a company's bonds worth only $80 million US, and $500 million US at that? That's why I said that Ron Pierman is the real wolf of Wall Street. He sold all the bonds worth $500 million US with his excellent capital management methods. These bonds are now classified as the lowest level of junk bonds. Once they mature and Surprise Entertainment can't repay them on time, the company could go bankrupt and reorganize at any time. Ron Perlman, on the other hand, received $500 million US to use on other businesses. Joanna could not help but interject, this should be illegal, right? Chris smiled and made a you-know-what-I-mean expression. Emily took the initiative to explain, if you look into it, it should be illegal. But I haven't seen many Wall Street tycoons go to jail before they go bankrupt. As long as they don't fall, the law basically has no effect on them. I think even if he is sued by the bondholders in the future, the compensation will only be a small part of the profits of $500 million US. Chris agreed and said to Eric, so, Eric, if you want to take over Surprise Entertainment Group, now isn't a good time. As long as you have this idea now and Ron Perlman finds out, you'll be a sucker for a fool. If I want to buy Surprise Entertainment, when do you think I should do it? Eric asked. Chris thought for a moment and said, Ron Perlman has basically squeezed all the value out of Surprise Entertainment Group. I think he'll abandon the company in 2 years at most. If you're really interested, I can help you collect some information. Then we'll wait for the right time to make a move. Then do it as soon as possible, Chris. Treat this as a very important matter, Eric said solemnly. I have also read some of Surprise's comics. They have more popular comic characters than DC. I think the value of this company is definitely much higher than you think. Chris stopped what he was doing and looked at Eric. So, you really want to buy this company? Of course, I am serious. Alright then, I'll keep this matter in mind. Chris nodded and everyone changed the topic. Because of Eric's frankness, no one avoided the topic of the two women's pregnancy. Eric also asked when Chris and Emily planned to get married. It depends on her. But the last time my father came to New York, he also hoped that we could at least get engaged first. Chris was a little helpless when he heard this question. This time, Emily lowered her head a little abnormally. She seemed a little embarrassed. After lunch, Virginia took the two women out for a walk, while Eric and Chris went into the study together. Emily's reaction just now seemed a bit strange. Was she embarrassed when she heard about marriage before? Eric sat down at the desk and asked curiously. Chris shook his head and smiled. Maybe it's because they are pregnant. When you told me the news, Emily and I were talking about something. Chris shook his head helplessly. Obviously, the result was not good. He quickly changed the topic. What about you? What's going on in Europe? Why is there such a big movement? Eric briefly told Chris about the situation at Disneyland in Europe. Chris also began to shake his head after listening. The budget of $1 billion has expanded to $5 billion. It is indeed out of control. If it still can't make a profit after the rectification, what are you going to do? Eric shrugged and said, I have to hold on. This project is related to the livelihood of 30,000 people, and it has consumed so much of the French government's resources. If I dare to shut it down, it will be tantamount to falling out with the French government. Chris nodded and agreed with Eric's opinion. Because of the sudden closure of Disneyland, Chris also looked up some information about Disneyland in Europe these days. The French government not only sold Disneyland a piece of land equivalent to 1/5 of the Paris area at a very low price in the 1970s, but also provided more than $1 billion in subsidies. In addition, the French government even built a high-speed railway between Paris and Disneyland, which was an investment of several billion dollars. All of this was due to the optimistic outlook of Disneyland in Europe. With so many public resources consumed, if Disneyland dared to back out because the park's profits were not as expected, the French government would have to completely fall out with Disneyland in the face of public pressure. There is no doubt about Michael Eisner's ability, but judging from his actions in the last few years at Disney, he has been completely blinded by Disney's success. If Michael Eisner continues to control Disney, it won't be a good thing for Disney. However, judging from his series of actions when he went to Worldwide, he seems to have calmed down again. Chris couldn't help but comment when he thought of Michael Eisner, who initiated the Disneyland project. Eric recalled a little, and it seemed that this was the case. In the mid to late 1990s in the original space-time, although the market value of Disney was still rising, that was only because of the general trend of the improvement of the overall economic situation in the United States. Disney's profits were declining year after year, and the huge acquisition of ABC TV station also became a drag on the Disney Group, and it increased Disney's debt ratio to a quite dangerous value. After Michael Eisner stepped down, Disney regained its vitality through a series of reform measures by the successor leader, Robert Iger. At present, Michael Eisner was driven out of Disney by Eric and went to Worldwide. It could be said that it was a good thing for Michael Eisner and Disney. Disney could let go of the constraints of Michael Eisner and continue to develop rapidly. Michael Eisner, who had calmed down, could also start a new career with Worldwide as a platform. In the current Hollywood, Eric felt that there were not many people with outstanding ability. Most of the directors of the major film companies were more than enough to preserve their achievements but not enough to make progress. There were only 3 executives of the major film companies that impressed Eric in the 1990s, Barry Diller, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Michael Eisner. Judging from the current information, the possibility of Barry Diller acquiring Paramount was very low. It would not be easy for the Hollywood tycoon to return to Hollywood. Katzenberg would still stay in Disney. Eric would not force Katzenberg out of Disney like Michael Eisner did. So, it seemed that his biggest competitor in Hollywood would undoubtedly be Michael Eisner. I heard that Steve Ross is about to die? Thinking of this, Eric suddenly blurted out. Chris was a little puzzled, but he also nodded. He should not be able to survive this year. Without Steve Ross's suppression, Warner's already intense internal strife will probably be exposed to the public. Warner definitely won't be able to compete with Firefly in this way. In the future, Firefly's biggest enemy in Hollywood will probably be Worldwide. Listening to your tone, you don't seem to hate Michael Eisner? It doesn't matter if I hate him or not, but I have always admired people with outstanding ability. And it's a good thing to have an opponent. Otherwise, life would be too boring, Eric said honestly. He knew very well that everything he had now was obtained with the help of his transmigration cheat. Therefore, he admired those tycoons who did not have a cheat but could still command the world. After chatting about some trivial things in Hollywood, Eric remembered what Chris had said when he had just arrived at noon. He asked, "Didn't you say that you have good news for me?" "What is it? Can you go online here?" Chris stood up with a smile and asked. Eric nodded and immediately understood. "Is there a result?" "Yes, wait a moment," Chris said with a smile. He then walked out of the study and quickly came back with a laptop from the car. Eric pushed his Apple laptop aside on the desk and pulled out the network cable. When he saw Chris open the laptop, he was a little surprised. "This is IBM's ThinkPad?" The famous ThinkPad series of antique computers. Eric vaguely remembered that not long ago, he saw in a magazine that IBM was about to launch its own laptop to compete with Apple. He did not expect it to be on sale, and it was the ThinkPad series. In his previous life, because IBM's laptop business was acquired by Lenovo, Eric also bought a ThinkPad laptop. The ThinkPad brand was probably the oldest laptop series that had existed for a long time. The ThinkPad 700C was just released not long ago. I bought one to try it out. The configuration is similar to Apple's PowerBook, but this laptop is loaded with the latest version of Windows 3. I think it's much easier to operate than Apple, Chris said. Firefly's investments focused on the high-tech fields related to computers and networks. In order to be able to participate in this field. On a deeper level, Chris also spent a lot of time studying this field. The familiar Windows interface appeared in front of Eric. He glanced at the eye-catching E icon on the light blue background of the desktop. Chris skillfully connected the laptop to the network cable. When he saw that Eric had already started to click on the software shortcut key, he smiled and explained, "This is the software logo that they designed according to the blueprint you gave them. Currently, this software is still in the alpha version of internal testing. The beta version for users will be released at the end of November. The official version will be released next year after user testing and feedback." After listening to Chris, Eric had already connected to the network and opened the graphical browser that appeared 2 years earlier than the original spacetime. After a short loading period, the browser interface appeared on the screen with the eye-catching Internet Explorer logo on the top left side of the software. Below it was a menu bar, shortcut icons such as forward and backward, and an address bar. When the homepage finished loading, Eric was surprised to see another page. "I didn't expect the Yahoo homepage to be completed." Chris nodded, then shook his head and said, "If it was just a simple directory collection website, it wouldn't take long. However, the proposal you gave us is more than that. Currently, the team is testing and optimizing the search engine algorithm. They also feel that this function will be one of the core technologies of Yahoo. Therefore, they are very careful. What you see is only the test server we set up. Currently, we have collected and organized more than 8,000 websites. They are divided into news, finance, technology, education, and other sections." Eric clicked on a few of the websites in the directory and tried them out. They opened very smoothly. Moreover, the Yahoo homepage was designed according to Eric's brief and clear design concept. It was not like the websites in his previous life that were full of miscellaneous information. However, Eric also knew that the main reason was that the technology was not up to par. Thinking of this, Eric looked at the homepage again. Although it was very simple, he felt that something was missing. Pictures. Oh right, the website can't be full of text. There should be pictures, right? As Eric spoke, he casually opened a few more websites. Sure enough, he saw pictures on other websites. Chris was a little surprised, but he quickly explained, "I thought you wouldn't pay attention to these things. IE's management is currently negotiating with a company called Computer Server. They plan to acquire this company. I was planning to give you the relevant documents next time." CompuServe. Eric repeated the name, but he could not remember the company's name. "What do they do? Is it related to pictures?" Chris nodded. "This company has developed an image format that is very suitable for the relatively slow internet speed. It can compress the image by 50% without losing the image quality at all. This image format is called Graphics Interchange Format. Most people call it GIF. You saw the images used on several websites just now. Most of them use this image format." When Eric heard the name of the GIF, he immediately understood what was going on. "It's too familiar." Chris saw Eric raising his eyebrows and paused for a while. But he continued. "IE's team plans to acquire this company and refine the GIF image format. They will also apply for a patent and use IE as the carrier to market the GIF image format." Although Chris did not say anything, Eric understood what is going on. Using IE as the carrier to market the GIF image format will attract a lot of websites to use the GIF image format. IE had applied for a patent for this algorithm format, and other companies that want to use GIF to develop commercial software must get IE's authorization. This is a technical barrier, and most companies without sufficient technology will not enter the browser industry. Even a powerful software company like Microsoft will have to spend a lot of time and money to develop a GIF graphical browser. In this era of technological breakthroughs, if a company lags behind by a few weeks, it will be overtaken by its competitors, let alone a few months or years. "Oh, have you applied for a patent for IE's core?" Chris nodded. "We have applied for all the patents we can." Tim Berners-Lee had also agreed to use IE standards when promoting the World Wide Web. But many of the technologies are still available for free, so it is not difficult to bypass our patents. What we can do is to set up some technical barriers for related applications, such as the GIF image format. Eric was disappointed when he heard Chris's explanation. Chris comforted him. But as long as we maintain our advantage in technology and time, we will be able to maintain our lead. Furthermore, IE does not charge any fees. Speaking of which, the IE team does not understand this. They feel that this software is great, and if it can be used commercially, it will bring in a lot of profits. This is what I promised Tim Berners-Lee. You were there too, Eric said. He didn't care too much about the profits from the sales of IE software. The key was the huge potential user base. Also, you'll understand the benefits of doing this in the future. I hope so. Chris did not say anything else. There were only 20 million internet users in the world, which was far less than the number of personal computers. Therefore, Chris did not feel bad about giving up on IE's sales. After looking at the results of Yahoo and IE, Eric asked, "What about the online email service?" To be honest, I am looking forward to that more. With an online email service, it will be much easier to communicate. Chris shrugged. I can't show it to you. The chief engineer of Hotmail, Steve Mitnick, is a perfectionist. I've asked him a few times, but he couldn't stop me. The core program of Hotmail has been written long ago, but that guy thinks that the security performance of the system is not good enough. He has been conducting closed tests on the internal servers of the company. I only tried it out when I went to the Hotmail headquarters in Cambridge. Eric laughed. Another paranoid Steve. Chris knew that Eric was referring to Steve Jobs. He laughed and said, "Yes, but this is good. As an online communication tool, if the security of Hotmail is not guaranteed, there will be problems. So I let that guy do what he wants. I heard that he is a very good hacker." When Eric heard Chris's words, he smiled and said, "I'm only concerned about when he can launch the Hotmail online email service." At least half a year, Chris said. He seemed to have thought of something. He clicked on a program on the laptop in front of him and said, "Eric, maybe you should take a look at this. This is Microsoft's email client, Microsoft Mail, which was launched on the 3.1 system." Eric looked at it briefly and quickly realized that this email client that was integrated into the Microsoft Office application should be the predecessor of the famous Outlook. In the original spacetime, Outlook was an Office product launched after Microsoft acquired the Hotmail online email service and integrated it with its own email client. However, Microsoft Mail was also a point-to-point LAN email client. It could only be used on a fixed computer and did not have an online email function. Don't worry, Chris, this application is not a threat to us. Our Hotmail is targeted at all internet users, and Microsoft's application is more limited to business offices. Ordinary people can't use it. Chris also knew that Eric was telling the truth, so he just casually mentioned it. The reason why Eric was so relieved was mainly because all the software giants had not realized the future of the internet, so Firefly had enough time to plan. As for Microsoft, although the launch of Windows 3.1 had received a good response, Microsoft's operating system still had not achieved mainstream status. Windows 95, which would lead Microsoft to the dominant operating system, would only be released 3 years later. The two chatted in the study for the whole afternoon, and the women did not disturb them. When the two realized that the sky outside the window was dark, Chris decided to leave. When he was about to leave, Chris suddenly stopped and said, "Eric, there's one more thing I almost forgot to tell you. After a series of investments, the company still has about $1 billion in cash. The money in the currency fund can only generate 6% annual income. Personally, I still want the company to invest on a larger scale." "It's not a lot of money," Eric said after listening to Chris, "it's only $1 billion. If we diversify our investments, we won't have enough say. So, it's better not to do it. Also, I haven't found any big projects that are worth investing in." Chris smiled and said, "Not that many. In the entire United States, there aren't many companies with more than $1 billion in liquid capital." Eric nodded, but he was reminded of Apple in his previous life. He remembered reading in an article that Apple once had a cash flow of more than $200 billion, which even exceeded the market value of Disney. Moreover, since Jobs came to power for the second time, Apple had been operating in a debt-free mode. As a public company, although the interest on debt could offset income tax and other benefits, Apple had been debt-free for 20 years. It was Jobs' extreme stubbornness that allowed Apple to operate so flexibly without the constraints of shareholders and creditors. Apple wanted to make the MacBook, so it did. It wanted to make the iPod, so it did. It wanted to make the iPhone, so it did. It also achieved Apple's position as the world's largest company by market capitalization 20 years later. Eric knew that he did not have much talent in running a company. However, as a person who had transmigrated from a knockoff kingdom and was lucky enough to have the memory of his previous life, Eric was confident that he could imitate the path of others. If Firefly Pictures went public or issued a large number of bonds, although it could bring enough benefits to the company's business strategy would have to be subservient to the investors. Eric knew that many of the decisions he made based on his memory would be difficult for many people to understand. If he did not have absolute control of the company, many of the strategies would be difficult to implement. Perhaps after some wrangling with the investors, many of the opportunities would have disappeared. Don't worry, Chris. I know what I'm doing. However, I remember telling you that if you have a project that you're interested in, you can also invest in it. You're not my butler, but the CEO of Firefly Investment Company. Chris shrugged and smiled. As long as you know what you're doing. To be honest, since Cisco, I feel that your investment vision is definitely much better than mine. Dad said so too. The money we invested in Cisco will at least double this year. Eric could see the doubt in Chris' eyes. He was just a high school graduate, so Chris must be full of questions about how he chose Cisco and how he could produce movies. However, Eric was destined to not tell Chris Stan about these things. The door of the study was knocked a few times. After getting a response, Virginia poked her head in and asked, Eric, it's already 6 o'clock. What are you guys eating tonight? No, Miss Madsen. Emily and I will leave immediately. We have a date to attend tonight. Chris shook his head quickly. Eric tried to persuade him to stay, but Chris really did have something to do, so he did not insist. After dinner, Eric took the initiative to tell the two women about his conversation with Chris in the afternoon. After listening to Eric's words, Virginia and Joanna looked at each other. Virginia then said, Eric, you've been in New York for a few days. There must be a lot of things to do in Los Angeles. You should go back tomorrow. Eric did not refuse. Instead, he said, what about you guys? Come back to Los Angeles with me. I'm worried about you guys being alone in New York. Virginia smiled and said, we're not kids. Besides, there are servants. You just have to call us often. I really don't understand why you guys don't want to go back to Los Angeles with me. Eric shook his head again. Virginia rolled her eyes at Eric and said, you know clearly. Eric immediately raised his hands and said, okay, I surrender. Haha. Joanna and Virginia laughed together. The reason why they did not want to go back to Los Angeles with Eric was very simple. It was because Eric had too many women in Los Angeles. If they had a child together, there would definitely be unnecessary trouble if they went back to Los Angeles. The safest way for women to live in harmony was to keep a certain distance. The next day, Eric gave a lot of instructions to the two women and then boarded the flight to Los Angeles. He had been away from Los Angeles for 3 months since July. Eric could almost imagine the scene of a mountain of things waiting for him. A few hours later, the plane landed at the Los Angeles airport. When Eric walked out of the airport hall, a petite figure in a pink hoodie rushed over and kissed him as usual. Okay, Drew. If you do that again, I'll scream molestation. Eric smiled and pulled the little girl off his body, letting the girl hold his arm and walk to the car. I miss you. I originally wanted to go to Hawaii. Who knew that you would go to France and finally go to New York? Haha, you almost forgot about me, right? Eric got into the car with Drew. He reached out and pinched the girl's tender face intimately. Why do I smell so much jealousy? Drew reached out and slapped away Eric's hand that was pinching her face. She gave him a look that said, explain it yourself. You already know. What else do you want me to say? Eric couldn't help but smile and reach out again. Annoying. Drew raised her hand again, but this time, she pulled Eric's big hand over and put it in front of her. So, they are really pregnant, and they are pregnant together? Eric nodded. I'm afraid so. Then what are you going to do? Drew asked a little nervously. Of course, I'll give birth to them and then raise them. You can't expect me to be an irresponsible man, right? Drew rolled her eyes at Eric and then stretched out two little fingers. But, there are two of them. Two at once. This doesn't seem to be a serious problem. It's not like I can't raise them. Eric was puzzled. Drew didn't know what to say. Her face flashed with a sullen expression. Eric patted the girl's head comfortingly. Don't throw a tantrum. You have two more sisters-in-law. Isn't it good? When Drew heard this, she was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and hugged her arms. Sisters-in-law, Eric, you are really too evil. Eric just subconsciously treated Drew as a child. The two of them had been together for a few years, but Eric never felt that Drew had grown up. Therefore, he just blurted out that sentence. Looking at the little girl's appearance at this time, Eric realized the ambiguity in his words just now. He quickly corrected her. Okay, not sisters-in-law. They are little nephews or nieces. You are going to be an aunt. I already heard it. Don't you think it's a little late to say this? Then let's not talk about this. Where are your two little followers? Eric said with a smile. Drew said unhappily, you already said they are my little followers, not my daughters. I don't have to take them with me all the time. Eric felt that this girl must have drunk a bottle of vinegar and a dozen gunpowder today. She was full of anger. Realizing that it was useless to say anything, Eric simply leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. There was a moment of silence in the car. Outside the car window, buildings flashed past one after another. Soon, they arrived at the coastal highway leading to Malibu. After a while, Drew came over and said, Eric, I miss you. Eric gently hugged the girl. I know, I miss you too. The little girl showed a rare look of uncertainty. She looked up at Eric and asked, Really? Why don't you ask it yourself? Eric grabbed one of the girl's little hands and pressed it against his heart. He joked, Do you want me to dig out my heart for you to see in person? After not coming back for 3 months, Eric walked into the mansion in the Pointy Corner Manor again. He even had a faint feeling that it was a lifetime ago. Under the little girl's care, the mansion was still the same as when he left. It seemed that nothing had changed. Drew instructed the driver to move Eric's luggage in and then drove them out. Eric, you go rest first. I'll help you pack. I'll call you for dinner, Drew said as she helped Eric look through the luggage. Okay, there are also gifts I brought back from France. You can pick one. They're all mine. Drew had already seen the pile of gift boxes in the luggage and was a little jealous. Eric smiled and did not answer. He walked to the bedroom alone. When he woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Eric went downstairs and saw the little figure busy in the kitchen. He walked over. I couldn't learn it for a long time, so I had to call someone to send a ready-made one over. Drew, who was operating the microwave, saw Eric sniffling and explained a little awkwardly. As soon as Eric came in, he already smelled a burnt smell. He didn't know what the little girl had burned. Hearing this explanation, he walked up. Let me do it. What's inside? Pizza. We can only eat this tonight. Drew was a little embarrassed. Pizza is fine. Is there juice? There's orange juice. I just squeezed it. Drew pointed to the juicer. The two did a simple job and quickly sat in the living room. Eric ate dinner and silently listened to the little girl report on the recent situation in Los Angeles. The rough cut of Detective Airplane has been completed, but Liz was not satisfied with the publicity plan given by Firefly. She went to quarrel with Michael Lynn last time. The little girl was like a little traitor who was snitching on secrets. Eric smiled and said, Why do I feel like you're the one who instigated it? No, the little girl immediately retorted, but she was obviously not very confident. Okay, I did say a few words, but Liz was definitely the one who quarreled with Michael Lynn. Michael didn't tell me about this, so it must have been resolved. What's the result? Eric asked directly. Drew said, the publicity scale is the same as Speed, but Detective Airplane will be released in the Christmas slot. It'll be 2,000 yuan on the screen. Eric thought for a while and nodded. The women did not cause any trouble. The publicity scale and the release scale were very reasonable. Based on the box office performance of Stranger in Disguise during the summer, Detective Airplane, as another film starring Jim Carrey, was indeed worthy of such a publicity scale. Moreover, Detective Airplane was a comedy film. It would be more appropriate to release it in the festive Christmas slot instead of the Thanksgiving slot. Also, after Jim Carrey finished filming Detective Airplane, he immediately started quitting again. As for the next film, he and his agent have been delaying it, Drew quickly added. How much did they offer this time? Eric asked. Drew stretched out his little finger and gestured. He smiled awkwardly and took it back. 15 million yuan, and he refused to sign a package contract for both films. The $20 million club had not been established yet, and $15 million was currently the maximum salary for a Hollywood star. There were not many stars who could get this amount. Moreover, under normal circumstances, it was those rich and overbearing foreign investors who blindly raised the salary. For example, the salaries of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Stallone, and the others were raised by European film investors led by German investors. This was because these action stars had extraordinary fame and box office appeal in Europe. In addition, the Japanese financial groups that controlled Columbia and Universal were getting bolder and bolder in their demands. The local forces in Hollywood hated this kind of blindly raising behavior, but they were powerless to stop this trend. $15 million is a little too high, he's not worth that much. Although the box office of The Disguised Genius was good, this movie should be an exception. Although Jim Carrey's other movies still have box office appeal overseas, it's impossible for them to reach twice the box office of the domestic box office every time. Therefore, let's wait until Detective Airplane is released. You can't put all your effort into Jim Carrey. Drew nodded and agreed, yes, I think so too. Anyway, he signed the option contract, and no one will redeem him. Moreover, we didn't mistreat him. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then he can just go away. The option contract that Jim Carrey signed was very interesting. It was not difficult for other big film studios to come up with $100 million in compensation for breach of contract. Based on Jim Carrey's box office appeal, the first two movies that he worked with TG earned more than $100 million in profits for the company. However, there was a very difficult problem to solve here. If other film companies were interested in Jim Carrey's box office appeal and wanted to redeem him, then after redeeming him, they would have to fork out $100 million. Jim Carrey would have no choice but to sign another option contract with the investors. In order to earn back the $100 million in compensation, the terms of the option contract would definitely not be much better than what TG offered. Otherwise, even the shareholders of those film companies would not agree to it. As long as Jim Carrey was not crazy, he would not choose this path. Drew talked about his own situation and began to ask Eric about the situation in France. After dinner, they chatted until late into the night before the two went to bed. The next day, Eric woke up at dawn. He quietly put on his clothes and went downstairs. After leaving Los Angeles for a few months and traveling all over the world, Eric's biological clock was a little messed up. He looked at his watch and saw that it was only 5:40 in the morning, a little earlier than usual. After jogging in the manor for half an hour, Eric returned to the villa and slowly made breakfast. He left a portion for the little girl and began to eat while reading the newspaper. The entertainment section of many newspapers was still paying attention to the latest development of the competition between Viacom and QVC for Paramount. Martin Davis probably also felt that he might not be able to keep Paramount, but he did not want the company to fall into the hands of his former subordinates, so in early September, he signed an equity transfer agreement with Viacom. However, QVC immediately submitted documents to the Federal Trade Commission and sued Paramount and Viacom for violating federal trading laws. The two sides had been arguing about this matter this month. After flipping through a few newspapers, Eric soon saw another interesting thing about MGM, one of the big seven. After the casino tycoon Kirk Cochran sold all of MGM's property assets, he began to use MGM's intangible assets as bargaining chips to play the capital game. 2 years ago, Kirk Cochran sold MGM to an Italian consortium led by Giancarlo Pariti and made a lot of money again. However, recently, Giancarlo was accused of cheating investors to gain control of MGM. According to the analysis of the article, the possibility of Giancarlo Pariti losing the case was very high. Once Giancarlo lost the case, MGM would be auctioned off by the bank in order to repay the creditors who were cheated by Giancarlo. Eric stared at the article and thought for a moment, but still decided to be a bystander. Although MGM's performance this year was terrible, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not that easy to swallow this old company. Moreover, although taking over MGM could at least double the size of Firefly Pictures' film library, if he wanted to completely swallow this company, he would definitely use up all the liquid funds in his hands. This was not a cost-effective thing to do. After all, there were more valuable opportunities waiting for him. After breakfast, Eric was not in a hurry to go to the company. He continued to read the newspaper slowly. When he heard the doorbell ring, Eric got up and walked to the living room. Tina Fey was holding a stack of documents in her hands. She was wearing a neat black office lady suit and her iconic black-rimmed glasses. She stood gracefully outside the door in her stilettos. "Morning, Tina." Eric was a little surprised. "Why are you here so early?" Tina Fey seemed to have thought of something when she saw Eric. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and gestured to the documents in her hands. "Drew said yesterday that he won't be going to the company these few days. He asked me to bring the documents over and look at them here." Eric turned sideways to let the girl in. He said, "You don't have to be so early. It's only 8 o'clock now. I don't have anything to do." Tina Fey replied slowly. She seemed to be a little embarrassed. Eric also noticed the girl's emotions. He did not ask any further and brought Tina into the dining room. "Have you had breakfast?" "I made some." "Not yet." Tina Fey replied softly and put the documents in her hands on the dining table. She watched Eric walk to the kitchen and stared at the man's back in a daze. Then, she seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly followed him. "I'll do it myself." "All right then. There's milk and juice in the fridge. You can take your pick," Eric told her and walked to the dining room. Tina Fey walked over with breakfast and sat opposite Eric. She ate in small bites like a cat and chatted with Eric from time to time. Eric flipped through the newspaper in his hands and inadvertently saw the documents that Tina Fey casually put aside. He asked, "What are these? Can I take a look?" "Of course. There are some scripts and others." Tina Fey nodded. Eric opened the folder and raised his eyebrows in surprise because he saw a familiar name. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. After opening it, Eric discovered that it turned out to be a development plan for a TV series. However, there was only a simple outline of 5 or 6 pages in the document. Eric hadn't watched much of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer TV series, so he didn't know the difference between the story outline and the original TV series. However, he was very surprised. He had only mentioned it to Elizabeth and she had thought of it. Moreover, she had even obtained the adaptation rights of the movie to TG. Thinking about it again, this wasn't too surprising. The value of a movie's peripheral development, other than the remake and sequel, was probably the development of a TV series version. The box office of Buffy the Vampire Slayer wasn't very good, so a sequel was basically unnecessary. A remake was even more worthless. Therefore, the only thing left was to develop a TV series version. The original version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer was to be broadcast in 1997. Now, it was 5 years early. In addition, there weren't many original versions to refer to. Eric didn't think that the TV series would be successful. However, there were a lot of classic American TV series in his mind. When Eric saw that the girls wanted to torment Buffy the Vampire Slayer, he didn't feel too much. Waving the document in his hand at Tina Fey, Eric asked, "Are you guys planning to make a TV series?" Tina Fey nodded and asked in surprise, "Wasn't this your idea?" "No, I just casually mentioned it. I didn't expect Liz to think of it." "What are you guys planning to do?" Tina Fey temporarily stopped eating and organized her thoughts. "We have discussed it. We plan to adapt this movie into a fantasy adventure with a focus on young people. Eric recalled the memories of Buffy the Vampire Slayer in his mind. The version starring Sarah Michelle Gellar was indeed focused on young people. The idea of the girls wasn't wrong. There's no problem with this idea. However, it's best not to be too hasty. Spend more time on the script. The audience ultimately still wants to see a good story. I just looked at the outline and didn't feel anything special. Tina Fey suddenly blushed and lowered her head because she was the one who wrote the outline. Hearing Eric's words, the girl couldn't help but feel a little shocked. When Eric saw Tina Fey's expression, he immediately understood. You wrote this outline? Yes, I just tried to write one. Hee, it's okay. You're a newbie, so it's good that you've written such a story. You just need to practice more in the future. Actually, I have a feeling that you'll become a good screenwriter, Eric encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Eric. Tina Fey obviously knew that Eric was encouraging her. She whispered gratefully. Eric took a simple look at the other materials that Tina Fey brought and gave some suggestions. He then stood up and said, I'm going to work. Drew will wake up in a while. You stay here first. Coincidentally, there's a fax machine on the east side of the curtain wall. If there are any documents coming in, you can help me receive and sort them out. Tina Fey quickly nodded. No problem. Sure. Seeing Eric walk out of the dining room, Tina Fey subconsciously put down the cutlery in her hand and followed him out. Eric went back to the study to get some documents and changed his clothes. When he was leaving the villa, he saw Tina Fey following behind him like a housewife. He couldn't help but ask, I'm going to work. Will you leave today? Tina Fey didn't hear the man's question. She shook her head and said, No, I won't. Oh, that's good. It was almost October, and there were less than 2 months left before the holidays at the end of the year. Firefly's major films at the end of the year, Speed, Detective Plane, and Disney's animated film Aladdin had basically been completed and were in the early stage of publicity. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which was a collaboration with Columbia, was also in the final stage of post-production. In the past few days after returning to Los Angeles, Eric had basically been busy with a few movies after participating in several high-level meetings at Firefly Pictures. Although the proportion of direct box office profits in the entire movie industry chain was getting lower and lower, movies were still an important locomotive. If the locomotive's horsepower was not strong enough, there would definitely be problems with the operation of this huge machine. Therefore, any movie company would still put movies in the most important position. After handing the script of Speed to Jean DeBont, Eric did not intervene too much in this project. The script of Speed was personally written by him and handed over to the director in the original spacetime. In addition, this project played a very important role in whether Jean DeBont could transform from a cinematographer to a director. Eric believed that the other party would definitely be very cautious about this movie. After participating in the test of Speed, Eric had even less doubts. Compared with his memory, the charm of this movie had not changed much. The rhythm of the story was also quite tight. The male lead was still Keanu Reeves. Except for the change of the female lead, there were not many changes. After the senior management of Firefly saw the sample of this movie, they unanimously gave a positive evaluation and opened the most gorgeous publicity. In contrast, there were some small problems with Mr. and Mrs. Smith. After all, John Woo was from Hong Kong. Although he had produced many movies, the shooting style was very different from Hollywood. Moreover, John Woo started out by shooting comedies. Therefore, even many of his classic gunfight movies were often mixed with too many comedic elements. While Eric was busy with the post-production of Jurassic Park, he had to personally participate in the editing of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and cut out some unnecessary funny scenes. Although this movie did not lack comedic plots, the theme was still a movie that discussed the relationship between husband and wife in the guise of a gunfight movie. However, one thing that satisfied Eric was that the Hong Kong action director team brought by John Woo designed the action of Mr. and Mrs. Smith with the elegant style of Oriental kung fu movies. In Eric's opinion, the action design of this movie even surpassed the original. After all, although the director of the original was paying homage to Hong Kong action movies, he was a Westerner after all. It was impossible for him to deeply understand the internal elements of Hong Kong movies. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was a big-budget movie with an investment of $60 million US. It even exceeded the total cost of all the movies that John Woo had shot in Hong Kong for the past 20 years. Therefore, John Woo did not feel offended when Eric interfered with the final editing of the movie. Instead, he felt relieved. After all, the total investment of $60 million US was close to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. After John Woo took over the movie, he would feel like he was walking on thin ice every time he thought of this number. Fortunately, Eric confirmed his shooting results after watching the sample. John Woo's anxiety for the past few months finally dissipated a little. When it was almost time to get off work, Tina Fey parked her car in the parking lot of Firefly Cineplex. She looked at her watch, picked up her bag filled with documents and hurried to the post-production center of the Cineplex. Just when she arrived at the entrance of the post-production center, she saw Eric and an Asian man walking out while chatting and laughing softly. Eric left Aaron in Paris. Although he had his own personal assistant office at the Firefly headquarters, he did not choose a temporary first assistant from there. This was because the girl used the reason that there was not much work left after TG finished Detective Airplane as an excuse to push Tina Fey over temporarily. Eric did not object to it. It was more convenient to have a familiar woman by his side than someone else. Seeing Tina Fey's figure, Eric nodded at her and chatted with John Woo for a while before walking towards the girl. Looking at the bag that seemed to be a little heavy on Tina Fey's shoulder, Eric reached out his hand to take it. However, Tina Fey dodged it. "Thank you, Eric. I can do it myself," Tina Fey shook her head and said. Eric did not mind the little things that women occasionally showed to be competitive. He smiled and said, "Then let's go back. It's time to get off work." The two of them came to the parking lot again. Tina Fey was just about to get her car when she was stopped by Eric. "Just leave it here. We can drive it tomorrow. We can still talk about some things in the car." This time, Tina Fey did not object. She nodded lightly and got into Eric's car. After the driver started the car, Tina Fey put her bag on her lap and took out a few documents. "Eric, Mr. Hansen." "Oh, Mr. Hansen Jr. from New York sent you these documents this afternoon. It's about Marvel Entertainment Group. He even called to say that he wants to give it to you as soon as possible." Eric finally understood why Tina Fey rushed over at this time. He reached out and took the thick documents from the woman's lap. Compared to the simple information about Marvel Comics that Eric and Chris talked about in New York, this document was much more detailed. It involved Marvel Entertainment Group's business structure, debt ratio, comic copyrights, and many other aspects. There was even a document that specifically introduced to Marvel Entertainment Group and Ron Perlman's investment company. Eric only skimmed through the professional information that was biased towards economics. Instead, he focused on Marvel Comics copyrights and other information. With one look, Eric realized that the actual information was very different from the information in his memory. He originally thought that Marvel Comics sold their popular comic characters to the major Hollywood studios in the late 90s to solve their financial crisis. However, in reality, Marvel had been selling the movie copyrights of their comic characters since the 80s. The information in his hand showed that Marvel's popular comic characters all had buyers. The copyright of Fantastic Four was in the hands of Germany's Constantin Film Company, the copyright of Spider-Man was in the hands of Karlock Film Company, the copyright of Captain America was in the hands of 21st Century Film Company, and the copyright of the Hulk was in the hands of New World Film Company, which Eric had never heard of. In other words, the 7 major Hollywood studios were not interested in the comic adaptation rights of Marvel Comics. The adaptation rights of popular characters were basically in the hands of second- and third-tier film companies. As for the movie adaptation rights of second-tier superheroes such as Iron Man and the Black Widow, no one was interested in them. Moreover, the copyright transfer agreements that Marvel signed with these film companies were similar to the agreements that Eric had signed with the major film companies in his memory. If they did not release any works within a few years, the copyright would automatically return to Marvel Comics. However, although these second- and third-tier film companies bought the copyrights, their motivation to adapt them into movies did not seem to be too strong. After Constantin obtained the copyright of Fantastic Four, it had been shelved. However, one day, the senior management of the film company suddenly realized that the copyright they had bought with money was about to expire. In less than a month, they hurriedly found someone to create an ultra-low-cost B-grade Fantastic Four movie just to extend the copyright in their hands. The other film companies that owned the copyrights only followed the trend and released their own Marvel Comics adaptations in the following 2 years after the success of Warner's Batman. However, none of them caused any ripples. Tina Fey sat quietly beside Eric. From time to time, she secretly glanced at the side of the man's face as he read the information seriously. Ever since Drew jokingly said that sentence a few months ago, although Tina Fey kept telling herself not to think too much, she could not help but have some messy thoughts in her heart. When she got along with Eric again after a few months, she could not be as calm as before. When Drew pushed her to Eric's side, although she had told herself to reject him 100 times, she had unknowingly agreed to it. Although she was unwilling to admit it, from the bottom of her heart, she had always hoped to spend more time with Eric. Tina, Eric suddenly turned his head and spoke after he finished reading a document. Coincidentally, his eyes met with Tina Fey's sneaky little eyes. Seeing the girl look away in a panic, Eric could not help but laugh. "Hey, since the last time I saw you, I've always felt that you've become weird." "What happened?" "And nothing," Tina Fey quickly denied. Eric thought about it and probed, "Did Drew say something to you?" "Huh?" Tina Fey opened her mouth but did not answer. Eric shrugged and thought that he had guessed correctly. He said, "All right, it's not a secret. It's okay to tell you. After all, I'm going to be a father in April next year." Hearing that, Tina Fey's eyes suddenly widened. "Be a father? You're married?" "Of course not." Eric looked at Tina Fey's expression. "So you didn't know?" Tina Fey felt a strong sense of disappointment in her heart, but she still nodded. Drew didn't tell me this." The car fell into a short silence when she said that. After a while, Tina Fey asked carefully, "Then, when the child is born, will you get married?" "I don't think so." Eric shook his head, "but I'll try my best to be a good father." Tina Fey did not know how to continue the topic. She was born in a very conservative American middle-class family. She could not agree with Eric's way of doing things. However, at the same time, she did not feel too repulsed. Perhaps subconsciously, people would always be more tolerant of people with wealth and power in terms of social rules. "You're done reading?" Tina Fey was silent for a while before pointing at the document in Eric's hand. "Not yet, I've only read some. I'll continue reading when I get back." "Oh, what I wanted to say was, help me collect the videotapes of these movies when you're free tomorrow." "I plan to take a look at them," Eric said as he took out the document and passed it to Tina Fey. Tina Fey took out the memo and quickly memorized the names of the movies. This little episode seemed to have passed just like that. However, Eric soon realized that the atmosphere between the two of them had changed from one strange to another. Under Katzenberg's personal command, the renamed Disneyland Paris was once again open to tourists after a month of restructuring. Due to the public influence brought about by the sudden closure of the park in less than 10 days and Disneyland's sincere gesture of apologizing to the tourists and carrying out drastic reforms, the number of tourists reached a peak again in just a week after the reopening of Disneyland, reaching 700,000 visitors. Although the ticket prices and the price of staying in Disneyland-themed hotels had been reduced, the satisfaction of the tourists had risen to 70% after another survey. Among them, the satisfaction of the French tourists had reached 85%. This was because Disneyland Paris had not only made a considerable amount of adjustments to the French culture and its content, it had even adopted French as the working language of the Disneyland staff. Although the average spending of the tourists did not increase after the reopening of the park due to the price reduction and even decreased slightly, the management was quite optimistic about this situation. Just like a movie, if a highly anticipated movie only got a high box office but a very poor reputation, then the sequel production of this movie would definitely be very difficult. On the contrary, if a movie had a good reputation, even if there was not much profit in the box office, the movie company would be very keen to make a sequel. After the reopening, Disneyland Paris, which had received good reviews from the tourists, was like a movie that had won a good reputation. As long as it had a good reputation, the possibility of tourists visiting Disneyland again would greatly increase. If the current momentum can be maintained, maybe the situation of Disneyland Paris will not be as bad as we originally expected, Eric said as he looked at the results of another survey given to him by Katzenberg, who had returned to Los Angeles. I think so too. After not seeing him for a month, Katzenberg did not change much other than becoming thinner. Fortunately, we made up for it in time. Although the closure for a whole month brought about some unnecessary expenses, the loss was completely worth it based on the current situation. At least, Disneyland Paris should be able to make ends meet this year. Although the previous estimate of this project was too optimistic, one thing is right. The potential tourist base in Europe is definitely more than that in Japan and the United States. I think the biggest problem is that we did not adapt to the local culture like Tokyo Disneyland. As long as we can do this, it should not be a big problem to achieve profitability. Okay, don't talk about responsibility anymore. After all, we all know that the responsibility of this matter is not on you and me, Eric said with a smile. Disneyland Paris was personally managed by Michael Eisner. Although Katzenberg was also an executive at Disneyland at that time, with Michael Eisner's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to intervene in this project. Now that such a big mistake had occurred, it was no surprise that Michael Eisner would be the one to take the blame, and he would definitely not be wronged. Katzenberg did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he said, I will pay attention to the situation there at all times in the future and make timely adjustments. One more thing, Giancarlo's case against MGM was lost. When I was in Paris, I happened to hear that the main source of funds for Giancarlo's fraud was the French consortium. The MGM shares in Giancarlo's hands will be auctioned off by the French bank in mid-December to repay the investors' debts. I think this should be a good opportunity for Firefly to expand their film library. Eric shook his head and said, but it will cost a lot of money. Jeffrey, I have also considered this matter. Although the number of films in Firefly Pictures will more than double after getting the MGM film library, we do not have the strength to convert these films into actual economic benefits. We do not have enough video distribution resources, nor do we have our own television station. These are the two most important channels to convert early films into actual profits. Katzenberg knew that Eric was telling the truth. He obviously felt that it was a pity because if this opportunity was grasped well, it would be enough to completely swallow the MGM film library. The most valuable thing left for MGM was the huge film library of more than 10,000 films and TV series that it had accumulated. Thinking of this, Katzenberg asked, then, Eric, should we consider building our own television station next? Eric put down the document in his hand, got up, and poured 2 cups of coffee for himself and Katzenberg. He brought it over and sat down again before saying, at least wait until next year. Moreover, if we want to buy a public television station, we have to deal with the relationship with Fox Television Network. Perhaps we have to give up the 10% shares of Fox Television Network. Otherwise, we will definitely be in trouble with the Federal Trade Commission. It sounds like you already have a target? Katzenberg noticed Eric's expression and asked curiously. Eric smiled and nodded. However, we have to wait for the results of the competition between Viacom and QVC for Paramount. When Katzenberg heard this, he almost understood. He smiled and said, it seems that you don't think Barry Diller can win Paramount. Eric did not deny it and said, both Telcom and Comcast have their own plans. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Barry could successfully acquire Paramount. After this incident, even if Barry Diller would not part ways with Telcom and Comcast, the cooperation between them would not last for long. Barry Diller's talent in running a television network was unquestionable. If he could win him over, Eric believed that there would never be a repeat of the embarrassing situation after Disney acquired ABC in the original spacetime. Katzenberg also realized Eric's thoughts and said with a smile, your idea is very good, but unfortunately, the possibility of it being realized is not high. If we don't try, there won't be any possibility at all, Eric replied. As they were chatting, Katzenberg's assistant knocked on the office door and poked his head in to say, Mr. Williams, Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Goober is here. Then let's go take a look at the sample of Mr. and Mrs. Smith first, Katzenberg stood up and said. As soon as the two of them walked out of the office, Peter Goober walked over with a smile and gave Eric and Katzenberg a warm hug. Eric noticed that Peter Goober's deputy, Chong Peters, did not follow them. In the days since he returned to Los Angeles, he vaguely heard that there was a conflict between Peter Guber and Sean Peters. It seemed to be related to Warner's Superman copyright. In the 1980s, Warner released 4 Superman movies in a row, but the box office was not as good as the previous one. The 4th Superman movie in 1987 only received a pitiful $15 million at the box office. As a result, the Superman series was completely shelved, and DC Comics, which was attached to Warner's system, also fell into business difficulties. Discouraged, DC sold the movie adaptation rights of the Superman series, and the buyer was Sean Peters, who had his own production company at the time. Although the second Batman movie's reputation and box office were not as good as the first one, it was still much better than the Superman series in the 1980s. Many people seem to have seen the potential of DC superhero movies, and many people were interested in the Superman movie rights in Sean Peters' hands. As for the details of the dispute, Eric was not too clear. Based on the memory in his mind, he knew that until the end credits of Superman, Man of Steel, more than 20 years later, the name of Sean Peters still existed in the producer column. It could be seen that Warner Brothers had made a mistake that caused everlasting regret. From the beginning to the end, they had not been able to completely take back the film rights of Superman from Sean Peters. At this moment, Eric could almost guess that Peter Guber had taken a fancy to the copyright of Superman in Sean Peters' hands and wanted Columbia to develop it. However, the two probably didn't reach an agreement on the distribution of benefits, so there was a conflict. After the three of them exchanged greetings, they walked to the screening room together. At this time, many senior executives of Disney and Columbia had gathered in the screening room. Of course, the director of this movie, John Woo, was also there. The two protagonists, Nicole and Pierce Brosnan, did not come to this screening because they had already started the promotional work of the film. When Peter Guber learned that Eric had affirmed John Woo's shooting results, he changed his dissatisfaction with Eric's insistence on using John Woo. At this time, he greeted John Woo with a smile. Eric did not make much changes to the plot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The film still began with the marriage counseling of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, who had been married for 5 or 6 years. However, it was because Eric did not make much changes to the plot of the movie that it was very amazing in the eyes of the audience in the screening room. Because of the series of high-tech equipment that appeared in the movie, although many shots were completed by the use of special effects technology in the digital field because of the era, this made it look cool. It was even cooler than 007, which used high-tech equipment as a selling point. John and Jane, who worked for 2 rival assassin groups, fell in love at first sight after meeting in the chaotic capital of Colombia. The two got married quickly and lived a seemingly ordinary middle-class family life in the United States. However, behind this life, the two hid a series of assassination operations from each other. Although John and Jane hid their identities well, this matter was learned by the assassin groups behind the two. In order to get rid of the two unstable factors, the two assassin groups cooperated and launched an operation. John and Jane soon understood each other's identity. After some twists and turns, the two of them started a confrontation in the villa they had lived in for 6 years. Then, they understood their feelings for each other and launched a counterattack in order to survive. In the tense and exciting plot of the movie, there was no lack of occasional warmth and humor. After Eric's re-editing, the movie's plot seemed more compact. After 120 minutes of watching, the movie ended in the sound of hot rock music. The executives in the screening room patiently waited for the subtitles to finish playing and the lights to turn on before they applauded. "Mr. Woo, thank you for bringing us such a wonderful movie," Peter Guber complimented John Woo, who was sitting next to him, while applauding. John Woo said a few words of modesty in accordance with the Oriental habit, but the pride and satisfaction on his face could still be seen. The schedule and publicity plan for Mr. and Mrs. Smith had been determined before the movie was completed. The release date was set for Christmas on December 18th. This test was just to let all the executives involved in the project confirm for the last time so that they could make slight adjustments to the original publicity plan. However, after watching the movie, whether it was Disney or the people brought by Columbia's Peter Guber, they had no objections to the film's $25 million publicity budget. It was worth mentioning that Warner seemed to be trying to create a publicity stunt for each other. In order to get the contract for the lead actor of Jurassic Park, Eric's bodyguard was also scheduled to compete with Mr. and Mrs. Smith on December 18th. Since he was the executive producer, Eric certainly couldn't ignore the movie. Although Warner just wanted to use Eric's fame to increase the box office of Bodyguard, they didn't really intend to let Eric participate in the project. However, a few days ago, they specially invited Eric to participate in the test of the movie. Eric felt that the biggest selling point of the movie was Kevin Costner, the previous Oscar winner for Best Director and Best Actor. Of course, there were also a few songs by Whitney Houston. Other than that, Eric didn't feel that there was anything special about the story. Eric spent the whole of October busy. In addition to paying attention to the movie that would be released at the end of the year, he also had to start discussing with the management of Firefly about next year's production and distribution plan. At the end of October, Roland Emmerich finally finished filming Collision after nearly 20 weeks. Emmerich had never been in charge of such a big production before. Therefore, compared to Eric's smooth filming of Jurassic Park, Emmerich was much more cautious. Therefore, the filming process was very slow. Fortunately, Roland Emmerich didn't overspend, and the film soon started post-production in the digital field. November came quickly. Near the end of the year's Thanksgiving and Christmas period, and at the beginning of the month, Firefly released their own small horror movies, just like the other big movie companies. However, Eric didn't pay much attention to these small productions that cost less than $10 million. Instead, he left them to the management of Firefly. In addition to the movie, another important event happened in November. On November 3rd, the results of the quadrennial presidential election were released. The presidential candidate of the Congratulations Party, William Jefferson Clinton, won the election with a narrow 42% margin over the presidential candidate of the name-building party, George H.W. Bush, who had 37% of the support. He was successfully elected as the 42nd President of the United States. Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief. The course of history hadn't changed. If Clinton hadn't been elected president, many things would have been unpredictable. Perhaps the United States wouldn't have had the fastest economic growth rate in history. In the Sharp Corner manner, Eric was discussing this matter with Kathryn Bigelow, who had come to visit him out of nowhere. Now you believe me. I've said it before. Even without the release of Insurrection in advance, Clinton could still win the election because the economic policies he proposed completely defeated George H.W. Bush's team. Kathryn Bigelow just rolled her eyes at Eric and took a sip of the water in her hand. Clinton's election was almost a narrow victory. Even before the final vote, George H.W. Bush's support rate was higher than Clinton's. Therefore, the final result surprised many people. In the process of making the documentary about the Los Angeles riots, Kathryn Bigelow gradually became a supporter of Clinton. In fact, many directors and stars in Hollywood were supporters of Clinton, including Spielberg, George Lucas, and others. Therefore, after Kathryn finished making the documentary Insurrection, she proposed to Eric to release the documentary in September to support Clinton. However, Eric, who was still in France at the time, refused. After a detailed investigation and analysis, the documentary Insurrection blamed a large part of the cause of the Los Angeles riots on the high unemployment rate in the south of Los Angeles. Although the Bush administration won the Gulf War, which made the American people who hadn't won many wars since World War II very excited, all the economic policies implemented by George H.W. Bush during his 4 years in office were declared a failure. The current unemployment rate in the United States was as high as 9%. Not only was the fiscal deficit year after year, but they even owed as much as $4 trillion in national debt. This was $4 trillion in the early 1990s when the dollar was very valuable. After a while, Kathryn said, "It's only a 5% lead. If we're not careful, we might lose." Didn't you say you were also a supporter of Clinton? Why did you object to me releasing this documentary? Because your purpose is too obvious. It might even backfire. How is that possible? Kathryn was a little surprised. The reason why Eric said this was because of the documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 in his previous life. During the process of George H.W. Bush's re-election, Michael Moore braved the pressure to release this documentary about the 9/11 incident and sharply criticized George H.W. Bush. However, in the end, not only did this documentary not play the role of suppressing George H.W. Bush's popularity, It even aroused the rebellious mentality of some voters because of the extreme views of Fahrenheit 9/11. In short, the result was that even George H. W. Bush's election opponent disagreed with the views of Fahrenheit 9/11. They stood on the opposite side of Michael Moore, but in the end, George H. W. Bush still won re-election. Catherine's documentary about the Los Angeles riots, although not as sharp as Michael Moore's, still pointed the finger at George H. W. Bush's failed economic policies. At such a special time, it might be used by George H. W. Bush's campaign team to distort the truth and use it as evidence that George H. W. Bush was still the President of the United States. The resources in his hands were far more than Clinton's. It was not too difficult to achieve this. The human heart is very difficult to understand. Sometimes, you might think you're doing the right thing, but in the eyes of others, it's a completely opposite situation, Eric thought and replied. Catherine was not stupid. When she heard Eric's words, she quickly understood and could not help but sigh softly. Eric looked at the woman's rare expression and could not help but comfort her. Don't worry, Firefly has already planned to release this documentary in mid-December. I promise you that this film will at least be nominated for an Academy Award for Best Documentary. Catherine knew that Eric meant well and nodded. She also knew very well that the theme of riot was too special. Although it was profound, it was not something that many people wanted to see. Moreover, this documentary was too close to the incident, less than a year ago. Although some people wanted to reflect on it, most people subconsciously did not want to talk about it. People often took the initiative to reflect on something many years after it happened. Under such circumstances, being nominated for an Academy Award for Best Documentary was already the limit. It was not very likely that they would win an award. Next, you can focus on producing Saving Private Ryan, Eric said. Then he smiled with a somewhat mischievous expression. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Jim's True Lies was added to Firefly's project plan last month. I plan to release it in the summer of the year after next. What do you think? It had been a year since the incident. Catherine's hatred for Cameron's betrayal had dissipated a lot. When she heard this, she just rolled her eyes at Eric and said, "You like to do this kind of thing?" Eric raised his eyebrows in confusion and said with a grin, "Do I have a criminal record? But why don't I remember this?" Catherine could tell from Eric's tone that this little man was going to start teasing her again. She simply raised the glass in front of her and did not say a word. Looking at the woman's defensive posture, Eric did not say anything else. He raised his wrist to look at his watch and said, "There are still 5 minutes left." Neil Jordan hasn't arrived yet? Isn't there still 5 minutes left? Catherine also looked at her watch and said, "You didn't tell me on the phone last time. How do you know him?" Catherine replied, "Last month, I went to the UK to check out the scenes for Saving Private Ryan and was invited by a friend to attend the premiere of a movie. It was directed by Neil and is called The Crying Game. I thought that the movie was very well made, so I chatted with him at the reception after the premiere. Neil is a very talented person, and during our conversation, he said that he wanted to develop his career in Hollywood. That's when I thought of you. Now that you have a big film company in your hands, surely you wouldn't refuse to sign a few talented directors, right?" Eric nodded. "Of course I won't refuse. As long as he is really capable, he will definitely be able to make a place for himself in Hollywood." When directors and actors in European countries developed their careers to a certain extent in their countries, almost all of them wanted to develop in Hollywood. Moreover, they did not have a natural racial barrier like Asians. Therefore, many European directors were often able to enter Hollywood smoothly. If they could adapt to the rules of Hollywood, they would definitely live a very comfortable life. However, Eric would not easily meet a director just because someone introduced him to him. The reason why he agreed to meet Catherine Bigelow was mainly because Eric had some understanding of Neil Jordan from his memory. The director from Ireland was most famous for his movie Interview with the Vampire. Catherine told Eric over the phone that Neil Jordan was interested in the changes in a vampire novel. A few minutes later, a black-haired white man in his 40s finally arrived at the manor. When he saw that Eric and Catherine were already waiting for him, he felt a little apologetic. "Neil, this is Eric Williams." "Eric, this is Neil Jordan." Catherine introduced the two of them. Eric reached out to shake hands with the other party and led him into the villa. Entering the villa, Neil Jordan tried his best to suppress the urge to look around and chatted with Eric with a smile on his face. The three of them sat down at a small round table by the glass wall. Neil Jordan looked out the window at the boundless sea and finally exclaimed, "Mr. Williams, this place is so gorgeous. It's like a dream." "Thank you, Neil. Just call me Eric," Eric said with a smile. The three of them talked about some recent movies and unknowingly turned to the vampire theme. "I heard that 400 Years of Astonishing Love was originally going to be made into a TV series. It was the actress named Winona Reed who discovered the script and introduced it to Coppola. I didn't expect that the recent test screenings would receive such high scores from the film critics. In this case, Coppola can almost make up for the losses caused by his studio in the past few years from this movie. Although 400 Years of Astonishing Love has not been released yet, there is no doubt about the movie's reputation and box office prospects. I think it's a good choice to take advantage of the vampire craze caused by this movie to make a vampire movie," Neil Jordan said confidently. Obviously, he had done some research. After the success of The Crying Game, Neil Jordan's development in the European film industry had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to get better development, entering Hollywood was undoubtedly the best choice. Eric had heard from Catherine that The Crying Game had received good reviews in Europe. He had also heard of the movie in his previous life, but he only knew some simple information and did not watch the movie. In the chat, Eric was not surprised to hear that Neil Jordan had sold the North American distribution rights to Miramax. However, since he was invited, Neil Jordan certainly did not expect to be able to persuade Eric with just his eloquence. Instead, he took out the videotape of The Crying Game from his bag. Eric was also a little curious about this highly praised movie, so he took the two of them to the screening room in the manor. Seeing that Neil Jordan was interested in the videotapes and film copies in several large lockers in the screening room, and Eric enthusiastically introduced them to him, Catherine took the initiative to pick up the videotape of The Crying Game and walked to the screening equipment. After adjusting the videotape and pressing the play button, Catherine inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few videotapes piled up next to the VCR. She picked them up and looked at them. She waved them at Eric, who was walking over, and asked, "Why are you interested in this kind of movie?" Eric saw that the videotape in Catherine's hand was the 1990 version of Captain America. He shook his head and said, "Don't mention it. These pieces of garbage are hurting me." These videotapes were the movie works that Eric asked Tina Fey to help him find in the past few years of Marvel Comics. However, after watching them, Eric did not even have the mood to complain. All of them were B-grade movies with a production cost of only $1 or $2 million. The special effects. There were no special effects at all. The action design was also terrible. In short, apart from being able to distinguish which comic hero was from the main character in the movie, the rest did not have the style of the Marvel movies in Eric's memory. Eric also almost understood why Marvel Comics was on the verge of bankruptcy in the mid-90s despite having so many superhero characters. When Catherine heard Eric's complaint, she smiled and put down the videotape. She got up and turned off the lights in the screening room. She sat next to Eric and whispered while the movie was playing, "Don't tell me you're envious of Warner's Batman and want to participate in the movie adaptation of the comic?" Eric deliberately whispered in a mysterious tone, "Yes, but unfortunately, it's not the right time yet. However, you must not reveal this matter to anyone. Otherwise, someone else will definitely beat you to it." "I'm too lazy to care about your business," Catherine replied. As the movie on the screen began, it became quiet. Although Neil Jordan, who was sitting on the other side of Eric, had his eyes on the screen, his attention did not leave the conversation between the two. When he heard the tone of Catherine's last sentence, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The two parties may not be able to tell, but as a bystander, he could clearly see the difference in Catherine's tone when she spoke to Eric. It was a kind of intimacy that only appeared between a man and a woman who were close to each other. Neil Jordan secretly thought that it seemed that the rumor that the Hollywood mogul in his early 20s had some kind of complex was true. However, he quickly restrained his thoughts and subconsciously told himself that it was best to keep this matter to himself. Of course, Eric did not know the thoughts of the Irish director next to him. If he knew, he would definitely cry out that he was just wearing this young skin. The story of The Crying Game took place during the war between Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom. The British soldier, Jody, was kidnapped by the Northern Ireland soldiers. The Northern Ireland Army wanted to use him as a bargaining chip to exchange for their captured companions. However, the exchange of prisoners did not succeed in the end, and the Northern Ireland Army decided to execute Jody. While guarding Jody, the Northern Ireland soldier, Fergus, became good friends with Jody. In the end, Fergus did not kill Jody in private but let him go. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, Jody was killed by the British Army's tank. Later, Fergus came to London to be an undercover agent. With the keepsake that Jody left him, he met Dill, Jody's girlfriend, whom he had never forgotten. Fergus fell in love with Dill at first sight, and the two quickly fell in love. However, in a small hotel in London, the moment before the two made love, Dill took off her clothes. Fergus was surprised to find that Dill was actually a man. This surprising turn of events surprised Eric. At the end of the movie, Fergus was imprisoned, but Dill did not leave. Neil Jordan wanted to express a lot of feelings in The Crying Game. In addition to the accusation of war, he also wanted to analyze the contradictions and struggles of human nature. The plot of the movie was complicated and bizarre, and did not spend too much time on homosexuality. However, after watching the movie, what impressed Eric the most was that Fergus did not die in the end. Instead, he was imprisoned, and Dill was also waiting for Fergus to escape from the prison. This was a bitter story with a little hope. There were contradictions, entanglements, confusion, and struggles. It was depressing but not depressing. In Eric's opinion, this story was more outstanding and realistic than those movies that wanted to smash all hope to pieces. Although there were only 3 people in the theater, Eric applauded softly after the movie ended. "Neil, this is a great movie. I'm a little sorry that Firefly did not get the distribution rights." "Thank you for your compliment, Eric. I'm glad you approve of the film," Neil Jordan replied. The Crying Game was his most satisfying work in more than 10 years in the film industry. Hearing the young Hollywood mogul's affirmation, Neil Jordan felt a little more confident about entering Hollywood. Turning off the VCR, Neil Jordan carefully put away the videotape before walking out of the theater with Eric and Catherine. "So, you're going to shoot in Rice's night interview with the vampire?" Returning to the rest area by the curtain wall and sitting down again, Eric changed the topic to the purpose of Neil Jordan's visit. "Yes, Eric, but of course, I have done some research before. Night Interview with the Vampire is a best-selling novel published in 1976. Now the film adaptation rights are no longer in the hands of Anne Rice herself, but in the hands of David Geffen Productions under Warner Brothers," Neil Jordan said and looked at Eric, waiting for his reaction. Although Neil Jordan's The Crying Game had received a good response in Europe, the movie was more of a literary film after all. Otherwise, it would not have fallen into the hands of Mike Mira, who focused on winning awards. And what Europe did not lack the least was talented literary film directors. Therefore, even if Neil Jordan was interested in Night Interview with the Vampire, if he rashly recommended himself to Warner Brothers, there was a 99% chance that he would be rejected. Although this time he was recommended by Catherine and had the opportunity to talk to Eric, Neil Jordan did not have much expectation before. Now the result had made him overjoyed. Eric certainly knew what Neil Jordan meant. After thinking for a while, he said, "The copyright is not a problem. If Firefly is interested, Warner Brothers will not hesitate to cooperate with Firefly. However, the most important thing now is that you need to come up with a production plan that can impress the production company. I think you should have read the original novel many times, right?" Of course, Neil Jordan heard Eric's words and quickly nodded. "I have also conceived some ideas. If you need, I can sort out the information tomorrow." Eric waved his hand and shook his head. "No, you don't have to be so anxious. You can take your time. As long as your plan is good enough, Firefly will definitely invest in this movie." The 3 of them chatted until the evening. Eric saw the little girl, Drew, walk in from outside with a small pink bag. He reached out and stopped the girl. "Drew, help us prepare dinner." After saying this, Eric looked at Neil Jordan and Catherine. "Do you have anything you like to eat?" No, Eric, I have something to do tonight. I'm afraid I can't stay for dinner." Neil Jordan quickly got up and said goodbye. Although the 2 of them had a good chat, Neil Jordan did not feel that he should take the risk of staying for dinner with Eric. It would be better if they were in a restaurant outside, but this kind of occasion was too private. Hearing Neil Jordan's words, Catherine also stood up. Since you have something to do, I won't keep you. Eric did not insist on keeping Neil Jordan. Instead, he looked at Catherine. You don't have anything to do tonight, right? I do. Catherine replied immediately, but her eyes were a little evasive. Eric stared at the woman for a few seconds before saying, then you don't have anything to do. Stay for dinner. We can talk about Saving Private Ryan again. Didn't you say you had some new ideas last time? You're always like this, Catherine complained subconsciously, but she did not insist on leaving. Instead, she walked Neil Jordan out with Eric. In the kitchen, Eric sent the Manor's chef away. He personally scooped the last sweet corn soup into a large porcelain bowl and carried it to the dining room. Catherine sat at the table with a somewhat reserved expression. Eric put down the sweet soup and was about to make a joke when he found that the little girl also straightened her back, pursed her thin lips, and looked straight ahead. She was obviously imitating Catherine. Seeing this scene, Eric held back his laughter and reached out to rub the little girl's head. The little girl immediately screamed and warned, Drew, don't be naughty, or I'll kick you out. Let go. It's this again. Can't you come up with something new? Drew yelled as he slapped Eric's hand away. However, he was no longer imitating Catherine's actions. Eric sat down on the other side of the long table and ignored the little girl. He said to the woman opposite him, Sorry, Catherine, Drew likes to be naughty, don't mind her. It's okay. Catherine shook her head, but she still looked a little uncomfortable. Eric looked at the two women and slightly regretted letting Catherine stay. Drew and Catherine's personalities were simply two extremes. One was unscrupulous, and the other was restrained and strict. Eric could imagine that if another woman was sitting here, and the little girl imitated like just now, the result would definitely not be awkward. Because the little girl was here, Eric could only talk seriously about the movie with Catherine. After dinner, he gentlemanly sent the woman to the car. The atmosphere did not develop in any other direction. However, this atmosphere obviously made Catherine feel relaxed. With Eric suppressing her, the little girl did not do anything out of line. Like a block of wood. Watching Catherine's car drive out of the manor, Drew, who was suppressed for the whole night, finally said something. Eric glanced at Drew's small waist, which was wrapped in a light blue slim windbreaker, and lowered his voice to threaten her. Catherine's lifestyle is the healthiest. If you continue to live like this, you will start to gain weight before you are 30 years old. Your weight will increase to 150 pounds, and wrinkles will quickly crawl on your face. Your hair will lose its luster, and you will have bags under your eyes all day long. Before Eric finished speaking, the little girl had already screamed and jumped on him. She reached out her small hand and covered Eric's mouth. Don't be so scary, it's not like what you said. I've changed a lot. Eric smiled and patted Drew's back to let the little girl let go of him. He said, Okay, I was just scaring you. I was just talking about those stars who are addicted to drugs. This is the most serious thing to destroy your health. I haven't touched those things for years. The little girl pulled Eric's arm and acted coquettishly. Eric thought of some Hollywood stars in the original space-time, including the little girl next to him. Because they were addicted to drugs, although they finally succeeded in getting rid of those things, it hurt the foundation of their bodies. They were either skinny and couldn't gain weight, Julie was definitely not hungry, or they were out of shape and couldn't lose weight. If they couldn't lose weight, they could only draw abs. In the period before Thanksgiving, Eric had an illusion that his life was inexplicably involved with vampires. First, Neil Jordan, the director of Night Interview with the Vampire, appeared. A week later, Neil Jordan gave Eric a production plan and a script he personally wrote. After Eric briefly read it, he made some changes according to his memory and handed it to the production department of Firefly to evaluate the film's budget. He also contacted Geffen Film, which owned Night Interview with the Vampire, about the copyright. Later, Eric was invited by Francis Coppola to attend the premiere of 400 Years of Shocking Love. 400 Years of Shocking Love was produced by Columbia. Because Coppola's previous films were not very successful, Columbia was not very optimistic about the prospects of this film when they formulated the distribution plan. Therefore, the release of 400 Years of Shocking Love was scheduled for November 13, 1 week before the Thanksgiving holiday. However, what made Columbia overjoyed was that because 400 Years of Shocking Love had accumulated a very good reputation during the early test screenings, the film received $38 million in box office in the first week. It was a good start for the Thanksgiving, Christmas season. Eric was not very interested in this film. After all, he was an Oriental man. He did not have the cultural accumulation that he had been influenced by. However, because of the preparation of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer TV series, Drew and Elizabeth asked Eric to take them to the premiere. The plot of this film was not too different from Eric's memory. However, Keanu Reeves did not play the role of Jonathan Huck because of his participation in Speed. Monica Bellucci's first appearance in Hollywood was also gone. It was replaced by another unknown actress. As for where the Italian beauty was now, Eric did not know. In the past few years of his rebirth, some of the Hollywood stars who should have debuted at this time had not appeared yet. After participating in 400 Years of Shocking Love, it was followed by Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Although Eric was not a fan of American TV series in his previous life, there were still dozens of classic American TV series in his memory. Therefore, Buffy the Vampire Slayer was taken by the three women of TG. Eric did not feel too much pity. Anyway, the goodies did not flow to outsiders. However, during this time, Elizabeth and Drew invited several screenwriters to write the outline of the story. Even Tina Fey, who was Drew's assistant, tried to write a version. The result was not satisfactory. After a few rounds, it returned to Eric. "You specifically asked me to be the producer. Am I expensive?" Looking up from behind the desk covered with documents, Eric heard Elizabeth's intention and said with a smile. Elizabeth tidied up a small empty space on Eric's desk. She took out a stack of scripts from her bag and handed it to Eric. "This is the original script of Buffy the Vampire Slayer by Joss Whedon. It was very wonderful, but it was changed beyond recognition during filming. I feel that if it was shot according to the script, the movie's results would definitely not be so bad. Because of this reason, when I asked Joss Whedon to write the script for the TV series, he refused. Some of the other screenwriters' scripts were not very good. I contacted him again today. He said that if you want him to write the script, you have to be the producer of the TV series." During this time, Eric also took the time to watch the movie version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. However, he was quite disappointed. The movie version could be described as childish, especially the last part where the vampires attacked the school party. It was like a joke. The vampires attacked humans, but in the end, not a single drop of blood was shed. Eric certainly knew that this was to adapt to the movie rating rules, but the director obviously did it too much. At this time, reading the script in his hand, Eric felt like he was watching a completely different story. Indeed, as Elizabeth said, the original script was much more wonderful than the movie. Joss Whedon was also a talented director and screenwriter in Hollywood. However, before he became the director of Marvel's The Avengers series, Joss Whedon's several movies ended in failure. Most of his time was spent in the TV drama circle. However, because of the wonderful science fiction and fantasy elements in his stories, Joss Whedon was quite popular among the geek community. Eric quickly browsed the script and looked at the girl sitting opposite him. He said, "I'm just a little curious. The TV series that you produce will certainly not be broadcast on the Disney Children's Channel, right? Besides, I have never seen Joss Whedon. No matter what, this matter has nothing to do with me. So, why would he want me to be the producer?" "Of course, he wants the quality of this TV series to be guaranteed," Elizabeth said quickly. Eric stroked the script and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Drew came with you, didn't she? She must be downstairs now. Do you know why the little girl didn't want to come up with you?" Elizabeth subconsciously confessed, "Why?" "Because I can basically tell when the girl is lying. She also knows this, so she didn't want to come with you. She's afraid of being exposed." After Eric finished speaking, he pointed at Elizabeth and the smile on his lips deepened. "But actually, you're the same, Liz. When you lie, you will unconsciously speed up your speech. Of course, there are some other small details that I can't tell you, in case you change them and I can't tell the difference next time. Elizabeth glared at Eric for a moment and finally said in frustration, "Okay, what a calculative man." Joss Whedon originally offered to be the director himself, but this guy has no filming experience at all. Of course, I was worried, so I bargained with him. Eric stared at Elizabeth and followed her tone. And then you pushed me out, right? Hollywood also valued qualifications very much. If Joss Whedon could cooperate with Eric, even if this cooperation was only indirect, with Eric's current status in Hollywood, it would still add a beautiful stroke to Joss Whedon's resume. Elizabeth was always more sensitive to the pressure from Eric's gaze than others, and she habitually retorted. She raised her chin slightly and said in an imposing manner, "Yes, I'm just letting you be in name. There's no need to be so persistent, right?" Eric felt that Elizabeth had a tendency to get angry again, so he handed over the coffee cup next to him. Okay, go and make me a cup of coffee first. While you're at it, call Drew over." Elizabeth reflexively took the delicate porcelain cup in her hands. After she stood up, she reacted. She slightly glared at Eric, but as if she had won, she held the cup and walked out of the office with a little pride. A few minutes later, Drew pushed open the door to Eric's office. He first stretched his face and smiled, then his small body jumped in. Elizabeth followed behind, and Tina Fey came in with a cup of coffee. Since he had agreed to be the producer of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Eric certainly wouldn't just let it be in name. Obviously, the two girls in front of him didn't intend to let him go so easily. However, Eric had discovered another thing. Once TG got involved in TV series production, the development plan that he had originally made for TG would definitely not be used. In fact, this was an inevitable trend for people to climb higher. Just like Mira Mike, Disney's purpose of acquiring Mira Mike was to let the Weinstein brothers specialize in artistic films, so that Disney could win the Oscars. However, Mira Mike later developed and began to covet big-budget movies. In the end, they parted ways with Disney because of various differences. TG's box office results in the past 2 years were obvious to all in Hollywood. Elizabeth and Drew weren't people who knew their place, so it was understandable that they wanted TG to go further. With Firefly and Fox as their backing, Eric wasn't worried that the increase in TG's production would cause the distribution company to be unable to handle it. Choose a sweet-looking female lead who has the temperament of a girl next door. Forget about the movie version of Christina Swanson. After finding the actress, let's go through a period of physical training. You can contact John Woo about this. His martial arts team shouldn't have returned to Hong Kong yet, Eric said. Tina Fey sat opposite him and quickly took notes. However, Elizabeth interrupted when she heard this. "Eric, this is a vampire movie. Wouldn't it be strange to add kung fu elements?" Eric listened to Elizabeth's strange pronunciation of kung fu and laughed. "Using Hong Kong's action director doesn't necessarily mean that we have to add kung fu elements. The most important thing is that they can design some cool actions, so that they can attract the audience. In the TV series, there will be a lot of action scenes between Buffy and vampires. If we still maintain the horrible fighting scenes in the movie version, I think that this TV series shouldn't be filmed." Elizabeth and Drew listened to Eric and nodded again and again. They also told Tina Fey to quickly write it down. Then they talked about some details. After an hour of discussion, Eric opened his mouth and drove them away. "That's all. I'll tell you the rest when I think of it." The three women left satisfied. In the following days, TG quickly began casting for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. After experiencing the busiest period before Thanksgiving, although the publicity department of Firefly Pictures was busy with the 2 hot slots at the end of the year, Eric's work for the year was basically completed. On November 19, after attending the premiere of Speed, Eric didn't have time to wait for the film's first-day box office information. He flew to New York to spend Thanksgiving with the two women in East Hampton. The environment of Los Angeles made it difficult for people to feel the climate change. When Eric arrived in New York, the city had already experienced its second snowfall of the year. The small town of East Hampton, located in Long Island, was covered with a thick layer of snow. Because of the sparse population, it looked unusually deserted. However, other than the coldness, this environment was perfect for two women. After all, neither Virginia nor Joanna wanted to see the news of their pregnancy on the newspaper one day. The two women were obviously bored. Seeing that Eric could come to celebrate Thanksgiving with them, they were very happy. Although it was winter now, and they only needed to wrap themselves up tightly if they wanted to go out. In the cold weather, this kind of outfit wouldn't be too out of place. However, in order to avoid the possibility of being discovered, the two women rarely went out. Fortunately, the mansion they rented was not small, and there was enough space for them to move around. There were still 4 days before Thanksgiving. After lunch, Virginia wrapped herself up tightly and planned to go shopping with her assistant for the holiday. Eric wanted to go with them, but the woman asked him to stay because he was too big of a target. Eric had no choice but to remind her carefully before letting the woman go out. Although it was noon, the weather was still cold. Gray clouds hung low above their heads, and it seemed like it was going to snow again. After Eric sent Virginia off, he took a stroll in the yard with Joanna and breathed in the fresh air for a while. Soon, they went into the fully heated room. "Do you want to go to the study with me?" Eric asked as he helped Joanna hang up her windbreaker. Although they had left Los Angeles, Eric would receive some messages from Los Angeles every afternoon at this time. Because of the time difference, it was still 9 o'clock in Los Angeles. It was just the right time for work. Joanna nodded with a quiet smile. "Sure." Eric brought Joanna into the study and pulled out a chair for Joanna to sit by the desk. He poured a cup of water for the woman and placed it in front of her. Then, he turned to his seat and took out the automatically received documents from the fax machine. Joanna looked at Eric quietly as he flipped through the documents. Listening to the rustling of the papers, there was a faint sense of satisfaction on her face. Occasionally, when she saw Eric raise his head, she would raise the corner of her lips and reveal a beautiful smile. In the past, when she was not working, Joanna often spent her time doing housework. She liked to clean all the rooms. However, ever since she became pregnant, even Virginia often criticized her for becoming much lazier. However, only she herself knew how much she looked forward to and valued this child. She did not want anything to happen to it. During this period of time, the only exercise she did was take a walk. Other than that, she would ask someone to set up a chair for her to sit under the eaves on a sunny day. She would hold a book in her hand and quietly read for the entire day. After Eric's arrival, her pastime was to sit beside him and spend the whole day quietly. This kind of dependence made Virginia feel a little jealous. Today happened to be Monday. The first weekend box office of Firefly Pictures' 2 movies, Speed and Disney's Aladdin, released during Thanksgiving, had been released. Speed's 3-day box office for the first weekend was $19 million. It was estimated that it could earn $25 to $28 million in the first week. Although this result was not as good as the $38 million of 400 Years of Romance, which was released the week before, Eric was not too disappointed. The investment for Speed was only more than $30 million, which was $10 million less than 400 Years of Romance. Not to mention, compared with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which had an investment of more than $60 million. Judging from the reputation of Speed, the movie's box office would not drop too much in the next few weeks. Before another wave of blockbusters was released at Christmas, it was definitely not a problem to earn more than $80 million. The total box office would definitely be able to exceed $100 million. Although Firefly had repeatedly created box office miracles with a small amount of money, Hollywood had not entered the era of $100 million box office movies. In 1992, it was still a sign of a very successful movie if the box office exceeded $100 million. Opening the next data of Aladdin, Eric frowned slightly. Aladdin's box office for the first weekend was only $9 million. However, Eric quickly relaxed. He did not have high expectations for Aladdin. Moreover, Disney's hand-drawn animated movies had always been either silent or went through a long period of release to accumulate a jaw-dropping total box office. Last year's Beauty and the Beast was like this. Beauty and the Beast went through nearly half a year of release and accumulated nearly $150 million at the box office. There was no problem with the quality of Aladdin. Eric believed that the movie could still achieve such a box office curve. However, although the total box office had accumulated to a relatively high level, Disney's share was often not too much. This was because the longer the release, the lower the share Disney received from the cinema chain. In many cases, the total share was only 30%, which was far lower than the 55% share that major film companies received from the cinema chain on average. This was also the reason why many of Disney's hand-drawn animations chose not to go through the theatrical channels and released them directly on videotape. A few years ago, the sequel of Disney's hand-drawn animation, The Little Mermaid, went through the videotape channel directly. In the original spacetime, although the box office of The Lion King was as high as $900 million worldwide, in order to save on distribution costs, the sequel of The Lion King was still released directly on videotape and did not go through the theatrical channels. Looking at the various data of Aladdin in his hand, Eric once again thought of Pixar's 3D animation. The box office curve of Toy Story was no different from that of Hollywood blockbusters. According to the development trend of Hollywood's film distribution rules, saturation distribution would become more and more mainstream. Those movies that hoped to accumulate box office through word of mouth would have less and less room to survive. Although it was impossible that there would be none, Eric would not pin his hopes on such a small probability. In this case, it was almost inevitable to cancel Disney's hand-drawn animation production and focus on making 3D animation. However, at present, Disney's hand-drawn animation department was still producing The Lion King. If The Lion King was a box office hit like the original Spacetime next year, Eric's resistance to canceling Disney's hand-drawn animation would greatly increase. Of course, because Disney was under the banner, this resistance would definitely not come from the outside. It was more likely that it would come from Disney's management. Although Eric got along very well with Katzenberg, he definitely didn't think that Katzenberg would be obedient to him. If he was just diligent and didn't have a strong sense of judgment, Katzenberg wouldn't have been able to reach where he was today. What a headache, Eric could not help but rub his forehead. Joanna, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly pointed out the window and said, "Eric, look, it's snowing again." Yeah, Eric turned his head to look out the window and said, "Do you want to go outside and take a look? Once the snow falls, the weather will not be too cold." Okay, Joanna nodded and stood up. After putting on thick clothes, the two of them went outside the villa. A thin layer of snow had accumulated on the road in the yard again. Fluttering snowflakes were fluttering in the air like catkins. Joanna stretched out her hand with a pink woolen glove and reached out to catch a few snowflakes from the eaves. Then, she blew gently and let the small ice crystals float out. Eric looked at the sky and wondered when Virginia would come back. Joanna said softly, "Eric, do you know how to make a snowman?" No, Eric shook his head honestly. He had lived in the South in his previous life and had not seen much snow since he was young. How could he make a snowman? However, looking at the faint expectation in Joanna's slender eyes, Eric immediately said, "But I can try." Joanna nodded and watched Eric walk to the small house where the tools were stored not far away. After a while, Eric came out with a shovel and picked a piece of land on the lawn in front of the villa. He shoveled up the snow that had not been cleared. Joanna asked the servant to bring out the chair that she often sat on and covered herself with a blanket. She smiled and sat under the eaves, quietly watching Eric work. After more than half an hour, a somewhat ugly snowman was barely standing up. Eric took a carrot and 2 small green oranges from the kitchen and put the eyes and nose on the snowman. "And the hands," Joanna pointed and said softly. Eric looked around and broke off 2 branches from a bush not far away and put them on the snowman. He clapped his hands and said, "Is this okay?" Joanna tilted her head and looked at it and gestured like a little girl. "Hat, there is no hat." "Oh, wait a moment," Eric said and went into the house. After a while, he came out with a pink straw hat and put it on the snowman's head. "Haha, this hat is Vicky's," Joanna said after looking carefully for a moment. Eric put down the tools, patted the snow off his body and walked over. He squatted down beside Joanna and took a cup of hot water from the woman's hand. He drank a few sips and smiled. "Who cares, it's just a hat. Does the snowman look good?" "Yes," Joanna nodded and said, "When I was young, my father used to make snowmen for me in the winter. He hasn't done it for many years." Eric heard the nostalgia in Joanna's voice. He took her hand and patted it. after the baby is born, you can go back to Poland more often, or you can bring them over. Mom and Dad won't come over. They don't speak English, Joanna shook her head. The two were talking in a low voice when Virginia's Chevrolet commercial car drove into the yard. The little woman, who was still dressed up, got out of the car and ordered the driver and assistant to move things out. She waved at Eric and Joanna and said, "Why are you sitting outside? Aren't you cold?" Eric just made a snowman, Joanna pointed at the lawn. Virginia looked at where Joanna was pointing and suddenly looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Ah, my hat, my Chanel limited edition hat, Eric, you bastard!" The little woman yelled and threw herself at the ugly snowman. When Virginia's female assistant saw that her boss was suddenly so agitated, she subconsciously followed beside Virginia and stretched out her arms, ready to support her at any time. Eric also stood up helplessly. Afraid that the woman would fall, he hurriedly stepped on the thick snow on the lawn and walked over. "My hat, it's a Chanel limited edition." Virginia was still shouting as she took the pink straw hat off the snowman's head. She even lifted her small leather boot and kicked the snowman fiercely. In the blink of an eye, she was already in the air. Eric carried the woman in his arms and carefully walked to the eaves before putting her down. Seeing that Virginia was still hugging the hat and glaring at him, Eric reached out and slapped the woman's fleshy part. "Is the hat or the child more important?" "The hat," Virginia blurted out. She paused for half a second before continuing, "is as important as the child." Eric looked helpless. He turned around and ordered Virginia's assistant to move the things she bought into the house. He pulled the woman into the villa first, and Joanna followed behind them with a smile. After rushing Virginia to change into thick clothes, Eric finally had the time to help the servant tidy up the pile of things that the woman had bought. It wasn't until night time that Virginia's temper finally calmed down. After spending a warm Thanksgiving day with the two women, Eric didn't leave. Although the holiday was over quickly, as the boss, Eric absolutely had the right to arrange his own holidays. Of course, other than spending more time with the two women, there were other things. After the Thanksgiving day, the Internet Explorer that had been in development for half a year was finally released. In this era, software mainly relied on floppy disks. Although the company had decided to make IE free, they couldn't give out free floppy disks since they had spent so much money on developing the software. Therefore, the Internet Explorer was still sold in the form of floppy disks, but the price was very low. Although the IE company didn't spend money for free, they didn't intend to make any profit from the sale of the Internet Explorer software. At the same time, Yahoo's portal interface was also completed. Because there was enough time to develop the technology, Yahoo's website came with a very convenient search function when it was launched. In order to facilitate the promotion of the website, Eric set all the Internet Explorer homepages to Yahoo's main website. However, in order to not give others an excuse to monopolize the Internet Explorer homepages, Eric didn't tie IE to Yahoo's homepages. After all, in this era, there were very few people who would change their homepages. The appearance of the IE graphical browser had a huge impact on the Internet habits of ordinary people. The previous web browser software required complex operations to connect to the Internet. This shortcoming prevented most people from becoming Internet surfers. The appearance of the IE browser, which carried the homepage of Yahoo, not only allowed ordinary people to browse the corresponding Internet information according to their own preferences, but they could also use Yahoo's search engine function to find content that they were interested in. This change greatly benefited ordinary people who didn't understand computer technology at all. After an appropriate advertising campaign and word of mouth, the IE browser sold 110,000 copies in major cities in North America within a week. Although the IE company didn't limit the number of floppy disk installs, the software's sales curve didn't show any signs of decline. Instead, it continued to rise rapidly. Some merchants even raised the sales price because of the software's popularity. The popularity of the IE not only caused a wave of applications from several major telecommunications companies in North America, but it also significantly increased the sales of personal computers by the end of the year. At the same time, whether it was ordinary newspapers or professional computer magazines, they all keenly paid attention to this magical software that suddenly appeared in the market. Almost all of the North American TV news channels made a special report on the popularity of the IE software. Professional magazines such as Computer Society Newsletter and Web Magazine praised the IE software and used a large space in their latest issue to conduct a deeper analysis of IE and Yahoo. Eric was standing by the window in the study room. He hung up the phone and sat down on the sofa in the guest area of the study room. Chris pushed a cup of coffee over and asked curiously, "From Los Angeles?" Eric nodded and said, "Warner wanted me to attend the premiere of Bodyguard, but I declined. I've been receiving similar calls these days. Spielberg also asked Drew to call me 2 days ago to see if I could attend the premiere of Schindler's List." Chris smiled and asked, "You have to attend the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, with Columbia, right? You're the screenwriter, right?" "We'll see." Eric picked up the coffee and took a sip. Virginia's chuckle suddenly sounded from the desk behind him. Eric turned around and saw Virginia, Joanna, and Emily, who came with Chris, whispering in front of a computer screen. Eric didn't understand the industry's pursuit of IE, but Virginia made Eric feel it. Because of the convenience and practicality of IE and Yahoo, Virginia, who was not interested in computers in the past, was addicted to surfing the internet these days. She spent several hours in front of the computer screen every day, and she often pulled Joanna along with her. If it wasn't for the fact that the radiation from the computer screen was too serious these days, and a layer of oil would appear on her face if she looked at the screen for a long time, Virginia wished she could hug the computer all the time when she was awake and not move. Chris followed Eric's gaze, and a knowing smile appeared on his face when he saw the appearance of the three women. According to the news from IE headquarters, it's been less than 2 weeks since the release of IE, and the total installed base of IE software has exceeded 3 million units, and it's still growing rapidly. As long as there are no competitors, IE will reach all the users in North America and even Europe within 3 months. The traffic to Yahoo's homepage is also skyrocketing. The company is already expanding the server capacity of the website. Eric listened to Chris patiently and asked, "That's all good news. Anything else?" "Of course," Chris said, "in the past few days, Microsoft, Apple, IBM, and Oracle have all contacted me. They want to invest in acquiring IE and Yahoo." Apple offered a high price of $150 million for the two companies. They obviously want Apple's operating system to monopolize IE software. Other than that, a few major internet service providers have also contacted me. Steve Cass from AOL wants to talk to me in person tomorrow. Eric's total investment in IE, Yahoo, and Hotmail was only about $30 million US. If he sold IE and Yahoo to Apple, which offered the highest price, he would be able to earn back his $30 million US investment in the blink of an eye. But with the strong expansion of IE and Yahoo, only a fool would sell them. If it were other investors, they would definitely choose to get listed. But before 1995, Eric would never consider this. But AOL is an important pawn in Eric's plans for the internet industry. Steve Cass is interested in these two companies, and Eric cannot ignore him. What is Steve Cass thinking? He hopes to acquire IE and Yahoo, or at least acquire Yahoo. Chris looked at Eric. Based on his understanding of Eric, Chris felt that Eric would not give up either IE or Yahoo to AOL. However, after investing in AOL at the beginning of the year and receiving Firefly's investment, AOL's development had been very fast this year. In Chris's opinion, it is a good choice to give IE and Yahoo to AOL. At this time, AOL had begun to explore the online advertising business. In September, Steve Cass personally negotiated a US $1 million online advertising order. Although for mainstream advertising carriers such as TV stations or print media, a US $1 million advertising fee was nothing. It was not even comparable to the cost of a movie trailer at the Super Bowl. However, for the internet, which was still in its infancy, getting a US $1 million advertising order was definitely a breakthrough. Therefore, it could also be seen that Steve Cass had excellent management ability. Eric could also see some of Chris's thoughts from his expression. He thought for a moment and said, "Chris, do you know why I set up 3 separate companies for browsers, portals, and online mailboxes?" Chris smiled and did not answer. He gestured for Eric to continue. Eric didn't keep him in suspense and continued, "Because the computer and network information industry is very different from the film and television industry that has developed for nearly a century. This is a rising industry, and many aspects are still in the embryonic stage. It is very unwise to rashly start to diversify and integrate at this time. Once the company has too many products, it will be difficult to concentrate on one business to the extreme. The development of computer and network technology is quite rapid. If you fall behind a little, it is likely that you will be left far behind by your competitors. So you want these three companies to operate separately, and you even rejected Yahoo's suggestion of binding IE to their homepage. You want them to maintain their position and keep their ambition, right? Eric saw that Chris had guessed his intentions, so he smiled and said, "Yes, my plan is to wait for these companies to become the undisputed hegemons in their respective fields before starting to expand horizontally. This is the safest way to develop. I don't want to set up shop at the beginning, and in the end, all of our businesses can't compete with competitors who are more focused on their businesses, which will lead to failure." "Then what should I say to Steve Keys when he comes over tomorrow?" Chris asked again. "If you really want a reason, just tell him what I just said. Whether it is IE or Yahoo, they can have deeper cooperation with AOL. This is definitely a win-win situation, but acquisition is definitely not possible." As the two were chatting, they heard soft laughter behind them again. Eric turned his head and said, "Hey, ladies, what did you see? Share it with us?" "Nothing, Vicky found a joke website," Emily looked up and said. Virginia also looked away from the screen and said to Eric, "Eric, I found something." "What?" Eric leaned back on the sofa with a cup of coffee and asked with a smile. Virginia pointed to the computer screen and said, "Although the information on these websites is varied and interesting, many of them are a bit outdated. We just saw a fashion website that introduced clothing brand information. Some of the information on it was even seen in magazines last year. The news on those news websites is also very outdated." Eric's heart skipped a beat, but he continued to ask calmly, "Then what do you think we should do?" Virginia was puzzled. "What does it have to do with me? They made up such outdated information. I won't look at it in the future." Emily, who was sitting next to Virginia, saw Eric's eyes flashing and said, "Eric, you must have thought of something, right?" "Yeah," Eric nodded and looked at Chris, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, with a look of understanding. He said, "Chris also thought of something." Virginia tapped on the keyboard a few times, but her eyes were looking at Eric and Chris. "Then say it. It's boring to hide it." Chris looked at Eric and said, "I think Yahoo can do its own content." "I don't know if Eric thinks so too. In the later stages of the development of web portals, they could be roughly divided into search engine portals and news portals. Although the first type was more promising, the current scale of the internet had not reached the level of developing large-scale search engines. Yahoo's current search technology was enough, so it was undoubtedly a safer choice to go with a web portal that provided news and information services as its main business. Eric nodded and said, "Pretty much, but there are so many content sections on Yahoo's main website. It's impossible to do all of them. We can choose to try the ones that internet users are most interested in." "Is it?" Chris looked at the few people sitting behind the desk and lowered his voice slightly. "Is it possible to cooperate with traditional print media? It should be more convenient to get content this way, right?" Eric looked at Chris' sneaky expression and immediately knew that he was referring to the News Corporation. His relationship with Elizabeth was no secret to the few people present. Chris made such an expression because he wanted Eric to do it personally. The business scope of the News Corporation covered Australia, Europe, North America, and almost the entire Western world. They own dozens of newspapers, magazines, and a large number of TV stations around the world. If they could reach a cooperation with the News Corporation in content, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for Yahoo. It would be like a tiger flying in an airplane. But now, with Yahoo as an example, there was no way the whale-like News Corporation would be interested in this little loach that had just made a splash on the internet. There was no way they could cooperate with him. Eric did not immediately dismiss Chris' idea. He said, "I will find time to talk to Mr. Murdoch, but there is not much hope. Let Yahoo set up its own content editing department. At present, Yahoo does not need to cooperate with a huge media group like the News Corporation. They only need to cooperate with some newspapers and magazines. Then I will go back and ask the Yahoo team to come up with a proposal as soon as possible." Chris nodded. Eric thought for a while and said, "One more thing. Since IE and Yahoo have been launched, it is time to do so. As for the equity incentive, I plan to give each company up to 20% of the equity as a reward, but the time to cash it out is 1995. Of course, these are definitely not free gifts. As for how much equity you'll have to negotiate with the management teams of the three companies. The main indicators are, of course, the company's market share, the number of users, turnover, patent holdings, company valuation, and so on. It was common for investors to give equity incentives to management teams that had made great contributions to the company. This would not only keep the company's team motivated, but it would also increase the cohesion of the company. Although Chris felt that it was too generous of Eric to give out 20% of the equity, he also knew that this would stimulate the enthusiasm of the three companies to expand. Not to mention, Eric said that it was a maximum of 20%, not a fixed 20%. If the management teams of the three companies did not meet the expectations of the parent company, then the equity incentive would be reduced. If the three companies could maintain their position in the industry, paying 20% to retain such excellent management teams was very cost-effective. Chris began to think about the details of the contracts with the management teams of the three companies. After spending a month with the two women in New York, Eric returned to Los Angeles when it was close to Christmas. As the most important time of the year after the summer break, most of the Christmas movies would be released on December 18th and 25th. Firefly's last movie of the 1992 year, Detective Airplane, was also scheduled to be released on December 18th. Because Jim Carrey and TG Entertainment couldn't come to an agreement on the pay for the next movie, at the beginning of December, Jim Carrey once again publicly expressed his strong indignation to the entertainment media for being tricked into signing the option contract. At the same time, he also said that he didn't plan to attend the premiere of Detective Airplane. A few days before the premiere of Detective Airplane, after a long period of negotiation, TG Entertainment finally signed a contract with Jim Carrey for another movie with a pay of $11 million. At the same time, the audience also saw Jim Carrey at the premiere on December 17. Hollywood stars often acted in the movies of directors or producers who had recognized them for their talents at a low price or even for free, but they often opposed the movie companies who had discovered them, and quarreled over the remuneration. This had almost become a habitual trend in Hollywood, and Eric was also accustomed to it. In addition to Detective Airplane, Warner's The Bodyguard and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which were co-produced by Columbia and Firefly's Disney Pictures, were also released on a large scale on the same day. Eric didn't attend the premiere of Detective Airplane, but under Peter Guber's persistent pestering and Nicole's soft pleading, he finally attended the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. According to the original agreement between Firefly and Columbia, the North American distribution rights would belong to Columbia, while the overseas distribution would be handled by Firefly. This agreement was naturally to cover up the impact of the private agreement between Eric and Peter Guber. Columbia's overseas distribution network was in a mess at this time. If Columbia were to release the movie overseas, the overseas box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith might even be half of what it was expected to be. Because they were optimistic about the prospects of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Columbia almost took out all their assets and arranged more than 2,800 screens for Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the first week. After learning about this data, most media outlets said that Columbia's distribution method that exceeded the box office potential of the movie was likely to cause the movie's box office to shrink significantly in the next week. However, after 3 days of screening on the first weekend, Mr. and Mrs. Smith received an amazing $39 million box office. It was estimated that the box office in the first week was likely to hit the production cost of $60 million. Before this, such results were generally only seen in summer blockbusters. Therefore, one could imagine the shock it brought to the industry. As soon as such results came out, most of the media outlets that were originally pessimistic about Columbia's strategy changed their direction and began to analyze the reasons for the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. In addition to the scale of the premiere, the use of Eastern Kung Fu in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which was completely different from the previous North American action movies, also became the focus of the media. As soon as the 3-day box office for the first weekend of the movie was released, John Woo received more than a dozen cooperation invitations and countless media interview invitations in just a few days. Because he had already signed a contract with Firefly, although John Woo was very tempted by the high director's remuneration and commission offered by other film companies, he was very self-aware and did not contact outsiders in private, nor did he intend to tear up the contract with Firefly. Instead, John Woo enjoyed the interview invitations from the media very much. He accepted interviews from various newspapers, magazines, and TV stations non-stop, talking about his violent aesthetics and Eastern Kung Fu. He even flew back to Hong Kong to accept an exclusive interview with TVB. For a time, he was in the limelight. In the original Spacetime, the most successful and earliest cooperation between Kung Fu elements and Hollywood's local commercial film was The Matrix. The entire series took more than $1.5 billion at the box office worldwide, making Kung Fu elements popular in Hollywood. As for the earlier Kung Fu movies, most of them were starring Kung Fu stars from the East and could not be regarded as authentic Hollywood movies. Now, because of the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Hollywood also began to pay attention to Hong Kong's film industry, which was experiencing its last period of crazy prosperity on the other side of the ocean. Because John Woo had signed a contract with Firefly, the other major Hollywood film companies knew that they could not poach John Woo from Eric, so they turned their attention to Hong Kong's A-list directors. And Hong Kong's local filmmakers also saw John Woo's glory during this period and became a lure for international directors. In addition, the local film industry had a development bottleneck, so they were also very eager to recruit Hollywood directors. The two sides went back and forth, and the eye of the bewitching eye floated over the entire Pacific Ocean. Although the box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith fell by more than 40% in the second week, the box office of $36 million in the second week, plus the accumulation of the film's early screening, easily exceeded $100 million within 2 weeks of release, becoming the biggest box office dark horse of the 1992 Christmas season. It was estimated that the total box office of the movie was likely to exceed $200 million. Firefly and Columbia could recoup all the publicity costs and make profits from the North American box office alone. A series of later distribution methods would bring in all the net profits. This was undoubtedly the most dazzling box office result after Sony acquired Columbia. Peter Guber was originally complaining that the first movie with Firefly was not a special effects blockbuster, but now he was ecstatic. Even if Columbia could only get 40% of the profits in the original agreement, the profit was still more than the income of most of the movies released by Columbia in the past 2 years. If the 4 movies with Firefly in the next 3 years could maintain similar results, Peter Guber was confident that he would be able to sit in the position of Columbia's CEO very firmly. In addition to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Firefly's Detective Airplane and The Bodyguard, which Eric was the executive producer of, also achieved good results. Although they did not have the strong box office harvesting ability of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the box office of both Detective Airplane and The Bodyguard exceeded $50 million in 2 weeks. In addition to Firefly, Warner Brothers, and Columbia, the performance of the other 4 major Hollywood studios at the end of the year was relatively unsatisfactory. Among them, the most miserable was MGM. For the whole year, MGM did not produce any movies and only acted as a distributor for the movies produced by other small companies. The box office of all the movies released by MGM in 1992 was less than $100 million. It could be said that MGM was in dire straits. Due to the fraud lawsuit of Italian investor Giancarlo Paretti, MGM was publicly auctioned by a French bank in December. There was no final bidding result yet. Although Eric was somewhat tempted by MGM's huge film library, in order to accumulate funds for more promising investments, Eric did not make a move on MGM for the time being. Originally, Fox planned to acquire the rights to the Home in Town series from Firefly and make a sequel. However, although the previous Home in Town was a success, the main character, Stuart Runkle, was now a year older. His luxurious life in the past few years made it seem like he was no longer suitable for acting young and cute in movies. Therefore, the series entered the riskiest stage. This time, Fox offered only 50% of last year's price, but they hoped to get a share of the profits from the Home in Town series. In the end, the two sides failed to reach an agreement. Due to various considerations, the Home in Town series was completely shelved. The several comedy movies that Fox developed on its own did not perform well. Martin Davis of Paramount had been dealing with the possibility of being acquired by Viacom or QVC all year long. He had no interest in the film business at all, so he did not produce any works. Universal was a little better. Under the helm of Michael Eisner, Universal used a low-cost and quantity strategy at the end of the year. In the situation where other film companies only released 1 or 2 works at the end of the year, Universal released 6 films at the end of the year. The screens were all about 1,000 yuan, and appropriate adjustments were made according to the film's performance. People in the industry could see that Michael Eisner did this out of helplessness. He had been in charge of Universal for too short a time, and there was no time to release a big production with a long cycle. In order to improve Universal's business situation as soon as possible and boost the confidence of investors, Michael Eisner came up with this strategy. Except for Schindler's List, the other 5 films were comedies or feature films with an investment of no more than $20 million. Although the box office results were not very good, in the 2 months of Thanksgiving and Christmas, including Schindler's List, the total box office of the 6 films, including Schindler's List, was more than $200 million. It would not be a problem for them to reap another $100 million in box office. The profit prospects were quite good. At the same time, Schindler's List was undoubtedly a big hit at the Oscars. As a film depicting the Holocaust during World War II, and the target was Jewish, the attitude of all the media in North America could almost be described as cautious. There were basically no negative reports about Schindler's List in print or on TV. Of course, it was definitely not without other voices. For example, some Jewish groups said that Spielberg's film to a certain extent restored the historical facts and used the format of a documentary, but it was still not realistic enough, and the portrayal of the tragedy was not deep enough. Other Jewish critics also said that the best way to deal with the Holocaust was silence, instead of repeatedly promoting it as a victim, which would only increase hatred and sow unpredictable seeds for another conflict. Regardless of the attitude of the outside world, the box office of the film quickly exceeded $40 million with the support of a large number of Jewish people. Universal thought that this would be a project destined to lose money, but the results surprised Michael Eisner, and at the same time, made him more determined to increase his efforts to win over Spielberg. He spent Christmas with Drew and Nicole, who stayed in Los Angeles, at the Pointy Corner Manor. During this period, he attended some parties and cocktail parties that he couldn't turn down. Eric thought that this year would pass peacefully in this lively atmosphere, but with the release of Hollywood's annual box office statistics, Firefly once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Although many movies were still in the release stage, it was not too difficult for the box office to calculate the total box office of a movie according to the early stage of the movie's reputation and box office curve, and the accuracy was quite high. In the last few days of the new year, although most people were on holiday, Hollywood's professional and non-professional magazines had begun to review, and summarize all the movies of 1992. The Hollywood box office, overseas box office, and the annual box office of major film companies were undoubtedly the data that everyone paid attention to. The results given by most of the magazines shocked everyone, both insiders and outsiders. Firefly Pictures broke the 100 million mark with 6 movies, namely, Tornado, None is Crazy, Freak in Disguise, Aladdin, Speed, and Detective Airplane. In addition to the other 17 movies released by Disney, New Line, and other studios under Firefly Pictures, they earned a total of $153 billion at the box office, far surpassing the $840 million at the box office of the second-place Time Warner. They also accounted for 27% of the North American box office of $5 billion in 1992. Although some magazines also raised objections, saying that the 2 movies, Stranger in Disguise and Detective Airplane, should not be counted under Firefly Pictures, but should belong to TG Pictures. But even so, after deducting the 2 movies' box office of more than $200 million, Firefly Pictures' results were still far ahead of Time Warner in second place. What's more, as long as one had a little understanding of the Hollywood circle, they would know that TG was almost equivalent to a subsidiary of Firefly. Some people also refuted this, saying that if one were to calculate based on investment rather than distribution, then a large part of the box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith should also be counted under Firefly Pictures. Therefore, most media outlets were more inclined to the approximate box office figure of 1.5 billion. A 27% box office share, such an amazing figure had not been seen in the entire Hollywood for many years. The Hollywood Reporter did some calculations and estimated that Firefly Pictures' annual production and operating budget was estimated to be about $800 million. After deducting the taxes that should be paid, Firefly Pictures could earn a net profit of more than $400 million just from the North American box office alone. What's more, Firefly Pictures' overseas box office results did not lose to the North American box office at all. And after acquiring Disney, Firefly Pictures' entertainment industry chain was very complete. In addition to the fixed box office revenue from domestic and foreign theatrical distribution, Firefly Pictures could also earn a large amount of profit from the distribution of videos, television broadcast licensing, exclusive operating licensing, and other channels. What's more, Firefly Pictures now owns several Disneyland parks and Disney-related merchandise franchises in major cities in the United States and Europe, bringing in huge sales revenue. It could be said that Firefly's annual turnover would far exceed the figure of $1.5 billion. However, unfortunately, because Firefly was not listed, there was no need to disclose Firefly's financial reports to the public. This also led to the actual turnover and profit of Firefly Pictures being basically unknown to outsiders except for the core executives of Firefly Pictures. The media in North America that were interested in Firefly's revenue couldn't get their hands on Firefly's annual financial report. Their invitation to interview Firefly's executives was rejected. In order to gain more attention, they began to analyze the data they collected from other sources. The data provided by the professional financial media was more reliable, while the non-professional entertainment media did not have much research. They wrote completely according to the model of how to attract attention. For a time, speculations about the operating situation of Firefly Pictures were all over the big and small media. Most of them exaggerated without any basis in order to attract attention, and the sales of these magazines often rose by a lot. In just a few days, Firefly Pictures' annual profits in the media had skyrocketed to as high as $2.6 billion. Even Eric himself didn't know how those magazines calculated it. Jeffrey pushed open the door to Eric's office. He saw Eric sitting in the leather chair with his legs propped up on the dark red desk. He was leisurely flipping through a thick printed document in his hand. Jeffrey knocked on the door again. Eric straightened his posture and put the document in his hand on the table. He then gestured to Jeffrey and said, "Jeffrey, what's the matter?" Jeffrey walked to Eric and sat down. He glanced at the document Eric was reading and asked curiously, "New script?" "No." Eric smiled and pushed the document over. "Take a look." Chris sent it over. Jeffrey curiously picked it up when he heard that it was from his son. He found out that it was a contract about the equity incentive plan for IE's management. After flipping through a few pages, Jeffrey felt a little dizzy and stopped reading. It was just a contract, but there were more than 110 pages. It was like a thick book. The clauses were more complicated than the contracts signed by Hollywood stars. I discussed it with Chris over Thanksgiving. We plan to give IE, Yahoo, and Hotmail's management 20% equity incentive based on their performance in 1995. This is the draft contract Chris sent me, Eric explained when he saw Jeffrey put down the document. Based on IE and Yahoo's speed of market expansion, the market value of these two companies had exceeded $100 million. Therefore, a 20% equity incentive plan was not a small matter. Chris negotiated with the management of the three companies for a month before reaching an agreement. Furthermore, the terms and conditions of the contract were detailed and detailed. It was more than 100 pages long. Even Eric was surprised when he first saw it. However, after reading it, he felt that there were no unfounded clauses in the contract. Chris must have spent a lot of effort on this. I don't really understand what you guys are doing. Jeffrey shook his head with a smile. Carolyn has already prepared the annual financial report. Take a look at it first. As he spoke, Jeffrey handed Eric the documents he had brought with him when he had walked in. "Oh, that's fast. I thought it would take another week," Eric said. The new year had just passed, and it had been less than a week since the holidays. Eric did not expect the finance department to be so efficient. I specifically urged Carolyn a few times, Jeffrey said as he looked at Eric flipping through the document. It's so chaotic outside. I feel that the sooner we finish the report, the sooner we can rest assured. Eric, should we ask Carolyn to hold a press conference and leak some information to the public? Otherwise, the media won't stop. Eric looked down at Firefly's financial report for 1992 and said, they have already touted Firefly's annual profit to $2.6 billion. Anyone with half a brain knows that this is nonsense. Let them guess. We don't have the obligation to satisfy their curiosity. Jeffrey smiled and said with satisfaction, although $2.6 billion is a little ridiculous, if the North American and overseas film and entertainment market continues to expand at the current rate, perhaps Firefly will reach this level in a few years. Of course, it's only a matter of time, Eric said. Firefly's current main profitable businesses included film and entertainment, peripheral products, theme parks, and television business. Unlike more than a decade later, film and entertainment profits would only account for a small percentage of the media group's revenue. The film and entertainment revenue of the 7 major Hollywood film companies was still the most important source of profit. In Firefly's financial report for 1992, the total revenue of film and entertainment, including the North American box office, overseas box office, and video distribution, was $4.2 billion. Although the overseas box office accounted for the highest share, reaching $1.8 billion, the profit margin of the overseas box office was the lowest. After deducting the share of the overseas cinema companies and the distribution budget, the profit margin of the overseas box office was only 14%, about $250 million. The profit margin of the North American box office was higher. With $1.5 billion of North American box office revenue, after deducting the publicity and production costs, Firefly could earn a total of $520 million. Finally, the profit margin of the video distribution was the highest. Because it was self-distributed, Firefly's profit of $900 million after deducting the distribution costs was $580 million. This figure was almost the same as the box office revenue, and it was even higher than the North American box office revenue. However, this was not too surprising. As early as the late 1980s, the video revenue of the major film companies had been equal to the box office revenue. Next, the revenue of the peripheral products mainly relied on Disney's stores. After the acquisition of Disney, Firefly handed over the development of the peripheral products of Toy Story, which was a box office hit last year, to the relevant departments of Disney. Therefore, the sales of Disney stores this year were $1.6 billion, with a total profit of $330 million. The revenue of the theme parks and resorts was $3.7 billion, but because of the huge operating costs, the profit margin was only about 10%, resulting in a revenue of $360 million. In addition, the finance department included the revenue of Firefly's TV series licensing into the television business. Together with the TV shows Friends, The X-Files, and Who Will Be a Millionaire, as well as Firefly's 10% stake in Fox, the total profit was $720 million. If operating expenses were not taken into account at all of the above profits added up to a total of $2.76 billion, which was indeed similar to the $2.6 billion annual profit touted by the media. However, although some costs had been deducted from this figure, the salaries of the thousands of employees in Firefly's system and other hardware and software expenses were still quite large. Firefly also had to provide a continuous stream of technology research and development funds for its digital domain and Pixar's technical department. In addition, Firefly also had to pay off a portion of the $2 billion debt from the acquisition of Disney. After these expenses were deducted, the $2.76 billion profit was only about $1.5 billion. This did not include the profits that Firefly would eventually pocket. Don't forget that the business tax rate of North American companies was 35%. After deducting the taxes that should be paid, Firefly's annual net profit was only $980 million. $980 million. After reading to the end, Eric could not help but sigh. He had the urge to fight the IRS. Yes, $980 million US. Jeffrey's tone was quite excited. At present, among the 7 major Hollywood companies, Warner's annual profit only reached $950 million US because of the high-profit TV stations such as Turner Broadcasting. Warner had been the overlord of Hollywood for almost a decade, and the financial report in Eric's hand also announced that starting this year, Firefly had finally driven Warner out of the position of Hollywood's leader. Thinking of this, Jeffrey could not help but ask, "Eric, what are you going to do next?" Eric put down the financial report, shook his head and said, "I have no plans to go further at the moment. At least wait until next year." Jeffrey was surprised and said, "Why? We already have so much cash in our hands. It would be a pity if we don't invest it." "But we can't simply invest for the sake of investing, and this cash can't meet my needs," Eric said. According to the historical trajectory, the scale of investment in movies was getting higher and higher, which meant that the profits of the film and television entertainment business would rapidly decrease. In contrast, the profits of the television network had been rising, and even in a decade, it may reach more than half of all the revenue of the media group. Therefore, Firefly's next expansion plan must be to develop the television business. However, although the 3 major television networks in North America had not yet fallen into the hands of media groups, and the market value had not begun to skyrocket, the price to acquire them would still not be too low. It was not so easy to encounter a second oil crisis like the Gulf War. Eric did not want to borrow heavily from investment institutions, so the best way was of course to accumulate funds with his own strength. Although the profits of Firefly this year have made the company excited, as long as next year's Jurassic Park can achieve the sensational effect and record-breaking box office as in the original Space-Time, then Firefly's profits will skyrocket again next year. At that time, as long as some other operations are carried out, Firefly will definitely be able to raise enough funds to spend on the acquisition of the television network. Eric was talking to Jeffrey about his future plans when Alan knocked on the office door a few times and walked in after getting permission. "Eric, here is an interview invitation for you. I think you want to see it?" Alan nodded to Jeffrey and walked over. Eric had some doubts. He had already told Alan to turn down all the interview invitations from the media. Since Alan still sent the invitation to him, it would definitely not be a simple invitation. Forbes magazine? Eric saw the interview invitation and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Alan nodded, but his expression was quite happy. "This is an invitation personally sent by Steve Forbes, the editor-in-chief of Forbes magazine, and there is some information below." Eric nodded, but continued to read. Forbes launched a sensational list of America's richest people in the early 1980s, and since 1985, with the rapid rise of the Walmart supermarket chain, Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, occupied the position of the richest person in the United States. Unfortunately, Sam Walton passed away in April last year, and his wealth of more than $20 billion was equally distributed to his wife and several children. Under such circumstances, although the Walton family was still the richest family in the United States, in terms of personal wealth, no one in the Walton family could become the richest person in North America. At this time, in the information attached to the interview invitation, the total valuation of Firefly Pictures was estimated at $10.5 billion. Forbes magazine also estimated Eric's net worth at $9.5 billion based on the information collected from various sources, excluding the debts of Firefly Pictures and the assets of Firefly Investments, and estimated that Eric's net worth at $9.5 billion. This figure was enough for him to take the first place on the list of North America's richest people. In the original Space-Time, in 1995, Bill Gates' net worth soared with the success of Win 95, and he topped the list of North America's richest people with a net worth of more than $12 billion. But now, the North American economy had not begun to recover, and with the death of Sam Walton, who had created a business miracle, Eric's net worth of $9.5 billion was enough to take the top spot. Eric currently controlled more than 98% of Firefly's assets. The shares of Firefly that Jeffrey and Michael Lynn originally held were also diluted after the acquisition of Disney. Jeffrey's share was only 1%, and Michael Lynn's was even less. Pixar's executives, John Lasseter, Ed Kamal, and Stan Winston, who was in charge of the digital domain, only held some shares of their respective subsidiaries. Therefore, it could be said that Eric owned almost all of Firefly. If Firefly was a listed company, with this year's performance, after the annual financial report was released, its market value would easily exceed the $10.5 billion valuation given by Forbes magazine. But Forbes magazine obviously knew the strong uncertainty of film and television investment, so the valuation given was relatively accurate. And this figure minus the debt of Firefly Pictures was obviously the net worth of Eric through this company. However, Eric also had some other investments in the high-tech industry. After Cisco's expansion and M&A, the number of shares held by Firefly Investments decreased slightly, but it still maintained a 36% stake. Cisco's current market value was about $1 billion, and this was the most valuable business that Firefly Investments currently owned. Forbes magazine obviously did not find out about the $1 billion cash reserves in Firefly Investments. So, $9.5 billion was indeed more in line with Eric's current net worth on the surface. Eric lowered his head to look at the information, and on the other side, Alan explained the matter to Jeffrey in a low voice. Eric, this is a good thing. Although I think $9.5 billion is an underestimate, you can talk to Steve Forbes personally. I'm sure they'll be willing to give you a more accurate figure, Jeffrey said with a smile after listening to Alan. Most Westerners were more inclined to show off their wealth. Although there were a lot of low-profile people like the Orientals, Jeffrey was obviously not that kind of person. Eric did not mind being ranked first on the Forbes list. After all, in the United States, where capital was king, huge wealth meant huge power. Although the huge sum of money obtained from the oil crisis was somewhat speculative, there was nothing illegal about it. Eric's current wealth could withstand anyone's doubts. But in the future, with his experience from his previous life, Eric was confident that he could seize most of the opportunities to create huge wealth in the next few years. He could also easily avoid possible crises, such as the internet wave, the Asian financial crisis, or the more long-term subprime mortgage crisis. After such repeated accumulation, Eric even felt that his wealth might have accumulated to the point where he could rival a country in the truest sense. That would be truly shocking to ordinary people. Thinking of this, not only did Eric feel excited, but he also felt an inexplicable, uncontrollable fear. Eric, what's wrong? Jeffrey noticed Eric's expression and asked in confusion. Eric came back to his senses and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something messy." Having known Eric for a few years, Jeffrey was quite familiar with his personality. After thinking for a while, he understood. He pointed at the invitation letter in front of Eric and asked, "You don't want that position?" "Yeah," Eric nodded and said, "I suddenly remembered a report I read before. It said that in 1985, Forbes magazine suddenly selected Sam Walton as the richest man in the United States. In the following months, this old man, who used to live a very peaceful life, was harassed by countless reporters for a few months. That's not a big deal, but he and his family encountered more than a dozen attempted kidnappings within half a year." Jeffrey smiled and said, "Haven't you always been very good at personal security? I don't think you need to worry about that. As for the media's attention, we're in the entertainment industry. Of course, the more attention we get, the better." Eric smiled bitterly and said, "Jeffrey, this kind of attention won't help me as a director. It seems that you really don't want this position. Then you deal with it yourself. I'm going to prepare for tomorrow's financial meeting." Jeffrey shrugged and tidied up the annual financial report he had just received. He then left Eric's office. Eric turned a pencil in his hand and thought for a moment before he said to Alan, "Help me make an appointment with Steve Forbes, the editor-in-chief of Forbes magazine. If he can spare some time, I'll treat him to a meal at the Sharp Corner Manor." Alan nodded and agreed. He then left Eric's office. Eric was no longer in the mood when he was reading Chris's contract. He frowned and lowered his head to think, while he casually wrote and drew meaningless words on the draft paper. More than 10 minutes later, Alan knocked on the door and came in again. "Eric, Mr. Steve Forbes said he can come this Saturday." After a middle-aged man in his 40s with glasses got out of the car, he looked up slightly like many people at the silver shell-shaped building in front of him. When he saw the young man not far away walking towards him, he quickly collected his thoughts and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Forbes." Eric enthusiastically reached out his hand to the other man. Steve Forbes smiled and shook the other man's hand. "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you." After Firefly bought Disney last year, Forbes began to pay attention to Eric and spent a lot of resources to collect information about Eric. When Steve Forbes saw the information collected by his subordinates for the first time, he even felt that it was unreal. A young man who was only 22 years old had created a fortune of nearly $10 billion from scratch in just over 4 years. Coupled with the death of Sam Walton last year, the next richest man in the United States suddenly became the target of many people's attention. Steve Forbes keenly felt that Eric's matter was likely to be another big piece of news announced by Forbes magazine, so he personally sent an interview invitation and related information to Eric. However, he did not expect the young billionaire to invite him back so quickly. The two exchanged a few simple words. Eric made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please come with me, Mr. Forbes." In the dining room, the servants served a sumptuous lunch one after another, then quietly left. After chatting for a while, Steve Forbes' tone became more familiar. "Eric, I heard that you personally designed this place?" Eric wasn't in a hurry to get down to business. He shook his head and said with a smile, "That's a little exaggerated. I only drew a sketch. The main design was done by Mr. Frank Gehry himself. He's a very talented architect." "That's true. I've also seen some of Frank Gehry's works." "They're very imaginative," Steve Forbes echoed, but he had other thoughts in his mind. Although the two had only interacted for a few minutes, Steve Forbes felt that the company's initial assessment of Eric's character was somewhat different. The company had originally thought that Eric would be a flamboyant person like Oracle's CEO, Larry Ellison, who loved to be in the limelight. However, after a short interaction, Steve Forbes felt that Eric was much more stable and reserved than he had imagined. At the same time, he also understood the purpose of Eric's invitation. The two chatted casually about various topics. When lunch was about to end, Eric said, "Steve, actually, I was very surprised when I saw the information from Forbes magazine. I remember that a few months ago, some media outlets also investigated my current net worth. At that time, they gave a figure of about $5 billion. Steve Forbes knew that this was the main topic. He said confidently, "How can those magazines' information channels and analytical ability be compared to Forbes? I am confident that even if the data we gave is not very accurate, it should not be too far off." Yes, that's why I said that I was very surprised at that time. After all, Firefly is not a listed company, and not many people have noticed Firefly's investment. I did not expect Forbes magazine to be able to do such a detailed analysis. However, Steve, I have a presumptuous request for inviting you this time." Although Steve Forbes had already guessed the result, he motioned for Eric to continue without batting an eyelid. "I hope that this year and in the future, my wealth on Forbes' list of America's richest people will still be the vague figures given by ordinary media outlets. For example, this time, $5 billion is a very good figure. I don't want my position on the list to be too conspicuous." Steve Forbes didn't seem surprised at all. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had heard such a request. "Eric, perhaps there's something you don't know. In addition to being the CEO of the Forbes Corporation, I'm also one of the board members of the National Taxpayers Alliance. In addition to supervising and restricting tax policies and fighting for the interests of taxpayers, the Taxpayers Alliance also has the obligation to provide some necessary data to the IRS. There were two things that Americans could not avoid in their lives: death and taxes. In the past, people who had made similar requests to Steve Forbes had done so because they needed to avoid taxes. Steve Forbes obviously saw Eric as one of those people. When Eric heard Steve Forbes's words, he immediately understood that this was the difference between the East and the West. If the person sitting opposite him was an Asian, his first reaction would definitely not be in the direction of tax avoidance. "Steve, even if this matter didn't happen, Fireflies would definitely be the focus of the IRS's surveillance. Everyone knows these things. I've never thought of using illegal means to avoid tax. Eric, if this is the case, then I don't understand why you are doing this." I feel that being at the top of the list is not a bad thing for you. Eric smiled and said, Steve, if you really need a reason, just think of it as me wanting to keep a low profile. Steve Forbes could not help but stare at Eric. As a media person, human emotions were the most basic number. Steve Forbes keenly felt that Eric's reason was true, but he instinctively did not want to believe it. Forbes magazine had been controversial since it launched the Forbes Rich list in 1982. Although it had received many requests like Eric's to hide their wealth, more rich people had publicly and privately criticized Forbes for underestimating their wealth. Although Forbes had always boasted of its professionalism and uncompromising spirit, in fact, it was impossible to insist on these things. After all, it was a financial magazine, and its target audience was the billionaires. If they wanted to survive and get enough information from these billionaires, they had to build a good relationship with them. The social network of the billionaires was complicated, and if they offended one of them, they would unknowingly offend a large number of them. If these people really wanted to take revenge, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to deal with the Forbes group. After thinking for a while, Steve Forbes finally made up his mind and said, Eric, $5 billion is too low. Forbes is a very professional magazine. It can't give out figures based on speculation like those entertainment media. If it is published, it will definitely affect the credibility of Forbes magazine. So, the most I can promise you is that you will not be at the top of the list. Eric thought for a while and agreed. People's attention was often focused on the name at the top of the list. Just like in Eric's memory, the world's richest man, Bill Gates, the richest man in the world, but few people paid attention to a Mexican telecommunications tycoon who often appeared at the second place. Since Steve Forbes had promised him, Eric certainly had to return the favor. Thank you for your understanding, Steve. In return, Firefly Pictures can sign a long-term advertising cooperation agreement with Forbes. I will ask the publicity department to contact your company as soon as possible. The two sides had no relationship before. If he just made a promise like I owe you a favor, it would be too insincere. Moreover, as a movie company, Firefly spent hundreds of millions of USD on advertising every year for their movies. In addition to Forbes magazine, there were other newspapers and magazines under the Forbes group. These were the main channels for film promotion. Therefore, signing a long-term advertising agreement with Firefly was a win-win situation. Steve Forbes had a knowing look on his face. With a faint smile on his face, he reached out and picked up the goblet on the table. Then, Eric, I wish us a happy cooperation. Eric was stunned and quickly understood. He smiled and raised his goblet. Happy cooperation. 3 days after Steve Forbes left, Forbes sent Eric a revised figure. The original figure of $9.5 billion was reduced to $7 billion. The planned interview with Eric was also cancelled. Although the 5th place was still a bit eye-catching, it was definitely not as eye-catching as the new richest man after Sam Walton. After solving this problem, Eric began to make plans for other things. In the following period, in addition to being busy with the post-production of Jurassic Park and the daily affairs of Firefly, Eric spent a lot of time communicating with Chris. Chris also took the time to fly to Los Angeles to talk with Eric several times. Soon, Firefly Investments began to transfer its shares of Cisco. As a high-tech company that had been closely watched by Wall Street investors, Cisco's development in the past 2 years had been very strong. When they learned that Firefly Investments was transferring its shares of Cisco, a large number of investors began to contact Chris. However, when they found out something, they quickly gave up in disappointment. Eric got off the plane and was about to leave the airport with his entourage when he saw Elizabeth in a khaki windbreaker pulling a simple suitcase. She waved at him and quickly walked over. After News Corporation's business center moved to the United States, the Murdoch family settled in New York. During the holidays, Elizabeth would return to New York to spend the holidays with her family. Eric did not expect to meet Elizabeth at the airport returning to Los Angeles. Eric asked the bodyguard to take Elizabeth's luggage and asked, "You're back so soon. Why didn't you stay in New York for a while longer?" "There's no point in staying in New York. I'm always invited to parties. It's so boring. I might as well come back to work," Elizabeth said and looked at Eric. "Speaking of which, I've heard a lot about Firefly Investment at parties these days. What are you doing? I plan to break up my assets and hide them so that others won't easily guess how much money I have, Eric said frankly. Even if he did not admit it, people would definitely be able to guess. Firefly Pictures could not be hidden for the time being. Fortunately, the entertainment industry had a lot of room for manipulation. Furthermore, Firefly Pictures was not listed. It was not so easy to find out the assets of Firefly Pictures. However, some of the assets in Firefly's hands were clearly exposed. For example, Cisco. If the public paid a little attention, they could easily find out that Firefly Investments was the largest shareholder of Cisco. Cisco's current market value was only about $2 billion, which was not too eye-catching. However, Cisco's development had not deviated from its historical trajectory. The current CEO of Cisco had already confirmed John Chambers as his next successor, and John Chambers was the biggest contributor to Cisco's success in the original spacetime. Therefore, if Cisco's market value still swelled to hundreds of billions of dollars in the future, then the wealth held by Firefly Investments would be too dazzling. Furthermore, Eric had more than one investment in Cisco. After the Forbes list incident, Eric had to plan for the future in advance. After discussing with Chris, Firefly Investments began to deal with the shares in Cisco in their hands. Firefly Investments injected funds into a few selected non-listed funds, and then reversed the acquisition of a portion of Cisco shares held by Firefly Investments. In this way, Firefly Investments quickly scattered the Cisco shares in its hands to these funds. However, because they had signed a complete agreement, after the transfer of shares, Firefly's control over Cisco did not change. There was only one more node in the middle. Cisco's board of directors, who represented Firefly's investment, had not changed. It was still the same few people. This kind of indirect shareholding was very common in North America. Even for behemoths like General Electric, ExxonMobil, or Bell Telephone and Telegraph, their list of shareholders was basically a series of well-known and unknown investment companies, such as foundations, trust investment, capital management, and so on. As for the real owners of the shares held by these companies, no one knew. It was not just Cisco. Firefly Investments would not directly invest in IE, Yahoo, and Hotmail in the future. Instead, they would indirectly invest in development funds through foundations and other methods. When Elizabeth heard Eric's answer, she could not help but laugh. Compared to Firefly Pictures, that Cisco's shares should be nothing. Why don't you find a way to hide Firefly Pictures? Eric spread his hands. This target is too big. I can only take it slowly. I don't know why you're doing this. It's like you're afraid that others will steal your things. As they spoke, the two of them arrived outside the venue. Elizabeth waved at the driver who came to pick her up and asked him to leave. She then got into Eric's car with him. Eric got into the car from the other side and continued the previous topic. I'm not afraid of others stealing it, but I have to take care of other people's fragile hearts, right? I don't want people to see that I have too much money and get agitated. Elizabeth obviously treated Eric's words as nonsense. She raised her small fist and punched Eric's shoulder. She laughed and said, "You egomaniac." Eric did not dodge the girl's punches. He said, "I'm going back to the Sharp Corner Manor now." "Are you going to my place too?" Elizabeth blinked a few times as if she had just remembered. "Yes, I forgot about this." "Hey, Carter, turn around and send me back to Beverly Hills first." Carter Moan looked at Eric through the rearview mirror. As a bodyguard who had followed Eric for a long time, he naturally knew the relationship between Eric and Elizabeth. "Continue driving, back to Malibu." Eric waved at Carter and said to Elizabeth, "I remember that Julia also brought the little guy back to her parents' place. Your house hasn't been cleaned in a long time. Stay at my place tonight." Elizabeth's pretty face turned slightly red when she heard Eric's straightforward words. She pretended to be relaxed and turned her head. She put one hand on the car window and pretended to look at the scenery outside. Elizabeth walked out of the bathroom wearing a thick bathrobe. Only then did she remember that her suitcase was still casually left at the entrance of the villa. Her cheeks were slightly hot as she pushed all the eagerness she felt a few hours ago to a certain guy. Elizabeth got off the plane at 4 in the afternoon. After doing some things and taking a nap, it was already past 9 in the evening. She was starving and only then did she walk downstairs hesitantly. The lights in the small living room were on. When she walked in, she saw that the TV was turned on very low. Eric leaned casually on the sofa. A black laptop was placed on an exquisite aluminum alloy stand in front of him. As his 10 fingers moved, there was a slight clicking sound from time to time. Seeing Elizabeth walk in, Eric pointed to the food on the glass table. "I got someone to make supper. I just went upstairs to call you. I saw that you were already showering. What are you doing?" Elizabeth was not in a hurry to eat. She walked behind Eric and leaned on the back of the sofa, looking at the laptop screen. The script for Night Interview with the Vampire. Some time ago, the box office and reputation of 400 Years of Shocking Love were very good. The production department has also negotiated a cooperation agreement with David Geffen. The film will probably be released at the end of the year. How are the preparations for Buffy the Vampire Slayer on your side? If it weren't for this matter, I would have come back at the beginning of the month, Elizabeth replied. I also had an audition in New York for the female lead. According to your original suggestion, we plan to choose a girl with a dancing background. This way, we can shorten the training time and make the shooting of the action scenes relatively easier. Also, we can produce the pilot episode before May. Have you chosen the candidates? Eric asked casually as he typed a line of comments on the script document. Well, we have selected a few girls. They will come to Los Angeles in a few days to have the final audition with the candidates here. Elizabeth stared at the laptop for a while. Then, she turned around and sat across from Eric. She put the tray of food on her lap and began to eat. Eric nodded softly and continued to type on the document. Hey, do you want to come over for the final audition? They are all very beautiful girls, Elizabeth said a moment later. Eric smiled and said, that step is unnecessary. You know my taste. After you choose, just send them directly to my bed. Elizabeth gently spat and pulled off a piece of bread crumb and threw it at Eric. Hey, I almost forgot. Why are you at the airport today? I thought your mind was full of bad things and ignored this question, Eric teased. He nimbly reached out to catch a piece of bread that flew over and took a bite before replying, I'm going to San Francisco. Pixar's new animation has been preliminarily completed. I'm going to watch the sample and discuss the Super Bowl trailer with John and the others. What is it this time, the sequel to Toy Story? Elizabeth asked curiously. In the past, when Firefly revealed news about Pixar's latest 3D animation to the outside world, they always referred to it as Pixar's new animation. Elizabeth did not pay much attention to it. Now that she heard that Pixar's new 3D animation was about to be completed, she became interested. No, the new animation is tentatively titled The Bug Mobilization. It is a story about an ant family living in an oasis fighting against the enslavement of locusts, Eric said concisely. Elizabeth looked at Eric and waited patiently for a few seconds before asking, That's it? It's boring to tell you the plot now. You can go to the cinema when it is released. I'm not going, it's for kids, Elizabeth pouted. After eating supper, Elizabeth went to the kitchen to clean up the tableware and returned to the small living room again. Because she slept the whole afternoon, although it was already 10 o'clock at night, she did not have any pajamas. She picked up the TV remote control on the glass table and sat down next to Eric. She pulled a pillow in her arms and casually chose a midnight talk show. After watching the host comment on recent events for a while, Elizabeth said to the man next to her, Eric, is Firefly's next step going to develop its own TV network? Your old man guessed it? Eric turned his head and asked. Elizabeth nodded. Now the integration of media groups has become an inevitable trend. Firefly's industry chain in the film sector has expanded to the limit. The next step is definitely to develop into a comprehensive media group. Not only the TV network, but also the music, publishing, and other businesses will be expanded. Eric smiled and said, but you can rest assured that Firefly will not be involved in print media, so we won't compete with News Corporation in this regard. With the rise of the internet, the decline of print media had become an inevitable trend. Eric remembered that after entering the new century, even the most famous newspapers in the United States frequently encountered bankruptcy crises. He did not intend to waste time on a useless plan that was about to decline. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I heard that the website you set up at the end of last year called Yahoo has recently been in contact with several print media groups. The editor-in-chief of the New York Post also talked to my dad about this. You must be planning to set up an online news website. Eric temporarily stopped typing on the keyboard and turned his head to look at Elizabeth. He curiously asked, "What does your dad think about this?" Elizabeth snorted a few times with some pride and did not answer. She looked like she did not want to tell him because she did not want to discourage him. Eric shrugged and understood that Murdoch must not have a high opinion of the prospects of this idea. After being in the media for most of his life, Murdoch certainly could see that the current internet environment did not have the foundation to develop online news on a large scale. At this stage, the internet user base had not yet reached the level of ordinary people. Most of them were concentrated on college students and professional technicians. However, he obviously could not predict how terrifying the explosive growth of internet users would be in the next few years. "Hey, Liz, if one day I fight with your old man, who will you help?" Elizabeth's eyes showed strong disdain. "Of course I'll help my dad." "You have the nerve to fight with an old man in his 60s? That's shameless." Wrong, I mean in the company?" "Then do whatever you want," Elisa said lazily as she lay down on the sofa with a pillow in her arms. With the current scale of the development of Firefly and News Corporation, it was certain that there would be a decline and a rise for a certain period of time, but unless there was a huge industry change, it would be difficult for there to be a life-and-death struggle. Not to mention the future, even now, 20th Century Fox and Firefly already had a competitive relationship in the film business, but the two companies were at peace and even had some cooperative relationships. The situation was the same for several other major Hollywood film companies. Eric smiled and did not say anything. He spent nearly an hour reading the script of Interview with the Vampire. He closed the laptop and patted the girl's smooth leg on his knee. "Sleepy?" There was no response. Eric turned his head and looked at the girl who had fallen asleep. The new awards season did not seem to have much to do with Firefly Pictures. Last year, the films released by Firefly were basically commercial films. Even in the highly manipulative Golden Globe Awards, they could only get a nomination. There were basically no films that had the ability to win. In addition, the company created a miracle of 27% in the box office last year. Firefly's inaction in the awards season inevitably became the target of some sour grapes media. Eric saw several related reports in the New Day newspaper early in the morning, but he did not take it too seriously. He always felt that the role of the film awards was icing on the cake. However, Elizabeth took advantage of this to tease Eric. "Are you not going to participate in this year's Golden Globe Awards again?" Elizabeth sat at the dining table with her long legs crossed as she read the analysis of the films nominated for the 50th Golden Globe Awards in The Hollywood Reporter. She asked gloatingly. There were no technical awards in the Golden Globe Awards, and Eric's Tornado last year only had the ability to win awards in the areas of sound and special effects. "It depends on my mood." Eric pushed the newspaper aside, picked up the milk in front of him, and slowly drank it. Although Tornado did not receive any nominations, an invitation was still sent to Eric for the Golden Globe Awards banquet. However, Eric had not decided whether to go or not. It was fine if he did not attend this kind of awards ceremony. Once he attended, he would have to abide by the rules of the awards ceremony. With his current influence, he would definitely be taken care of by the cameras very often. It was actually very tiring to fake a smile with the atmosphere for 2 hours. Elizabeth also knew that Eric was not too enthusiastic about the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscars. She put down The Hollywood Reporter and casually took another newspaper from Eric's hand and opened it. While reading the headlines of the entertainment section, she asked, "So you really don't plan to fight for an Oscar in the future?" Spielberg became an A-list director since 1975's Jaws, but until now, he has been nominated so many times, but those old guys are not willing to give him an Oscar for Best Director. Since they are so stubborn, there is no need for me to deliberately get close to them. Speaking of which, this time's Schindler's List, Spielberg will definitely win an Oscar, right? Of course, his biggest competitor this year is Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven, but Unforgiven is a Western film, and Schindler's List is a biopic, not to mention it's about the Holocaust. With the influence of Jews in Hollywood, Unforgiven can't compete with Schindler's List. The reason why Ben-Hur was able to set the record for the number of Oscar nominations and wins was mainly because it praised the Jews. Eric suddenly stopped talking. Hey, Liz, is your family Jewish? Elizabeth smiled, shook her head, and joked, no, so just say whatever you want to say. I won't expose your racism. Eric heaved a sigh of relief and reflected for a moment. In the end, he still hadn't completely integrated into this world. He was too casual with the topic of race. Americans were very sensitive to racial discrimination. They had even enacted legislation to deal with it. It was fine if they were in a private place, but if they were in a public place, or if there was a Jew sitting opposite him, his words would definitely arouse suspicion and disgust. Although Americans liked to laugh at themselves, jokes about race were a minefield that could explode if they weren't careful. Compared to black people who were weaker, Jews would react more violently when they encountered racial discrimination. Mel Gibson's unfortunate experience in space could prove this point. When Elizabeth saw that Eric had suddenly quieted down, she no longer mentioned what had just happened. Compared to Eric, Elizabeth, who had lived in the United States for many years, was just like ordinary Americans. She rarely took the initiative to bring up the topic of race. Americans had always done nothing about racial discrimination. After leisurely finishing breakfast, Elizabeth saw that Eric wasn't in a hurry to go to work, so she brought up another piece of news that she had just read in the newspaper. The directional sale contract signed by Paramount and Viacom was declared invalid by the Los Angeles Superior Court. QVC has also made its first offer of $7.8 billion. It's so much higher than your acquisition of Disney last year. I guess this deal will be closed soon, right? No, last year, the total global box office of Hollywood movies increased by 15%. It will definitely maintain a similar high growth rate in the next few years. If I hadn't bought Disney with a high premium last year, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get $6.5 billion this year. Although Martin Davis isn't very good at running a film company, as a shrewd businessman, he must be able to see that since he can't keep Paramount, the longer this deal is delayed, the better it will be for him. When Elizabeth heard what Eric said, she suddenly remembered what happened last year. She said, didn't Martin Davis go to Kauai when you were shooting Jurassic Park last year? Why didn't you get involved in this matter? Didn't Lei Sherdong cause you a lot of trouble when you acquired Disney? This is a very interesting topic, Eric said with a smile. For example, if you're racing with a group of people on the track, if you're already in the lead, will you stop to set up some obstacles for your lagging opponents, or continue to run wildly to leave your opponents further behind? Of course I'll continue to run, Elizabeth said without hesitation. But I feel that these are two different things. You won't benefit from stopping to set up obstacles for your opponents, but working with Paramount is definitely different. In the acquisition of Columbia and Universal by the Japanese, the reason why Firefly cooperated with them was that, in that case, Columbia and Universal would give a higher percentage of the profits. At that time, Firefly itself wasn't strong enough. But now, if I have a good idea, I can use Firefly's own channels to digest all the profits. There's no need to give part of the profits to Paramount just to set up some obstacles for Viacom. And there's another point. The Japanese are outsiders, and they're not very familiar with the operating mechanism of Hollywood. When they see that the film company's movies are selling well and pushing up the stock price, they can only pay honestly. Viacom is different. Lei Sherdong has been involved in Hollywood since 10 years ago, and he's very familiar with the rules of the game. After Eric finished speaking, he saw Elizabeth in deep thought. He smiled and got up to tidy up the cutlery. He asked, I'm going to Praia Vista later. What about you? Elizabeth came back to her senses and said, I'll go back to Beverly Hills first. Firefly Studios, Digital Domain Special Effects Center. Although a large number of model special effects were used during the filming of Jurassic Park, the special effects artists of Digital Domain never gave up on the development of computer CG special effects technology. After nearly a year of technical research, the dinosaur scenes that needed to be produced using digital special effects had reached a level where it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Because there was enough time, Eric did not urge Digital Domain to speed up the production progress. This kind of meticulous attitude made the post-production work for Jurassic Park only 70% complete. It would take at least 2 more months to complete the film. Eric and Stan checked the progress of the previous work together. They repeatedly watched a scene of the Tyrannosaurus Rex roaring to the sky several times. Stan's face was filled with excitement and pride. Even 2 years ago, he would not have dared to imagine that he would have the opportunity to produce such a realistic scene of an ancient beast. Eric, are you really not planning to release the trailer for Jurassic Park at this year's Super Bowl? I think, if this behemoth can appear on the live broadcast of the Super Bowl, it will definitely surprise the world. Stan skillfully operated the computer in front of him and turned his head to ask Eric, who was sitting next to him. Eric was discussing some details with a special effects artist. When he heard Stan's question, he said, "That's exactly why I don't want to release the trailer so early. If we reveal the dinosaur images in advance, the surprise will definitely be reduced when the movie is officially released in the future. But, even if we don't show the trailer at the Super Bowl, we still have to show the trailer before the movie is released, right?" Eric replied confidently, "The publicity department has already made the corresponding plan. In the future, when we produce the trailer, we will use Professor Hardman's explanation as the main focus. Using appropriate suspense techniques, the dinosaur will appear, but not its full appearance. This is indeed a good idea. By the way, the post-production of Collision has been completed. Do you want to take a look first?" "Sure," Eric agreed. The two walked to another work area in the digital domain. The script of Collision had been repeatedly revised. The scandalous plot was removed and the depiction of humanity during the disaster was added. At the same time, with the strong technical support of the digital domain, Roland Emmerich boldly added special effects scenes. This series of changes not only made the movie's plot more compact, but the special effects scenes produced were also more shocking than the original version in Eric's memory. After this summer, Hollywood will completely enter the era of special effects movies. Stan found an empty seat in the studio's lounge area and sat down. He couldn't help but exclaim. If 2 years ago, Terminator 2 and Tornado only showed the huge potential of special effects movies, this summer's 2 consecutive movies, Jurassic Park and Collision, were a box office success, then Hollywood would completely realize the huge commercial potential of special effects movies. Eric and Roland Emmerich sat down on the other side. Eric smiled and said, "In this case, the digital domain will definitely expand again. Then the cinema won't be able to hold it now." Stan Winston pointed to the completed Firefly cinema outside the glass window. Roland Emmerich said to Eric, "I heard that some of the unused land around the studio was bought by Firefly. Why don't you build a separate digital domain company park?" Back then, Firefly had bought 100 hectares of land in Praia Vista and only used a third of it for the construction of Firefly Studios. With the development of Firefly Studios and the surrounding environment, in order to provide a stable living environment for the thousands of employees and their families, the other third would be used for the development of Praia Vista and be rented out to them. The remaining third would be kept by Firefly for the time being. However, although the digital domain would definitely expand again, Eric was a little hesitant about whether to build a digital domain company park in Los Angeles. Because the tax rates in each state in the United States were different, the labor costs were also different. As one of the states with the strongest economy in the United States, California's tax rate and labor costs were undoubtedly very high. Although the digital domain was currently one of the top special effects companies in Hollywood, Eric had to consider the future of special effects companies. 10 years later, the best way for a special effects company to survive was to move to other states with lower tax rates or even overseas. Eric briefly explained his concerns to Stan. Stan thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, it's best that we make arrangements in advance and choose suitable locations to set up branches in other states. Also, we can recruit local employees to train in Los Angeles. This way, we can increase local employment and earn more tax benefits." Eric thought for a moment and said, "Don't be too anxious. After this summer, let's see how the 2 movies react." Roland Emmerich smiled and said, "Eric, don't you have confidence in your Jurassic Park? I've seen some of the scenes. It can only be described as shocking." "Of course not. I'm just worried that it won't reach my original expectations." Stan was also interested. He asked curiously, "How much do you think the box office of Jurassic Park should be?" Eric raised his hands on the table at the same time and extended his 10 fingers towards the two of them. $1 billion? Stan subconsciously lowered his voice and asked carefully. Roland Emmerich also looked surprised. Eric explained, yes, but I'm talking about the total box office worldwide. Even if it's worldwide, Stan stared at Eric, as if trying to determine if he was crazy. The highest box office record has never exceeded $800 million. E.T. Aliens, $790 million, Roland Emmerich agreed. Since E.T. Aliens was able to achieve nearly $800 million in box office worldwide 10 years ago, it's not impossible for it to reach $1 billion in 10 years, Eric said as he looked at the two people who were still in a daze. He smiled and said, "Why don't we make a bet?" For some reason, when they heard that Eric wanted to make a bet, Stan Winston and Roland Emmerich immediately thought of the 18-year-old boy who made a sensational bet with Columbia Pictures about Home Alone a few years ago. In the end, Columbia lost miserably. Columbia's CEO at the time, Blunt Cohen, also lost control of Columbia. After a moment, Stan Winston and Roland Emmerich shook their heads almost at the same time. No. Eric laughed. Don't be like that. I haven't made a bet with anyone in a long time. And this time I really don't have 100% confidence. However, because of Eric's in-depth analysis of CAA's operating model, CAA's revelation, as well as the subsequent series of reforms carried out by the agencies that felt threatened by CAA, Hollywood had formed a tripartite situation of CAA, ICM, and WMA. In order to compete with their rivals, CAA could no longer maintain its previous strong position in the process of cooperation with the major film companies. Michael Ovitz's ranking slipped out of the top 5 as a result. In the new Hollywood Power Rankings, Firefly left the other film companies far behind with 27% of the North American box office in 1992. Eric was unsurprisingly ranked first on the Hollywood Power Rankings, while Michael Lynn, the CEO of Firefly Pictures, and Katzenberg, the CEO of Disney Pictures, occupied the 6th and 9th positions respectively. Although the ranking was not too high, Firefly Pictures occupied 3 positions in the top 10. Therefore, there was a lot of discussion in the industry. There was no dispute that Eric took the first position. Firefly's performance was real, and Eric's Tornado also won the 1992 box office with a global box office of nearly $700 million. However, a large number of media outlets found it difficult to accept that Premiere Magazine included Michael Lynn and Katzenberg in the top 10. In Hollywood, almost any list was controversial. This was also convenient to stir up a topic and increase the popularity of the list. In the face of the doubts of the outside world, Premiere Magazine certainly would not admit that there was a problem with its list. Instead, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood and used all its horsepower to fight a war of words with the media. Before every Oscars, the main topic of the media was often focused on the films that were nominated for the Oscars. The nominated films all showed their magic, and at the same time, launched a public opinion offensive in the media. However, it was different this year. Schindler's List was placed at the top of the list with its absolute legitimacy. Because of the special status of Jews in Hollywood, the methods of canvassing votes in previous years were basically not very useful this year. The competitors who were also nominated for the Oscars did not dare to launch a public opinion offensive against Schindler's List. In this case, the topic of Premiere Magazine's Hollywood Power Rankings was raised high. Warner co-president Robert Daly said in an interview that it was because the board of directors had not decided on the CEO position for a long time that caused Time Warner's performance to be surpassed by Firefly. When asked about the other Warner co-president Terry Semel, who was ranked second with him, Robert Daly said that he did not comment. Robert Daly's move was obviously to put pressure on the Warner board of directors. According to rumors, Robert Daly and Eric Williams have a close personal relationship. This condition is likely to be an important bargaining chip for Robert Daly to fight for the CEO position of Time Warner, because an important way for the former CEO of Time Warner, Steve Ross, to stabilize his position was to establish a good personal relationship with well-known Hollywood filmmakers such as Steven Spielberg. Former New Line Cinema president Robert Shea publicly claimed that Michael Lynn was just a puppet supported by Eric Williams, and that Michael Lynn had no decision-making power over Firefly's business. Firefly Pictures rarely publicly refuted Robert Shea's remarks, saying that Mr. Michael Lin had made great contributions to the company in the process of being the CEO of Firefly Pictures. Variety magazine's well-known film critic, Andrew Fraser, publicly attacked the selection criteria of the Hollywood Power Rankings, saying that this list should not be called the Hollywood Power Rankings, but should be renamed the Hollywood Influence List. In the pointy corner matter, Drew had to get up early because of the audition for the female lead of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She sat at the dining table and drank her oatmeal. She casually glanced at the boldface words on the newspaper in Eric's hand and muttered, "I really don't know what's there to fight about. Liz and I are ranked 15th together, but we didn't say anything." Eric flipped a page of the newspaper in his hand and laughed. Could it be that the news that appeared on Hollywood Online yesterday about someone scoffing at the Hollywood Power Rankings was just my imagination? Absolutely. If you continue to be so busy and don't spend more time with me, you will definitely get Alzheimer's early, the girl said with a smile. Her baby face quickly came over. Eric, let's go to Century City today to help us pick the female lead for Buffy, okay? Didn't Liz say a few days ago that she was going to audition for the female lead? Hasn't she been selected yet? No, we have been selecting the director and some supporting roles. The audition for the female lead is scheduled for today. Eric thought about his original schedule for today. There was nothing important, and as the girl had just said, Eric didn't want to become a robot who only knew how to work. Well, I will call the studio later and tell them that I won't be going today. When will the audition start? At 10 o'clock, so we don't have to be too anxious. There are only 16 finalists. We will definitely finish the audition today, so we don't have to be too anxious, Drew replied. While Eric and Drew were still talking about the female lead for Buffy in the pointy corner matter, Michael Eisner had already arrived at the Burbank Universal headquarters. Due to the turmoil at Universal Pictures last year, Michael Eisner, who had only been in charge of Universal for a year, was ranked 10th by Premiere magazine on the Hollywood Power list. But whether it was in front of reporters or in private, Michael Eisner was very indifferent about it. As the film critic from Variety magazine had said, the Hollywood Power list was essentially a list of the influential figures of the previous year in Hollywood. Although it was ranked 10th, Michael Eisner, who had complete control of Universal, had a much higher power in Hollywood than this list. After all, Universal was one of the 7 major film companies and had a deep foundation. At the end of last year, Universal's fourth quarter profit was higher than that of the previous 3 quarters combined. Michael Eisner had also consolidated his position in the heart of Panasonic's parent company. However, Hollywood's model of relying on big-budget movies to generate most of its profits had gradually become popular. In order to achieve better results, it was definitely not feasible to rely on low-budget movies. Not to mention, any film company had its own limit of releasing movies. Therefore, Michael Eisner had been selecting suitable big-budget projects for Universal since the end of last year. So far, Universal had started shooting an action film, The Fugitive, starring Harrison Ford, with a total investment of $50 million. It was an adaptation of a TV series, and the project was snatched from Warner Bros. Entertainment. Because of its high expectations for The Fugitive, Universal paid the copyright company an extra $3 million, and also increased the salary of the director and the male lead, Harrison Ford. If Eric were here, he would be more surprised by Michael Eisner's vision. The Fugitive was the first film introduced to the mainland in the 90s in the original spacetime. When Drew was looking for the copyright for Flower Pictures, Eric also had the idea of this movie. Unfortunately, Eric did not have any accurate information about this movie in his memory, so he could only give up in the end. In fact, although Michael Eisner had let go of the production business in the last few years at Disney and mainly focused on the publicity and marketing of movies, during the Paramount period, Michael Eisner also served as the head of the production department under Barry Diller. When Raiders of the Lost Ark was mentioned, most people might think of Steven Spielberg first, but few people knew that the reason why Raiders of the Lost Ark could be filmed was inseparable from Michael Eisner's support at that time. After a short regular meeting with a few executives at Worldwide, Michael Eisner returned to his office to start the day's work. The assistant put a stack of documents that had been prepared in advance on Michael Eisner's desk and handed the top one to him. He said, "Mr. Eisner, the legal department just sent over a document. They said that the idea of remaking The Mummy was first proposed by James Jacks of Alphaville. They got the remake authorization in 1991 and the agreement was to develop it together with Worldwide. However, at that time, Sid Sheinberg was only willing to make this movie into a low-budget horror film with an investment of no more than $10 million, so they temporarily gave up the idea of filming. If the other party is not willing to give up the original authorization, they will need to pay at least $2 million in legal fees to get the authorization back, or drag it out until the authorization expires. How long was the original authorization? Michael Eisner asked without raising his head. The assistant hesitated and said, 10 years. Then you can call James Jacks directly. Either we pay him a sum of money and he gives up the authorization, or we meet him in court and he will get nothing in the end. The assistant opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he quickly nodded. Okay, Mr. Eisner. Also, the first draft of the script for The Mummy has been completed. In the second-to-last folder, according to the model of Raiders of the Lost Ark, there is foreshadowing for a sequel. The production department asked if they should start looking for a director and male and female lead. Michael Eisner found the script for The Mummy and flipped it open. He hurriedly read the outline of the story at the front and looked up. Send a copy of the script to Mr. Spielberg and ask if he is interested. Also, contact Nicole Kidman for the female lead. Mr. Eisner, I don't think Nicole Kidman is suitable. After Mr. and Mrs. Smith, her salary has increased to $10 million, which is the highest among the actresses. Also, the female lead in The Mummy is a weak librarian. It is too different from the female killer in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Michael Eisner looked up and said to his assistant, I don't think you have seen Nicole Kidman's Sleepless in Seattle and Tough Cop. She is a very malleable actress with excellent acting skills. It is definitely worth it to have a higher salary. Also, I have some other considerations, so just do as I say. The assistant nodded. Seeing that Michael Eisner did not have any other orders, he turned and left the office. Michael Eisner turned his eyes to the script for The Mummy again. A month ago, Michael Eisner found the remake plan of this movie in some of the project documents left behind by Sid Sheinberg. This made him very quickly want to imitate the style of Raiders of the Lost Ark and develop an adventure series about mummies. Westerners had always had a strong interest in adventure and treasure hunting. In addition to the success of the Raiders of the Lost Ark series, Michael Eisner believed that as long as he could find an excellent script with excellent special effects, the series would have a great chance of success. He had already thought about the idea of Spielberg as the director and Nicole Kidman as the female lead. Although he also knew that the possibility of Spielberg agreeing was not high, he was at least sure that it would not be a problem to let Spielberg be the producer. As for the female lead, in addition to Nicole's current box office appeal, Michael Eisner also had the intention of testing Eric. If the script was handed to Nicole, Eric would definitely be able to see it. Last fall, because Worldwide had taken the initiative to cover up the matter of Joanna Pacula, Eric still owed him a favor. Michael Eisner was sure that Eric would take this opportunity to return the favor. Michael Eisner knew that as long as the Mummy series was successful, his position as the CEO of Worldwide would become unshakable. Therefore, Michael Eisner spared no effort to make so many arrangements. At the headquarters of 20th Century Fox in Century City, with the expansion of TG, Elizabeth rented an entire floor of the Fox building as TG's headquarters. When Eric and Drew arrived at 10 o'clock, a large group of girls and their agents had already gathered in the corridor on the floor where TG's company was located. As they walked through the corridor, Eric could even see that these girls' eyes were obviously beginning to light up, like little female wolves who had seen their prey, and he was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. A girl in a beige trench coat was the first to put down her reservations and walked forward to greet Eric and ask for his autograph. The other girls who had reacted also gathered around. Eric signed a few autographs for these girls who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and then was escorted into TG's headquarters by the building's security guards. Throughout the whole process, the girl beside her had been watching all of this with a smile. The two of them pushed the door open and walked into Drew's office together. The girl suddenly rushed to Eric's side. Eric subconsciously covered his chest with his hands and said with a smile, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're jealous of how popular I am?" The girl rolled her eyes at him, but one of her little hands reached into Eric's coat pocket. Soon, she took out a few small pieces of paper filled with contact information from both pockets. Shaking the stack of paper in his hand, Drew smirked and asked, "Someone just stuffed something into your pocket. Didn't you feel it? I thought these girls were taking advantage of me." It was impossible for Eric not to feel it, but he didn't take it to heart. He reached out and took the paper from Drew's hand, only to find that it was a photo with contact information written on it. In the past 2 years, Eric no longer had to audition for the lead roles of ordinary actors. He only sent out audition invitations to famous actors who met the requirements. He didn't participate in the audition for the supporting roles, so he hadn't encountered this kind of situation for a long time. Looking at the photos of the young and beautiful girls, he felt a sense of novelty that he hadn't felt in a long time. It seemed that a few years ago, when he had just made a name for himself in Hollywood with Home Alone, he had encountered a similar situation when he had held a party at his home in North Hollywood. Eric and Drew were together commenting on the photos of the girls in their hands. Drew's office door was pushed open, and Elizabeth, dressed in a capable black professional suit, walked in. "Eric, I heard from Ellie that you were here. I thought she was mistaken." "Good morning, Liz." Eric stuffed the stack of photos into Drew's hands. He stepped forward and kissed the girl. "You are so beautiful today." Although Elizabeth enjoyed Eric's hug, she felt that Drew was staring at her. She could only rub Eric's cheek uncomfortably and push him away. She fiddled with a strand of blonde hair on her forehead and said, "The audition is about to begin. I will take you to meet some of the main creators of Buffy." "Well, let's go." Eric nodded. The 3 people left the office together and walked through an open office area into a spacious room used for the audition. The people in the room who were talking in low voices stood up when they saw the 3 of them come in. Their gazes focused on Eric at the same time. "Eric, this is David Greenwalt." Elizabeth first pointed to a middle-aged Caucasian man wearing black-rimmed glasses and introduced him. "He is very good at youth and horror film production. In the 1980s, he shot several campus comedies. Last year, he also directed 2 episodes of The X-Files. We invited him to be the director of the first season of Buffy." "Hello, Mr. Williams." David Greenwalt reached out with a smile and shook Eric's hand. "It's nice to meet you. I'm your fan." "Thank you." Eric let go of the other party's hand with a smile, but he couldn't find any trace of this person in his memory. However, after hearing Elizabeth say that David Greenwalt had filmed an episode of The X-Files, he was probably a director under Fox. "This is Mr. Joss Whedon, the screenwriter of Buffy." Elizabeth quickly pointed to the second person. Eric shook hands with the other party again. At this time, Joss Whedon was just in his early 30s. He had a shrewd appearance and looked much more pleasing to the eye than the bearded man in Eric's memory. After a brief introduction of the other main creators, everyone sat down behind a long table in a row. Eric declined the seat in the middle that was originally arranged for him and chose an empty seat on the far left. He came with the intention of passing the time and didn't intend to participate in the audition. Looking at the stack of actor forms that Tina Fey handed to him, Eric picked it up and returned it. "Tina, I don't want this. How many scripts of Buffy have you produced?" Everyone in the audition room was paying attention to them. Tina Fey didn't dare to say anything. She took the things that Eric handed over and put them back in the folder. She pushed her glasses and said, "The scripts for the first 6 episodes have been completed. The plot of the later scripts is still under discussion." "Then let me have a look at the scripts for the first 6 episodes." Tina Fey looked at Drew and Elizabeth, who were sitting in the middle. She quickly nodded to Eric and walked out of the audition room. After a while, she returned and handed a printed draft to Eric. The audition started at 10 o'clock sharp. Eric casually flipped through the script of Buffy in his hands. When he encountered an audition girl that he found pleasing to the eye, he would stop and watch her performance for a while. In addition, listening to Drew and the other main creators asking questions in a serious tone, Eric finally realized that the girl who always pretended to be an adult had really grown up. Buffy was a TV project that TG had focused on developing this year. It also represented the ambitions of several women in the TV industry. In addition to Eric, who was the nominal producer, Elizabeth and Drew were the producers themselves. Although TG had developed to a scale that surpassed many of the veteran film companies in Hollywood, because they were backed by Firefly and Fox, TG didn't get involved in distribution at all. Therefore, production had become the company's only core business. In a situation where they didn't have any distractions, although they had to do everything personally, they were still able to manage everything in an orderly manner. Because it was the last round of the audition, the corresponding process was a lot more meticulous. In the 2 hours of the morning, only 5 girls had passed. TG was very considerate to entertain the girls who hadn't yet participated in the audition in the Fox Building's restaurant. Eric didn't join in the fun. Instead, he ate lunch with Elizabeth and Drew in the TG company's lounge. Tina Fey, who had originally wanted to go to the restaurant with the company's other employees, was also stopped by Drew. After the waiter who came to deliver the food left, Elizabeth couldn't wait to ask, "Eric, what do you think of the girls from this morning?" "They're all good. You can choose as you see fit." "I won't comment," Eric said casually as he tore open the wrapping paper of his lunch. These were words from the bottom of his heart. Although there were countless TV series that started shooting in Hollywood every year, a TV series like Buffy, which hadn't even started production yet, had already had a promising future. Therefore, many agencies and actors were fighting over it. Previously, Buffy had already gone through 2 rounds of elimination. Up until now, there were only 16 candidates left. To be able to reach this stage, the actors' abilities weren't too big of a problem. Now, it was up to the creative team to choose. At this time, in addition to the performance of the actors themselves during the audition, it also began to test the actors' other soft strengths. If the actor's agent had enough connections and was able to privately contact the producer who had the right to speak, then the actor's chances of being selected would be very high. Of course, this was often the time when the director or producer with the right to speak would fish for private benefits. Small actors who were eager to become famous would basically automatically send themselves to the door when they received a hint. Even if they later found out that they had been cheated, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Thinking of this, Eric smiled and said to Elizabeth, "Liz, this is a good opportunity for you." Elizabeth was a little confused at first, but she quickly understood. Seeing that Eric was joking about the previous incident, she helplessly rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head to eat her lunch. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Julia for a long time." Eric saw that Elizabeth wasn't bickering with him like before, so he changed the topic. "This girl really takes one step at a time. Last year, around this time, I asked her to start shooting movies. She really made a lukewarm movie and then there was no more news." It wasn't known what Elizabeth was thinking, but after hearing Eric's words, she suddenly laughed. Tina Fey raised her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Elizabeth was laughing. Drew also grinned and said to Eric, "This is actually your fault. If you go to Beverly Hills more often to teach Julia a lesson, she will definitely be more diligent." Eric looked at Drew's smiling expression and was a little suspicious. Did this little girl also know about Julia's situation? Although he was thinking this, Eric still said, "Okay, I'll go over and take a look tonight." The afternoon audition soon began. Eric continued to be bored. Originally, the other main creators of Buffy thought that the audition would be led by Eric. Seeing this situation, they gradually relaxed. Originally, they thought that the audition would pass peacefully. However, a tall girl walked into the audition room and immediately caught Eric's attention. Another acquaintance, Eric sighed in his heart at the coincidence. He also raised his head and listened carefully to the girl's self-introduction. "Hello everyone, my name is Charlize Theron. I'm 18 years old and I'm from South Africa." At this time, Charlize Theron's height had already grown to more than 1.7 meters. Her face still had baby fat and she looked a little immature. However, the natural laziness in her eyes gave her the aura of a stunner a few years later. The girl was originally skillfully introducing herself. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Eric, who was sitting in the corner. Her gaze froze for a moment and she was momentarily surprised. However, she quickly relaxed. Then, her gaze involuntarily drifted to Eric's side. Eric also noticed Charlize Theron's momentary loss of composure. When he came over in the morning, he didn't see her in the hallway. It was obvious that she had come to the audition later. It was probably because of this that Charlize Theron didn't know that he was sitting in this room. After all, the girls who had made it to the last round of the audition knew how fierce the competition was. Of course, they wouldn't take the initiative to reveal any information to the latecomers. Some of the girls who knew that Eric was in this room had more or less taken the initiative to interact with Eric during the audition process. Although they didn't have any results, it was obvious that these girls were scheming. After Charlize Theron finished her self-introduction, Elizabeth, who was sitting in the middle, asked, "Miss Theron, your information shows that you started learning ballet when you were 6 years old. You even joined a ballet company in New York. So, what made you give up this career and change your career to become an actress?" Charlize Theron quickly said, "Because I injured my knee when I was dancing last year. It took me a few months to recover. During the recovery process, I felt that dancing might not be suitable for me. My dream since I was a child was to be an actress. So, after my injury healed, I started to study acting at a drama school in New York while working part-time." Another voice quickly asked, "Don't you think it's a pity to give up after 12 years? Maybe if you persevered for a few more years, you might have become the most dazzling new star on the Broadway stage?" There was a brief hesitation in Charlize Theron's expression. Eric was also curious about how the other party would answer. Obviously, Charlize Theron wasn't prepared for this question in advance. Although this question wasn't related to the audition, Charlize Theron knew that she couldn't refuse to answer. After thinking for a while, she said, "I don't think it's a pity. If a person realizes that what they are doing is not what they want to do and still forces themselves to persevere and waste time, then that would be a pity and a sad thing." It seemed that Charlize Theron was very satisfied with this answer. After being asked a few simple questions, the audition entered the acting stage. Most of the acting scenes were scenes from the script in front of Eric. In the first season, Buffy's character was still somewhat immature. If her identity as the chosen one was stripped away, then she would be like most high school students who had entered puberty. She was naive and rebellious, full of yearning for hazy love, but she also had the lack of confidence that most girls would have when facing the boy they liked. However, Eric's impression of Charlize Theron's screen roles was basically similar to the queen holding a wrench and hitting a man's leg bones. Seeing Charlize Theron imitating the shy high school girl in front of him, Eric felt that it was out of place. Therefore, when Charlize Theron acted as Buffy and watched the boy she liked leave, she asked Giles with some lack of confidence, "Do you think this dress makes me look fat?" Eric finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. The somewhat abrupt laughter not only interrupted Charlize Theron's performance, but it also made the other people in the audition room look over. Sorry, Eric quickly waved his hand. "I just thought." "Well, it's okay. You guys continue." After leaving the Fox headquarters building, Charlize Theron lifted her foot and kicked the lamppost in front of the building, but the irritation in her heart didn't dissipate. It's all that hateful guy's fault. Charlize Theron believed that her performance at the beginning absolutely didn't make any mistakes. After all, she had prepared for this audition for so long. Not only did she watch the movie version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer many times, but her agent also found some more detailed information for her through some private channels. But because that guy had suddenly laughed during the audition, it was difficult for her to calmly continue the audition, so she made several mistakes in a row. Although the audition officers didn't show it, she could still see the disappointment on their faces when they left. Charlize Theron didn't know how to explain this to her agent. For her audition, her agent had used a lot of her connections. Although she was in New York, she would call her almost every day to ask about the time. After confirming the audition date, she would repeatedly remind her of some things to pay attention to over the phone. She didn't expect the result to be like this. She was almost certain that the audition was almost a failure. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Charlize Theron was still very clear about her agent's domineering personality. She had messed up such a good opportunity, and it would be difficult for her to get another opportunity from her. She wasn't in the mood to go back to the hotel directly. She lingered on the side of the road for a long time. In the end, she decided to call her agent first. She looked around and walked to a public phone booth. She took out a few coins from her bag and put them in. She quickly dialed her agent's phone number. "Hello, Michelle, this is Charlize. A capable female voice quickly came from the phone. Charlize, how did the audition go? Charlize Theron hesitated for a moment, but she still told her agent the truth about what happened during the audition in detail. Michelle, I didn't expect Eric Williams to appear there. I don't even understand that bastard. Charlize Theron wanted to continue, but the female voice on the other side of the phone immediately became stern. Shut up, Charlize. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. I definitely don't want to hear anything similar from you in the future. Do you know who Eric Williams is? How dare you use that word to describe him? Charlize Theron was stunned. She held back her slight grievance and said, sorry, Of course I know who he is. I'm just a little, okay, I understand, Charlize. The voice on the other side of the phone quickly softened. She seemed to think for a moment before saying, Eric Williams suddenly laughed during your performance. This is at least much better than his previous reaction to you. I'll make a few calls to test him. Before that, stay in the hotel obediently and don't run around. Charlize Theron touched her bag hesitantly. Because TG's audition was held more than a week later than expected, she didn't have much money left. Other than the money she had to save for the plane ticket, the remaining money was only enough for her to continue staying in Los Angeles for 3 more days. Moreover, she didn't want her mother, who was far away in South Africa, to send her living expenses. She wanted to return to New York as soon as possible. Not only did she have a place to stay, but she could also continue her modeling job to make ends meet. But, Michelle, I know. If necessary, I'll lend you some money for emergencies. Stay in Los Angeles obediently and wait for my call. The agent on the other side of the phone, Michelle, interrupted her again. Also, Charlize, if Eric Williams is interested in you and wants to see you, I think you should know what to do. Charlize Theron tightened her grip on the phone. Of course, she knew what her agent meant. Thinking of the abominable guy who suddenly laughed in the audition room, although she was a little unwilling, she also knew that this was definitely an opportunity for her to rise to the top in a single bound. Faced with Charlize Theron's sudden silence, the agent on the other side of the phone didn't urge her and waited patiently. After almost a minute, Charlize Theron finally said, Michelle, I understand. Very good, Charlie. You should understand that since you want to enter Hollywood and you don't have parents or relatives who are producers in big film companies, you have to give something up. If you are lucky enough to have a big backer like Eric Williams, you won't have to bow down to anyone in Hollywood in the future. Think about Nicole Kidman. That lucky girl was just an unknown actress in Australia a few years ago. Now, she has become the #1 actress in Hollywood with a box office of $10 million. Many girls spend their entire youth in Hollywood, but they may not be able to reach that level. All of this is definitely not because her acting skills are good enough, nor is it because she is beautiful enough. These two things are the cheapest in Hollywood. Charlize Theron quietly listened to his agent's lecture. He couldn't help but think of the scandal between Eric Williams and Nicole Kidman that he had seen in some gossip magazines. She was a very precocious girl. When she said that acting had always been her dream during the audition, it was just a cliché that everyone would say. 99% of the handsome men and beautiful women who wanted to enter Hollywood wanted to become a big star, get a movie salary of millions of dollars, and live a rich life that ordinary people yearned for. After chatting with her agent for a while, Charlize Theron returned to the motel in West Hollywood with mixed feelings. After completing the audition in the afternoon, Eric and Elizabeth returned to her and Julia's villa in Beverly Hills. In the evening, Drew also dragged Tina Fey over for dinner. Because of Eric's arrival, Elizabeth sent away the servants in the villa. During dinner, everyone gathered around the square table in the dining room. Eric thought that no one would remember the little episode in the afternoon. However, when all the dishes were on the table and everyone was about to start eating, Elizabeth still asked, Eric, why did you suddenly laugh when you were interviewing the girl named Charlize Theron in the afternoon? As soon as Elizabeth spoke, Drew also acted like a curious baby and looked at Eric with a strange expression. Yeah, it's so strange. I thought you would keep silent. But speaking of which, that girl is really beautiful. Because the few women present had different thoughts about Eric, they formed a very strange state of balance. There was no scene of jealousy, but this didn't mean that they would calmly face other women entering Eric's life. Even Julia, who had been holding the little girl tightly in her arms as soon as Eric arrived at the villa, showed a curious expression after hearing Elizabeth and Drew's words. Eric shrugged with a magnanimous expression. There's nothing strange about that. I just thought that the girl's performance was very interesting. However, it was clear that Eric's personal credibility had reached a negative level in the hearts of the few women. Hearing him say this, Elizabeth dragged her voice and said, I think her performance was very good. Although the final result will be decided after repeated discussion, that girl is obviously not suitable. I've decided to eliminate her. Eric thought that it was not suitable in the first place. Just as he was about to speak, Drew, who was sitting on the other side, said, Eric, it's not impossible if you just want to play around. Just don't bring her home. There are already enough. Looking at the helpless expressions of the other three women, Eric raised the spoon in his hand and knocked the little girl's head. You're the only one who knows how to talk. The little girl rubbed her head unhappily. I'm obviously telling the truth. Just as they were chatting, Eric's mobile phone in the living room rang. Tina Fey, who was sitting closest to the door, was about to stand up. I'll go get it. Let me do it. Eric held Tina Fey down and left the dining room. The call was from Kapoor. Eric exchanged a few words with him before Kapoor tentatively asked if he was interested in a girl during the Buffy audition in the afternoon. Eric was a little surprised. He was very interested in how Kapoor knew about this matter, so he asked. Kapoor said, it's like this. That girl's agent, Michelle Simmons, is currently an agent in the New York branch of ICM. She used to be an employee of UTA. You might not remember her, but she called me in the afternoon and asked me to test you on this matter. She said that the girl has good potential. Eric, if possible, maybe you can consider her. UTA was a management company that Eric had rebuilt after buying Kapoor's personal management company. Later, because it violated the federal anti-monopoly law, Eric sold all of UTA's shares. Kapoor also brought all of UTA's celebrities and agents to join ICM. This was something that happened 2 years ago. Moreover, before that, Eric didn't often care about UTA's operations. Of course, he didn't remember that there was a person like Michelle Simmons. However, since Kapoor was his subordinate, Eric didn't hide anything. He told him the truth. Kapoor, during the audition, I could see that the girl had good potential. However, she wasn't suitable for the role of Buffy. I think she lacked the naivety that a middle school student should have. She appeared too mature. Therefore, she was more suitable for a role that was older than her. You can ask that. Michelle Simmons to work hard in this direction. Since Kapoor hesitated for a moment before saying, Eric, since you also think that the girl has good potential and she hasn't left Los Angeles yet, are you interested in taking some time to meet her? Eric raised his eyebrows in surprise. Kapoor had always been very helpless when it came to matters between him and the girls. He didn't expect that this time, he would suddenly say something like matchmaking. Kapoor, are you drunk? Didn't you always oppose me, that kind of thing? Of course not, Kapoor quickly said. I'm just asking on behalf of someone else. If you're not interested, then forget it. I'll tell her the truth. After saying this, Kapoor said goodbye and was about to hang up. Eric wasn't willing to let him go. He laughed and said, Don't hang up, Kapoor. What's going on? If you don't explain it clearly, I'll have to ask around myself. Well, it's nothing. I just owe Michelle a favor. That's it? Eric still had some doubts. Kapoor said, That's it, Eric. Eric thought for a while and felt that something wasn't right. If you only owe her a favor, with your resources, you can definitely give that girl a very good opportunity. Even if it's a lead role in 1 or 2 movies, it's not impossible, right? ICM was one of the 3 major Hollywood agencies, alongside CAA and WMA. After Kapoor joined ICM with all of UTA's resources, he became one of the senior partners who owned a portion of ICM's shares. With the resources in his hands, it should be easy for him to repay Kapoor's favor. Kapoor realized that Eric wouldn't let it go until he got a clear answer. He could only say, Eric, Michelle is a very career-minded woman. Does it have anything to do with this? Eric asked. Kapoor nodded and continued, Michelle's main business is in New York. However, as you know, New York is where many television networks are headquartered. ICM's business there is mostly related to television dramas or advertisements. In fact, even if I don't participate at all, Michelle can use her connections to get some roles for that girl. However, she probably isn't willing to stay in her current state. She wants to develop in the direction of being a movie star manager. Eric was puzzled. If that's the case, you can still help her easily, right? Kapoor said helplessly, Eric, don't you understand? To put it bluntly, Michelle hopes to become a gold medal manager like Parker Kingsley, who has an A-level superstar under her control. However, this isn't something that can be done with just 1 or 2 movies. It requires a lot of luck. After all, only those movies that sell well at the box office can produce superstars. In the entire Hollywood, at least in recent years, you obviously have the most opportunities in your hands. Eric thought for a while and laughed. That seems to be the case. Then, haven't I become the target of many people? Kapoor said, of course. In the entire Hollywood, as long as it's a project that involves you, even if it's just a roundabout way of doing it, you will become the focus of the major agencies. In fact, I know that Miss Bellymore and the others are doing Buffy. If you pay attention, you'll notice that the actresses you auditioned today are mostly from the 3 major agencies. Those second and third tier agencies can only snatch a few audition spots. Eric was a little surprised. He really hadn't paid attention to this point. However, after thinking about it carefully, this should be the case. Let's not talk about the agencies. Take the future broadcast schedule of Buffy as an example. He heard from Elizabeth that Fox had already booked the first full season of Buffy. Moreover, it would start in mid-September and would be broadcast every Monday during prime time. This was hard to imagine for many TV dramas that were still in the script stage. The production process of American TV series was very standard and complicated, and the competition was extremely fierce. Often, only 1 out of 100 scripts would be selected. Many American TV series that had entered the filming stage would go through a rigorous screening process after the production of the pilot episode. Then, a portion of them would be eliminated. In the end, the new American TV series that could be broadcasted on TV stations were usually reserved for 6 episodes. After the first broadcast stage was completed before Thanksgiving, if the ratings were good, the subsequent episodes would be produced. If the ratings were too bad, the series would be cut in half. Even Murdoch couldn't buy the entire first season of an American TV series just because it was produced by his daughter's production company. At most, he would only give some preferential conditions if the TV series performed well in the ratings. Now, Buffy hadn't even been produced yet, but Fox had already booked the first season of the show. Eric couldn't think of any other reason other than the fact that he was a producer who had put his name on the show but hadn't actually done anything. Kapoor saw that Eric hadn't spoken for a while, so he asked tentatively, Eric, are you still there? Yeah, I'm just a little surprised. Hee, you're now the most powerful person in Hollywood. Then, regarding the matter just now, do you want to take some time to meet that girl? Didn't you say that she had a lot of potential? Eric smiled and teased, I'm now a little suspicious. What do you owe Michelle Simmons? Is it a favor or a romantic debt? Hey, Eric, don't joke around. My son is already in middle school. Okay. If that's the case, Eric rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then said, I'll take some time to meet that girl. To be honest, I just thought of a good idea. Kapoor asked, about the movie? Yeah, I just thought of making an action movie series with a female protagonist. That girl is only 18 years old. There are still benefits. At least if the movie does well at the box office in the future, we can make a few more sequels. How can the box office of a movie you made be bad? Kapoor complimented from the bottom of his heart. He then smiled and said half-jokingly, when the time comes, leave a few more actors for ICM. Of course, Eric said. That's all for today. I'll get Alan to contact you when I have time. After hanging up the phone, Eric turned around and saw the girl who had been eavesdropping sneakily behind him jump over. She grabbed Eric's arm and asked, Eric, what girl? What movie? It's that girl from this afternoon. Someone asked Kapoor to call me. Eric pinched the girl's face. Speaking of which, you're already 18 years old. We can take out the copyrights from Flowers Pictures to let you hone your skills. Let's start with the female action movie I mentioned earlier. Drew was well aware of the little treasury that Eric had prepared for him. Are you talking about the movie version of Thunderbolt Charming Baby? Eric brought Drew into the restaurant again. After sitting down, he said, "That's right. 2 years ago, Flowers at the End of the Road and Tough Cop Flower performed very well in terms of box office and reputation. Last year's Pink Alliance is also enough to prove that female-themed movies have a lot of potential." The girl who had always been cheerful was now a little nervous. She looked at Elizabeth and the other girls and said, "But, Eric, I don't know if I can do it well. Also, what about TG?" Eric said, "This is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Also, I think it's not a problem to leave TG to Liz." Hearing Eric's approval of her, Elizabeth was a little proud at first. Then, she became dissatisfied. "I don't want that. TG was originally established by me, Drew, and Julia. Why should I have to do all the work while the two of them can easily get the dividends?" "Then I'll sell TG's shares to you," Drew said without hesitation. Elizabeth was stunned and did not know how to answer. Julia, who had been hugging Emma, also became nervous. "Why don't I? I'll also give up my shares of TG." Julia's words were obviously filled with guilt. Ever since TG was established, she had basically not helped with anything. She only invested a few million USD when the company was established, but in the past 2 years, she had received more than 10 times the dividends from TG. It was also because of this money that Julia became lazy and uninterested in acting in movies. She was not even interested in the Walk of Fame that Eric had painted for her. Hearing Drew and Julia's words, Elizabeth became embarrassed. I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying. I didn't mean to ask you to give up your shares." Eric gently knocked on the table and interrupted the women. "Actually, I have an idea. You can listen to it. 20th Century Fox's film business has not been very good in the past 2 years. I remember Liz told me that Mr. Murdoch wants to buy TG, right?" Seeing Elizabeth nod, Eric continued, "In that case, we can consider selling TG as a whole to 20th Century Fox. As for whether the three of you want to exchange for Fox's shares or cash, that's up to you. Then, Drew can leave and come back to run his own Flower Pictures. Liz, you can go to Fox. With your performance in the past 2 years, I think you can at least get the position of Vice President of 20th Century Fox." Eric paused. He didn't finish his sentence. As long as everything went well, Elizabeth could slowly climb up in Fox's system and eventually take over the Murdoch family's news corporation. Although Murdoch had always been inclined to let his son take over, if his daughter's performance was too eye-catching and far surpassed his son's ability, Eric believed that the other shareholders of News Corporation would not agree even if Murdoch still wanted to give power to his 2 sons. After all, although News Corporation was firmly controlled by Murdoch, the Murdoch family did not have absolute control of News Corporation. The investors would definitely be more inclined to give the investment to the more capable person. After Eric finished speaking, Drew immediately nodded in agreement. Elizabeth also looked like she was deep in thought. Tina Fey was like an outsider, eating the dinner in front of her in small bites. Only Julia opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask, "What about me?" Eric cleaned up the dinner on the plate quickly and then glared at Julia, who was looking around. "As for you, we'll talk about it later." Julia shrunk her neck guiltily and raised Emma in her arms. I want to sleep with Emma tonight." The little girl did not know why her aunt would raise her, but children obviously liked it. She giggled and waved her little hands excitedly. Eric took out a tissue from the paper box and wiped his hands. He got up and walked to the little girl's side and took Emma from Julia's arms. "Come, Emma, let's go watch TV." TV, the little girl called out. She was not shy at all and even reached out to grab Eric's collar. As Eric walked, he asked again, "Little girl, I have something to discuss with your aunt tonight. Do you want to sleep with Aunt Liz or Aunt Drew?" "Oh, and Aunt Tina too?" Although the 2-year-old little girl could already understand Eric's words, she thought for a while before saying, "Aunt." "Oh, that won't do." Eric smiled and shook his head. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. He sat down with the little girl in his arms. Choose another one. Emma, who was sitting on Eric's lap, stared at him with her big eyes for a moment and suddenly said, Daddy. Hee hee. Hearing the little girl's crisp daddy, the laughter of a few women immediately sounded in the dining room. Eric smiled and pinched the little girl's face. He turned to the few people in the dining room and asked, What's going on? Why is she calling me daddy again? Elizabeth had already considered Eric's suggestion just now. When she heard him, she said in a sour tone, You're going to be a father anyway. What's wrong with having another daughter? You're still not willing? No, it just feels weird. Eric shook his head and thought of something again. He asked, Hey, speaking of which, I remember now. What's the name you registered for the little girl? Emma, Elizabeth replied. Eric felt that Elizabeth's tone was a little strange. He asked, I mean the surname. There was a moment of silence in the dining room. Eric had a bad feeling in his heart. These few women won't really mess around, right? In the end, Drew whispered, Eric, don't you know? I know? Yeah, I heard that it was your opinion. Eric felt his temples twitching a few times and asked, What is it? Emma Roberts Murdoch Barrymore Williams. Tina Fey, who didn't know what was going on, suddenly laughed out loud when she heard the long list of surnames. The remote control in Eric's hand also fell to the floor with a thud. After a while, Eric said to Elizabeth, I seem to remember asking about this. At that time, someone even vowed that they would never add my surname behind the little girl's name. What's going on? Elizabeth faced Eric's questioning and put her hands on her waist in defiance. We added it because we wanted to. The surname Williams is not exclusive to you. We can't use it. Exactly, Julia muttered softly, but quickly slipped into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Drew sat down next to Eric and betrayed Elizabeth without hesitation. Liz was worried that using the surname Murdoch would cause misunderstandings. I was just joining in the fun. Eric knocked Drew's head out of habit and was speechless. You can join in the fun too? The day after Eric and the women discussed the plan to deal with T.G., Murdoch, who was far away in New York, urgently called Eric. Although T.G.'s shares were not directly related to Eric, according to the contract signed when T.G. was first established, Firefly, who owned the distribution rights of all T.G.'s movies in the North America and the surrounding operations rights, was still T.G.'s biggest beneficiary. These two interests could split more than half of the profits from T.G.'s movies. Fox, on the other hand, only owned the low-profit overseas distribution rights and also had to give T.G. a share of the profits. Fox's profits were only 15% of the total profits from T.G.'s movies. Elizabeth, Drew and Julia shared about 30% of the total profits. If Fox acquired T.G. but couldn't get back the distribution rights from Firefly, it would be the same as not acquiring T.G. at all. Murdoch obviously wouldn't do such a thing. The valuation of T.G. was also a matter that required long-term negotiations. This was similar to the situation of Miramax, which was also seeking to be sold. Although history had changed, in the past 2 years, Miramax Pictures, owned by Wayne and Stan, still suffered huge losses due to excessive expansion of the business and had to find a backer. However, the Wayne and Stan brothers had asked for $500 million, while the major studios or investment institutions that were interested in acquiring Miramax only valued it at about $50 million. The difference was 10 times. The most important bargaining chip for Miramax Pictures was the Oscar public relations resources in the hands of the Wayne and Stan brothers. This kind of intangible asset was really difficult to estimate. As for Miramax Pictures' film library and distribution channels, to be honest, the major Hollywood studios didn't care much about it. The most important bargaining chip in T.G.'s hands, other than Eric's support, was undoubtedly the 3-year option contract with Jim Carrey. With Jim Carrey's momentum of breaking $100 million in 3 consecutive low-budget comedies in the past 2 years, even if he produced 1 movie per year in the remaining 3 years, it was estimated that he could bring in about $300 million in profits. Although the two sides were getting along more and more because of the conflict of interests, and there was even news that Jim Carrey contacted a lawyer to try to sue to get out of the option contract, the relevant people in the industry knew very well that Jim Carrey had no way to get out of the contract with a penalty of $100 million. Otherwise, with Jim Carrey's box office potential, the major studios would have already started to poach him. In addition, if TG's TV series Buffy the Vampire Slayer was as successful as the original one, it would be another very important bargaining chip for future negotiations. TG's business plan for 1993 had already been determined in advance. Even if they wanted to start the acquisition negotiations, they would definitely start in the second half of the year. Murdoch called Eric and wanted to get an accurate answer from Eric. After hanging up the phone, Eric left the balcony and walked back to his office. Nicole, who had been sitting quietly on the sofa and reading a magazine, looked up curiously. This was Eric's personal office in Firefly Cineplex. Because he rarely worked here, the furnishings in the office were very simple. There was a set of office desks and chairs, a set of sofas, and a row of bookshelves with many documents on the opposite side of the desk. Seeing Eric sit down, Nicole poured a cup of coffee for Eric and placed it in front of him. She asked, "I think I heard TG's name. Did they call?" It was Rupert Murdoch. Eric shook his head. In addition to confirming the sale of TG from Eric, Murdoch also hoped that after Fox completed the acquisition, Fox and Firefly's original rights in TG could be swapped. In other words, Fox would take back the North American distribution and peripheral development rights of TG's movies, and at the same time, give the overseas distribution rights to Firefly. Eric also knew what Murdoch was planning. Although he would give up 15% of TG's interests, he could keep the movie company in contact with him. This was undoubtedly the most beneficial plan for Fox. As long as Eric agreed to this condition, Fox was willing to pay $80 million to redeem TG's distribution rights in Firefly, and pay $120 million to the other three women for the acquisition of TG. Without Eric's interference, TG's most profitable movies were Jim Carrey's comedies. With the frequency of one movie a year in the next few years, Jim Carrey's box office appeal was at its peak after the accumulation of his previous movies. As long as he didn't dabble in the arts and didn't make any changes, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make a total of $300 million in profits from 3 movies. Fox's offer of $200 million in total was also reasonable. After all, the $80 million that Eric received to invest in the movies could multiply several times in 3 years. Hearing Murdoch's name, Nicole didn't ask any more questions. She took out a thick stack of scripts from her handbag and handed them to Eric. "Pete gave these to me yesterday. I think he wants you to take a look at them." Eric took the script and saw the eye-catching title The Mummy on the cover, as well as the logo of Universal Pictures. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Other than the script, did Worldwide pass me anything else?" Eric asked and let go of the script. Nicole shook her head. "No, but Pete did some research after receiving the script yesterday. This movie is a remake of an old Universal film from 1932. Michael Eisner personally made the decision to make it into a series of movies like Raiders of the Lost Arkansas. Universal sold the rights to the remake to an independent production company, and now they're trying to take it back. It seems that they're still in contact with Spielberg, hoping that he can take on the role of director. Pete said that the possibility of that happening is low, but Spielberg should be able to take on the role of producer. The producer in charge of this project also said yesterday that if I can sign on for another movie, they're willing to compromise on the pay. Many of the plots in Hollywood commercial films had already been finalized. Although the script in Eric's hands was a little different from what he remembered, the general concept of the plot and the setting of the characters were similar. After hurriedly flipping through the script, Eric looked up and asked, "What do you think?" Nicole put down the coffee cup in her hand and said seriously, "I used to play those noisy characters. I think the role of the knowledgeable librarian in this script is quite interesting." "In that case, take it." Eric put the script on the coffee table. After thinking for a while, he walked back to his desk. Nicole looked at Eric's back and said, "But this is a Universal movie." Michael Eisner, haha, I'm not that stingy. As long as you like it, it's fine. Besides, if you don't act in it, Universal will look for other actresses," Eric said as he took out a phone book from the drawer of his desk. He quickly found a number and picked up the landline on his desk to dial it. Nicole was a little puzzled by Eric's actions and didn't say anything to disturb him. Eric picked up the phone and waited for a while. The call went through and he said, "I'm Eric Williams. Please pick up Mr. Eisner." In an office at Universal's headquarters in Burbank, Eisner's assistant was very surprised when he heard Eric introduce himself. He even forgot to inform Eric in advance and directly transferred the call to Michael Eisner's landline. After the call went through, he realized something. He stood up and pushed open the door to Michael Eisner's office without knocking. He saw that Michael Eisner was already smiling and talking on the other end of the phone. When he saw the assistant suddenly barge in, he didn't get angry. He just waved his hand and gestured for the assistant to leave. "Eric, I didn't expect you to call. What's the matter?" Michael Eisner asked with a smile as he chased the assistant away. He leaned on the sofa and asked, "I just saw the script for The Mummy. It's a good idea." Eric's tone was also very casual. "However, I can see that Universal is planning to develop a series. I don't know if you have a complete script for the series. The outline is fine too. I want to take a look." Michael Eisner's fingers, which were rubbing on the table, paused for a moment. He quickly smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. I'll get someone to send it to you." "By the way, where are you now?" "Pria Vesta," Eric replied. "Oh, the post-production of Jurassic Park should be completed soon, right? It's a pity that we didn't see the trailer of this movie at the Super Bowl." Eric replied without changing his tone. "We'll see it soon. I believe many people will be surprised." "Then I'll wait and see." Michael Eisner said with a smile, "Don't forget to send me an invitation during the test screening." "Okay, I'll find a reporter to take a photo of you participating in the test screening." "This is a great opportunity to promote Jurassic Park," Eric said half-jokingly. Michael Eisner raised his eyebrows. If such a photo was released, the relationship between the two of them would definitely be thawed. "Haha, I'll cooperate with you. If there's nothing else, let's have a meal together when you're free." "No problem." "Then, goodbye," Eric said. After hearing the other party's response, he hung up the phone. Michael Eisner heard the busy tone on the other side of the phone. He didn't put the phone back. Instead, he held the phone in his hand and gently tapped on the table. He frowned slightly as he thought about Eric's purpose for calling. Is he trying to confuse me with his importance to the script of The Mummy and make Worldwide invest more? After thinking about it, Michael Eisner felt that it was unlikely. The other party wouldn't play such a low-level trick. Then, what's the purpose of this call? Although he couldn't figure it out, Michael Eisner quickly ordered his assistant to send the series outline of The Mummy to Eric. He wasn't worried that Eric would plagiarize the script of The Mummy or anything like that. If such a thing really happened, then Worldwide could happily fight a lawsuit against Firefly. While Eric was on the phone, the curious Nicole had already pulled a chair and sat across from Eric. After Eric hung up the phone, Nicole asked curiously, "Hey, why do you want the script of The Mummy?" "I'm very interested in the special effects of The Mummy. I want Digital Domain to take over the special effects of this movie." Eric didn't hide it, but he couldn't explain it to Nicole too clearly. Specifically, he was very interested in the special effects of the second film of the original The Mummy. In the script just now, Eric had already seen clues about the reincarnation of the female lead, Evelyn, and information about the undead army of the ancient Egyptian god of death, Anubis. In the original, The Mummy 2, the undead army summoned by the Scorpion King left a deep impression on Eric. Due to the high cost of manpower in the West, it was basically impossible to achieve a war scene with thousands of soldiers and horses in real life within the budget of a movie in this era. The only way was to use computer-generated special effects. And if Worldwide's outline of the script was not too different from the original, taking over the special effects production of the sequel of The Mummy would be a very good opportunity for Digital Domain to develop large-scale war special effects. Although Eric had already signaled for the Digital Domain to start developing related technologies, no one knew what the specific effects would be without real movie works to train in practical application. They also didn't know which aspect to develop and improve the technology. Large-scale war special effects were a very important part of the development of future special effects movies. If Digital Domain grasped the opportunity in this area, they would be able to have a big lead in technology over other movie companies. Even if the series outline of The Mummy that Worldwide sent over later didn't have the undead army scene, Eric planned to develop a related special effects movie in the next 2 or 3 years for Digital Domain to practice. Nicole wasn't very interested in the topic of special effects. Her slender fingers flicked a few times on the script, and she looked at Eric and said, "If you really don't have any objections, I'll let Peter talk about the contract with Worldwide." Eric looked at the thick script under Nicole's arm and suddenly thought that since Michael Eisner sent the script to him through Nicole, the reason should not be just to let Nicole ask if he was willing to let her play the role. Thinking about the inside story of Joanna's sudden resignation half a year ago, Eric took the script again, pulled out a pencil from the pen holder next to him, tapped the table, and thought for a while. Finally, he wrote a number of 5% on the cover and handed the script to Nicole. Nicole tilted her head to look at the number and asked, "What's this?" "Your personal salary should be $10 million now. I owed Michael Eisner a favor last year, and now it's just the right time to pay him back. You can let Peter help you talk about a 5% share for all channels. Although giving up a fixed salary will make it take a lot longer for you to get back your salary, you'll definitely get more than $10 million. If you give up your salary and take a share, it'll indirectly increase Worldwide's confidence in this project." "Oh, you're using my contract to do a favor, and you don't even ask if he's willing to do it. Who knows if this movie can make $200 million. Nicole rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were still curled up. Eric felt the girl's anger, and very considerately asked with a smile, "Are you willing to do it?" Nicole was not short of money at the moment. It was not a bad choice to get more money and let Eric remember her. She pretended to think for a moment, and said reluctantly, "Okay, I'll do it. But, with the matter of Jack Nicholson before, do you think Worldwide will agree so easily?" Jack Nicholson's salary in Batman was a hot topic for many stars in the entertainment industry. Many people dreamed of having such a chance to make a fortune. Eric said, "If Worldwide doesn't agree, then you can just take $10 million directly. It's not a loss for you." Nicole nodded thoughtfully, reached out and grabbed the pencil from Eric's hand, and directly added a number in front of the 5% figure on the cover to make it 15%. Then she said to Eric, "Then I'll let Peter start with 15%. Maybe in the end, it'll be more than 10%. Although this movie is a big investment, even including the distribution fee, the total investment will not exceed $100 million. If I only take 5% of my $10 million, it'll be a loss." Computer-generated special effects movies had just become popular in the North American and global markets for a few years, and it was the time when the market was booming. The script of The Mummy was also very good. As long as the main creators did not mess around and maintained the standard of the original version in Eric's memory, it would not be a problem for the movie to earn more than $300 million at the box office worldwide. Based on a rough estimate, the investment was $60 million, the publicity was $20 million, and Worldwide would be able to recoup all the costs by relying on the box office. The subsequent videotapes and related products would be even more profitable. Within the 2-year distribution cycle, it would not be a problem for the movie to earn more than $200 million. If Nicole could really negotiate for more than 10% of all the channels, she might become the first female star to step into the $20 million club. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but give Nicole a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You're ruthless. Women are the most vicious." "Bah, don't say that about me." Nicole lightly slapped Eric's hand and put the script in her bag. Then she asked with a smile, "It's almost noon. Let's go to Venice Beach for lunch, shall we? There are a few good restaurants there." "Won't we be surrounded?" Eric asked with a smile. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was still showing sporadically, and some overseas markets were in full swing. Nicole's fame was at its peak, and now her every move was being closely watched by the paparazzi. Although the possibility of the paparazzi sneaking into the studio was not high, as long as the two of them went out, they would definitely be surrounded. "I'll ask my assistant to drive the car away first, and you can find an ordinary car. We can sneak out. Even if we are discovered, I don't have a boyfriend, and you don't have a formal girlfriend. What can they say?" As Nicole spoke, her eyes became resentful. "Or are you saying that you don't want to show up with me?" "Stop, your eyes are too lethal." "I surrender." "Ha ha. Although they were very careful and even borrowed an ordinary car from an employee of Digital Domain, there were many filming crews at Firefly Studios at any time. Of course, Nicole was not the only celebrity there. In the end, Eric and Nicole could not escape the paparazzi's pursuit. The bodyguard drove the car and parked outside an Italian seafood restaurant in Venice Beach a few kilometers away. As soon as Eric and Nicole got out of the car, 5 or 6 paparazzi immediately jumped out of the car that was tailing them. They excitedly pressed the shutters on Eric and Nicole's faces. Eric saw the other 3 bodyguards get out of another car and quickly move forward to block the paparazzi. He immediately realized where the problem was. The tall and strong bodyguard sitting in the driver's seat just now was too obvious. The paparazzi with a keen sense of smell outside the studio saw that the driver of the inconspicuous car was actually such a professional security guard who could be recognized at a glance. Of course, he could tell that the person sitting in the back must be someone important, so it was not surprising that he followed. Nicole skillfully put on her sunglasses to block the flashing spotlights around her. Then, she smiled at Eric apologetically. She knew that Eric did not like to appear in gossip magazines. If she had not insisted, this would not have happened. Let's go. Eric also put on his sunglasses. He stepped forward and put his arm around Nicole's shoulder. The two quickly walked to the restaurant. When the paparazzi saw Eric's actions, they became even more excited. They took pictures and asked loudly without any scruples. Eric, are you and Nicole dating? Will Nicole be the female lead in your next movie? Do you have plans to get married? Eric and Nicole walked into the restaurant without saying a word. The paparazzi were blocked by the restaurant's security guards. Eric vaguely heard a paparazzi's indignant argument. Eric, I'm so sorry, Nicole whispered after entering the door. Eric let go of Nicole's shoulder and said with a smile, you know, I'm the kind of guy who doesn't care about debts. As long as you don't mind. Nicole smiled and shook her head. Of course I don't mind. A blonde waitress with a few cute freckles on the tip of her nose led the two of them to a seat with a wide view of the sea. Then, she handed the menu to Eric and Nicole excitedly, but her eyes were fixed on Eric. Mr. Williams, Miss Kidman, welcome. What would you like to eat? What delicious food do you have here? Eric asked casually. The waitress stared at the side of Eric's face and recommended, our pan-fried sea bass is not bad. We just had sea bass flown in from Peru this morning. We also have cheese butter baked prawns and seafood pasta. Eric flipped open the menu and glanced at it before closing it. He raised his head and asked, where's the wine? Our white wine here is pretty good. It's Verona's specialty, Suvil dry white wine. It's best to eat seafood with white wine. The waitress did not avoid Eric's gaze when she saw him raise his head. Instead, she boldly looked into his eyes and said with a smile. Then we'll order a bottle of dry white wine. Eric did not know where Verona was and guessed that it was a place in Italy. After saying this, he looked at Nicole who was seriously flipping through the menu. Nicole, what would you like to eat? It took them a while to finish ordering. After the waitress walked away, Eric showed a lingering fear expression. I was really worried that the girl would suddenly say that our deep-fried Williams here is not bad. Haha, don't talk nonsense. Maybe she's your fan, Nicole said with a smile. As they were talking, the spotlights on the beach not far from the floor-to-ceiling window lit up again. The beach was a public place. Neither Eric's bodyguards nor the restaurant's security guards could chase them away. Eric looked at the paparazzi holding the telephoto camera helplessly and said, it's awards season now. What's the use of following us? We have no nominations. Nicole motioned to the restaurant's waiter to draw the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window next to her to block the distant view. Then she said, I've seen some articles mentioning you in the newspapers these days. The tone was sour. But, do you really not have any intention of shooting an Olympic film? Not yet. You know Woody Allen, right? Nicole smiled and said, how could I not know? It was so big last year. Eric did not talk to Nicole about Woody Allen's trivial matters. Instead, he said, then you should also know that he never attends the Oscars. Even when he won the Best Director award for and Hall, he did not attend. I agree with his attitude towards the Oscars. He said that if a director shoots his own work to win a film award, then he will subconsciously be bound by the rules and give up what he wants to express. Woody Allen is one of the few film directors who can be very popular in several major film festivals in North America and Europe. I think this should have a lot to do with him not being bound by the rules and focusing on his own work. He's a very interesting director, Nicole commented after listening to Eric's words. Speaking of which, although Woody Allen is in a slump right now, I'm sure he'll make a comeback in a few years. He'll always be able to portray the female lead in his films beautifully. Are you interested in working with him? No, I want to focus on shooting commercial films now. When I earn enough money that I can't spend it all in my lifetime, then I'll do something I want to do, like winning an Oscar for Best Actress or something. Once I'm successful, I'll have 2 or 3 children and focus on being a good mother. When that time comes, a lot of people will definitely say, wow, Nicole Kidman is a has-been. She can only muddle along in some small artistic films. Eric said with a smile. But thinking back carefully, although several generations of famous Hollywood actresses were very keen to participate in Woody Allen's films for more than 40 years since the 1970s, Nicole had never worked with Woody Allen. The only time she publicly announced her intention to work with Woody Allen was Encounter with a Stranger. The news was only revealed for a month before Nicole quickly expressed her resignation. In the end, the female lead of that film became Nicole's best friend, Naomi Watts. They can say whatever they want. What about you? Jurassic Park should be finished soon, right? But I haven't heard any plans for your next film. There's no plan. Eric shook his head honestly. If Jurassic Park achieves expectations, it'll be considered a phase of completion. I'll have to take a break. Eric's box office expectations for Jurassic Park were only known to a few people, such as Stan Winston, Roland Emmerich, and Cameron. These people did not disclose the information, so of course, Nicole would not know. I don't quite understand. What's the first phase? It's the first phase where I'll be personally involved. In the future, I'll put more effort into producing films. For example, I don't plan to personally direct the sequel to Jurassic Park anymore. I also plan to find other directors for the original disaster films. These films often have to be shot all over the world. I can't always leave Los Angeles for a few months every year. Of course, I'll still personally direct the films, but it depends on the specific situation. Nicole nodded and suddenly thought of something. Just as she was about to speak, the waiter served the dishes they ordered. Nicole's lips curled up as she watched the waitress serve Eric his food. She then eagerly asked Eric if he needed anything else. After the waitress left, she continued, I almost forgot something. You were the one who made the movie Interview with the Vampire at Night, weren't you? Yeah, why? Eric asked as he picked up the cutlery and fiddled with the base in front of him. Nicole said, have the roles been decided? Night Interview with the Vampire is a collaboration between Firefly and David Geffen's production company. David Geffen has taken over the position of producer, and he's mainly in charge of this matter. Firefly is only checking on the script and budget for the time being. At present, the several main creators of the movie have not submitted the list of candidates for the cast. As Eric spoke, he thought of the 2 male leads in the original version of Interview with the Vampire. He looked at Nicole and asked, did someone come to you, Tom Cruise? Nope. Tom Cruise is such an arrogant person, why would he come to me to beg? Paula did talk to Peter about this matter. She hoped that Cruise could get the role, but Peter didn't ask us to help communicate this matter. Although Cruise's previous works weren't very good, he's still an A-list actor. Also, I heard that David Geffen is also interested in letting him play the male lead. When Nicole said the last sentence, she winked at Eric with a mischievous smile. Your thoughts are too evil, Eric said softly with a smile. Everyone knew that David Geffen was known as the most powerful homosexual in Hollywood, and Cruise's sexual orientation was 10 times more hidden than Hollywood's #1 closet actor, Kevin Spacey. Then, if it's not Tom Cruise, why are you bringing this up? It's an artist that Peter just signed. He's got good potential. Of course, we won't ask for the male lead. Peter wants him to try for the role of the second male lead. Eric joked, men who play vampires have to be very handsome. You're actually speaking for such a person. Nicole smiled and waved her hand. you're also very handsome. He's my fellow countryman from Australia. Of course, I have to help him. Fellow countryman from Australia? I can't agree to this even more. Eric narrowed his eyes and dragged his voice. Nicole laughed a few more times and picked up a red cherry from her plate to put on Eric's plate. She said as if she was comforting a child, "Okay, I'll give you a cherry. I'll take it that you've agreed. When I go back, I'll get Peter to call David Geffen and tell him that you've agreed." Eric picked the cherry into his mouth and said, "Okay, you can arrange it as long as he can pass the audition. If he's not suitable, I'll definitely not agree." Of course. Nicole nodded. Eric looked at the almost finished lunch and said, "What are you going to do in the afternoon?" "I just finished promoting Mr. and Mrs. Smith in Europe a few days ago. I've been taking a break recently. I'll stay in the studio to accompany you in the afternoon. Is that okay?" "No problem. I'm just about to edit a sample of Jurassic Park. You can help me. Then I'll learn a little. Maybe I can change my career to become a director in the future." Eric called the waiter over and handed him his credit card. Then he said to Nicole, "Just be a good actress. Not everyone can be a director. It's not good to be greedy." "Then why do you seem like you know everything?" Nicole asked curiously as she held her chin with one hand. Of course, Eric couldn't tell the girl that he had studied directing for 4 years in his previous life. After graduation, he had been in the industry for nearly 20 years. Although he hadn't been able to shoot his own movie, after 20 years of accumulation, his basic skills were definitely very solid. At this time, facing Nicole's curious eyes, Eric raised his chin and said shamelessly, "I'm a genius. How can you small fries compare to me?" "Haha, you're so arrogant." Nicole laughed and threw a piece of tissue at him. The next day, of course, the tabloids were bustling with activity again. However, although Eric and Nicole were caught red-handed, neither of them made any response. They completely ignored the media's comments as long as the other party didn't cross the line. The production of Jurassic Park entered the final stage. Eric spent a long time every day in the post-production center of the studio. Nicole spent the next few days with Eric in the name of resting. When Eric was working, she was his temporary assistant. After work, the two of them went back to the Sharp Corner Manor together. In order to avoid trouble, Eric took a helicopter to and from work every day. The paparazzi gathered outside the Firefly Cineplex were hoping to get more explosive news, but after seeing the Black Bell 230 take off and land in the studio for a few days, they could only curse helplessly and slowly disperse. During the day, he had a woman to accompany him at night. Although he had to work overtime for a few hours every day for the post-production of Jurassic Park, Eric's days were still very comfortable. Occasionally, he would think that he had forgotten something, but he would quickly shake it off without a trace. Eric felt that if he forgot something, Ellen, who was in charge of his schedule, would definitely remind him in time, so he didn't worry too much about it. After more than a week, Eric received a call from Kapoor again. Listening to Kapoor's complaints, Eric suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to meet with Charlize Theron. After the Buffy audition, there was no news. According to the arrangement of her agent, Charlize Theron stayed in a motel in West Hollywood. Although the accommodation was not expensive, only $10 a day was enough to support her. From January until now, she had spent all her savings to prepare for the Buffy audition. If not for her agent, Michelle Simmons, hinting that there was an opportunity waiting for her that many actors might not encounter in their lifetime, she would have bought a plane ticket and flown back to New York. Even for the past few days, she had spent the $500 that Michelle Simmons had lent her. She waited for more than a week. Because of Michelle Simmons's repeated reminders, she almost never left the 2-kilometer radius of the motel. Fortunately, from the motel, about a kilometer to the north was the famous Walk of Fame. She would occasionally walk there, and like many pedestrians, she would bow her head and admire the stars inlaid on the road. Many people were curious or worshipping, but she often swore to herself that one day, she would leave her own star here. Eric Williams said that he wanted to see her. This was her biggest opportunity. During the Buffy audition, because the guy suddenly laughed and interrupted her performance, she hated him for a while. Then this hatred was severely extinguished by her agent. She used to only know that he was a big shot in Hollywood. In recent years, he was the hottest director and producer in Hollywood, and the boss of Firefly Films. Oh, he also had a very grand villa in Malibu. Because it looked like a shell, many people called it the Shell Villa. Some people called it the Freedom City. But after a few days of in-depth understanding, she knew what Eric Williams meant in Hollywood. Now, in her hotel room, there was still the Premiere magazine that had been flipped through many times. He was the most powerful person in Hollywood in 1992. He was the big boss of Firefly Pictures, which had swallowed Disney. His personal wealth had exceeded $5 billion, and the movies he had shot in just 5 years had grossed more than $2 billion at the global box office. More importantly, he had personally made Julia Roberts, Nicolas Cage, Bridget Fonda, Nicole Kidman, Pierce Brosnan, and a large group of Hollywood actors who were originally unknown, popular. Then, he said that he would find time to meet her. Although she didn't know how her agent got her this opportunity, after understanding these things, Charlize Theron was so excited that she couldn't sleep well for several days. Whether it was day or night, she couldn't help but think about what to say and do during the meeting to attract his attention. Just like that, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, a week passed, and soon it would be 10 days. In the past few days, she even began to worry that Eric Williams had forgotten about it. She was worried about her gains and losses. She summoned the courage to take the initiative to call her agent for the first time. The reply, she was to be patient, but she was still keenly aware of the uncertainty in her agent's voice. She was to be patient, wait. The owner of the motel was a white fat man with a good heart. Seeing that a little girl like her had been idling in his shop for so many days, doing nothing but being careful with her spending, he kindly offered to introduce her to a job. Although she was very tempted, she still had to reject the other party. And it was impossible for a girl like her, who had won a modeling competition, not to attract the attention of others. A group of young men and women wandering in Hollywood invited her to some messy parties. Of course, she didn't dare to go. So when she met them these days, she always heard some strange words from the mouths of those people, and some of the men's eyes didn't hide their bad intentions. In the end, because of some small friction, she couldn't hold back and showed her shrewish nature. She had a big quarrel with the other party. Fortunately, the motel owner intervened, and they didn't fight. After the argument, she felt a lingering fear. If they had really fought, her body, especially her face, would have been injured. Then, her chance would have been completely ruined. So she was even more anxious and depressed for the rest of the day. She closed the curtains and lay on the hard little bed in the dark room for an entire day. She even used lip gloss to fiercely draw on the face of the guy on the cover of Premiere magazine as if to vent her anger. She was too lazy to eat dinner. She planned to starve a page and save a few dollars. When the sky was getting dark, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the motel room. This had never happened before. She asked vigilantly, and the voice of her agent came from outside the door. She had some premonition in her heart. She jumped out of bed in a panic and ran barefoot to open the door. Charlie. Michelle Simmons' face was obviously filled with joy, but she had just called her name. She looked up and down at her appearance under the dim orange light in the corridor. She immediately frowned and scolded, "Look at you now." She touched the switch to turn on the light and let her agent in with a guilty conscience. Only then did Charlize Theron explain, "Sorry, Michelle, I was just sleeping." Michelle Simmons looked around the room and saw the Premiere magazine on the edge of the bed. The cover was scribbled messily. However, she didn't say anything this time. She just frowned and sighed. "Charlie, pack up your things. We're leaving now." Charlize Theron pulled down the shoulder straps of her light blue pajamas and subconsciously touched her messy hair. Her feet rubbed against each other on the cold floor a few times. She said nervously, Now, are we going to see him?" Michelle Simmons didn't answer. She sniffed and asked, "Have you not showered for a few days?" Looking at her awkward expression, Michelle Simmons could only say, "Forget it. Pack your things quickly. Come to my place tonight. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon." After packing her simple luggage and paying the bill, Charlize Theron got into a white car driven by her agent. After driving through the streets of Los Angeles for a while, they entered a densely packed residential area at the foot of Beverly Hills. Michelle Simmons quickly drove the car into the courtyard of a mansion. The two of them got out of the car. Charles Theron saw a tall bald man walk out of the living room with a smile on his face. "Kapoor, good evening." Michelle Simmons smiled and went forward. "Good evening, Michelle. You're here so soon." The bald man hugged Michelle Simmons before looking at Charles Theron, who was standing beside Michelle with a small suitcase. When their eyes met, Charles Theron smiled at the bald man, who nodded back at her. However, he quickly turned to Michelle Simmons and said, "I'm really sorry, Michelle. I called in the afternoon." It turns out that Eric really forgot. The post-production of Jurassic Park has entered the final stage. He has been working at least 12 hours a day these days. I hope you can understand. He even asked me to apologize to you in the afternoon. It's okay. As long as Mr. Williams can spare the time, it's fine, Michelle Simmons shook her head and said without minding. When Charles Theron, who was standing behind Michelle, heard the bald man's words, she curled her lips in disdain. She remembered that she saw in the newspaper a few days ago that this guy and Nicole Kidman were leisurely having lunch together. The two of them looked so intimate in the photo. They didn't look busy at all. After Kapoor explained to Michelle Simmons, he turned to Charles Theron and said, "You must be Miss Theron." "I'm Kapoor Sid. I've seen your information." Charlize Theron then remembered that the other party was one of the big bosses of ICM. She quickly let go of the lever in her hand and stepped forward to shake the other party's hand. "Hello, Mr. Sid. Just call me Charlie." Kapoor nodded and let go of Char's hand. He took a step back and sized her up. He nodded lightly and said, "You should smile more. You'll be more charming when you smile." Charles Theron was a little surprised. A few years ago, when she participated in a modeling competition, a judge with a high reputation in the fashion industry had said something similar to her. Many female celebrities were more charming when they restrained their expressions. Once they smiled, they would lose their temperament. However, she was the opposite. When she was expressionless, she didn't even look beautiful. However, when she smiled, she immediately radiated charm. Charles didn't expect the middle-aged man in front of her to be able to notice this on their first meeting. "I will, Mr. Sid," Charles Theron nodded and said. The three of them entered the living room together. Kapoor asked the two of them to sit down and personally served them coffee. He then said, "You can stay here temporarily until the matter is settled." "Thank you, Kapoor," Michelle Simmons nodded. Then, she raised her voice slightly and said with a hint of something else, "When I leave, I'll personally return the key to Mary." It's been so long and you still want to tease me with this matter?" Kapoor shook his head helplessly. He took out a document from a briefcase on the sofa and placed it on the coffee table. "Also, this is what you wanted. Take a look at it yourself. Try not to spread it. You know, even though this kind of thing is very common in the industry, it's not good for the person involved to know about it." "I understand," Michelle Simmons nodded and said, "What else?" Kapoor took out a business card and said, "This is the contact number of Eric's assistant. You can go to Firefly Studios in Praia Vista tomorrow at noon and contact him. Even though the meeting time is 12, it's best to go there early." Michelle nodded again. After telling them that, Kapoor thought for a moment and said, "The last time I called Eric, he said that he had thought of a good idea. I think it's an action movie with a female as the main character." After the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, everyone saw the potential of a female action movie. ICM has also been in contact with many similar projects recently, but none of them were major projects from major studios. They were only low-budget attempts by independent studios. Since Eric wants to do this kind of theme, it definitely won't be a small one. Kapoor glanced at Charles Theron, who was holding a cup of coffee awkwardly, and said, "I saw in the information that you changed your career because of a knee injury, Charlie. Can you still perform more intense combat actions?" "Of course, Mr. Sid. I only considered changing my job because of that injury. However, that accident didn't leave any sequelae. That's for the best." Kapoor nodded and chatted with Michelle Simmons for a while. He finished his cup of coffee and got up to leave. In the blink of an eye, only the two of them were left in the villa. Charles recalled Kapoor's words and felt a little excited. Then, she glanced at Michelle beside her and saw that she had picked up the document Kapoor left behind and was reading it. Charles straightened her back and her eyes quickly fell on the document. However, just as she noticed the two striking words Eric Williams on the paper, she heard Michelle say, "This isn't something you should be reading. Go take a shower first. There's a bathroom upstairs. We'll talk later." Charles, who was caught red-handed, felt her cheeks heat up. She quickly got up and slipped down the stairs with her small suitcase. After taking a shower, the two of them chatted about some matters. In order to prevent himself from appearing dispirited the next day, Charlize Theron forced himself to sleep, although he still couldn't remember having some messy dreams. Early the next morning, she was woken up by Michelle Simmons. The two of them had breakfast in a restaurant. Then, Michelle brought Charles to a famous shopping street in Beverly Hills. Charles Theron looked at the familiar luxury brands on both sides of the street and looked at her agent with some apprehension. Michelle Simmons, who always had a serious expression, made a rare joke. "You have to have a good outfit. Today's outfit is my investment in you. If you become an A-list celebrity, don't kick me out." "How is that possible?" "I won't," Charles Theron quickly shook her head and said. Michelle Simmons nodded slightly. She knew the character of the girl she had signed half a year ago very well. Charlize Theron was a woman with a strong personality, but she was also very realistic. If there was a better opportunity, she was sure that Charlize Theron would abandon her without hesitation. However, Michelle Simmons also believed that she could hold on to Charles Theron tightly. After spending more than an hour in a beauty shop, Charlize Theron finished her hair, put on the windbreaker she had chosen not long ago, and came to a full-length mirror. The girl in the mirror was wearing light makeup. Her originally light-colored long hair was dyed golden brown. The khaki windbreaker, black slim pants, and black knee-high boots made her body look even more slender. A beautician who had just served Charlize Theron looked at the girl in the mirror with some envy and complimented, "This lady is really beautiful, but I noticed that you don't seem to be wearing perfume. Maybe you can try the Miss Dior series of light perfume. It's fresh, elegant, and very suitable for your current temperament." Charlize Theron glanced at her agent standing next to her with a questioning look in her eyes. In the beginning, when she saw her agent casually spend a few $1,000s on a windbreaker, Charlize Theron was a little worried about how long it would take for her to pay back the money if she failed this time. Then, she gradually became numb to the expense after spending it again and again. Since she had already come to this point, she might as well go all out. Adding a bottle of perfume was nothing. Anyway, if she failed, she would definitely not be able to pay back the money. Michelle Simmons looked at Charlize Theron with satisfaction and nodded gently. When she heard the beautician's words, her face showed a moment of hesitation. Finally, she shook her head and said, "This is good. There's no need for perfume." Although Charlize Theron was a little puzzled, she didn't refute. From yesterday until now, from her manager's constant reminders of all kinds of things to take note of during the meeting, as well as her attire that made her look completely different from before, she could roughly guess the contents of the document with Eric Williams' name written on it last night. It must be that guy who did not like women wearing perfume. With that in mind, the two did not do anything else after paying the bill. They got into the car and drove straight to the Praia Vista community in the south of Culver City. It was only 10:30 when they arrived at Firefly Cineplex. Michelle parked the car in a parking lot outside the Cineplex. The two got out of the car and Charlize Theron couldn't help but look at the walls of Firefly Cineplex. Although there was a 2-meter-high wall blocking the view, the huge studio in the Cineplex still revealed its huge body. Michelle Simmons looked at her watch, but she didn't cross the road with Charles Theron to the cinema. Instead, she found a coffee shop nearby. After ordering 2 cups of coffee and a stack of snacks, Michelle Simmons said, "Charlie, do you remember what I told you?" Charlize Theron recalled what Michelle Simmons had told him last night, and then slowly repeated it to his agent. Michelle Simmons waited for her to finish before nodding. "Very good, but there's one more thing. I know you're a smart girl, but in front of Mr. Williams, don't show your cleverness. Just be natural. If you really feel nervous, then you'd rather speak less than speak incoherently." Charlize Theron recalled the lazy face in the audition room more than a week ago. He felt that his agent was being too serious, but he still nodded obediently. Do you think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill? Michelle Simmons looked at Charlize Theron's expression and suddenly asked. Charlize Theron shook his head in a panic. No, no. Don't think that it's a small matter. He became famous with a few movies at the age of 18. He has great power in Hollywood at such a young age, and he's also a director. No matter which one it is, it will make his character seem a little childish. Michelle Simmons paused. She didn't use the word childish and hesitated for a moment before saying, a little emotional. Perhaps it's just a little careless mistake that will make him feel that he doesn't like you, and just this little bit of dislike might cause you to lose your chance. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Rumor has it that during the audition for the female lead of The X-Files, 2 producers had their eyes on an actress, but he only gave a baffling "I don't like this woman" and rejected her. Charlize Theron opened her mouth and listened to the industry gossip that Michelle Simmons casually revealed in surprise. She thought of the TV series The X-Files that she had also watched before and asked curiously in a low voice, Michelle, I heard that the female lead of The X-Files is also his lover. Is that true? Michelle Simmons glared at her and said, that's not something you should be concerned about. Charlize Theron brushed the hair in front of her forehead. She was quite confident in her appearance. Looking at her agent's expression, she became worried again. Then, if he wants me to do it, to be his, what should I do? If that's the case, you'll immediately become the object of envy of 99% of the female stars in Hollywood. You'll also have everything that ordinary people can't touch in a short period of time. You'll have the best material life, a dazzling career as a star, a high salary, and the best treatment. You won't have to submit to the rules of Hollywood, and you won't have to work so hard to maintain your status like other stars. As Michelle Simmons spoke, she saw the unconcealable yearning in the eyes of the girl opposite her, so she unceremoniously poured cold water on her. But you can rest assured that he probably doesn't have a crush on you. Charlize Theron couldn't help but let out an ah and asked somewhat unwillingly, "Wh? Why?" Michelle Simmons shrugged and said, "Who knows why? It's just like how we still haven't figured out why he suddenly laughed during the audition for Buffy. But with his personality, if he had a crush on you, he would have taken action when you attended the audition for Buffy. But the fact is, not only did that not happen, he even forgot to meet you. So, girl, the most important thing for you this time is to seize the opportunity that Kapoor mentioned. Don't think about anything else." Charlize Theron's shoulders slumped slightly, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Michelle Simmons took a sip of coffee and quickly said, "But you haven't forgotten what I told you on the phone that night, right? If he sends you an invitation in that way, remember, don't refuse. It's definitely good for you. There are countless female stars in Hollywood who want to climb into his bed, and he's not one of those old and ugly men. You won't lose out." Charlize Theron rolled her eyes slightly, but she didn't refute and nodded. The two of them spent time in a roadside coffee shop until 11:30. Michelle Simmons picked up her mobile phone and dialed the number of Eric's assistant. After talking for a while, she took Charlize Theron to Firefly Studios. The guards at the studio had also been instructed in advance. After confirming their identities, they handed 2 temporary passes to the two of them before letting them in. The main road of the park was very spacious, and there were many trucks, electric scooters, and exquisite nanny vans parked close to the studios on both sides. Near noon, many people came in and out of the open studio doors. Occasionally, a group of people could be seen escorting celebrities out of the studio and into the nanny vans. After walking for a few hundred meters, they passed through the studio area. Across a small square, a row of commercial lofts with steel frames and glass as the main body appeared in their field of vision. They continued walking until they finally arrived at the administrative area of the studio. Michelle Simmons made another call, and soon, a young man in his 30s came out of an office building. After a few words of introduction, he said, "Mr. Williams is already in the restaurant. Follow me." In addition to the large staff cafeteria, there were several relatively high-end specialty restaurants in the studio. After the scandal a week ago, Eric and Nicole did not go out to eat when they were in the studio. Instead, they chose one of the restaurants. After work in the morning, Eric looked at the time and took Nicole to the place where they often had lunch in advance. Eric was not in a hurry to order. Instead, he called Alan and began to draw on the sketchpad he brought from the office. Looking at Eric, who was quickly drawing on the sketchpad beside her, Nicole could not help but ask, "Do you really not need me to leave for a while?" Eric looked up at Nicole and smiled. "No, I asked Alan to bring the girl and her agent here. We just want to meet, have a meal together, and have a casual chat." At this time, Nicole also knew the ins and outs of the matter. She nodded and looked at the sketchpad in Eric's hand. In the background that looked like a flame, there were 3 valiant figures standing. "What is this? The concept art of the Thunderbolt girls in your plan?" Eric nodded. When he saw Nicole's face coming closer, he moved the sketchpad towards her and continued to add lines with the pencil in his hand. He explained, "Yes, I plan to completely adapt the Charlie's Angels TV series. If it's feasible, I want to make it into a female secret agent series like 007. Eric was not very fond of the original Thunderbolt Girls series. Not only was the original plot scattered, but there were also too many traces of music video. It was said that the director at that time, Joseph Mike Nitcher, was originally a music video director. However, he did not change his career path like David Vinci and Michael Bay did. Therefore, there were a lot of scenes similar to music video in Thunderbolt Girls. If it were not for the original's real-life special effects and a series of gimmicks such as female action movies, the movie's box office success was not high. Therefore, the series came to an abrupt end after listing 2 movies and could not be restarted for a long time. The subsequent TV series remake also ended in failure. Now that the control of the series was in his hands, Eric was not only not going to follow the original style, but also had a bigger ambition. That was to make this story into a longer series of action movies. Even if it could not catch up with the classic 007 series, he would work hard in this direction. 007 has already filmed 16 movies. It's not that easy to develop a similar series of movies. Frank Marcheso, who has just taken over MGM, recently plans to restart 007's 17th movie. They have already sent me an invitation to ask if I have the intention to play the role of Bond girl. Nicole's casual words gave Eric an idea. He turned his head and looked at the girl from head to toe. Nicole was confused and shrank her neck back. She laughed and said, "Haha, haven't you seen it? I thought you were starting to get tired of it." Eric stuck his head out and kissed the girl's lips. He said with a smile, "How is that possible? I just suddenly thought of a good idea." "Oh?" Eric said, "Since 007 has a Bond girl, then there should also be a more typical villain in Thunderbolt. Let's call her Fallen Angel." "Fallen Angel? Don't tell me you want me to play it?" "Bingo, the first Fallen Angel. What do you think?" "Nothing much. Since you want to develop a new series, the 3 female leads you chose shouldn't be too famous. If I'm the villain, even if I have to face 3 girls, I'll be able to suppress them in all aspects. When the time comes, the audience will focus on me, and the movie will definitely lose its balance," Nicole said confidently. Eric also quickly realized this problem. The recent Mr. and Mrs. Smith had successfully created a strong queen's aura for Nicole. According to his plan, the 3 new actresses would definitely be difficult to suppress. Since the first movie is not good, then the second one will be good. It just so happens that we can use the first movie to make the series famous, and then use the second to strengthen the reputation of Fallen Angel. The subsequent series development will be smoother. That's more like it. I can give it a try when the time comes." Nicole nodded. Just as they were chatting, Alan led Charlize Theron and Michelle Simmons into the restaurant. Nicole's gaze paused for a moment on Michelle Simmons, who was wearing a black suit and had short hair. Then, she moved to Charlize Theron and sized him up. Suddenly, she smiled and whispered into Eric's ear, "Your food." "I haven't ordered my food yet," Eric replied softly and stood up. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Michelle Simmons. Nice to meet you." Michelle Simmons walked over and extended her hand to Eric enthusiastically. Then, she greeted Nicole and quickly gave her seat to Charlize Theron. "Miss Theron, we meet again." This time, it was Eric who took the initiative to greet her. He also sized up the lucky person in front of him in the original spacetime, who was on the assembly line of the Hollywood movie industry. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. End of chapter 512. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.